it. Nope. Sometimes it's gonna work the third time. Other times it's gonna work 16 fucking clicks into it. Why? Why not? Why not? It's like, motherfucker, I got this Charlie sound in the background. Come on, you little bitch. Got these fucking puppets with rosacea puppets. Got a fucking tiger in this motherfucker. These bitches live with a giant cat. There's a fucking train coming down the fucking tracks with tigers and shit. Motherfuckers look like India. I gotta take a piss. Come on, you little bitch. Is this shit working? Dog, this shit sucks. Can't even see myself. It's so fucking dark. Does this shit even work? No one knows. I've been doing it for 4 fucking years, and it's gonna be like, oh yeah, that one doesn't work. Motherfuckers. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. Got this fucking trolley sound. I gotta take a piss. This is the worst. Mr. Rogers talking about sharding. This is the worst. Amazon Web Services isn't working because Bezos is fucking sitting on his own thumb. Motherfuckers, I gotta piss. Come on, you little bitch. I got this guy Jibberjaw. Nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about. Hey guys, there's some fucking rabbi out there from like 1,000 years ago who thought if the daughter of a female cat has fucking entrails that you burn off, that should be your smoky eye. No one knows what the fuck that means. This is the worst. What in the fuck is going on, dog? This is the worst stream ever. The worst. Motherfuckers, this shit sucks. This is the worst stream ever. Business for other yo, dog. Got fucking Mr. Rogers talking about sharding, living in a puppet world. I have the shit. Proceeds of such a transaction. So you know what I'm saying? Usher. Proceeds are usher by now. You son of a bitch. That's the son of my focus. So that's what we're in the middle of right now. So come on, you little bitch. Do I have to hit an end task? Oh, no, you don't have to hit end task, Rabbi. You just have to sit here and play with your balls. Come on, you little bitch. What's going on? Why aren't you fucking working, dog? This shit sucks. This is the worst. I've got this underwear string. Nobody knows where the fuck this came. From whence this came? I don't fucking know. I feel like one of those. But let's see like something that's not going to last. For example, hey, how you doing, vegetables. I have to take a piss. I know that. That I do know. I know Amazon Web Services is working because Bezos is so fucking dumb. You shit, so he partially agreed. He said the truth is, you can sell them something that will not last. Why? But you cannot purchase because Bezos is fucking from them something that will not last. The logic being over there, the Yaakov has tremendous simcha when he sells off something that he won't last. For example, again, vegetables, because he's able to go ahead and make money before it rots. Simra tells a story over here. Very interesting. Everybody shards. Right, the sharding but not everybody so there was has eyes that are about to pop out of their fucking head for no piss suit. Not everybody's got that. Not at this moment. Rabbi look at this athleticism. A special coin. Dinar. This shit is so athletic. He sent him a gift. I've never seen something so fucking athletic. Is this gonna work? Rabbi Huda this gift on his Yom Tov. On the Yom Tov. Oh, good job, Bezos. Get your shit together. Look at this athleticism. Dog. What should I do with the gift? Oh, cool. If I accept the gift, then ultimately I get his heritage. This means will give thanks to his deity. And that's not good. If I don't go ahead and accept it, then cause animosity. So also we're going to talk about this concept about Eva, creation of animosity. Yeah, this is a Jew living Torah in real time. The outside world, and how we have to be careful with that as well. So the more talks about so you can say I wasn't sure what to do
with the corn. So Shakish he says, only the Shakish, Tom's Shakish of the bar. Just throw it into a pit. Take the plant into a pit. He says, Tom's Shakish of the bar. Just go flow it in the pit, in the face, right in front of this heretic. Shamalay, Toshkin had the Eva. So Twitcher, you're going to see it says, well, 1 second, we're concerned about creation of animosity. Ain't animosity, you don't lose out. Right? That's pretty much keep the guy off. Twitcher, so no, till I ask the guy, I make like
these eyes are crying. Alright, that's cool. These eyes are crying. These eyes haven't seen a lot of love, but they never. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck just happened? Welcome, recap. What is this bullshit, dog? Every night for you, this young arms hard to hold you. I'll hold you again. Are you fucking serious?
Good morning.
Are you fucking serious?
We're by thanking all of our sponsors for this meeting. Here to thank our annual commentator sponsors.
This is the worst.
Dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year.
End stream? Are you fucking serious? This shit isn't done yet? This is the worst. Motherfucker, yeah. This shit isn't done yet? Are you fucking me? Is this shit for real?
The entire share for encouragement, starting to do that.
This motherfucker's just blabbing. No one gives a fuck about what you're saying, dog. I've got to piss. Alright? I gotta piss. Can you get your fucking head wrapped around that? I gotta fucking piss, dog. Man, I gotta piss my balls. Kind of fiery right now. Hurry the fuck up, dog. Enable audio playback. No one knows what that means. No one. No, what does that mean? Like you can hear it afterwards? No one fucking knows. Worst stream ever. Hey everybody, remember the time I did the worst stream ever? Oh yeah, we all remember. It was the worst. Come on, you little bitch. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got a shit. Scale 1 to 10 it. George 10. I got a CIA shit, baby. This is a clandestine clopper in my butthole, baby. I gotta take a shit. This is the worst. Yo, fuck, dude, nobody's paying attention to your bullshit, dog. I gotta take a dump. Don't you understand? Don't you understand, asshole? Fucking bullshit. Come on, you little bitch. Come on. Dog, no one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. No one knows when Shabbat. You're so fucking serious about shit. Then you're like, hey, when Shabbat? Like, I don't fucking know. Well, no one does, dog. I gotta take a shit. I have to take like a big one. Really? No, but I've got a queef like a motherfucker. I can tell you that right now. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. I'm gonna cough. This is the worst stream ever. This motherfucker won't shut the fuck up. Dog, this shit's still going? Dog, this shit isn't even right. Dude, what in the absolute fuck? And I really want to emphasize the word fuck is going on up here. This shit sucks. Dog. It says go live. Well then fucking go live. There you go, you little bitch. Alright, I gotta take shit. Everybody just mind your own fucking business.
Partially agreed. He said the truth is you could sell them something that will not last, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. The logic being over there because the Akum has tremendous simcha when he sells off something that he won't last. For example, again, vegetables, because he's able to go ahead and make money before it rots. Simar tells a story over here. Hahumina, very interesting story. Hahumina, the Shagale Dinara, he started out the Yehudin Esiyad Yomido. So there was a particular min. A min is a heretic. There was a heretic who sent Rabbi Huda a special coin, dinar kisarna, literally a Kisarian dinar. He sent him a gift. Now, when did this heretic send Rabbi Huda this gift? On his Yom Tov, on the Avodah Zarah Yom Tov. So Rabbi Yosef Reish Lakish coming. So Reish Lakish was sitting with Rabbi Huda. Amar Hechi Avit. So Rabbi Huda said, "What should I do with the gift? Ashkale, if I accept the gift, that ultimately, again, this heretic, this min, will give thanks to his deity, and that's not good. Lo ashkale, if I don't go ahead and accept it, havir eva, it's going to cause animosity." So we're going to talk about this concept of eva, creation of animosity with the outside world, and how we have to be careful with that as well. So the Gemara talks, again, we'll see it in context. So Yehuda and Siyah wasn't sure what to do with the coin. So Reish Lakish gives me an interesting answer. He says, Reish Lakish told Zrakos alabar, just throw it into a pit. Take the coin, throw it into a pit. The Gemara says, told Zrakos alabar b'fanav. Just go throw it in the pit, in the face, right in front of this heretic. Amalei, Toshkin Hadra Eva. So to which we didn't see it says, well, 1 second, if we're concerned about creation of animosity, ain't animosity Gidol Mizah, right? That's
fucking cat videos on Roomba.
To which you're saying, no, kill an axe. In other words, pretend like you tripped and like you lost the coin. So in other words, obviously you can't hold on to it, because holding on to a gift, and I will say there's actually even a different kind of case, because remember, this case, or we'll see this more in the next Mishnah, this case over here, the gift is actually being given on the day before the Yom Tov, as we'll discuss. So Reish Lakish essentially says to him, pretend like you tripped, you lost it. This way again, you don't keep the gift, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we pass down Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, right? So at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with an akum on the 3 days before his Yom Tov. What is the halacha? There's like a lot of halachas in this, packed into this one halacha over here. It's mutter ba'ano. So the Rambam means that if you violate it and you transact business from the proceeds. So the Rambam means like Reish Lakish. However, the Rambam does the right thing. If you transact business or do these transactions with an akum on their Yom Tov itself, then the proceeds are asr ba'ana, right? So 3 days before, if you violated mutter ba'ana, you could benefit from it. On the Yom Tov itself, you can't benefit from it. All right, incredible. Let's go back to Lahashkilan v'lishol mehen. So next, ultimately, again, Lashil v'lishol mehen. So what about lending them or borrowing from them? So again, the Mishnah said both of these are prohibited in the 3 days before the Yom Tov. So so I understand why I can't lend something to an akum in the 3 days before his Yom Tov, because again, I'm actively benefiting, because again, he's growing his assets, right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, why can't I borrow from him? Right, at the end of the day, to borrow from him, again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be prohibited? Rabbi says, we're concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go ahead and lend to them. That's Abai. Rava says, no, kulam yishum ba'azil u'modu. So Rava says, no. The issue over here is, in general, the akum is going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. Now, we're going to see this machlokas occur over and over. So what Rava is really saying is like this. When an akum sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him simcha. It's so fascinating, right? That what what does the world want? What has the world always wanted? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So Lemaisa again, and that's why the world has such difficulty seeing when you rely on others. In any event, so Rabbi says over here that when the Jew borrows from the Akum, as much as from an asset perspective, the Akum has less. At the end of the day, he still will give thanks to his deity because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, to lend or to borrow from them. So I understand why I can't lend the Akum, because by lending him, right, he has more property, he has more assets. But why can't I borrow from him? Because again, the assumption over here is when you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the Akum. Rabbi, so once again, Rabbi says we're concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to lend them. Rabbi once again says, no, all of this is because when the Akum sees that the Jew is dependent on him, he will give thanks to his deity. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Bishlama, the forerun. First wide line, the forerun for the Flormahan, to go ahead and literally again pay back the Akum and to collect payments from him. So the said Bishlama the forerun. So I understand why I can't pay him back. We shouldn't the Kamar because at the end of the day I'm increasing his assets. But again, ultimately to exact payment from the Akum, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that not be mutter? Rabbi, once again, Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, to extract payment, you may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi says, no, all of this is because, again, the Akum feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is dependent upon him. Incredible. So we'll say, so the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? In other words, whenever you see repetition cases and the cases are all highlighted in the same basic core principle, the fundamental question comes up, just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after the fact. To which the US is tricky. We need all of these cases. Why? So, because if the Tanakh finished order just prohibited doing business with an Akum in 3 days before Yom Tiv, you shouldn't come out of it. Because again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the Akum, he's gaining money. That makes sense that he'll go and give gratitude to his deity. But I would have thought that, like, to borrow money from the Akum would have been fine, to borrow something, because when you borrow something, you're taking the object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude for the Akum. Therefore, I would have thought that would be mutter. And if it would have just said you can't borrow from the Akum, because when someone has to borrow something from you, what does that show? When someone has to borrow something from you, what does that show? I have and you don't, right? I have and you don't. So you're dependent on me. So I thought, okay, therefore I can't do that with an Akum because he's going to go ahead and give gratitude to his deity. But ultimately, again, to borrow money from an Akum, that's Tzara Ba'alma. Unless it's very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender tsar, right? Why does it cause the lender tsar? Because ultimately, again, he doesn't know if he's going to get paid back. Lo hajazuzi. Because whenever you lend money, there's always the possibility that's what? You will not get paid back. So therefore, I would have thought that should have been mutter. But it even would have just told me the case that I can't borrow money. No, because the Akum will say, no, I'm going to give him a lift from mehen. But let real simcha involved in that. Therefore, he's not going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. And I would have thought that would be mutter. Therefore, tzricha. So people say, look, we need all of these cases because you would not be able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited, either because the Yaakov is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's gained something additional and going to give thanks to his deity, or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, and therefore he's going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved in anything that in any way amplifies and increases or enhances the relationship between the Akum and his deity. Okay, incredible. Rabbi Huda in the front. So let's remember again, Rabbi Huda holds the halacha l'maisa. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payment from an Akum 3 days before, right? In front of man. You can't collect payment. Why? Because Rabbi Huda assumes that halacha l'maisa, there is no simcha involved in going ahead and paying your debts. So therefore, again, the Akum is not going to come to go ahead and give thanks to his deity because he repaid his debt. Now, interestingly enough, the Tanakhama says, the Rabbanan say no. The Rabbanan say no. You can't collect the debt from the Akum. Why? Because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run, right? Because since he paid off instead, he'll be happy later on, and therefore he can't extract payments. The Gemara says, 1 second. The Gemara says, I don't understand. Rabbi Huda, let's say Rabbi Huda, so apparently, what's at the core of this machlokes over here between Rabbi Huda and Tanakama is this idea that if something causes you temporary sadness but long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an akum? So there's really only one thing that fits into that category, which is stress. But later on, it feels good to know that you paid off your debts. So Rabbi Huda says that's not a problem. You just look at what the transaction is now. You don't look at what it is in the future. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Rabbi Huda doesn't hold to this concept. He doesn't hold to this concept that something that causes you temporary distress, but long-term happiness is considered in general to be a happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, Ba'ava Tanya, listen to this. Rabbi Huda says, Rabbi Huda, lo isha lo sasun b'moed, they should never hold a woman should not go ahead and put lime on her face. So women used to use lime like a facial. Right? So you cannot apply lime. So the way it worked with lime is when it was on you, it was distressing. You would leave it off for some amount of time, and then you would take it off, and it would, does wonders for the complexion. Right? In any event, so the Gemara says over here that a woman should not go ahead and apply lime on her face on Chalamayid, right? Why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take it from her Simchas Yom Tiv because her face is covered with lime. So who agrees that if it's like a shorter, a facial of a shorter duration, where she can put the lime on and then peel it off, then it's okay, right? Why? Because even though it's distressing for her now, ultimately, again, she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. So what do you see from here? So Rabbi Huda does hold of this concept that if you have an event or a transaction that causes short-term distress but long-term happiness, we look at that as a happiness transaction. If that's the case, then Rabbi Huda in our Mishnah should say you can't extract payment from an akum 3 days before his Yom Tiv, because even though it causes him immediate distress, it will cause him long-term happiness. The truth is, don't bring in the halachas of Chalamayid, because we're saying in general, remember again on Chalamayid, and it perhaps to stave off some type of loss. So in general, anything you're allowed to do on Chalamayid is things that cause you temporary distress. In other words, short term or for some down the road simcha. So you can't really bring a right from Chalamayid because Chalamayid is a little bit of a different construct. Ravina says, so it's interesting. Ravina says that in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, so an Oved Kochal is stressful for an akum. In other words, by a Jew, you could have the stressful, by temporarily difficult, to yield a long-term happiness. By an akum, they don't have that construct, and therefore payment of a debt is always just going to be better. It just happens to be a fascinating idea. Ravina just thinks this, Oved Kochal in the Olam Meitzar, that it could very well be that the difference by the Jew, by what is unique about our people? Right? Just if you think about it, what is unique about Am Yisrael? So Am Yisrael can really be summarized in this one phrase. Afa pisha meter achshav sameach ula'achar zman. Right? The whole yisod of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe that it paves the way for long-term good. That's how we've gotten through everything in the last 2,000 years up to literally this present day, because we believe, right, that the Tzal are only here to pave the way to some greater good later on. But that may be something that hashkafa may be something that is unique to Klal Yisrael. It may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge. And I will say, by the way, it's not just true on the national level, it's true on the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is filled. I'm talking about just on a personal level. I'm talking about Iran. I'm talking about us, like just like day-to-day in our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things, which we encounter every single day? Because the hashkafa of the Yid is ava pisha mitzar achshav. Life is incredibly difficult. Maybe now, I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately, again, I'll be successful again. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this tsar, in and of itself, lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come later on. This one line, I will say, this one line is anything, and this is what we are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. And Rabbi comes along and says, by the way, I know they don't have this. They don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means they live in the here and now, whether that means they lack the ability to have future-oriented perspective to understand that the tsaros of today pave the way for the simchas of tomorrow. But Rabbi is just simply saying this yisod of me'ava pisha meitzer achshav sameach ula'achar zman. This is the hashkafa of the Yid, and is unique to our people. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Masnisla Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha. Our Mishnah does not follow the view of Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha. What does Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha say? So Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha Omer. Malva b'shtar, this is very interesting. Malva b'shtar, ein nifra'in mehen, malva al peh, nifra'in mehen, and they should commit some others. Well, so Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha makes a very interesting distinction here. Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha says that halacha l'maisa, everything depends on the nature of the loan. If I lent money to an akum, if I lent in a document, don't collect to the 3 days before the Yom Tov. Why? Just wait, because since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If, however, it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea, you collect that whenever you can, because that's always in fear of being lost. So if the only time to collect it is the 3 days before the Yom Tov, then ultimately, again, you take care of that then. So it's interesting, again, our Mishnah does not make that distinction. Yosef Rabbi Yosef, okay, Akari Rabbi Abba, that's Rabbi Abba, Kamei Drapuna, Yosef the Kama, Hilchasa, Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha, Hilchasa, Rabbi Yehuda. So ultimately, again, so what happened? So Rabbi Yosef was sitting behind Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Abba was sitting before Rafuna, and Rafuna said as follows: the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha, and the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda. Hilchasa Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha, Hada Amran. So we'll say, so the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha. That's what we just said before. So ultimately, Rafuna was making this distinction, and he said it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a written loan, if it's a loan recorded in the document, do not collect it in the 3 days before the Yom Tov. Collect it afterwards because it will remain collectible. But if halacha l'maisa, again, it is a milva al peh, it is a verbal loan, then collect that as soon as you can, even in the 3 days. So that's halacha there. What about Rabbi Yehuda? What is doing this halacha like Yehuda? What's Rabbi Yehuda's case? It's Sanya. So what's the actually very interesting case? We saw this before. Hanosing Sarah letzava letzvalo adam letzvao shachar. Shachar letzva adam. So what's watch this case? I give my wool to a dyer, D-Y-E-R. right? I give my wool to a dyer. I say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black, but he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what's the halacha? What do we do here? So we'll say top of Zion with Aleph. Shemir says, no sin late, low sin low, demate samro. Shemir says essentially the dyer is obligated to refund me the value of unprocessed wool, undyed wool. In other words, he refunds me back what I gave to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay, Rabbi Huda says no. Now, we'll say now the reason Rabbi Huda is dramatically opposed to that is because you set up a scenario where the dyer profits. Because think about this for just a moment, right? I told him I wanted it dyed black. He dyed it red. Still, okay, he didn't do what I wanted, but the value of dyed wool we assume is always greater than the value of undyed wool. So essentially, what's going to happen over here is the dyer is going to get dyed wool value of for the price of undyed. So this is how can you do that? You're allowing the dyer to profit, even though again he did something wrong. So this is like this: no sin la sayitzia. So Yehuda says like this. There are two costs over here, right? So I will say it's the wool worth, and there's the expenses. So essentially, Yehuda says the owner of the wool pays the dyer the lesser of those two amounts, right? So whatever is the lesser of the two, either the appreciation of the wool, now that it's dyed wool, or the expenses, he pays the dyer. So again, I, the owner of the wool, pay the dyer the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. So the Gemara says, and therefore again, both says coming back. So Rav Huna says that the halacha follows Rabbi Huda in this case. And in this case over here, again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the two expenses, the lesser of the two amounts being appreciation or expenses. Sadrin Rav Yosef la'apeh. So Rav Yosef heard this, and Rav Yosef turned away. I will say this act of turning away, right, was an act of like, what would you call this? Not disrespect, an act of displeasure with what was said, right? So he turned away as like very, very displeased with this whole discussion. So it's direct. So now why was he upset? So firstly, he said like this: I understand why you need to make a declarative statement that the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon Karcha, right? Why? Rabbi Shimon Karcha was one who said that in terms of this collecting of a debt from an akum, it all depends how the debt was collected on the 3 days before the Yom Tov, because it'll be collectible after the Yom Tov. But if it's a verbal loan, you got to collect that as soon as you can, because you're in real danger of losing that debt. So I understand why that statement had to be made. Why? So because Rabbi Shimon Karcha is arguing on the Rabbanan. Generally, the halacha is like this: when you have the individual and the yachid, the halacha again. Therefore, again, the Gemara is going to tell us, or Rav Huna is going to tell us that halacha l'maisa, halacha Rabbi Yehuda allowed it. But why they need to make a declarative statement that the halacha was Rabbi Yehuda? Now, let's remember again. Bless you. What was Rabbi Yehuda? That's the case where I give the wool to the dyer, right? I want him to dye it black. He dyes it red. So Rabbi Yehuda says what? I give him the lower of the two amounts, appreciation or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. But why was there the need to say the halacha like Rabbi Yehuda? Pshita, that's obvious why. The machlokes, the achar kach stam. So this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two mishnayos, Mishnah, what's a stam mishnah? A stam mishnah is a mishnah that records one opinion without attribution. So whenever you have machlokes and then stam, the machlokes always follows the stam mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now watch this. Now in our case over here, machlokes the Baba Kama. Now ultimately again, the machlokes that we quoted before is in Baba Kama.
And how it is going to make
so that's the Gemara that we just quoted before, right? Is Baba Kama, right? I know Saint Semer. Let's tell let's go. So the machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir is in Baba Kama. Who stam the Baba Metzia. Then there's a stam mishnah Baba Metzia. What's the stam mishnah Baba Metzia? It's not. Hakol mishane yada ala tachtona. B'chol hachozer bo yada ala tachtona. What was the stam mishnah in Baba Metzia? The mishnah said like this: whoever changes
Yeah.
The
Party
what's the
and
word?
Cancun.
The parameters of an agreement. The person who retracts is put at a transactional disadvantage. So what does that mean for our purposes over here? So again, remember, in this case over here, I gave the wool to the dyer. I want it black. He dyed it red. Because he changed, the dyer changed the parameters, he changed the details, therefore he is put at a disadvantage. That's the Stam Mishnah, which would then tell me that what? Therefore, I only have to pay him the lower of the two expenses, either appreciate, or the lower of the two amounts, either appreciation or expenses. So I have a Stam Mishnah. Now, Boss says, what do I have? I have a Machlokes and Baba Kama between, as you just mentioned before, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, and then a Stam Mishnah that cements the halacha like Rabbi Yehuda. So whenever you have a Machlokes and then a Stam, the Machlokes always follows the Stam. So why do you need to tell me that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda? That's obvious. That's why Rabbi Yosef was annoyed. So he turned to him like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you making like such a declarative statement when it's obvious just based on Talmudic principles? For Rav Huna, so why did Rav Huna feel the need to say that Allah follows Rabbi Yehuda? Why did he feel the need? Listen to this website. Mishum de'in seder l'mishnah. So this is very interesting because Rav Huna felt there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. What does this mean? Because I will say, okay, I sort of, Rav Huna will say like this. I agree with the principle. That whenever there's machlokes and then stam, the machlokes follow. What's happening over is like the Gemara goes and discusses the machlokes, and then the appearance of the stam says the halacha is like this. So that makes a lot of sense. What was Rav Huna's problem? Rav Huna's problem, or what was Rav Huna's issue? Rav Huna said, well, there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. Because there's not an order, therefore what? It could very well be that what? That the stam came before the machlokes. Well, if the stam comes before the machlokes, then you can't apply his principle. Versus 1 second, hold up. Ihachi, kol machlokes v'achar kach stam lema in seder Mishnah. Well, 1 second. If you're going to throw out that idea of in seder Mishnah, that there is no order to the Mishnah, then what have you done? You've effectively imploded that entire principle. Then you can never rely on that principle of machlokes v'achar kach stam, the halacha ki stam. Why? Because who knows which real came first? First Gemara says no. Rav Huna ki lo aminon ein seder dechad masechta v'shemach sechta aminon. To which the Gemara says like this. Rav Huna says like this. When do we rely on an order of Mishnayos? That's in one masechta, right? In one masechta there is an order. In two masechtas, there's not necessarily an order. So in this case over here, because I have one Mishnah, so again, whenever you have two Mishnayos in one masechta, so again, we can always say, machlokes v'achar kach stam. But in two separate masechtas, there's not necessarily an order to Mishnayos. So therefore, in our case over here, because we rely on the principle of machlokes v'achar kach stam, halacha ki stam. Therefore, Rav Huna felt compelled to say what? The halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda, that again, that you pay the lesser of the two amounts. Incredible. Rabbi Yosef on the other hand will say, now we'll say, if that's the case, then Rabbi Yosef is going to turn away a little bit like in displeasure. So Rabbi Yosef, why are you getting over like this? Rabbi Yosef, Kulin Nezikin Chad Mesachti. Because Rabbi Yosef holds all of this interesting, all of the Zikin has the status of one Mesachta. Status of Mesachta, and therefore again, he felt that the statement, the halacha of Rabbi Yehuda was unnecessary because he could have just relied on the concept of stam, the achar kach, machlokes v'achar kach stam. Rabbi Yisema, mishum diktoni legabi hilchos hapsikta. Rabbi Yosef also felt that this is different. Why is this case different? Because here in this kind of definitive ruling, kol ha'meshaneh yado ala tachtona, v'chol ha'chozer bo yado ala tachtona. The definitive ruling was in general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are put at a disadvantage. So Rabbi Yosef felt that that is such a declarative and accepted statement that there was no need to state the halacha follows like Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, which by the way was like the halacha does follow Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. The halacha does follow Rabbi Yehuda. Then halacha, let me say again in this kind of case. Well, let's say again, I gave the wool to the dyer to dye it black. He dyed it red. I pay him the lesser of the two amounts, either the appreciation or expenses, and I get back my wool. That's the way it works. And indeed, it seems that the halacha follows Rishon ben Karcha as well. When it comes to collection of debts 3 days before the Yom Tov, if the debt is recorded in the document, don't collect it. Just wait till after the Yom Tov. However, again, if it's a verbal or an oral loan, halacha allows to collect it. Why? Because again, there you're in real fear, real danger of losing the money. Let's go right there. So now, by the way, that I mentioned Rabbi Yishua ben Karcha, we're just going to do a whole bunch of Rabbi Yishua ben Karcha cases, which are really great. Listen to this. So listen to this. I need workers. I need workers. So I need Ruvain to come work for me. So I'm not allowed to say on Shabbos, Ruvain, maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catching a movie, right? But rather, again, I'm saying to him, maybe you'll show up and work together. You'll come stand next to me after Shabbos, which is another way of saying maybe you'll come do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos. That's Tanakam. Yishua ben Karcha Omer Adam lechaver nira shetamo imi la'erev. Yishua ben Karcha says it's mutter. It's mutter. Now, why is it mutter? Because I want to take you notice in that statement I made no reference to work. So Rabbi Yishua ben Karcha says the only time that it's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. Will you come? Can we meet up on Motzei Shabbos so that you could go ahead and do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos? That'd be problematic. But to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, it would be wonderful to see you. Like, will I see you on Motzei Shabbos? Rabbi Yishua ben Karcha says that is a mutter statement, makes no reference to work. Shabbos said this is part of the greater motif that in general the way we speak on Shabbos has to be different than the way we speak about when we speak during the week. So therefore, we speak about business matters during the week. We shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. But Rabbi Ben Karcha says, as long as my speech doesn't reference any explicit business matters, it's going to be mutter. Amar Rabbi Bar Yochanan Dochasa Rabbi Ben Karcha. And again, Rabbi Yochanan says, that is indeed how the Rambam asks that again, this statement is because at least just taken at its surface is an innocuous statement. Well, I see you, right? We want to get together on Motzei Shabbos because it makes no explicit reference to business, therefore it is mutter. What's another interesting case? So say, watch this. I asked the Shaila to a Chacham, and the Chacham ruled that the item is tamei. Well, you shall l'chacham b'yitar. Don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a more lenient opinion. Or l'chacham ba'aser, lo yishal l'chacham b'yatir. If you ask the Shaila and the answer is aser, don't ask another Shaila in order to get an answer of mutter. Hayu shnayim. What happens if you have two rabbanim, two chachamim, echad kind of echad mitayer, echad oser ve'echad matir? So what happens was that if you happen to ask two rabbanim, like two chachamim next to each other, you ask the Shaila. One says tamei, one says tar. One says mutter, one says aser. So what's the halacha? So let's say one of them is greater than the other. Now it's interesting. Lashon of years, that's more of an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Halach then follow the greater chacham. Ve'im lav halach achar hamachmir. And if not, follow the machmir opinion. So we'll say now. Watch the Rishon ben Karcha says, hold up there. So we actually quoted this on Shavuos night in our topic. The Rishon ben Karcha Omer, B'shal Torah halach achar hamachmir, B'shal Sofrim halach achar ne'er. Rishon ben Karcha says, hold up. You don't always have to be machmir. In the case of biblical law, in other words, if the shaila is a biblical one, okay, then go after the machmir. Go after the lenient opinion. I'm Rabbi Yossi. That is again, indeed, how we pass in. Right? Again, when you have a suffix in halacha, so suffix d'oraisa, ultimately again the kula. Tanabanan. So more Rishon ben Karcha. So Tanabanan. The kulan shechazru bahen in mekabel osolam. We'll say this is an incredible case. Let's say I have someone who is pasla edus because of her behavior. So Rashi points out over here, gazlanan va'ame haaretz. Now it's interesting that Rashi includes over here ama haaretz. Let's leave ama haaretz out for just a little bit. Let's focus on the gazlan, a thief. A thief is pasla edus. Thief is possible in this. So I'll say, get rid. This, by the way, such an incredible Gemara, right? So now let's say you have a thief, and the thief did tshuva. Does tshuva restore his ne'emanos? Does it restore ultimately again his believability or reliability? Does it restore his status? as being someone who's trustworthy. So now, for example, is he allowed to show up in Beis Din and go ahead and give testimony? So Rabbi Meir says no. In Mekabel also no. Once you ruin your status, once you ruin your credibility, you cannot restore it. A scary shita. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Chazu by Matmonios in Mekabel also Farhesya Mekabel also." So Rabbi Yehuda says something very interesting. Rabbi Yehuda seems to say, now the way it literally translates is like this: if he did tshuva privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did tshuva publicly, we restore his credibility. So we'll say, which is interesting. So it sounds like, again, everything depends on the public versus the private nature of the tshuva. Alternate version of this. So on the days. So we'll say the alternate version of this is, what was the nature of the Avera? If he did the Avera, if the Avera was an Avera done privately, then ultimately, again, credibility can be restored. If it's a public Avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic over there? They'll say all of us commit Averas. But at least if I commit an Avera, ultimately what? To be able to do it privately. Right? Because what does a private Avera show? What does a private Avera highlight? That halacha l'maisa, there's a sense of shame. Right? If I do something private, and I will say shame is incredibly important, because what does shame highlight? Right? That I know what I'm doing is wrong. They will say the most important thing. I'm not going to say raise your hand if you've sinned, right? Because when I say we've all sinned, I'm pretty sure actually probably people committed Averas since we woke up this morning, right? It's only 6:31, right? And sure, some of us already a couple of Averas into the day, right? So the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that halacha l'maisa, we feel a sense of embarrassment about it. Because at least, you see, the greatest challenge is not when you sin. What's the greatest challenge? When I begin to justify my sins. Right? That's where there's a lot of challenge. Because we do this all the time. And it's incredible how we do this, right? We go ahead and we make excuses why this is not a bad behavior. Or the truth is, I'm not bound by some other things because I have a different hashkafa, or this, or that. We come up with all kinds of creative reasons why we are allowed to do the negative behaviors. And besides that, it's just exhausting. Right? It's so much better instead to say, I'm a human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes. And maybe even be more honest and say, you know what? I'm not even correcting certain things right now. As long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all live like this in life with certain things. I know that it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and honest with the Kadosh Baruch Hu. So Moshe has tremendous patience for someone who sins and is honest. Where he loses his divine patience is when we sin and we're dishonest. We pretend that it's not a problem. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says everything depends on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of busha. If there's busha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Because public sinning means that to a certain degree a person has lost their moral compass. So in the Igudami over here, Rabbi Yehuda says like this: if you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. Rabbi say, get ready for this. The best line in today's daf. I shouldn't say. They're all excellent lines in today's daf. One of the best lines on a personal level. Rabbi Shimon, both say, second line. Bein kach ubein kach mekabel. No, doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. You sin privately, you sin publicly. You do tshuva privately, you do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, you can always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, tshuva is always one simple statement. Return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? It's me. Who's the wayward son? It's you. We're all the wayward sons. And if the Prophet speaks to all of us and says, just come back. Just come back. Just come back. Just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all of your mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just lean into it. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all doing things against the Lord HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But if we just get our act together and just own what we've done, the Baruch Hu says, I'm waiting for you. The door's open. The door's open. And we're going to say there's no judgment. There is judgment, but the door's still open. Shuv Banim Sholem. So Yeshua ben Karfa says, no matter what you've done, no matter who you are, you can always restore your credibility. Incredible. And the Bible says it's the best line in the world. Rabbi Yochanan, Hilchasa, Rabbi Yochanan says, the Halacha L'Maisa and the Hashkafa L'Maisa follows Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Yeshua ben Karfa. Halacha L'Maisa, anyone should restore their credibility. Obviously, in a most from a judicial perspective or from an English perspective, there are certain steps a person has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is absolutely the halacha. But from a hashkafic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I've messed up in life, the door to tshuva is always open. Shuvu banim tshuva. Remember again, who even heard this statement? Who even heard this? Even Elisha ben Abuya. Right? Even Elisha ben Abuya heard this statement. Everyone, if you're in the Neshama hears, calls out every single day, Shuvu banim shovavim, then the Neshama hears it. I just have to be courageous enough to act on it. Incredible. All right, Rabbi, Mazel Tov on finishing the first Mishnah in the second Sefar of Zara. Now it's a long Mishnah. Now our second Mishnah. Here we go. So Rabbi Shmuel, we actually referenced this in yesterday's daf a little bit. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Shlosh Lefnei Shlosh Lachareim also. Rabbi Shmuel actually says that 3 days before their Yom Tiv, but it's the 3 days after their Yom Tiv that you're not allowed to transact with an akum as well. The Chum say, Lefnei Idei and Aser, the Achar Idei and Mitzvah. The Chum on the other hand say no. It's only the 3 days before their Yom Tiv that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. So says the Gemara, Amar Tachli Amar Shmuel, Yom Echad Rabbi Shmuel the Olam Aser. So also remember again, we saw this in yesterday's daf. Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an akum on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tov. Therefore, no Sunday. And I remember again, according to Rabbi Shmuel also holds that the 3 days don't include the day of. So effectively, according to Rabbi Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with an akum. But again, that was yesterday's daf. But from the Chum said, so we'll say, so the Chumim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the first Mishnah. Right? They seem to be saying the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're not, I should say business, you're not allowed to engage in transactional activity with an akum 3 days before his Yom Tiv. So again, the Chachamim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same exact thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, maybe, hey, below a day, so maybe the point that they contend with the Yom Tiv, or is 3 days not including the Yom Tiv. So the Gemara says, Tanakama Sabra below a day. The Tanakama, the previous Mishnah holds that it's 3 days plus the Yom Tiv, so a total of 4 days. Whereas the Rabban of our Mishnah might hold that none of the 3 days include the Yom Tov itself. Another potential point is that all we're trying to do is try to figure out the distinction between the Chachamim saying the same thing. The other possibility is Nasa v'Nasan Ika. So what's the other possibility is what happens a few days before the Yom Tov? What is the status of the proceeds? So the Gemara says Tanakama Savar Nasa v'Nasan Mutar. All right, the previous Mishnah Tanakama held that the proceeds, although you did something prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. Whereas the Rabbanan of our Mishnah hold that no, the proceeds will be prohibited. Okay, so one other possibility is Shmuel. The point of contention between them is Shmuel. Shmuel said, "Bagola ein asr el yom ida." We'll say this is great. Shmuel said, in the diaspora, so I remember again, there are Ovdei Kochav in Eretz Yisrael and of Chum Chutz La'aretz. So get ready for this. Shmuel says, in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with an Ovdei Kochavim, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the day of the Yom Tov. Rashi says Bagola. Rashi says this is great. אין העובדי כוכבים אדוקים כל כך בעבודת כוכבים. כדמיין נהנו, both are supposed to listen to this. Apparently, the עובדי כוכבים of חוץ לארץ are not so from. They're not so from. They're not so committed. They're not so committed. It's fascinating. You know, the chutz laretz of legal problem, they're not as intense. They're not as intense. Like a shtickle, like I don't know, whatever. They're not of legal problem. You know, I don't know, whatever it is. They're off the derech of legal problem, whatever it might be. So the nice is fascinating. So therefore, again, I will say, and again, we're going to see this. We're going to see this again. And then ultimately, again, in the Gola, in the diaspora. I'm sorry. Shmuel statement. So the Gola answer. So again, Shmuel holds that in the Golden diaspora, ultimately, again, only transacting with them on the day of the actual Yom Tov is problematic. But ultimately, again, but the other 3 days are not. So Tanakama is like Shmuel. So Tanakama, in other words, our previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel, and ultimately Rabbanim must say less than Shmuel. But the later Rabbanim ultimately again don't hold with Shmuel. Okay, the other possibility is the Nachum Hamadi Ikabeinatis. Right, ultimately again. So other possibilities, and this is incredible because this is actually going to fuel a lot of our next sugyas. The statement of Nachum Hamadi ultimately again is the point of contention. The sign note. Nachum Hamadi Omer Eino Aser Ela Yom Echad Lefnei Ideyah. So I said there's another sheet over here. Nachum Hamadi holds that there's no 3 days. There's only 1 day. There's only 1 day. There's 1 day ultimately again that is problematic. Tanakama, less than Nachum Hamadi. So ultimately again the Tanakama, the previous Mishnah, does not hold of Nachum Hamadi. But Rabbanim Masrai is the Nachum Hamadi. Whereas the later Rabbanim ultimately again hold of Nachum Hamadi. Okay, so we'll say point over here is, although it sounds like the Chachamim of our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate and distinct things. So we'll say first wide line, design and results. Gufa. Nachum Hamadi Omer Eino Aser Ela Yom Echad Lefnei.
What up, baby?
I got haircut.
Oh boy, that's a tough thing. Okay, talk to me about it. What happened?
I was doing this. Yeah, right.
Talk to me. What skit?
Yeah, the blind and deaf guy.
Who's the blind and deaf guy?
The blind and deaf pedophile document joke.
I hate that joke, but okay.
That someone, okay, I was like at the first leg of it, and he just said, "Not funny," and it completely distracted me. But it completely distracted me, and I was like, "Fuck it." But I finished strong, and everyone was just like, "Don't worry, it was just that guy being a dick because he wasn't funny."
Okay, that's good. Did you tell the?
No.
Why?
Because I'm going to use that for another.
Okay. So, what did the guy say? He just goes, "Not funny."
Yeah, he went, "Not funny."
Okay, that's all he said. I mean, I've got to agree with him. I wouldn't have said it, but I agree with him.
Yeah, but it was the setup to a story that would have been funny.
Okay, so did you even get the story out?
Yeah, everyone laughed when I said he got hit by the boss.
Okay.
I said karma's not real because if he just jerked off the day before, he would never have got hit by the boss, and everyone laughed at that.
Okay. Zoot, do you know what Sora is? S-O-R? Yeah, dog. It's fucking amazing. I've been making shit with it all morning. And it's like, it's really good. Obama sounded... Oh, what the fuck, Zoot? I've been making stuff for him. You're good. It's really good. Okay, so 0 to 10, how did you do in stand-up? Zero to 10, how did you... Okay. Did you?
It's just that one guy.
Okay. No, I understand, but that's gonna happen. Was that? Was Chelsea there?
No.
All right. If she, did you record it?
Yeah.
You recorded it?
Allie was there. Allie was there.
Who's Allie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you record it?
Can you give me a second?
Sure. Take your time.
Rabbi, you there?
Yes, sir.
So Allie interviewed me after
For what?
to ask me how I did.
I mean, what? Like, what was it for? What was it?
Oh, you're sending the video. It's going to be on Instagram. I'll send it to you when it's on Instagram.
Oh, that's tight.
Fellas, check this out. This coin, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Iggy, it's the wildest thing on the chain right now.
This coin is done. Please, yours. But everyone loved the ending. It was just that bit.
Okay, what else did you say?
I feel there's some kind of funny people who asked us this. Is anyone here? My friend told me to not make fun of people with disabilities, and said, so I asked, is anyone here blind or deaf? Yes.
Okay.
But they said no, and I was just like, yeah. And I said I'll probably get this same reaction if I ask if anyone's a pedophile yet.
And what did they say?
That's funny.
Okay. And do you think Allie wants to go out with you?
No.
Why not?
I think Allie's focused on her career.
All right.
Rabbi, I want to work on a comedy album.
Okay.
But people didn't tell me at the time.
Well, I don't think they're going to tell you that.
People told me I could do that fucking dick.
All right. Did you talk to him later on?
Yeah.
And what did you say to him?
So that was just people liked it. People liked it. They just didn't let me fucking go ahead with it. Yeah, it's just a bit of a controversial dark humor. Like, I feel like you need more of a following to be able to get away with that shit.
Oh, is that what he said?
Well, no, I'm just like thinking of someone like Dave Chappelle. If Dave Chappelle called the jokes I was telling, everyone would fucking laugh at Dave Chappelle.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Dave Chappelle could read the telephone book and people would laugh.
Yeah,
Dave Chappelle could read the telephone book and people would laugh.
why do you think so did?
Because he has credibility.
No, no.
Correct.
Alright. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Sounds like a plan. Okay.
Maybe 15 minutes at the very least.
Television show. on Comedy Central. And Dave Chappelle should think it's a really good idea. Rabbi should be playing chess with Benjamin Netanyahu and talking about what the next plans are for domination.
So we'll say, now listen to this. So Nachman is opinion. He says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited from transactional activity, but rather what? 1 day. So listen to this. Amrulo. So they said to Nachman, Nishtaka davar below ne'emar. Right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. That's another way of saying incorrect. Incorrect. Let's not talk about it. Va'ika. Rabbanan was ready to come and say, well, 1 second. You just said before that the Rabbanan of our Mishnah hold like that. So how can we forget it? No. Where the Chacham of our Mishnah? So that means that it's not Chalamadi. So there is this singular opinion that it's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day. And you now have the Chacham saying, forget about that sheet, we don't talk about it. Tanya Ida. Nacham Hamadi Omer. So now that we mentioned Nacham Hamadi, we're going to keep mentioning Nacham Hamadi again. So I just want to point out that in this discussion regarding like days that are transactionally prohibited, essentially what you see over here is as follows. You really have 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbanan, or the Tanakh will call it, 3 days before the Yom Tov, right? There's the opinion of Rabbi Shmuel, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there is this thing of Nacham Hamadi that just 1 day before. 1 day before. Now, Nacham Hamadi seems to be taken out of play immediately. Right? That Lamai said no one subscribes this, so we take him out. But just understand that he's there. Now that you're going to Nacham Hamadi, the Gemara is going to quote some other Nacham Hamadi. So we use the tiny Nacham Hamadi Omer, Mochel and Sus Zafar, the Zakim and Machama. So also this is very interesting. So we're going to, I'll tell you this from Daza, then we're going to stop up here actually. We're going to talk about But there's this concept, that, a rabbinic concept, that you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals to a Bnei Gasa, large animals to non-Jews. We'll get into that, why that is. It's actually a Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about sell? Well, no, fine, let's just do it. So Gemara says how. So if you look at Rashi says over here, Mochel and Susakim, Yisachar Mochel, Mashina Lekabel, Umos Lo Shichoru, Umos Asim Michav Micharem. So Moses said, "Shayla Benachamadi Snap." Poem says like this: you could sell a zachar, ultimately again to an akum during war. Now, what does this mean? So actually, tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. So Meretz Hashem, we begin at 5:45. Meretz Hashem, Shachris at 7 o'clock. We're also doing an additional Hisporus. Sorry, 6:30. 6:30 Shachris with some additional singing, some music, and that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. I'm sorry, tomorrow. Right, I have some information correct. Right, so Meretz Hashem. So that'll be tomorrow 7 o'clock. Also, we put that out on the email as well. Shkarach says stop for today. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but Meretz Hashem, we will get through it. All right, have a great day, everyone. You're an earshot. All right, Josai, good morning. A great schos Baruch Hashem to be able to continue in the Sechus Avodah Zarah together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for 5785 Tavshin Pei, the Tilson Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as he's a close from Besoros Talos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan, Habavim Latova, Stephen Tarizin, in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Gizin, Devorah Bas Yisrael Yoel, on the occasion of her 50th yard site. Our week of learning sponsor, Jeff Schwartz, in commemoration of his father's yard site, Shmuel Ben Shimon Halevi Zichron Levracha, and an anonymous sponsor, which we blew the lid off that yesterday, Meretz Hashem. Yitzi Statman, I just have to say, he's probably going to get upset at me because that was on the recording, but Yitzi Statman, with tremendous gratitude for the encouragement to start doing Daf Yomi over 2,700 days ago. At the beginning of the Sechus Avodah Zarah, Rabbi Yitzi just celebrated his Siyum HaShas yesterday at Ner Tamid, the Kiddush at Ner Tamid. Mazel Tov to Rabbi Yitzi. We'll do anonymous for the rest of the time, so whatever. Right, but today, and Meretz Hashem again. But of course, the Siyum is very nice. What's even better than the Siyum on Shas is starting it the second time. So we wish Rabbi Yitzi an incredible Mazel Bracha Simcha Natzlocha as he begins this next journey. We also, of course, as always, dedicate our learning of our precious hostages. Meretz Hashem, bring them home b'shalom and b'karav, and in the schos of our holy soldiers, may they be successful. Meretz Hashem, on land, on air, and by sea. Meretz Hashem, b'chol ma'aseh yedayim, Mekadosh Baruch Hu, shower them with shmiri yisera ashkocha pratis. May they be successful in all of their endeavors. May Mekadosh Baruch Hu, Meretz Hashem, watch over our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. Keep them out of harm's way. Those who have been injured in the latest barrage, an Iranian barrage, that they have a complete and enduring refuah. And may Meretz Hashem be a week of bracha, hatzlacha, and shalom for Klal Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Mostly with that, let's go. So today's daf is Dalit in Eretz Hashem. We are picking up on Gimel Beis. We left off Amrei Shlakish, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. Amrei Shlakish. Call up beautiful Gimel ahead of us today. Call up Osik Batar Balayla. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Chalav Chut Shel Chesed Bayom. It's beautiful Gemara. Whoever learns Torah at night, HaKadosh Baruch Hu literally extends upon them a chut. It's like a string or a thread of chesed. And I will say chesed is kindness, but chesed sometimes also in Gemara could also mean like a chen, like a type of favor. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu endows a person who learns Torah at night, the Rebbe endows them with a certain level of chesed, a certain level of chen by day. Shne'emar yomam yitzava Hashem chasdo. Ubalayla shiro is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and literally again command his chesed to be with someone by day. Mishum debalayla shirami, because my nation has something that endows ultimately again your day with a certain type of chesed. So you could me. So just before we go on, there's just tremendous yisod in that. There's two yisodos. First of all, what does it mean if you go ahead and you learn Torah at night? There's a chut shel chesed by day. So understand, the day begins at night. So really what it's saying is like this. On one level, a person who begins at night is really beginning their calendrical day with Torah. When you begin your day with Torah, there is a special chesed that devolves upon you, a special divine favor, a special divine kindness that devolves upon you the entire following day. That's number one. Number two is that in general, what's nighttime? Nighttime is the time that we relax. Right? Nighttime is the time that we take for ourselves. We work hard during the day. I understand to be so. What do I want to do at night? I want to take it easy. I want to relax a little bit. A person who takes time out of their really allocated relaxation time to be able to learn Torah and gives that to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's a special chesed, there's a special chen, there's a special reward that comes to a person like that. Incredible. Igidami, others explain. Amrei Shlakish. All right, one more interpretation on that also is the idea of Osik Batorah Balayla. Layla is often a reference to difficult times. Yom is a reference to good times. Layla is a reference to difficult times. So someone who's Osik Batorah Balayla means someone who never allows his dedication to Torah to waver, even in difficult times. Obviously, when life is good, things go according to plan, it's easy to learn. What about when there's difficulty, adversity, challenges? So kala Osik Batorah Balayla. Whoever dafka learns Torah when things are difficult, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshech Alav Chut Shel Chesed Bayom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will make sure that in Eretz Hashem you are able to see the chesed. The chesed of what? The chesed of Yom. Incredible. Shnei Amar God. Ikadam, the other interpretation. Amar Shlakish. Kala Osei V'Torah Ba'olam Hazeh Hadome L'Layla. Whoever learns Torah in this world that is often compared to night. Right, this world is compared to night because of the difficulties, because of the challenges. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshech Alav Chut Shel Chesed Ba'olam Haba Hadom Eliyom. Ultimately, Hashem will extend upon them the thread of Chesed in the world to come that is compared to such a beautiful idea. If you put in the time in this world, we've seen this motif over and over. You put in the time in this world in Eretz Hashem, you will reap the benefit in the world to come. This world often compared to difficulty. But if we put in the effort, if we keep it up, then in Eretz Hashem will be zocha to the Yom Shekula Yom, to the Olam Shekula Yom, or the Yom Shekula Yom. So the Gemara goes right there. Amar Yehuda Amar Shmuel. Ma'ik Dichsiv, I'll say first white line on the bottom. Ma'ik Dichsiv, V'ati'asa Adam Kidgei Hayam, Keremes Lo Moshel Bo, Lama Nimshlu B'nei Adam Kidgei. So what's it? It's really profound Gemara. Why are people compared to fish? So both say, so in this pasuk over here, the Gemara is quoting pasuk from Chabakov. Why are people compared to fish? So when it comes to the fish of the sea, once they go ahead and they come up on the shore, what's right? Once they come up on the shore, what's the halacha? They go ahead and they die. Miyad mesim, they immediately die. Miyad mesim. So we'll say what water is to fish, Torah and mitzvos is to us. Just like the fish cannot live out of water, at the end of the day, a yid cannot live without Torah and mitzvos. Incredible. The other possibility And I will say, by the way, if you notice over here, it's very important also the lashon of divrei Torah umin ha-mitzvos. So we'll say, so again, it's actually interesting. In Yagos Vitzionim, there are different gersos over here. Some just have it midivrei Torah. But it's interesting over here that the Gears Chazal telling us something very important. What is the goal of Torah? The goal of Torah ultimately is to lead to dynamic activity. Right? Remember, we know this. If all I do is learn, but my learning doesn't translate into anything dynamic, there is schar for that. There's definitely reward for that. But that's stunted Torah. Torah that leads to mitzvahs. Torah that leads to a lifestyle. Torah that leads to change and enhanced dynamic activity, that's a Torah. So Yid, ultimately, again, without Torah that leads to mitzvos, is like a fish out of water. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, Madagim shaliyam kevan shekadra aleim chama miyad mesim, kach b'nei adam kevan shekadra aleim chama miyad mesim. This is very interesting. Other possibilities, what's the comparison between people and fish? Just like the fish, if the sun begins to shine down on the fish, so ultimately, again, the fish die, so too again for people, if the sun begins to beat down on them, they die as well. So what is that talking about? Some say this reference to the sun being the source of a person's death is reference to the sun in this world. Others say it's the sun in the world to come. What does this mean? It's very interesting. Everything is in the hands of heavens except what? Heat and chill. Certain precautions regarding your health. Obviously, my general health is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But at the end of the day, sometimes I have to make sure that I'm taking care of just myself on a day-to-day basis in order that I do not become subject to literally, again, fever and chills. Look at Rashi. So we'll say in general, illness, sickness, that's all from Hashem. Sinim, sana, hachim, choli haba ayidei chills and fever. So it's interesting over here that the idea, the Chazal felt that at the end of the day, there are certain things you could control about your basic health. So the Gemara calls this, chills and fever. So the Gemara says over here, so therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead. Shomer nafsho yirchak mehem. Yirchak mehem. Some say no, it doesn't refer to the sun or to the heat of this world, rather it refers to the heat of the world to come. Just that Gemara Tzinu and Pachim is also a very profound Gemara, because ultimately Gemara's highlighting is like this. Whereas in this world there are many, many things that we cannot control, but there are absolutely many other things that we can control. And the challenge of the human condition is that sometimes we tend to focus so much on the things that we can't control that we abdicate responsibility for the things that we can. Right? Things happen in life and we get so upset and so disillusioned and so depressed. And meanwhile, again, there's nothing I can do to change this particular reality. I can't change this reality, but there's 10 other realities that I can shape. So there are so many things in life that are like big things, but there are so many other things like that are tzimum pachim, right? Fevers and chills. Those are the things you can't control in life. Put your effort towards them and stop worrying about the stuff that you have no control over. Some say this sun is a reference to the world to come. Ein Gehelim na'asalav ella. So in other words, what is Gehenim? HaKadosh Baruch Hu motzi chama min artika. Listen to this. Hashem takes the sun out of its covering. This is reminiscent of the Gemara we saw yesterday. This covering, umakdir, and he causes it to beat down. Now what happens? Rishayim nidonim ba. The Rishayim are burnt by it or judged by it. The tzaddikim misrapin ba. But yet the tzaddikim are healed by the rays of the sun. The wicked are judged by it. It was the top of Dalit. דכסיב, הנה היום בא בוער כסנר, והיה כל סיידים בכל ארבע, אמר השם צבקות, אשר לא יעזוב להם שורש וענף. לא שורש בעולם הזה, they'll have no root in this world, ולא ענף בעולם הבא, not by this sun that is beating down. דכסיב, צדקו מרפא בכנפיה. So we'll say, we're recording this pasuk. The sun will come out for you, those who fear and revere my name. It'll be a sun of sun will heal you. We'll say, so incredible. But not only that, not only are the tzaddikim healed by this sun, but rather again they actually enjoy it, right? It's actually beneficial to them. Shneimar, v'yatasam pishtam ke'egle marbeg. So we'll say, so again, so first of all, this is an incredible Gemara, because what this Gemara is describing over here is Gehenna. So what's Gehenna? Chosh Baruch Hu takes the sun out of its sheath, it burns the Rishaim, and it heals, and it's enjoyable ultimately again for the tzaddikim, which I will say is quite a dramatic picture of what Gehenna is. Same experience, same exact experience, but how you enjoy it all depends on how it highlights the idea that Olam Haba is a Su'udah, and again it's tied. They have their hands tied, so they see the beautiful Su'udah happening in front of them, and for a Jew, that is Gehenna. That is Gehenna. Right? So it has his hands tied and can't partake of the Su'udah. So you see this motif occurring a couple of times in Chazal, where they describe this experience, and it's the same exact experience, but how you experience the experience is framed by how you lived your life in this world. So it's the same sun. It's the same sun. If you are a Rasha, it burns you. And if you are a tzaddik, it heals you. Incredible. All dependent on how I spend my time here on this earth. Incredible, I was saying. So Gemara says, another possibility. Why? Now we're going back now, we had the comparison between people and fish. Davar achar. Ma dogim shebayam. Kol hagodol mechaveiro boleas chaveiro. Let's listen to this. Because people are like fish of the sea. Listen to this. Just like fish of the sea, the big fish swallow the little fish. So to af b'nei adam, il mole mora'a shel malchus. So to people, human beings, were it not for the fear of government, kol hagodol mechaveiro bolea es chaveiro. The strong would swallow up the weak. Human nature, I will say, human nature is survival of the fittest. And it's right, it's not just human nature. Nature is survival of the fittest. So the big fish swallows the small fish. The strong person would swallow up the weak person. So what stops that? What stops that dynamic? So Seder, government, societal systems. The Hainu Disan, I says incredible Gemara. Rabbi Chanina ben Tzkana Kohanim Omer, Helu Mispalo b'Shlomo Shel Malchus. Always daven for the success and for the shalom of your monarchy. She'ol male mora'ah, for not for the fear of monarchy, right, or government. Gemara says, ultimately, again, people would swallow each other alive. I will say this is an incredibly important Gemara, right? This is why. Right? This is why. Again, just even ourselves, we daven for the president, we daven for the vice president, and again, that is an apolitical tefillah. It doesn't make a difference whether you like the person sitting in that office or not. At the end of the day, without a system of government, there'd be anarchy. And with anarchy, people would absolutely go ahead and swallow each other up. And I will say, so it's such a profound yisod. And again, independent of the person you like, you don't like, I will say, it also is a tremendous opportunity for us to pause and to express our profound hakara satov to the president and to the members of the brave armed forces of the United States yesterday. It's incredible. Jerry's on here. Jerry's on Zoom because Jerry sent me a beautiful video today from the old city of Yerushalayim. They were reciting Hallel after davening today. He said without a bracha. Only on Yom Ha'atzmaut you say bracha. Right? So without a bracha. It's like just we have to understand what happened over here. What happened to the president? Don't think about the president. And the president's already facing tremendous backlash about this. Just understand what happened, right? That the greatest superpower in war, their war. We heard what the Iranian, whatever the spokesman said. Now every American soldier, every American base is a target. They made it their war. They bombed these nuclear sites. Only that B-2 bomber was the only fighter jet that could carry a full payload that could go and do incredible. And the president promised more if Iran does not back down. What it means to have hakaras hatov, the government is exactly that. You don't have to like the president. You don't have to vote for him. I think he's running again. He said, right? You don't have to, whatever it is. But just understand what happened. So whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, hakaras hatov is hakaras hatov, and we all know that not every person sitting in that chair would have done what the president did. Again, it's not a political statement, not anything, but please understand the need for hakaras hatov. Government sometimes maintains Seder, and sometimes government really steps up and does dramatic things. So we express, of course, our profound hakaras hatov to President Trump for what he has done for our nation, for our homeland. Most of all, we express our hakaras hatov to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because Leis Malachim, the hearts of kings, are in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nothing happens without the Ribono Shel Olam's choreography. But this is sort of hakaras hatov for government, for the basic safety that they maintain. And again, in the days in which we are living, this invaluable assistance to our nation, to our homeland, to our Jewish soldiers, is something dramatically amazing and incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Rav Huna bar Papa Ramik Siv. Rav Huna bar Papa. You'll monitor the comments on YouTube. Anytime say something that remote people I get like a tickle, hate the comments. And right, it's good. So it ups the viewership. It's good. So that's how. So the goes right there. Maybe disable comments for today's year. Papa went ahead and contrasted the following psukim. So again, it quotes over the other pasuk. The Gemara says, "Okay, don't pretend like you guys know that pasuk. Yeah, I got it." Please. Good. So Tosik says, yes, Shamio, thank you. It's a very educated Hebrew over here. So the Gemara says as follows: Shaya Lamatanu, Sagi, Koach, Umishpat, Vero, Sidaka, Lo Ya'aneh. So we'll say, Uksiv, we'll contrast this, Uksiv, Gadol Adonenu, Berav Koach, Uksiv, Yimincha Shem Ne'edari Bakar. So we'll say, see, interestingly enough, the first pasuk from the Yov seems to indicate that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, so to speak, diminished strength. And then the second two psukim highlight the idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has enhanced strength. So how do you reconcile those psukim? To which one says, Lo Kashya, Kan B'Shas Hadin, Kan B'Shas Milchama. Ultimately, the Gemara says it's not a contradiction. Kan B'Shas Hadin. B'Shas Hadin ultimately, again, means when HaKadosh Baruch Hu delivers judgment. This is incredible. When Hashem delivers judgment upon Klal Yisrael, He does so with diminished koach. Intentionally tries to do whatever he can ultimately to blunt the din of Klal Yisrael. Kan b'shas milchama. This is beautiful and very lemaisa for us. Rabbi Shmuel has to do war. He has to go to war for Klal Yisrael. He contracts psukim. On one hand, it says, "Chema Eili Uksiv Nokim Hashem Ubal Chema." So one pasuk says, "I have no anger." Then it says, "Hashem is a Bal Chema." Lo Kashyo Kan B'Yisrael Kan Ba'otei Kocham. You have much anger. That's to Otei Kocham. So obviously, what does that mean? Baruch Hu not always. Baruch Hu does express anger towards Klal Yisrael, but rather again, it's this same motif. The same Baruch Hu tries to blunt a little bit the effect of din on Klal Yisrael. He tries to blunt the effect of his chema, his anger on Klal Yisrael. It's not the same as what he vents towards the nations of the world. I can't really get. It literally means I have no anger. My anger. Why not? Shekvar nishbati. Because I already swore. So we'll see what this means in just a moment. Shekvar nishbati. and had it been that I had not sworn, so he says, Shamir Vishis, I would totally destroy. V'aynu the Amir of Alexandri might have said, Vayabayomahu, Avakish Lahashmi des Kolagoyim, Avakish Mini, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Avakish Benigne Shalahem. I will look in literally the chronicles, the history books of the nations of the world. In Mishlam Zuchos, if ultimately again they have some merit, I will redeem the nations. But if they have no merit, Ashmide, I will destroy them. The Amarava might have said, Lo boy Yishlach Yad, in the Ido Lahem Shoah, Amar Chalash Baruch Hu Yisrael. Kishani Subos, I said, by the way, the Nishpati, ultimately was talking about the idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu went ahead and made a shvua about his children. The Maharsha brings down he made a shvua ultimately to our ancestors not to destroy Klal Yisrael. If I did not have that shvua, it would feel the full measure of my anger. But now ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not express his full measure of his anger to Klal Yisrael, but if the nations of the world have zechuyos, the Baruch Hu absolutely takes that into account. The Gemara goes like, I'm not Kosh Baruch Hu Yisrael. Keshani dan es Yisrael, when I judge Klal Yisrael, ein ani dan osam ke'ol de kochavim. I do not judge them like the nations of the world, like the idolaters. D'chsev, ava asimenu. Ela, ani nifra mehen, kipid shel tarnagolim. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, again, when I judge the Odei Kochavim, so the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Yecheskel. Ava, asimeno. So Ava is like a lotion of avon, like iniquity. But when I judge Klal Yisrael, so I judge Klal Yisrael kipik shatanagolim. Now, also what this literally means is like the pecking of the roosters. What does this mean? It's just like when a chicken or a rooster, when it pecks, like it pecks a little bit at a time. So the Prophet says, when I punish Klal Yisrael, I punish them only a little bit at a time. Right? This way, again, I blunt the full measure as opposed to punishment coming like in one wave. I spread it out like the pecking of a rooster. That way, that diminishes the full effect of it. Dover Acher, the idea of here is as follows. Dover Acher, I will say, by the way, and you see this theme of a little bit of punishment at a time coming in many times. For example, the Rabbi Sakasuma brings down that if a person reaches into his pocket and he meant to take out a quarter, but instead he takes out a nickel, the Gemara says, oh, that's Isur, that's divine punishment. That's divine punishment. What does that mean? That interestingly enough, sometimes the way that HaKadosh Baruch Hu visits, because the truth is, a lot of us are deserving of punishments because we've done averos, we've done bad things, we haven't done tshuva. So what HaKadosh Baruch Hu often does as a chedek is turns our punishments into a series of sustained inconveniences. And those inconveniences, ultimately, again, they take the form of punishment. And I must say, this is very important to sown in life. So Rabbi writes about this in Gana Amuna. He says, this is why, like, a person has to really take the inconveniences of life in stride. You get stuck in traffic. You get a flat tire. Right? All the things that really, really annoy us in life. Just understand, sometimes it can be for something much better to get the ocean of life in the form of inconveniences than in the form of straight up punishment. Now, sometimes, again, those inconveniences are for some great what? But Rabbi said just all that mindset of our cars I'd so much rather take the ocean of life as an inconvenience than anything else. The Gemara is like, Davar Acher, Afilu in Yisrael also mitzvah, lefanai ki im ma'at ki pechat hanagol. And I will say this is so beautiful. Furthermore, what does it mean when it says that Hashem compares us to the pecking of the rooster? Because it works like this. Even if Klal Yisrael only does a little bit of a mitzvah, right? A little mitzvah. Just like the pecking of a rooster, I go ahead and I combine that what's the idea? Such a beautiful yisod. This is just like when the rooster pecks a little bit at a time. So too, if the yid does a little mitzvah, that you might think that perhaps like a little bit of disjointed mitzvahs, right, or a lot of disjointed mitzvahs don't really combine to form something substantive. It's not true. Every single thing that we do, every little thing that we do, combines to some greater amount in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when dynamic activity is important. But like a one-off mitzvah over here, a one-off thing over here, it doesn't matter. It's not sustained. It's not true. It's not true. Everything makes a difference. Everything adds up. And even a one-off, unsustained, beautiful moment of mitzvah ruchnius means so much. Incredible. Furthermore, again, the other possibility is in the schar that they cry out before me, I say Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Abba, my B'tziv, V'anochi Efdein, Behema Dibru Alai Kizovim. Ani Amarti Efdein. So this is incredible. So Ani Amarti Efdein B'Mamona Ba'Olam Hazeh, Kadesh Yizku Li'Olam Haba. Kodesh Baruch Hu said, I figured that I'm going to redeem them with their money in this world, in order that they will go ahead and merit the world to come. Now, I was saying, what does this mean? So look at Rashi for just a moment. It's almost right across. If you go right across, and actually about 10 lines up. So it's not right across. But okay, good. Right across 8 lines. So we'll say this is incredible. So the idea over here is, so there's a lot of actually discussion about this Rashi and what exactly this means. But Kodesh Baruch Hu causes us sometimes to lose money in this world so that we have the ability to be zochet to olam haba. That there are different forms of yisurim, there are different forms of punishment. And sometimes what the Rebbe Shalom does is, we'll say sometimes one of the most painful forms of punishment, or I should say not punishment, one of the most painful forms of loss is financial. Right? We work very hard for our money, and when I lose some of it, at the end of the day, it hurts. So more saying over sometimes that Kadosh Baruch Hu does that. He redeems us with monetary loss, so that we will be zocha and mirtz Hashem to the world to come. That's something which is most painful and acute. That Rashi points out over here. Pour ma'at v'nokshei tzedakah. So it says, this is actually an interesting yesod that the Sfarim bring down, that every year a person is destined to quote unquote lose a certain amount of money. So what's my choice? So the one choice I have is I could quote unquote lose it through tzedakah. Being out is already set. What I want to choose is how it's going out, which is a tremendous idea. Because sometimes when we're tempted to kind of withhold a little bit on tzedakah because we think that we're saving, it doesn't work that way, right? The money's going to go out in some other fashion. You might will direct the contribution. This is not a building fund thing. Just like it's just a profound yesod. Because again, a lot of us struggle with this. Right? We work hard. I want to use it for things that I want. Just understand whatever's supposed to go out is already determined. The more fellowship is incredibly important. That when we suffer some type of financial setback, it's important to understand that sometimes that's one of the ways in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu redeems us from the baggage of our averos, setting us up for a beautiful Gan Eden. The Gemara says, "Behema dibra alei ksavim, v'haynu dam Rabba b'mishvei derabba, mai tichsiv, v'ani asarti chazak Yisrael, saying, v'ayechashvu Rama HaKadosh Baruch Hu, ani amarti eyas shem b'Yisrael ba'olam hazeh, kedei sheyechas Yisrael also la'olam haba." So Kodesh Baruch Hu is like, this is incredible. Kodesh Baruch Hu is like this, my whole cheshbon is, I give them a little bit of difficulty, a little bit of adversity in this world, in order that they should be strong in the world to come. Ve'elai yichashvu ra, but yet they think so poorly of me. Shabbos say, this is a tremendous Gemara. This is almost like Ribono Shel Olam venting a little bit his frustration. What's his frustration? Because Baruch Hu says, difficulties upon children. You know why? It's just to purge them of their negative baggage, so that they can get rid of whatever the baggage is in this world, so that in Mirtz Hashem, the world to come could be good and beautiful. And yet what their Rebbe says, they get righteous with me. They get upset at me. Like a parent who's trying to do good for their child, right? And yet what the child is resentful It was like the muscle that's always used, right, is the parent who brings their child for the inoculation at the doctor's office. But it's in the eyes of that baby, in the eyes of that baby, that parent is a Rasha Merusha, right? That parent is a mullet, right? How can you do this to me? You're holding me down, you're doing this. Meanwhile, again, it's incredible. The Baruch Hu says, yes, I visit Isurim on my children. I visit difficulties about Klal Yisrael. I do it. But do you understand why I do it? I do it because I'm setting you up for eternal bliss. Baruch Hu says, I need you to get with the program. And I will say, by the way, this is why I think this is also one of the big distinctions between Eretz Yisrael Jews and Chutz La'aretz Jews. I think this, I know, Rabbi sent me this video this morning about the Hallel. It was interesting, I have to be honest with you. It never dawned on me for a second to say Hallel this morning. It never dawned on me. There are more than 82 people injured in the latest barrage. And you see like these images that come out, like literally again, there are like Magin David Adom, Hatzala workers, like carrying children out of demolished buildings. Baruch Hashem, seems like no fatalities, but like, I'll say, but like, Eretz Yisrael gives a Yid an incredible ability to see the Avas Hashem even in the Yisurim. That there's the ability to see, okay, like things hurt, they hurt, but this is the Yad Hashem, and even the stuff that hurts is there. It's coming from a Father who loves us. I think very much like in Gullus, like we see things in a very one-dimensional way. There's like Nisim and there's Yisurim. And sometimes the ability to see the Nisim and the Yisurim and the Bracha in the Yisurim is sometimes lost on us a little bit. And I have to say, I was like a little bit ashamed that I didn't think to myself like to say, I don't know. I mean, there were a lot of suggestions to skip Tachman this morning. But that's just because it's Sunday, right? It's sunny outside. It was just skip Tachman. And so I say, but again, but you understand what a profound Gemara this is. And this is such theological sophistication. Like, how do we react when things are difficult in life? Like, is there a part of us that just becomes ultimately, like, immediately, like, suspect and resentful of Hashem? And I think for a lot of us, like, that's our reflexive reaction. Why are you doing this to me? What's wrong? Why? It's like, I'm upset. I'm disillusioned. I'm very, like, which, of course, understand suffering is not easy. But the Gemara says that what we aspire to is something so much more theologically sophisticated. What we really aspire to is to be a little bit more like our Eretz Yisrael brethren, and that when the difficulties come, to be able to say, yeah, it's difficult, and of course I don't want this, but I understand that these Yisurim are also a gift from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The suffering is also a gift. Because somehow through the difficulties, through the challenges, through the suffering, is incredible bracha. There's bracha in the world to come, and often there's bracha in this world as well. You just have to have the lens through which you see that great story. Mishtabech l'hu Rabbi Abba, l'mini Rav Safra, the Adam Gadol. Okay, so let's watch this. Rabbi Abba praised Rav Safra to the Nina. Let's say Nina are like the Apikars heretics. So he praised Rav Safra, that Rav Safra was a great Talmid Chacham, Adam Gadol. And let's say as a result, Shafkulei Mitzah the place Hashnin. As a result, so apparently, again, wherever this story is happening, I don't know the geographic location of this story, but these Apikarsim were in charge. They were in charge. So we'll say, so now because now Rabbi Abo, they respected Rabbi Abo, and because Rabbi Abo ultimately again praised Rav Safra, they exempted Rav Safra from taxes. Because he was Adam Gadol, he was a great man. For 13 years, he didn't have to pay taxes. Okay? He was Yom Echad, listen to this, Yom Echad Ashkechu, so one day these heretics ran into Rav Safra. Amr like, Sid, Rach itchem yadati mikol mishpachol sadama, alkin ekkod aleichem es kalavan osechem. So the heretics brought up this pasuk in Amos, Rav Safra, and asked Rav Safra, what the pshat in this pasuk? What does the pasuk say? Rach eschem yadati, this is Kashmach, we're talking to Klal Yisrael. I only know you, Klal Yisrael, from amongst all of the families of the earth. Therefore, I will visit upon you the punishment for all of your sins. Okay, so the heretic said to Rav Safra, "Man bi'isle sisa b'rakami masikle." Someone who has someone who he loves, right? Someone who has someone who he loves. Does he visit all of his anger upon the one that he loves? No, the most of the pasuk is very interesting because the pasuk makes it sound like Baruch Hu saying, I love you so much. I love you so much. I know you best from amongst the nations of the world, and therefore I will visit the iniquity of all of your sins upon you. So the heretic said the part doesn't make any sense. On the one hand, Hashem is talking about the singular relationship he has with Klal Yisrael, and then he's saying, "Oh, I'll go ahead and visit all of my wrath upon you." So man de'isle sisei, when he has anger, or sisei is anger, actually zan. Anger. When he has anger, does he dump that anger upon the one who he loves? So they asked this Kashta of Sarah, said, Rav Safra, right? What's the pshat in the pasuk? Ishtik, or no Amr Novalamidi. Rav Safra didn't say anything. He didn't respond. So Ramalei Suja B'Tzabar, they come in Saralei. So I will say, so Rav Safra was wearing his cloak on his head, as was the custom of Talmidei Chachamim, and they put it around his neck, and they began to afflict him. So what exactly is happening? What exactly is happening over here? So the Mashal brings down that it could just be either that they were trying to strangle him, or that just they disrobed him. So in other words, as a Talmid Chacham, he wore a cloak, his talus over his head. They took his talus off his head to show you not such a Talmid Chacham. But anyway, they were definitely giving him trouble. Also, Rabbi Avo, Ashkechinu. So Rabbi Avo came along, right time. They found him. My mitzari sulei. Rabbi Avo said, "Hey, what are you doing to Rav Safra? Why are you bothering him?" Amrulei, v'lav amrat lon the adam gadolhu, v'lo yodel name Rav Perusha the high psuta. You said about this guy Rav Safra that he's such an adam gadol. We asked him a simple question on a pasuk, and he did not know how to go ahead and answer the pasuk. Right? We asked him about pshat in the pasuk in Amos, and he didn't know pasuk in Amos. Amar lahu, Eimar de Amar lahu b'tanoi, b'krai mi Amar lahu. So this is a great answer. So Khan says, no, he doesn't know Tanakh. He went to yeshiva. Right? In other words, no. You can ask him. You can ask him about Mishnayos. You can ask him about Tanakh statements. That's what he's versed in. These psukim and Amos, he's not going to know how to. This is very validating, by the way. Incredibly validating, right? He does not know how to answer up those psukim and Amos. So the Gemara says, Amulei. So the heretics were intrigued by this. They said, Maishna Asun did Yasun. So Rav Kahana, why do you know? Why don't we always ask you questions on psukim and you know it? Amulu Anon Dashkechina Gabechon Raminon Anaf Shemain. I hang out with you guys a lot, and you guys are always in the biblical criticism. So therefore, again, I have to know I have to know how to answer these psukim to you. No questions in these psukim. They don't delve into these psukim. So I must say, so first of all, just fascinating that Rav Safra Rav Kahana was saying, again, the person who is hanging out with this type of chevra does need to know what to answer in order to be able to refute. So the Gemara says, so we're going to say, so now they say to Rav Kahana, okay, so tell us what's the pshat in the pasuk, right? So tell us what's the pshat in Amos, right? Amos says, the Baruch Hu says to Klal Yisrael, I love you so much, and therefore I will visit all of your iniquity upon you. So what's the pshat? So we'll say first wide line. I'm a little. So I'll give you the answer. I'm sure I'll give you a mashal. What's the mashal? The Adam, listen to this, to a man ultimately again who lent money to two people. So one guy he likes, one guy he doesn't like. So to the one that he loves, he allows payback to happen incrementally, a little bit at a time. The one who he dislikes, ultimately he collects payment all at once. Which Rabbi said to Klal Yisrael, yes, I'm going to go ahead and collect payment for your iniquities, but I'm going to do it slowly, episodically, and incrementally. And therefore, again, it'll soften the blow. But to the nations of the world, ultimately, again, who says, I will collect judgment all at once. So I'll say, this is by stone. By stone, Rabbi says, that you should do something like this to kill the tzaddikim in Rishon. Rabbi said, this is when Avram had a havamina, that they were tzaddikim in stone. So he says, how can you go ahead and kill off the tzaddik together with the Rasha? I have Haksiv. 1 second, but is that so crazy? Haksiv, tzaddik b'Rasha. Say we see that sometimes tzaddikim are swept up together in judgment with Rishayim. It's not true. It does happen. Talking about a tzaddik is not a tzaddik gomer. Right? The complete tzaddik alone. But is that to say that a complete tzaddik is never swept up in judgment with Rishayim ba'aksiv? Only Mikdashai techelu. The Torah Rabbi Yosef atikrin Mikdashai ela mimikudashai. Elu b'nei Adam shekaimu es kol haTorah me'alef v'atah. So you see from here that even tzaddikim gemurim who upheld the entire Torah are still sometimes swept up in judgment with the wicked. Hasamami kevan shahaya biyadam. Now, listen to this. Listen to this. Even a tzaddik who fulfills the entire Torah, if he ultimately again sees the ability to object to negative behavior and doesn't do so, he's not a tzaddik gomer. She's not the tzaddik gomer. Rabbi say, is that not wild? So I just want to point out, it fits in very beautifully to what we were speaking about yesterday also, in Shabbos morning, by the Shlach Kodesh, Anshe Midos, that at the end of the day, the Torah that you learn is not enough. You're a crying hard in the wheel as well. If you're not invested in the success of the community, if you're not the Baal Chesed, if you're not looking out for the other, you could learn Torah from Aleph until Tav. At the end of the day, that's not a tzaddik gomer. So what you want to suggesting over here is a tzaddik gomer is spared from judgment together with the Rasha. But a tzaddik she'eno gomer, so ultimately again can be swept up even together with the Rasha. Most like incredible Gemara which you've actually seen before. One of the most you have to admit, one of the best parts of Daf Yomi is when you come across a Gemara that you've seen before. It's the best. So Rabbi says as follows. Contrast to the things so on one hand the pasuk says that Hashem gets angry every day, but then it says who could stand up in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's anger. So we'll say, so how did that stem? In other words, what the second pasuk says, there's no way anyone can withstand divine wrath. First pasuk says God gets angry every day. So it's kind of like listen to this. Kan biyachid, kan b'tzibor. I will say, as individuals, we cannot stand up to divine wrath. But as a tzibor, we have the ability, the power of being part of a tzibor, the power of being part of a collective, the power of being part of something bigger than yourself and not retreating into your own little corner. The tzibor could withstand anything. A yachid cannot withstand daily divine wrath. Let's go back to the Gemara. Because Baruch Hu gets angry every day. The Kama, how long is Baruch Hu's anger? The Kama Zamo, how long does his anger last for? Rega. Just a moment. The Kama Rega, how much is a Rega? Achos mechamesh ribo ushlosh meos alota ushmona meos va'arba ushmona. 153,848 of a second. Of an hour. The Gemara says that's the rega. The ain't called derya yilachadin osarega. Wow. Listen to this. And I will say in general, no one could figure out what that rega is, what that moment of divine rega is. There was one person who was able to do it. Bilam, the sit day, will say, I'm a base, Viodea das Elyon. I will say, just pause for a second. Is this not the best thing in the world? Is this not? No, not true. Yeah, try to. All right, let's continue. All right, good. So let's say so. I think you really ruined that moment. I'm not going to lie. So the pasuk says that Bilam, Yodea das Elyon, he knew the das of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Bilam knew about, and this is why, by the way, now you understand why Balak was so intent on hiring Bilam and pulled out all of the stops. Because Bilam knew something that none of the other Gentile prophets knew, which was that exact rega that HaKadosh Baruch Hu got angry at. And if he was able to curse Klal Yisrael in that rega, then ultimately he could have brought devastation upon our people. So he says, hold up. So Bilam didn't know his donkey. Right? Literally, again, we're going to see he couldn't control his donkey. So someone couldn't control his livestock. he was able to go ahead. No one who got upset. I say, what does that mean? So it says, my das ben what does that mean? That he didn't know that he couldn't literally he didn't know the das on the donkey. Listen to this. So Gemara says, so when Bilam met up with Balak, right? When he met up with the Sarai Balak, he was riding on a donkey. Amalei, my time so he said, Bilam, you're a chashav a guy like you should be riding a horse. Why are you riding a donkey? He said, no. Again, the biblical equivalent of it's in the shop, right? In other words, he was going ahead. He's the loner. Right? He said, I put my horses out in the marsh, right, to water them. So that's why not. So miyad, the donkey began to speak. Halo anochi asoncha. He says, come on, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm your donkey. Right? You always ride on me. Don't tell me you ride a horse. So Bilam says, you're right, I use you all the time. That's not true. You use me for transportation. You ride on me instead of a horse. No, okay, sometimes I ride on you, but that's only episodic. That's not all the time. Not true. You've always used me up until this day. Not only that, That's awkward, right? So it says, not only that, but you go ahead and use me for transportation by day and intimacy at night. It says over here, Haskein hiskanti, ksiv hasam, batihi lo sochenes. So obviously the Gemara says over here that Bilam, obviously, so a guy who can't control the donkey, right? The guy whose donkey's mouthing off at him, right? Can't control his donkey. Ultimately, again, he really knows the exact moment Baruch Hu gets upset. So what does it mean when it said that Bilam was Yodea Das Ayon? Yodea Das Ayon makes it sound like Baruch Hu knew the Rebbe Shalom. No. What did he know? No. When it says Yodea Das Ayon, what it means is like this. Bilam knew one specific piece of information. He did not know HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because what's that community he was bothered by? Makes it sound like he knew God. So he was bothered by that. He didn't know his donkey, but he knew God. No, he knew one specific piece of information about God. Namely, the moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry. Zicharna Mayatz Balak Melech Moav Uma'ana Osam Bilam Ben Ba'ar Min Hashitim Bada Yilga Lamandas Tzedakos Hashem. Rabbi, what does the passage mean? Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael. Ami Ru'u Kama Tzedakos Asisi Machem. My nation, see how many acts of kindness I performed with you. Shalaka'asti Aleichem Kol Osan Hayamim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I performed the miracle for you. All the days that Bilam was trying to curse you, I did not get angry on those days. Because literally, had I gotten angry during those days, and Bilam cursed you during that time frame, he would have obliterated Klal Yisrael. He would have obliterated Klal Yisrael. Because Baruch, so I had to become a little Bilam the Balak. Bilam Balak, Ma'akol, Balkabalkel, Uma Ezam Lo Za'am Hashem. And this is exactly what Bilam says to Balak. Bilam says to Balak, don't get upset at me. I told you, I know a specific piece of information. But I can't do anything if God's not getting angry at his prescribed time. So therefore, again, because he did, and that was the chesed Hashem did with us. All those days, he did not get angry. Listen, say to yourself, so get angry, but what? Get angry at a different time. In other words, Hashem, you don't have to stop getting angry. If you want to get angry for a rega every single day, get angry. Just don't do it at the prescribed time. Can't do that. Why? Yesterday's daf. What does Baruch Hu have? What does Hashem have? Hashem has a schedule. Right? And the Rebbe models for us that scheduling is the key to successful living. So even for anger, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says there's a time to get angry. The miracle of Bilam and Balak was that ultimately, again, Hashem did not get angry all of those days. That Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael. The Kama Zamel, how long does Hashem get angry for? Rega. The Kama Rega, how much is a Rega? Amar Amei Marvitim Rabina, Rega Kimem Reg. Rega is exactly the amount of time it takes to say Rega. That's it, that moment. The Rega have a Rischa, So how do we know that Hakadosh Baruch Hu only gets a beard? So no. Ultimately, again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is a rega. He's only a rega, only a moment in his anger. By saying Chavi kimat rega ad yavor zam. Literally, hide yourself, conceal yourself for a rega until the divine wrath passes. So the Gemara says, Emas rasach. So by the way, when is this rega? When does the Hakadosh Baruch Hu get upset? When does he get angry? Rabbi, it's lost shay kamaisa. Within the first 3 hours of the day. So the Gemara says, Ki yurat harbalta petana gola. The time, ultimately, again, that like the feather on top. Your first white line. So notice 1 second. There's white in it at all times. So apparently, throughout the rest of the day, there are red streaks in the feather on the head of the rooster. But at this early time of the morning, ultimately, again, there's only white. So I'll say what happened. Rabbi Shimon maybe was having some really difficult times with heretics, who were really just like harassing him. So what did he do? He decided to cry Yom Achad, Nakitana Golov being carried the Arsa, Nayin Bey, Savar, Kimata Yishaita Alache. So Rabbi Shimon maybe has a plan. What's his plan? Got a rooster, he tied it to his bed. What is he going to do? He's going to curse the heretics. Right now you understand what to look for. When the feather on the top of the head of the rooster is completely white, that's the rega. That's the moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is nostril flaring mad. And if you curse someone at that time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will obliterate them. So Rosh Hashanah says, okay, I'm going to curse those heretics at that moment. Again, as the rooster by his bed, I'm going to curse them at the moment that the feather turns white. So what happened? Kimati shaita nimne. So you can imagine Rosh Hashanah maybe like sitting there the entire time, and he's staring at the rooster, right? The moment that the the feather turned white, he dozed off. Amar shmami alav orach aral me'avad hachi. So Rosh Hashanah says, I learned a very important lesson. HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not want us to curse each other, right? Even at the end of the day, even when something is bad, even when someone is doing something bad, HaKadosh Baruch Hu never wants us to curse one another, right? He may want us to go ahead and argue with each other. He may want us to go ahead and be upset with each other. But I shouldn't say it differently. There may be times when we are upset with one another. There may be times of vehement disagreement with one another. The one thing HaKadosh Baruch Hu never wants is for us to curse each other. That Jews can never do that. I want to say you see this, by the way. That's why you see this even in certain contemporary issues that come up. Right? The moment that people start utilizing terrible names for one another is the moment that any legitimacy to their argument evaporates. You want to argue on theological grounds, you want to argue on philosophical grounds, on political grounds. Okay, that's fine. That's the nature of Klal Yisrael. But to call each other terrible names, to curse one another, then again, that is no longer a legitimate argument that is occurring. Incredible. Why? It's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of divine punishment, right? Not good. So we learned a very important lesson. Hakadosh Baruch Hu does not want us cursing each other. At the time that the Gentile kings put on their crowns and they bow down to the sun because they're worshiping the sun, miyad kois HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rosham gets very upset. And understandably so, because they're choosing to worship one of Hashem's creations more than Hashem himself. Incredible. Rabbi Yosef says as follows: Lo litzli inish salusa de musvi betlas shay kamaisa diyoma kama diyoma kama dereish shas sabiach. This was a very profound Gemara. A person should not daven musaf on Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours of the day by himself. Shouldn't that? So if a person has to daven b'yechidus on Rosh Hashanah for some reason, but Maisa, they should not daven musaf during the first 3 hours of the day. What's the reason? Dilma ma'ayni b'odei b'dach fulei nitchi. Because what happens? Because perhaps when a person is davening, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and look into their deeds, and ultimately, again, they will be found unworthy, and therefore their tefillah will be cast aside. Look at that for just a moment. I want to say, what does that have to do with anything? Because remember, what did the Gemara just tell us before? When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu go ahead and get upset? When does he get upset? First 3 hours of the day. Which, interestingly enough, by the way, in yesterday's Gemara, remember again what was the first 3 hours of the day? In the Divine Side, what was the first 3 hours of the day? Right? So, there's my focus whether or not it's Torah or judgment, which is interesting. But it seems to me the bottom line was Torah, right? Which is interesting. But yet, divine wrath occurs during that time as well. Therefore, the Gemara says, now that I know that divine wrath occurs during the first 3 hours of the day, especially on Rosh Hashanah, which is a day of judgment, do not daven musaf. We'll see why musaf. Do not daven musaf on your own during the first 3 hours. In other words, if you need to daven musaf on when you daven, when you daven it, later after, because remember, musaf you can daven the whole day. So just daven after the first 3 hours. Well, say if that's the case, then we shouldn't daven musaf at all during the first 3 hours of the day of Rosh Hashanah, even by a minyan. We're very makbid on that, right? That's right. So right. So maybe we should, again, even by tzibor. Tushimar says, no, but without premises. The tzibor, nafishe zechusa. No. When you daven as part of the tzibor, you have nothing to worry about. Why? Because the tzibor draws on the collective zechuyos of Klal Yisrael. So you're davening of a tzibor, confident. Davening on your own, do not daven musaf during the first 3 hours of the day, because that is a time of divine wrath, divine anger, and you may not be able to overcome that. So that's the case. It shouldn't just be musaf. Why not chakras? And you shouldn't daven chakras either during the first 3 hours. Again, this is dafka on Rosh Hashanah. Because Rosh Hashanah is the day of judgment. So dafka shouldn't daven on Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours, even chakras. No. So it's different. Why? Because Lamaisa, since presumably there is a tzibor somewhere davening chakras during the first 3 hours of the day, therefore Allah Lamaisa there's nothing to worry about. Because again, even if I'm davening as a yachid, ultimately again I could still attach myself to the tzibor. So we'll say this, by the way, happens as an aside. Happens in an interesting halacha, which is ideally, person is supposed to daven with a minion whenever they can. If I can't daven with a minion, there is a milah davening the same time that the minion is davening, even if I myself am not physically part of the minion. So this idea about saying that if you're davening by yourself on Rosh Hashanah morning, you don't have to wait to daven chakras past 3 hours. You daven chakras even during 3 hours. Why? Because the pashtus on Rosh Hashanah, in the first 3 hours of the day, there is a minion somewhere who is davening chakras, and therefore Allah Kalamaisi you could do it. Musaf is different, because Musaf, there may or may not be someone davening during the first 3 hours who are encountering divine wrath. One second, I don't understand. First 3 hours aren't divine wrath. What are the first 3 hours? What are they? Torah. Push it around. First 3 hours, God is judging. Second 3 hours, God is learning Torah. If anybody say another possibility is, don't switch it around. Torah dechsid ba'emes. Dechsid emes karavat timgar. Ena Kadosh Baruch Hu also lefnim mishuras hadin. Din delo dechsid ba'emes. HaKadosh Baruch Hu also lefnim mishuras hadin. Here's the difference on both sides. Torah, where it says Torah says emes. Where it says emes, ultimately again, Hashem cannot go above the strict letter of the law. Din, by judgment, Hashem has flexibility. Because he has flexibility, ultimately, again, he does not execute strict justice. Interestingly enough, when the time that Hashem learns Torah, that's the time of strict justice. But in the time that Hashem judges, that's where there is the opportunity, ultimately, again, for divine flexibility. That's counterintuitive, but fascinating. Therefore, Allah the Gemara says, if you are alone on Rosh Hashanah and davening, do not daven musaf during the first 3 hours, lest you encounter divine judgment. Chakras is always at tzibor. But I will say the takeaway message: when we stand alone, we face a whole variety of divine judgment and divine wrath. When we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot overcome. Whether that divine justice, divine wrath, or an external enemy. When we are together as a tzibor, Klal Yisrael is strong, and Klal Yisrael always emerges victorious. All right, on Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Everyone should be safe. Everyone in Eretz Hashem should be safe. Hatzlacha. It should be a week of ridiculous besoros tovos for all of us. Am Yisrael and to Eretz Yisrael. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoyach.
Living been reinforced by the pillars of survival. But understand, that we all flow to human beings. Never been. We all flow to human beings. And the good Lord looked down on us, but the devil's always prowling like a lion on the outskirts. That devil knows mine.
All right, Shabbos, say good morning, good morning, Baruch Hashem. What a tremendous, first of all, beautiful to hear the sounds of Chazara from Shavuos, Baruch Hashem, emanating in our base measures, and there's a tremendous zichus, a tremendous and beautiful zichus to be able to begin the Sefes Avodah Zarah and Eretz Hashem here together this morning. Let's begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Tilsim Mishpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shir and Drushos this year as a zichus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Stephen Abba Latova, Stephen Terry Zin, in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Devorah Bas Rabbi Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yard site. Our week of learning sponsors. This also is actually quite beautiful. Anonymous gratitude to the encouragement for starting to do Daf Yomi over 2,700 days ago from the Sefes Avodah Zarah and celebrating and starting round 2. All right, so whoever this anonymous sponsor is, I don't know if it's here or if it's online, please, would love to know the identity of this mysterious sponsor, but so beautiful and so incredible. But I'll say, with that, of course, we always dedicate our learning in this close of our precious hostages, Mechel Shbach, the Meretz Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov and the schus of our holy soldiers, Mechel Shbach, allow them to be successful by land, by sea, and by air. And the Meretz Hashem had tremendous hatzlach in accomplishing all of their objectives and to come home to their families. The Shalom and the Karov and Mechel Shbach, the Meretz Hashem, give us decisive victory over all of our enemies, and the Meretz Hashem usher in an era of peace and of Shalom and hatzlach and bracha for all of Klal Yisrael, the Karov. I would say with that, let us begin. So I just have to share with you just something really beautiful. It's sometimes you walk in, or sometimes you wake up in the morning and you just feel like a different kind of energy. So I don't know that if all of you felt it, but I felt it this morning. I couldn't sleep last night, and Baruch Hashem, just this morning, this palpable energy like in the universe that Klal Yisrael was starting the Sefes Avodah Zarah. It was just something so beautiful. And then something amazing happened. There was actually traffic on 7 Mile Lane this morning at 5:33 a.m. I was locked in the intersection of Rabbi, deciding, all right, who's going to go first. Matt is pulling out of his driveway. Tali Strum is already ahead of the pack over here. And at 5:35 in the parking lot, Baruch Hashem, I hear people talking. Like usually, it's too early to hear people talking at this hour. Right? People don't have enough energy. Beautiful and incredible. Just to see the energy, just to see the zrizus, just to see and to feel the palpable excitement. So I will say it was a tremendous zechus to be able to finish Masechah Shavuos and buckle your seatbelts. Just buckle your seatbelts, because what Avodah Zarah is going to be, and just out of the gate, what it is something absolutely amazing, beautiful, and dramatic. And that excitement that we feel, that it's odorous that we feel, the Avodah is to feel it every day. Because the truth is, it's the same excitement every day. It's the same zechus every single day. It's the same, you wake up in the morning and you say, I can't believe this is my life. Now, some people wake up in the morning and they're like, I can't believe this is my life. No, I'm talking about like waking up in the morning like, I can't believe that this is my life. I can't believe that I get to get out of bed in the morning, Baruch Hashem, and learn the most beautiful Torah in the world, to see all the black Gemara, to know that Baruch Hashem, I'm literally, again, measurably and incrementally closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to myself, to Klal Yisrael, because I embed myself in the holiest thing which exists in the universe, and that is the Torah Kedosha, the feeling of privilege and the feeling of purpose that we have. Incredible. I'll say, Avodah Zarah, Daf Beis Amud Aleph. Lifnei Idei Sha'ol Dei Kochavim. Here we go. So again, before the Yom Tovim of the Ovdei Kochavim. So we'll say, so remember again, now we're going to see that Ideihen, ultimately, we'll discuss the etymology of the word, but for our purposes today, what it means is Yom Tov. Before the Yom Tovim of Ovdei Kochavim, Shloshi Yamim, for 3 days prior to the Yom Tov of Ovdei Kochavim, You can't engage in any business dealings with them. No business dealing. The Gemara says, for example, you can't lend them something, you can't borrow something. To lend them, and ultimately again to borrow from them. That's so again, remember, actually connection to yesterday's daf, we spoke about a shoel. Right, so that's referring to like lending and borrowing stuff. Means to lend money. To lend money and to borrow money from them, to pay them back like an outstanding debt, or to collect payment for an outstanding debt. I will say, what's going on over here? Here we get Rashi. First Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, the idea over here is that because these events are happening in close proximity to their Yom Tiv, that's a Yom Day means their Yom Day, they will give thanks to their go ahead and I do business with an Obed Kochavim, right? So I go ahead and I seal a business deal with him 3 days in advance of his Yom Tiv, or I lend him money, or I borrow money, or I lend something, or I give something. So halacha l'maisa, the problem just is that it's going to spark a sense of gratitude within the non-Jew, within the Akum, and he's going to give thanks to his deity on their Yom Tiv. So what's going on over here? Essentially, I'm kind of enabling or facilitating this enhanced sense of gratitude that the Obed Kochavim is going to have to his particular deity. And Halakha L'Maisa Mishnah says one should not do such a thing. Okay, incredible. I will say there is one point of contention on this last piece. So the Gemara said, it says, "Nifroy man, this is incredible." So the Yehuda says, I agree with everything. The one thing you are allowed to do within 3 days before the Yom Tiv ultimately is what? You're allowed to go and collect payment from an akum. Why are you allowed to collect payment from an akum? Because having to pay something back ultimately again is painful, right? Nobody wants to pay back a debt, right? Nobody wants that to go ahead and part with money. So you're allowed to collect payment. So this is incredible. The Gemara says, Amrlo, they said to him, so the day is the Rabbanan, the Tanakama. The Tanakama said to him, even though he is distressed now, right? Because anytime I have to part with money, I'm going to be distressed. But down the road, ultimately, again, he'll be happy. So because, again, at the end of the day, he's going to pay off the debt. He'll be happy later on. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, don't ask him even for payment of the debt within 3 days. So therefore, again, there is agreement on all parts of this Mishnah. So halacha l'maisa, within 3 days. Joseph, is a tremendous Musar skill also. One of the major differences between the Jew and the Akum is where in what area in life? In hachana, in preparation. How long does a Jew prepare before Yom Tiv for Yom Tiv? Right? 30 days before the Yom Tiv, we already begin the halachos of the particular Yom Tiv. For a Jew understands hachana, preparation is key. If you want to be successful in life in anything, everything requires hachana. Tefillah. You want a meaningful tefillah experience with us? What did the Gemara was initially in the second bracha say? Chasidim harishonim sha'achas lefnei tefillah. The original pious ones would literally again contemplate, meditate for an hour before God. Now, whether an hour means an hour, whether it means 10 minutes, what I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. What doesn't it mean? What doesn't it mean? They weren't late. Because if you're late for something, already by definition you're not involved. You're wherever you are, you catch up, you're this, that. If you want something to be meaningful, you want davening to be meaningful, you have to be early. Everything requires hachana. You want a Yom Tiv to be early, or you want a Yom Tiv ultimately to be meaningful, it requires hachana. So listen, Lashem Delachadosh makes an amazing observation. Actually, in last week's parsha, Baloscha esaneros. We're going to finish the block, don't worry. Baloscha esaneros. It's just so much good stuff by the menorah. The Rambam says that hadlakas ha-menorah, kindling the menorah, does the hadlaka. Ultimately, again, the halakha is kosher. But amazingly enough, the halakha is that the hatap has to be done by a kohen. If it's done by a Yisrael, it's puzzle. You hear this? The hadlaka itself, if it's done by an non-kohen, kosher. But the hatava that we see from here, the power of hachana, the power of preparation. Preparation, kiddusha. Whatever you roll into in life is never going to be all that great. That's why again over here, people think it's just an excuse to make a l'chaim, but that's why I tell them now. It's so incredibly important also. In a doma, a mincha, Erev Shabbos, that you see, sit down like a mensch, you got a little l'chaim with your chaverim, you got a little something to eat. You go in as a mensch, a davening, a shir. But we know this shir. The difference between coming 5 minutes late and 5 minutes early, it's all the difference in the world. Again, I'm settled, I'm there, I'm here. Again, obviously, we all have different stuff and different things going on in life. But what I saw, the concept of hachana is everything. And the fundamental distinction between an akum and ultimately an yid, an akum 3 days, a yid 30 days. Because hachana makes or breaks. What you put into the preparation makes or breaks the effectiveness and the impact of any spiritual endeavor. Incredible. So in general, Tanakh and Rabbi are in agreement regarding everything in the Mishnah. So these are the activities you can't engage in within 3 days before the Yom Tov of the Avodah Zarah, because for fear that you're going to enable or amplify the feeling of hakaras of gratitude that the akum has towards his Avodah Zarah, and we don't want that to happen. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says you could collect payment. That's the one thing you could do. Tanakh says no, you can't collect payment. Why? Because as much Rabbi Yehuda's logic is no one likes paying a debt. Tanakh says, well, at the end of the day, as much as it is uncomfortable now, right? At the end of the day, listen, we all have this, and you have to pay back the debt. It's uncomfortable. There's hurt. There's a pinch in the short term, but there's a tremendous feeling of relief later on, right? When that debt is no longer there, you feel lighter, you feel better. Notice there's a tremendous Musar Haskell in this as well. This lashon of Afal Pishu who makes who achi now, it'll cause you simcha later on, is a tremendous metaphor for life. There are many things that we want to accomplish and many things we want to do in life. The problem is they will result in some present discomfort. So because of that, we often refrain because we don't want to be uncomfortable, we don't want to be in a difficult situation. So if something is going to cause me present discomfort, often I'll shy away from it. The chap in life is that a person has to contemplate a little bit of present discomfort for long-term simcha. So sometimes those things that may cause me a little bit of discomfort right now will cause me such tremendous simcha, such tremendous growth in the future. Don't shy away from life opportunities because they create present discomfort if they have the ability to create long-term happiness. Deal with the present discomfort because know at the end of the day you're setting yourself up for tremendous life simcha. Incredible. And I was saying, that's just the Mishnah. Just the Mishnah. Says the Gemara, here we go. Rabbi Shmuel, Tani Ideyan, the Tani Ideyan. Okay, so we'll say Machlokes Rabbi Shmuel. Now what's the Machlokes on? Interestingly enough, the Machlokes is how to spell the word. So again, remember, we translate without really knowing exactly what the word means. We translated it based on Rashi, right? So again, Ideyan means their Yom Tov, their day of celebration. But we'll have to see what exactly is the actual etymological Ideyan with an aleph, one said Ideyan with an ayin. So here we go. Man detani Ideyan lo mishtabish, man detani Ideyan lo mishtabish. First white line. Here's the good news. Whichever spelling you like, you're good. Good. Right? At the end of the day, you want Ideyan with an aleph, Ideyan with an ayin. It's okay. So let's go say. So what's the etymological root? Here we go. First white line. Man detani Ideyan lo mishtabish b'chsiv kikaro yom idam. So what's interestingly enough? So the pasuk over here quoting from Devarim. Right? So we'll say. So just to understand, the pasuk in its entirety is Lina Kam b'shiram le'is tamut raglam kikaro yom idam b'chash atidos lamo. It's talking about Ovdei Avodah Zarah, those who worship idolatry. Kikara Yom Idam means the day of their destruction is near. So therefore, again, the Gemara calls the Yamim Tovim of Avodah Zarah Ideihem. So it's interesting. It means a Yom Tov. We're using it to mean a Yom Tov, but it means really the days of their destruction. Because the more the Ovdei Avodah Zarah celebrate and worship the Avodah Zarah, the more that creates their own personalistic undoing. Okay, so that's the Aleph. Oman B'Toni Ideihem Lo Nishtavish. The one who says Ideihem with an ayin also is not mistaken. What does it mean? Yitnu ideihem v'yitztachus. Quotes over here the pasuk from Yeshaya, which literally means, let them bring their testimony and righteousize them. I just read that word, right? Righteousize them. What does that mean? So here the Navi is giving Mustafab. So I say, listen, if you want to be an Ovdei Avodah Zarah, be an Ovdei Avodah Zarah. Just make sure that when you brought the trial before God, that your Avodah Zarah is going to come and stick up for you. Right? So again, both of them are used in the context of Avodah Zarah. So either with an Aleph representing destruction, so the Yom Tovim are called days of destruction, or ultimately Ideihem with an Aleph representing this idea that Avodah Zarah is called their witnesses, because whenever this judgment takes, which we're going to see, where there is this day of divine judgment, we hope that the Avodah Zarah shows up and testifies on behalf of those who are worshiping it, which of course won't happen. So it's a metaphor, foreshadow about the embarrassment that incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: So let's say, so why does the Aleph Chevra not agree with the Ayin Chevra? The Gemara says because again, literally Tavra means like to deconstruct or to curse. Because again, if we in general, whenever we refer to Avodah Zarah, we like to refer to it in disparage. Aleph means destruction. You only get with an Aleph. My time alone Tani Ideihen. And order to correct. Why doesn't the Ayin Chevra side with the Aleph Chevra? Man kagarim l'tavra edus sheidu bi'atzman hilchot edus adifa. Because let's say like this, we agree with the Ideihen and with an Aleph. But what ultimately causes the destruction? What causes the destruction of the Avodah Zarah? Literally, again, their own self-incriminating testimony. The idea over here that the testimony of their actions, i.e., the greatest testimony is the way you lived your life, right? The greatest testimony is the video of your life. That's my testimony. So ultimately, for the Avodah Zarah itself is going to be the testimony that damns them, that damages them, that deconstructs them. Therefore, they got to go with the ayin. So Moses says, "V'hai yitnu ideihem v'yitztiku v'altekocham miksiv." Okay, so let's say, so now the Gemara raises a problem. Now, we wouldn't know this problem for one simple reason. We don't know Navi. So because we don't know Navi, the first time most of us ever saw this pasuk in Yeshaya was about 30 seconds ago. Right? So when I said the Gemara does know Navi, right? So the Gemara says, but 1 second, they should bring their witnesses and exonerate them. The Gemara says, that's not talking about Ovdei Avodah Zarah. That's actually talking about Jews. So let's say, get ready for this. Now, and by the way, not only that, it's actually a positive statement. What's the positive statement? We'll say, get ready for this. Just take this in. All mitzvahs that Klal Yisrael does in this world, ba'os u'mi'idos lahem mi'olam haba, will come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. Shene'emar yitnu ideihem v'yitztiku. Because what does the pasuk say? Literally, let them bring their witnesses, as them, right? So we'll say, so who is that referring to? Elu Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to Klal Yisrael. So therefore, the Gemara says, here's the problem: the pasuk that you're quoting, that the Ayin Chevra is quoting, is actually not a pasuk that's about the condemnation of the Avodah Zarah, but in fact, it's about the exoneration And ultimately, again, the solidifying of the tzidkus starts a Klal Yisrael. Because what does it mean at the end of the day? At the end of the day, Yitnu Idei V'Yitztiku, and Yishuv Meidi, every single mitzvah that you do in this world, ultimately, again, comes before you in the world to come. Right? Again, I said, love maybe. I'm sorry. We'll say, we're going to come back to that in just a second. When it says, Yishmu v'yogu emes, the pasuk goes on. It says, they will hear and they will say truth. In other words, there's two things happening over here. There's Klal Yisrael having their other people hearing and saying emes. What are the other people hearing and saying emes? Elu Ovdei Kochavim. That ultimately again refers to the idolater. So we'll say, so you see what's happening over here in Olam Haba? In Olam Haba, so again, the Jews, Baruch Hashem Arzocha, have all of their mitzvos come before them and ultimately testify on their behalf. On the other hand, there's the Ovdei Avodah Zarah, recognizing the folly of their ways, recognizing again the theological emptiness of everything that they did. So what do the Ovdei Avodah Zarah do? They say that Yishmu v'yomu emes. They will hear and they will say, that's emes. That's emes. For our purposes, ultimately, what do you see from here? That that ultimately, again, the ayin is halach l'maisa, again, talking about, the pasuk of Yidein is talking about Jews. It's not talking about non-Jews. So what's going on over here? It's not talking about an akum. The Gemara says, Ela Amar Rapuna B'Rav Yeshua, Man de Amar Yidein me'acha. So ultimately, again, Rapuna B'Rav Yeshua says, you're right. The one who says Yidein, he brings it from a different pasuk. What pasuk? Yotzrei Pasal Kulam Tohu, V'chamudehem Abal Yo'ilu, Ve'edehem Hema. He's going over here the pasuk, once again from Yeshaya. That literally translated again, those who fashion idols. Kulam Tohu, ultimately again, their entirety is emptiness. V'chamudehem Abal Yo'ilu, that which they desire will never come to fruition. Ve'edehem Hema. And ultimately, again, their witnesses, their very witnesses, are these very idols that they create. So that's where the ayin, that's where the ideyim ultimately comes from. Well, so just before we go back into some ridiculously overwhelming and amazing Gemara, I just want to spend a moment on this Rabbi Shimon Levi, because it's a very, very, very beautiful Gemara. That kol mitzvos she'Yisrael osim ba'olam hazeh, any mitzvah we do in this world, ultimately testify on our behalf in the world to come. So there is a beautiful Marsha. The Marsha says like this. I just want to read to you the first line of the Marsha. He says, Ha'inyan, get ready for this. Kimoshe kasav hamikubalim. It's very interesting. I don't know that the Marsha often has that lashon. So he says the inyan is like the mikubalim, right? Ki b'chol ma'aseh yedei adam nivra davar ruchni lefi ha'maisa. Every mitzvah we do, ultimately, says the Marsha, creates a davar ruchni, creates a new spiritual reality. Moshe Kasav, she'osa mitzvah nosekav man b'pamal yeshamala v'chein b'hepech v'osa ha'avera matish kochal pamal yeshamala v'nosin koach l'tzad hatuma. So say similarly again, when a person does an avera, I create a negative spiritual reality. Sometimes little children are taught that when you do a mitzvah, you create a good malach. Right? If you do an avera, you create a bad malach. And sometimes his parents will say, that's very nice. Absolutely no idea what that means. Right, or where this Mora pulled that out of, right? But Lamaisa, it's true. It's true. When I do a mitzvah, I create a brand new spiritual energy in this world. When I do an Avera, I create a negative spiritual energy in this world. I create realities through my mitzvahs, shape my life in this world, but are also there to greet me after 120. They'll say our actions matter.
Hello, how are you?
And our actions literally again create realities in this world and the next. Taiva, it's not because of okay, we all have taivas. We all have taivas, right? But if there's a lot of taivas that I have that I don't act on, right? So how is it that some taivas I do act on, some taivas I don't act on? I think there's a very simple math. Because at the end of the day, I think that my actions don't really matter. I think I could do whatever I want to do. And again, I understand I'm going to have to do tshuva. I understand maybe there's malchus, so there's misa, there's kares. Okay, but lamaisa, it doesn't matter in the world. Like, it doesn't have an implication in the world. And Rabbi Shimon says, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Every single thing I do in this world ultimately creates that brand new energy that did not exist before. And that energy shapes my life here in this world. And those energies, so to speak, those results are waiting for me in the world to come as well. There is no such thing as an insignificant action. Everything we do, says the Maharsha, look at this Russian again. Ki kol b'chol ma'aseh yedei adam nivra davar ruchni lefi ha'maisa. Every single thing that I do, I create a davar ruchni. I create a spiritual energy. What is that? I don't know. Is that a malach? Is that something else? All I know is that my actions matter. My actions have results in this world and the next, and I will say, this should hopefully condition us to live life with a heightened sense of awareness. So I will say, now you understand. And by the way, why is it? What is the first section in the Silas Yisharim? The first section in Silas Yisharim, first section, we learned it 4 times together, right? Zehirus. What's Zehirus? Alacrity. Okay, fine. We'll do it the 5th time, right? So, it's like alacrity, awareness, right? Zehirus ultimately, again, no, Zehirus comes afterwards. Zehirus is the first thing. And is ultimately, again, right? Watchfulness, alacrity, right? Ultimately, again, to live like, remember the Ramchal's Mash? And if you close your eyes for a second, you fall off the side. So why? Why do I have to be so watchful in life? It's because of the Yeshua and Rabbi. Because at the end of the day, my actions matter. So because my actions matter, I gotta be on guard. I gotta be plugged in. I have to be aware. Because otherwise, I'm doing things that create results, and those results may have intended or unintended consequences. Incredible. Kol mitzvot she'Yisrael osin ba'olam hazeh bos mi'idos olam haba. Say, incredible. All right. Here we go. Dar Shadichanina Papa, get ready. Get ready for this, because this is going to be the most incredible Gemara you've ever seen in your life, or at least this morning. Says the Gemara. Shadichanina Papa. Just take a second for it. Just like, do you understand like what it is that we're doing? And what it is that we have this supposed to do. And let's say, Avodah Zarah could be your Masechta. Right? So, to be honest, like, I'm not going to ask how much Chazara besides Zevi was happening over the course of Shavuos. Right? Because sometimes, like, you get like into a rut with the Masechta, and you're like, all right, I already don't know most of it, so whatever. This is a brand new Masechta. This is a brand new Masechta right here. This is a brand new Masechta, right? Right? Sorry? Nice, right? This is a brand new Masechta. Just like, make this yours. Make this yours. Make it that when someone asks you who your best friend in life is, you say Avodah Zarah. Now, it might sound a little bit strange at first, I will say, but just understand, like anything and everything you need to be successful in life is probably going to be contained in the next page, but certainly over the next pages in life. I will say, this is it's an overwhelming opportunity that we have in front of us. Let's go. So says here we go. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Sefer Torah B'Cheiko, ultimately Yagmar Sanhedrin from Perek Chelek days, La'asid Lavo can mean a lot of different things. The Pashtus over here is talking about Messianic era. In the Messianic era, HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds the Sefer Torah Umanich B'Cheiko. He holds it against his chest. The Misha Asakba, Yabav Yifal Scharo. Wow. The Moshe stands with the Sefer Torah by his chest, and he cries out and he says, whoever has engaged in this, Misha Asakba, right? Moshe say Iskos. Iskos means be actively involved. Whoever learned this Torah, whoever lived this Torah, come and take your schar. It's interesting to note why he said first, obviously the whole thing is anthropomorphic. Right? Obviously, Baruch doesn't have arms, Baruch doesn't have a chest. Right? So but what does it mean? It's interesting. You would have thought that just as a Kadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and holds the Sefer Torah. And he goes ahead and he says, whoever learned this Torah, come and reap your reward. But what does it say? It says, he holds it against his chest because the name of his Baruch Hu simply does as follows. Didn't Rabbi say who reaps the maximum benefit from the reward? There's two ways to learn Torah. You could learn Torah like this, or you could learn Torah like this. You can go ahead and learn Torah as an intellectual pursuit and go ahead and absorb all the different pieces of information and learn different things, but your relationship with Torah is always at an arm's length. Or you could allow the words of Torah to seep into your heart. You could allow Torah to fundamentally change you and uplift you. Do you learn Torah by holding it in your hands, or do you learn Torah by bringing it into your heart? HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the Messianic era doesn't hold the Sefer Torah up like this. He holds the Sefer Torah against his heart, against his chest. And he says, whoever learned Torah with a heart, right? Whoever inculcated himself, brought that Torah in, that's a person who reaps the maximum benefit of Torah. Don't learn Torah held up high. Look at this scene. Listen to this scene. So I'll say, so what happens? All of the nations of the world go ahead and come now. I'll say, what does Buvya mean? They're all mixed up, right? So the nations of the world, so obviously what's happening over here, there's a panic, right? There's a global panic. Why is there a global panic? Because at the end of the day, they recognize that Torah. We'll get to exactly what this means. But the point is, all the nations of the world rush in to try to get before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what happens? Shne'emar, Kalagoyim nikbitzu yachtav. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Al tikansu lefanai be'er vuvya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls out, he says, Chevra, I'm talking to the nations of the world, not us. Don't come before me be'er vuvya. Don't come before me all mixed up. Ella tikanis kol umma v'umma amid beis v'sofra. Rather, every nation with its scholars has to come on its own. Shene'emar vayasu le'umim ve'im ela malchus. The nations will gather. La'om means monarchy. Shene'emar u'la'om mila'om yamatz. One monarchy will serve another. Yaakov and Esav. So we'll say, I just point out over here. First of all, Mazel Tov. I'm finishing our first Amid. Right? If this was an Amid Yom Yishua, we would have finished early. Baruch Hashem, say now, incredible. What does this mean, by the way? Just this line. So the Gemara says, who said, don't come before me be'er vuvya. Don't come before me ultimately again all mixed up. What does the Gemara say? I think that there's a tremendous yesod in this statement. I remember HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To constantly be'er vuvya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I just want to tell you, you cannot get close to me if you're all mixed up. Closeness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu requires seder, requires order. You want a relationship with God? There has to be a seder in your life. There has to be order in your life. That order means a schedule, like the Piashatsky always speaks about. This idea of being a scheduled person, knowing how I'm spending my time, knowing how I'm spending my day. That Seder means, ultimately, again, I have goals, I have aspirations, I have a methodical way in which I live my life. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you're living there, if you're just all over the place all of the time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm just telling you, you're not going to make it before me. Because in order to go ahead and come before me, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says it has to be Sedevos, the greatest raya to this, right? On the holiest day of the year is Yom Kippur. I will say if there's one thing that you could find on the Seder of Yom Kippur, it is, right, on the Avod of Yom Kippur, it is Seder. Everything is highly choreographed, right? From where you go, from what you wear, from who's in structured time in the Beis HaMikdash on Yom Kippur. Why? Because Kedusha requires structure. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires strict scheduling. And the more Kedusha you want, the more scheduled, worked out, and thought out you need to be. Because I'll say, if I'm Siflagging, right? If I'm Siflagging, I am, and there are people who go through life Siflagging, and they accomplish personalistic accomplishment. If you're all over the place, pretty much you get nowhere. Because Rabbi says, if you're in Buvya, you can't come close to me. But if you have Seder, if you have order, if you have schedule, it says the Gemara, Amud Beis, is there a Buvya? It sounds strange, right? Is there like a Buvya before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? The Moshe has to be condemned out of Buvya. Here's the Gemara says, Ella, the Gemara says, of course not. Or this is not a problem. Read the Lo Me'irbu Enu B'Hadi Adadi. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Hashbach is doing for the benefit of the nations of the world. Rashi points out there is something amazing. Tries to plead its case before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, the Rebbe was concerned that if everybody is mixed up, people are going to get their claims mixed up as well, right? They're not going to be able to properly forge their national defenses. So therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says each nation should come on its own. Rashi says, doesn't matter, right? But what nice again for the nations of the world, for the nations, it's good for them to each come as a nation so that they can organize their defense together and not get mixed up on what the other nations are saying. All right, let's get ready for this. Who comes in first? Yad. Now, I will say this is for judgment during the Messianic era. So the Baruch who's held his Sefer Torah by his chest says, whoever has come and observed what is written in here, go ahead and they come to lobby their case before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who comes in first? Yad Nipasaf on Machus Rome Tchila. Rome comes in first. Rome comes in first. My time, Rishon de Chashiva. Rome is important. Rome is important. So the Gemara says. Fine, the Gemara says, my time Rishon de Chashiva. How do you know that Rome is important? Because the pasuk says by Daniel that when referring to Rome, they consumed the entire land, they plowed it, and they destroyed it. This is Rabbi Yochanan, who says that again. This refers to Rome, literally again the wicked Rome, or the liable Rome, whose literally again their teva, their impact has spread upon the entire world. And I will say that it's true to this very day, right? It's true to this very day. Their impact has spread to the entire world. So in general, how do we know that he who is chashuv goes first? So again, so now here's what we got, right? Rome, nation Rome, is coming in for judgment of the Messianic era. And I will say, by the way, just in the state of the Messianic era, it's like, for example, the Gemara says in the Seches Megillah, there are many nations that were derivative of Rome. Germania, right? The Gemara in Seches Megillah says, so when it's Rome coming before judgment for the Messianic era, it's Rome, it's the empire of Rome and its derivatives. So the Gemara says. Now, by the way, so now we're saying Rome is the most important, therefore Rome comes in first for judgment. So the Gemara says, by the way, how do you know that the more important, that the more chashuv entity goes first? The Gemara says, listen to this. Melech b'tzibor, melech nichnas. So this is very interesting. If the Sanhedrin has to adjudicate two cases, right? The king and the tzibor. Ultimately, again, the king never say. Now, by the way, although it sounds like Sanhedrin over here, it's not really Sanhedrin, right? Because the king is usually, again, not judged by the court. But again, we're just for the metaphor. So, Melech, again, the tzibor waiting for judgment. The king goes in first. That's why it actually points out Nichnas Tchila Lefnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Din. But Avdo Umishpat Amo Yisrael. Shabbos said is very interesting. So the Gemara quotes the part Umishpat Amo. Hashem performs the judgment of his servant and the judgment of his nation. What do you see from here? The king is judged first and then the nation. Says the Gemara, the time of night. Shabbos says, so what is that? So again, now we've shown from the pasuk that the nation, which again for our purposes means the more chashuv person is judged first. But ultimately, why is the king judged before the nation? So the Gemara said, the time of night. So it's not appropriate to have the king in the waiting room. Right, so therefore, again, because it's not proper to make the king wait, therefore, halacha l'maisa, or literally again, it means it's not appropriate, it's not normative behavior to keep the king on the outside. Therefore, we take the king's case first, adjudicate him, and then adjudicate the nation. The other possibility is that we want the king judged first. Why? Because if the nation is judged first, again, this is all by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. If the nation is judged first, the Ribono Shel Olam's wrath may be kindled over the nation, and therefore it may come down harder on the king. Therefore, again, in order that the king kind of gets a little bit of a lighter side, so to speak, of the Ribono Shel Olam's Midas Hadin, we let him go first in judgment. If you look at Rashi, the late Fashchar and Afshal HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mipnei Kishet Tzibor Shemachas V'Shalom Yifram Min HaMelech Kol Tzarchono Mibnei Acharon. Okay, so I'll say so two reasons as to why we let the king go first. Either because again it's not appropriate to keep the king waiting on the outside, or second possibility is we don't want the king to have to deal with divine judgment in the aftermath of his wrath with Klal Yisrael. If he's provoked with Klal Yisrael, we don't see that. Good. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is judging the nations of the world, right? The nations lined up here. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Chevra, separate out into nations. Who comes first? Because that he who is important always goes first. Where do we see that? We have this line, Lav orach ara l'nesav malka me'avrai. It's such a beautiful line. I will say, it is not normal that the king should be on the outside. So I will say, such a beautiful yesod for our own relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes, either knowingly or commitment issues, we have fear, maybe we're not confident enough that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to love us, going to accept us for who and what we are. So we create a little bit of an arm's length relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. The Gemara says, don't do it. Lav arach ara l'mesiv malka me'avrai. Don't. It's not nice to keep the king, to keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu into your life. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu into your soul. He's in there anyway. Right? He knows what's going on anyway. He knows that I'm doing whether I choose that relationship with him or not. Don't keep it at arm's length. Sometimes, again, we're so afraid because of our own inconsistencies and because of our own averos, which we all have. We all have inconsistencies, we all have inherent contradictions, we all commit averos. And we think that because of those things, I'm not fit for a close and meaningful relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But it's simply not true. At the end of the day, all the king wants is to let him in. All he wants is to let him in. All he wants is not a seat at the table. All he wants is to pull up a chair next to me in my heart. Don't keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let him in. It's the same Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes the Sefer Torah and he brings it to its heart to say, but this is what I want. Don't keep my Torah out here. Bring it inside your heart. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, don't keep me on the outside. Never mind HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But my Saktim, Shem says to Rome, Chevra, Rome mini Chevra. Rome mini Chevra, tell me, what did you spend your life with here in this world? I'm good, I want to tell you, we're very proud of what we've done. We established marketplaces, bathhouses, we proliferated wealth in this world. The Kula, get ready for this one. The Kula, And God, do you know why we did it? Not want to tell you. Not to brag. But we did it for the chosen people. We did it for Klal Yisrael. Right? Everything for Klal Yisrael. Why? Because we figured that if we make the Gashmius easier, Klal Yisrael bathhouses and created wealth, and so wealth was accessible. All this stuff. So Klal Yisrael shouldn't have to worry about the Gashmius. This way, again, Baruch Hashem, they can focus on the Yes. Amra Kadosh Baruch Hu. Shotim Sheba Olam. Rosham says, I can deal with a lot of stuff. What I can't deal is with liars. Don't lie to God. You want to sin? I mean, not exactly, but you understand, right? Like, you want to sin? Go ahead, right? We're all going to sin anyway, right? Don't be dishonest for the one simple reason. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees through it even before you finish the sentence. So here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Rome, and I'm say this is the most ROTHSCHILD. Right? Because what says, you fools. Says, that is not you set up marketplaces, because you wanted to create a place for the harlots. Right? You wanted to put a place of prostitution. Bathhouses because you're hedonistic people. You think you created wealth? Shalihu, I create wealth. Shne'emar, liya kesef, v'liya azot, no ma'ashem tzivakos. So ultimately, he gives it to Rome. Says to him, how dare you? You want to say, by the way, you hear them trying this most ROTHSCHILD. What should Rome have done? What should they have done? Just own it. We messed up. We messed up bad. We messed up really, really bad. But instead, it was incredible. They doubled down on their issues. Not only they doubled down, the chutzpah to say that what they did for us. What they did for us. How much Jewish blood Rome and its descendants have on their hands. How much persecution Rome and their descendants have on their hands. And the chutzpah to stand before the Ribono Shel Olam and the Moshe Mashiach and say, everything we did for Klal Yisrael. I'm sorry, Chabra, for that. You want to lie to me and say that what you did for the Jewish people? Sorry, nothing doing. Me, the Lord says, is there anyone amongst you, ultimately again, Magid Zos, who could go ahead and has gotten involved in Zos, in this what's the Shne'emar, Mibacham Yagid Zos, Ve'ein Zos Ela Torah. What's Zos? Zos is Torah. So the Bible asks Rome, is there anyone in your nation who has learned Torah? And I was going to ask, I don't understand. Rome doesn't have an obligation for learning Torah. Why is the Bible going to ask? That's tomorrow's daf. Shne'emar, Zos HaTorah Shesam Moshe. Miyad Yatzu Pachinash. Rome leaves dejected. Right? Why? Why does Rome leave dejected? And rightfully so, because they have been indicted in a divine messianic judgment. Right? They've been found guilty in divine messianic judgment. Incredible. Who's next? Yatzamachos Rome, get ready for this. Benichnas Malchus Paras. Oh, so who's number two? Get ready for this. Persia comes in number 2 after Rome. Get ready for this. The Gemara says, my timer. Now, why is Persia number 2? Because after Rome, Persia was the second most influential empire. This is the prophecy of Daniel. So in Daniel's prophecy, again, he says, and afterwards there was a second animal, and this second animal in Daniel's vision, right? The first one resembled the lion, which was Rome. This refers to the Persians. Right? What's unique about the Persians? Which means they eat and drink a lot. And they're covered with hair. Hairy people, like the bear. The big people, literally covered with flesh, like the bear. And ultimately, again, they're covered with hair, like a bear. And ultimately, again, like the bears generally restless. So ultimately, again, they're restless like the Kadosh Baruch Hu. Kadosh Baruch Hu, just tell me, what did you do? I just want to point out, here's the godless. You say it's different than when Kadosh Baruch Hu confronts Cain, and he says to Cain, right, Ein Hevel Achicha, where's Hevel? Right? Or he asks Adam, Kadosh Baruch Hu knows everything. But when we've messed up in life, he gives us the opportunity to own it and to do tshuva. The problem is 9 out of 10 times we just double down. So I'm saying to Persia, Shephala, tell me, what have you been up to? Right? What have you done? Persia, I'll tell you. We made bridges. We conquered cities. We made many wars. Yes, you have. The Kulanu.
Tommy, you hear me?
And Persia says, I just want you to know, everything that we have done, we only did for Klal Yisrael. All these things, all the conquering and all of the material holdings, this way again, more Gashmios was available to Klal Yisrael, and therefore they come incredible. That is not true. Anything and everything you've done, you've only done ultimately again in a self-serving way. You know why you built bridges? So you could collect tolls. Right? Krachim, you conquered cities. Lasos bahem angai. So again, Rashi points out here, Angaria, avodas hamelach u'mutelas al yoshe krachim. Lasos muchamos. Velito bahem temaodosav. You conquered cities order to go and create vassal cities. So you could seize people for the army, seize animals for the tax for the king. That's why you did it. Milchamos, wars. You think you created wealth? Liah kesef. Money belongs to me. He says to Persia, you think you're in charge? Well, see, you understand the profundity of these words. You think you're the one who does the wars? Man doesn't choreograph wars. That's why he says, I choreograph wars. You think Persia, you think you're in charge of where the missiles go? You think you're in charge of what happens? Because Baruch says, I am the Ishmael Chalas. Ultimately, again, is there anyone amongst you? Now, again, once Baruch Hu asks, the question is still strange, because why should Persia have anyone amongst them who's learning? We'll have to see what is. Now, obviously, there's no one in their midst who's learning Torah. Therefore, Persia goes out dejected. So Rome's done, Persians plus Romi, my time at Eile. So then we're going to ask an interesting question. Persia. We're going to pass on this. Thank you, God. It's not really worth it. Why did Persia choose to go through? I will say, and by the way, not only that, but they advanced the same type of argument, right? In other words, they saw what happened to Rome. They heard how the argument. So this is a good time now. Persia said, look, here's the big difference between us and Rome. Rome destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. We didn't, right? We built it. And what do you mean we built it? I will say so again, because remember, Esther's son, Koresh, right? Esther's son with Achashverosh, who was Persia, part of the Persian Median Empire. They did rebuild the second temple. So Persia felt like, look, at the end of the day, so they thought that would help them in their time. Incredible. Gemara says, so ultimately, again, this is the scene that repeats itself with every single nation. So nation after nation comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the Shalom says, what did you do? They advance their accomplishments. They claim everything they did for Klal Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, not true. What you've done is self-serving. So the Gemara says, so if all the other nations saw that it didn't work for Rome and for Persia, why do these other nations keep coming in for divine judgment? How you doing, Brian? So the other nations say like this, listen, Rome and Persia were the primary persecutors of Klal Yisrael. So therefore, again, if Baruch was not going to find any type of exoneration for them. But a lot of other nations in the world, didn't per se participate in the active persecution of Klal Yisrael. So they were hoping to find some type of positive judgment. So I'm supposed to get ready for this. I'm going to end with this line. No, not really. But my shna, Hani de Chashidi, my shna, Hani de Chashidi. So I'm going to say, so what is it that makes Rome and Persia so important more than the other nations of the world. But what is it that makes them more and more important? The Malchusayhu ad Asim Mashiach. Why Rabbi Sanders will last all the way until the Messianic era. So Rabbi say, now again, obviously, what it also means is in the form of influence, right? Obviously, the empires are not constituted as they once were, but at the end of the day, the influence of these empires will be felt until the Messianic era. In other words, many other nations come and go, and their influence is gone. So what's unique about Rome and Persia is that their influence in the world is felt up until the Messianic era. So I just want to point out, just understand what this means, right? So Persia, which again is Iran and the Chevra, right? So Lamaisa again, their influence is felt in the world until Mashiach, which means that if we see their influence being diminished, and if we see their influence being compromised, and we see their ability to threaten not only Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, but the entire world being diminished day after day, you know what that tells us? That the Yemos HaMashiach is closer than ever. Because the Gemara says, Persia, Paras will be here up until Yemos HaMashiach. And if we are literally living in days where day after day, strike after strike, Am Yisrael is diminishing the influence of Paras actively, it means that Mashiach is not right around the corner, but it probably means Mashiach is right at the front door. It's not me, it's Avodah Zarah, that Beis Amrit Beis. 1 week into this new stage of the war, exactly a little bit more than 1 week, right? Last Thursday night. And here the Gemara is telling us great things are about to happen. Incredible things are about to happen. Paras will be here until Mashiach comes. But as you begin to see their influence being diminished, just know things are waiting for Klal Yisrael. Great things are waiting for the world. The Rabbi said very soon that where HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds that Sefer Torah not in his hands but by his heart and says, whoever throughout to live this beautiful scroll, come and receive your reward. That reward for our people, that reward for our nation, that reward for all of humanity in Eretz Hashem is coming very soon. I was saying, Shkoyach, Andak Bezah Avodah Zarah, absolutely amazing Haskalah, incredible. All right, Cheva Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoyach, Cheva Eretz Yisrael. I'm looking at a Shabbos. It should be a Shabbos in Eretz Hashem of safety, of security, of the Solas Tovos, for all of Klal Yisrael and Halavai. You should see the downfall of Paras, Meir Rabbi Yameinu.
Just barely scraped, like fully back, just to like I put a little scrape into the thing. But it's just like I can't in that moment. I fuck up, did a bad shot. I can't pull back. I'm like, God damn it, I'm better than that. Yeah, I'm much better than I used to be as a youth. I had terrible anger issues.
Whoever has gone ahead and observed the Torah, come and collect the reward. The issues line up. You also have
But I just didn't really know how to express that anger in a more healthy way as I've grown and matured.
Torah, ultimately, a simple question: who amongst you has observed the Torah? And of course, none of them are able to answer.
So chill. I know.
Some more trying to understand, so that the nations kind of come back and say, well, we didn't accept it, you didn't give it to us. That's not a good answer. The last answer is something almost all of us, they said, listen, even Klal Yisrael did accept the Torah, accepted it because you placed them under duress. You threatened them. Okay, I didn't threaten us. You also didn't accept the Torah, but you didn't threaten us. So what happens? So Allah had this follow. And Rishon says, well, let's do this. Why don't we look at your relationship with the Shabbos of Noah? Why don't we look at your relationship with the commandments you do have? And at the end of the Shema, the Rishon says, so the Baruch says you want some big shots. You say that you would have observed the Torah, but I give you 7 mitzvahs, and you don't even observe those mitzvahs. You don't even keep the basic staples of Noah's law. So how can you claim that if you were given the Torah, you would accept it? So in the non-vote time, how do you nations of the world didn't accept, or don't actually say, didn't uphold the sources in Noah. To tell you Rabbi Yosef, because the pasuk says, "Amad vayimodi aretz ra'a v'yasar bari." Man ra'a, what should I put this part of see? Ra'a zayin mitzvah shekibu aleim b'nei Noach. Both saw the 7 mitzvahs that they Noah accepted upon themselves, and yet they did not uphold them. Given to a kind, once he saw that the nations of the world did not accept or did not uphold the mitzvahs, Amad v'yasar was a very dramatic tomorrow. Once I historically saw that the nations of the world did not uphold the 7 mitzvahs of Noah, then the Omer Shal Olam was matir. Now, what's it matir literally sounds like what? The Torah will release them from the 7 mitzvahs of Noah, which is mercy. One second. This Kuri Ister, are you telling them that through non-performance of the mitzvahs, the nations of the world benefited? In other words, because they didn't perform the mitzvahs, they were accepted. It doesn't make any sense. In came Matir Chotim Iskar. If that's the case, then what happens? We see that a sinner is rewarded. Unless how is a sinner rewarded? It's apparently don't keep something. Let God command you to do something. Don't keep it, right? Fail to keep it, and what? And if the Torah will give you a pass. Does that make sense? I'm not ready to do that. What's the time of Gimel? Lomar, Sha'afa Pisha Mekhamin also in the Kabbalah. You know what it means is that even though you're obligated to keep it, the Baruch Hu does not give them slap. The Baruch Hu doesn't give them reward. So they're obligated. The Umas Olam are obligated to keep the Sheminish in Noah, but ultimately they do not get reward for it. Actually, they don't get reward for it. One time, Omer, Inayin Shafin Ovid Kocham Ba'osik Torah, Shuka Koin Gadol. Well, say, how do you know that even if a Gentile, a non-Jew, learns Torah, an idolater, I should say, learns Torah, that he is as great as the Kohen Gadol? Well, so what that seems to me is, your understanding is that if a non-Jew goes ahead and performs his mitzvahs, that he gets schar just like the Kohen Gadol. And again, even if he was learning Torah, the Torah point out that the Shidduch Torah Shidduch there's a whole discussion with non-Jews learning Torah about that. Not on topic for today. But how do I know that if a non-Jew learns Torah, that he gets schar like the Kohen Gadol, which also means, for our purposes, that when a Gentile, an idolater performs a mitzvah, he gets reward. So the Gemara says, Talmud Lomar, Asher Ya'asa Osa Adam B'chai B'hem. As the pasuk says, these are the mitzvahs that a person will perform, and he will live through them. Kohanim Levim Yitzrim Lorem. It doesn't say Kohanim Levim Yitzrim. Elo Ha'adam. Also, now Ha'adam is the most generic term you have for a human being. Alamarata Shahilu Ovi Yochama Osi Patora. How do you get the point level? Also, it's the fact that it employs the word Ha'adam teaches us that what? That any person who engages in the pursuit of spirituality is rewarded. So how can you claim that the idolaters, that the nations of the world don't get the reward for the performance of Shem's Israel? It seems to be the contrary. It seems to be it's good that they do get a reward. Ella, rather, what does it mean about saying? Inachinami, you're right. That the nations of the world will say, when they go in and do their mitzvahs, they do get the reward. But the Rama Lacha, she mekablim aleim schar, she mitzvah ba'oseh, ever to me she'ino mitzvah ba'oseh. Rather, also what it means is that he is commanded to perform the mitzvah. Rather, they get the reward as someone who is not commanded to do the mitzvah. Zamra di Chanina, Godol ha-mitzvah ba'oseh, yoseh she'ino mitzvah ba'oseh. That a person is commanded to do something and does it, gets greater reward for a person who is not commanded, who yet doesn't have their own volition. As I say, very often you think just the opposite. You think that someone who does something that they are not commanded to do is of a higher level because they're going above and beyond to obligated. I'm obligated. So I don't think this says, what's the big Tosis? Tosis says, okay, God will have a mitzvah ba'oseh, Beirish, the issue, though it comes to the back slow, will the Kayyim and Mitzvahs follow? You know this. I don't need to tell you tell me this because you know it. When you are commanded to do something, there is a greater need Sahara not to do it. Not to do it. Like, which is against not to do it, which is often right between them. What is extensively about this. At the end of the day, we'll say what we want more than anything is self-autonomy. What we want more than anything is I want control. Don't tell me what to do. The moment that somebody tells me what to do, it's not, by definition, there's a subconscious desire to push back against it. You know what is the common most how many first words are children? Most how many first words? No. Listen, what's the problem? All of our children have, oppositional defiance disorder. Like, what's the shot? The shot is because embedded in our psyche is this desire for complete control. Don't tell anyone else who thinks about us. Rabbi, I'm sure there's other reasons. But the nice again on a deep psychological level, on a deep looking level, it's because don't tell me what to do. Don't. I remember when the version had these floods that we went before. Seagate. See, remember, in Hurricane Sandy, Sarah, it was amazing. I saw you got like buses of men to get on there and go beat up someone else's garbage. Well, each of us lament the fact that we have to take out our own garbage. Right? It's an amazing thing. I haven't cleaned up my basement for years. It's my uncle's basement, a couple of states. I'm there, right? I was to clean up. Why was the shot? Because in my house, I have to do stuff. And I don't want to do the stuff that I have to do, but stuff that I can volunteer for, stuff that I can roll on my sleeves for, absolutely all in. So it's an incredible stuff. That's why if you're commanded to do something and you do it, you actually get greater schar than if you do it and you're not commanded to do it. It's easier to volunteer. It's easier to feel like you're going above and beyond. To satisfy your responsibilities, that is the Tzahara gets. And if the Gemara suggests, yes, the Ovid Kochanim ultimately do get reward. But they get reward for like someone who is in the mitzvah of Osa and not someone who is in the mitzvah of Osa. So the Gemara says, that means this is what the idolatry is saying for now. You saw Rabbi, you saw Shulchan Aruch and Kanua, so you said you also from the excuse. You're painting the Jews like the people of English. You're painting the Jews like you paint them the mitzvahs, and of course, at a point, you guys we like to do some fact-checking over here. And have the Jews really performed the mitzvahs in the way that you claim to do? Have the Jews really adhered to you as much as you claim to do? Some of them are Baruch Hu, and he made by Shekhinah, so the Bible says, yes, I will be made. I, God, will testify. Listen to this. Only if I Rosh God, you need no respect. But whom you actually made out to know, your Apostle of English. Listen to that. Maybe the Rosh I'm sorry. The Apostle of English, a father is not permitted to testify about his son. It's the need of Holy Israel. So, almost like Rosh it's not that. You love them. You know what God is. About them, therefore you are postulating this account. Listen, just think what that means. Then let's think what that means about the loving community, Moshe, Olam, and us. That like the Baruch is postulating this account. The Moshe cannot testify. This is God. He can testify anything. He's postulating this account. So why? Because he's an Atheist, because he's an Abba, because he's a teacher, because he's our father. He brings children. Incredible. So he says, fine. Now, Egypt, Shammai Baruch Egypt. Let heaven and earth go and testify that Klal Yisrael has observed the entire Torah. So you must open up on the Rosh Hashanah, heaven and earth can't testify to you. Why? They're also looking at the Shneimar. In Lobisi, Yomam Malay, look, who goes to my mouth? There's something very similar. My Yisrael, what does this mean? My covenant. In Lobisi, Yomam Malay, who goes to my mouth? Because they term it, plus it's reference to a covenant and to statutes. What does this mean? Normally, this is what this might be. God, even in his morning process, the Rambam, the most effective why is there a place for the Rambam is just not historical isolations. The Rosh made a condition with creation. The Amr, in the summer covenant as our Olamito, give Klal Yisrael accept the Torah. Getting good nature will be sustained. Getting love, and actually estimate Shalom. But if not, I will also listen to this says, Mike said, Yishamai Mishmat of you, Eretz Yorah Shakita, in Yerei Lama Shakita, if the earth is fearful, then why is it quiet or tranquil? In Shakita Lama Yerei, and if it's tranquil, why is it fearful? Ella, between Yerei, in the unification of earth was concerned, because will it survive? Will the Basov Shakita? We'll say the Basov afterwards. Afterwards means what? After Klal Yisrael accepted the Torah. At Har Sinai, then by definition the earth is tranquil. So we'll say the two views. The Hashish will actually point out two different interpretations based on this Gemara. Hashish Hashish means the sixth. The sixth refers to what? The sixth of Sivan, which was the date of Kabbalah's HaTorah. Either way, embedded in the very pasuk itself, is Baruch Hu saying to creation, you survive as long as what? As long as Klal will accept the Torah. Therefore, again, the Umos Ha'olam say to Baruch Hu is sorry, but the heaven and earth can't testify on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Why? Because they're also not there be'evis. Why are they right? Because they also have a material interest in the testimony. Why? Because if Klal Yisrael doesn't survive, then what? Then they don't survive either. So the Gemara says, "Aman Hakadosh Baruch Hu Mikem Yavo Ve'Idu B'Handim." So Shulchan was called Torah clear. I wasn't. This is so beautiful. You know, this is fine. I wasn't. This is amazing. Rabbi should be telling you again. I'm postulating. I got a postulating. Telling you, trying artists postulating. It's fine. You know what? Let's have members from amongst the nations of the world who will come and give testimony. Yavo Nimrod, V'Yoid Ba'Avram, Shalom Aved Avodas Kochavim. Let Nimrod, I will say, come along and testify about Avram. That Avram Avinu did not go ahead and worship Avodah. Remember again, Nimrod was one who threw Avram Avinu into the fiery furnace because Avram Avinu refused to bow down to the idols. Yavo Lavan, Yoid Yaakov Sholechshon Ala Gezel. And he was ahead. This will actually point out this is the incredible miracle that multiplied Laban's flock on behalf of Yaakov. How about Ishas Potiphar? Yosef Sholechshon Ala Amira. Let the wife of Potiphar come along and say that what? That Yosef did not succumb to his passions, that Yosef did not engage in immorality. Yavo Nebuchadnezzar, Yoed Bechanaim Mishal Ba'azari Shlo Ishtachavo L'Tzelem. Let Nebuchadnezzar come along and say about Chanaim Mishal and Azariah that they did not go ahead and bow down to the idol. Yavo Daryovesh, Yoed B'Danir Shlo Pitva Satila. Let Daryovesh come along and testify that ultimately that Daniel never stopped that. And also actually points out over here that Daryovesh had made a rule that you can only daven to him. That was a law registered. You can daven multiple times a day, just daven to me, says Daryovesh. So Daniel defied it. Also, that's how Daniel wound up. Remember again in the Den of Lions. Right? That's how he ended up there because he davened illegally. He was a legal player. He davened to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So let Yavo Bilda Datichi, the Sofa and the Hamasi, the Alifas Hakim. They know that Bracha Labusi. So it's like these are all the friends of Iyov. These are the friends of Iyov who the Gemara identifies as Nevi'im in their own right. So the Gemara says that actually points out taking out the Iyov and Bracha, Lo Gasim Yisrael Hava. So this is we take him out of the list because again the other ones are all Gentile practice. They are even in the Yisrael Shekai was Kala Torah Kula Shneimar Yitnu Eidei of the execution. So it's like ultimately against the 12 finally says fine. I can't be have a nurse can't be but there are enough members from amongst the Umos Sa'olim to testify about the righteousness of Klal Yisrael.
I can't say a name, but I will say there is a comedian who I wrote for.
Listen to this one. I'm going to follow the Umos Sa'olim. To not run on Merosh Vanessa, but to listen to this. This remark in itself is such a listen. What's happening over there? The Umos Sa'olim are being confronted by the folly of their ways. Right? They're being confronted ultimately again by the fact that they didn't believe the right kind of lives. So it's like when you are confronted with your mistakes, so what's the first course of action? Normally the first course of action is deflection. Well, it wasn't you, or you're holding yourself up to such a high standard. Because that's nothing over here. So the first course of action is Umos Sa'olam. When the Umos Sa'olam ultimately again are confronted is, first is denial. Then deflection. Probably so not so great. Now that we've shown that that's incorrect, what happened? Fine, you're right. It's not about a Mirosh, give us the Torah. So give us the Torah now and we'll do it. We'll do it, okay. It's amazing. It's like this is the story of the human condition. When all of the excuses go out the window, I'm forced to confront reality. We made a mistake. We messed up. We made a mistake. You should have lived all your life. We had shepherds going to walk. We didn't observe those properly. We still played fine, let us start again. Give us the Torah, or whatever this means, it doesn't necessarily have to mean give us the Torah, give us the principles of the Torah, and we'll do it. Show him Shalom. What are you talking about, you fools? Also, get ready for this. Yishatarach be'erev Shabbos, yochel b'Shabbos. And also, it is only those who toil on Erev Shabbos who have the ability to eat on Shabbos. What does this mean? Erev Shabbos called them. I said, when is this happening? This conversation is occurring ultimately again in the Messianic era, Moshe Mashiach. This is happening on Shabbos. I mean, not literal Shabbos, but figurative, metaphorical Shabbos. The Rosh says, if you want a nice Seudah on Shabbos, there's only one way to get there, and that is you have to cook, you have to work, you have to labor on Erev Shabbos. Only those who labor on Erev Shabbos must have these looked at this on Shabbos. So Mishalo Tarach Erev Shabbos. Listen, these words are so profound. Someone who does not work hard on Erev Shabbos, Nehechan Yochal B'Shabbos. What is he going to eat on Shabbos? What's the understanding? Incredible message. The incredible message is our whole lives we're working towards Shabbos. If you want a meaningful Shabbos, what does the Torah say? Sheishes Yamin Tasem Elatecha. You want a Shabbos? You want a meaningful life? You want a meaningful Olam Haba? You have to work for it every single day, 6 days a week. I have to make sure that I'm working, that I'm moving my life in the right direction. Because if I think that I'm going to show up on Shabbos, it's going to be a takeout place, right wherever I get to on Shabbos, it doesn't work that way. At least not for that tomorrow. If you want Shabbos, if you want Olam Haba, if you want to know that you lived a meaningful and enriched life, then it's Sheishes Yamin. See, the emotion just said you have to prepare an Erev Shabbos. I'm one man that tomorrow. Right? It's not just enough to work on Erev Shabbos. It's Sheishes Yamin Tasem Elatecha. If you want real Shabbos, the preparation begins when? It begins on Sunday. It begins on Sunday, right? This is Shiva Shabbat. It begins on Sunday already. Sheishes Yamin Tasem Elatecha. If you begin working for your Shabbos on Sunday, then you'll have a Seudah, then you'll have what to eat on Shabbos. If the Rosh says, I don't know what you want in Moshe Olam. It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos. And now you want Torah. It's Shabbos, and now you wake up. It doesn't work that way in life. And the Abba Pike, I will say, here's Jack Morris and tomorrow. Rosh says, okay, but nevertheless, mitzvah congregation is Sukkah Shema. I have a mitzvah for you, and it's an easy one. It's called Sukkah. Yechuva asu osa. Go and make yourself a Sukkah. And let's use this mitzvah. So one second. You might just if you want to get angry, you might want to borrow. You know, as emotional, that's not how it works. So only Jews can tell you that's not how it works. That's not how it works. What are you doing on a mitzvah now? You might just see my shine, or even the pasuk says, because Baruch says, the mitzvah that I'm commanding you today, Hayom la'asosam, v'lo l'machar la'asosam. Listen, you just have performed in this world, and not in the next world. Hayom la'asosam, v'lo yom l'machar star. Today we do it, but today we don't get star. Star comes in the afterlife. So we'll say, the idea of my saying over here is, you're bending the rules. The way the world is set up is this world is Erev Shabbos, and Olam Haba is Shabbos Kodesh. This world is the preparation. This world is the work. Or very often without the Seudah Shabbos. And next world, Olam Haba, once Mashiach comes, that's Shabbos. You're now standing in the Moshe Mashiach. How can you now give them another chance? To which the Gemara said, wasn't it incredible? This is amazing, and it's an incredible Yisod. The Ribono Shel Olam is conflict averse. The Ribono Shel Olam does not like to fight. The Ribono Shel Olam does not like machlokes. So the Ribono Shel Olam are saying, okay, let's go ahead and we want the Torah. What is he going to say? No? Okay, if you want it, let's give it a try. Moshe doesn't want machlokes. He wants shalom. So we'll say, what happens? By my target, Mr. Kala, why is Sukkah called easy mitzvah? The left hand is Sarah and Kiss. Because they will say it doesn't cost anything. They will say you think to yourself, it doesn't cost anything. You know how much those panels cost? And the schach mats. They will say that's because we're spoiled. Right? And that's because, again, you need everything easy, everything prefab, and everything interlocking, and everything 1, 2, 3. And I will say, but Sukkah, I have it, so I'm not going to do this. I will say, but Sukkah, the idea is if you think about it, Sukkah can be performed with all what we'll call naturally found materials. In other words, I can forage and find whatever I need for Sukkah. The idea is it doesn't have to cost me. Fine, so what happens to us, right? So that the Ummah will give him Sukkah. So miyad kol echad ve'echad notam aholich ba'osa sukkah b'rosh gadol. So what's like? You have to give the Obliko Chum an incredible shkoyach. As that means say miyad. Miyad means what? Immediately. There's this resource. So everybody goes and they make their sukkah on the top of their roof. Because what does Moshe do? He makes it as hot as in the middle of the summer solstice, right? So he goes ahead and he brings down the Tammuz sun. You will say, what happens? What happens? You all know what that feels like. You all know what that feels like. It does not feel like that anything. Right? It feels like the other place. So what happens? Baruch goes ahead and takes out the sun in its full strength, and the most go out. And they leave. Let us touch the cords and let us throw away the ropes. I don't understand. You just said before that the Baruch who doesn't fight with his creations. So God, why are you making it especially hot? Now it sounds like the Baruch was going out of his way to make it ridiculously hot. Why do that? Oh, I'll tell you why. You shouldn't be so nami-zimnin. I'm a day so aside. You shouldn't be so nami-zimnin. There's also performed in the midst of the summer, because even though again Sukkot is in the middle of Israel, so you know very well, it's to be 100 degrees. So therefore, I was like, Moshe was just saying, listen, I'm going to give you the mitzvah, but you have to be willing to perform it under the same conditions that Klal Yisrael performs it. So Klal Yisrael performs it under the conditions of extreme heat. Therefore, you're going to do that as well. One second, the Rabbi says, but one second, I was like, Mitzvah, someone is accepting on Mitzvah only applies to cold, but it's not true. The din of Mitzvah also applies to heat. Also applies to heat. So a person is permitted to leave the sukkah in a situation of extreme heat. I don't understand. This is not a testimony. If the Baruch was bringing up the blazing sun, it's ridiculously hot. They're permitted to go inside the house. So they're plugged from sukkah. So this is as much as you like to listen. Listen to this. You leave the putter. Ba'ute mean the basi, it's to their butter. But why do you have to kick it on the way out? See, I go say, when the Jew leaves the sukkah, when the Jew leaves the sukkah, what does he do? He goes around and he says, everybody, you're okay. What do you go? They go inside, and then I go say, no, you go inside from the sukkah. You know what happens? When you go inside from the sukkah, there's an incredible overwhelming feeling. Overwhelming feeling of being saying, you don't really like this is not the injury most of nefesh, when you're shaving most of nefesh, like everyone's uncomfortable, this is stuff is not talking to me, this one's without not talking to me, I hope this one doesn't talk to me, and all of this different stuff, and I have all these photos, and the whole time I'm eating, I lost my appetite, because oh my gosh, I'm mostly nefesh for absolutely nothing. This is my own appetite from the CS nefesh, and now like I am such a little girl, right? I'm just like, I get too old, I get too this, like I'm going inside. So, and again, and what happens? The most on one side, it gets too hot, they kick the sukkah, they go out. The kicking the sukkah on both sides, the kicking the sukkah ultimately represents this despising of the mitzvah, this negative thing on both sides. The way you read the sukkah speaks volumes about the spiritual character. The Jew leads the sukkah begrudgingly and wrongly. Like the Jew leads the sukkah every step he's looking back, and every step he says, maybe I should go back, and maybe it's okay, we'll do it a little bit faster. The only kochavim, it gets too hot, he kicks it, he resents it, because what do I need this for? Miyad Yosher HaKadosh Baruch Hu u'misachin kalei. Was a Rosh sits back and literally misachin kalei literally means relax. Shene'emar Yosher B'Shan Yisrael. V'amar Yitzchak in tzchok l'fnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu ela osim dover. That wasn't because we can talk about more. There is no generally tzchok is not an attribute to be found by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? It was generally tzchok is not found before. Ela osayom dover. He sits back and Ela osay. And the reason for that we discussed. But in general, the Rosham is not known for his wonderful laugh. Right? He's not known for his good sense of humor. He's not known for schok. Schok literally means like laughter or jest. So we'll say, except on this day. But if I'm part of these the arguments of the old people following essentially exaggerates. Right in front of them, right in front of things. Relax. You eat the Dimasni Lahad Rabbi Yitzchak Lahad. The thing of Yossi Omer. But us in level, far enough that the Ogdi Kocham is guided. What this means, in the future, Mashiach comes, the Ogdi Kocham will come and will convert. Because will we accept them as converts? We'll say, yeah, we learned. When Mashiach is also very much out there. When Mashiach comes, we will not accept any more converts. Yotzebo, lo kiblu ger, lo b'nei David, lo b'nei Shlomo. Also similarly, along those same lines, we do not accept converts during the days of David and Malcolm, during the days of Shlomo. Let's say for one simple reason. What's the common denominator between the days of David, Shlomo, and Mashiach? These are when Klal Yisrael is on top. We don't accept converts when Klal Yisrael is on top. Let's say for one simple reason. You can't tell us the conversion is genuine. Everybody likes to be part of the winning team. Part of what we tell a person when they convert is just know that Yisrael, the Goyim, were persecuted. The persecuted, let's say, and again, even though, thank God, we live in unparalleled times, even in diaspora, the many things that we're a persecuted, despised nation. People do not like us. It's important to know and remember that. And never has some delude ourselves into thinking that we're accepted or that we're not. We are tolerated. We're tolerated, and we're tolerated as long as we serve the needs of others. The moment that we stop serving the needs of others is the moment that the world turns on us. So and it's very important to live with this. I know it sounds like a little bit of a downer, but a lot of a downer. But it is the unequivocal truth. No one loves us. They tolerate us as long as there is a utilitarian relation, as long as we serve their benefits in some way, as long as we feed the economy, as long as we have the fundraisers, as long as we do this, then we're needed. Then everybody loves us. The moment that we'll say that stops is the moment that the Jew will be cast away. So that's when we accept here. You want to join us then? Fantastic. But again, at any other time, you don't accept. How do we accept here? In your most Mashiach says, Ella, Shenas Gerim Gerim. That is what it means is they become Gerim on their own. They become Gerim on their own. Umarit comes to them, but I shouldn't film the Zarazayim. Tis the Vidim, this is what we say. So what's the reason for this? So the Umos Sa'olam, the most Mashiach, just begin observing the mitzvahs on their own. Putting on tefillin, putting on mezuzahs, wearing tzitzis, amazing. And it was like, again, to be clear, they have not been officially converted. They're just doing this on their own out of a personal decision to join college for this. Even Shlomo Chamis told Muggle, it was actually very interesting. The timeline of Messianic redemption according to this Gemara is interesting. It sounds like what we hear according to the Gemara, that there's Moshe Mashiach, which is some kind of Messianic prayer which is initiated. Then comes the war of Goliath and David. Mashiach ben David, according to most opinions, comes after the war of Gog and Magog. It could be the Messianic era that you're referring to over here is the Messianic era that is initiated by Mashiach and Yosef. But the point over here is they have this self-imposed conversion. Then the war of Gog and Magog, which is the ultimate showdown between good and evil, which is a war against Klal Yisrael. Over Lahem, Ma'amavasam. So we'll say when the war of Gog and Magog comes, they ask the enemies of the Jews, why are you here? Why are you here? We're here to wage war against God and against his anointed nation, or against his anointed one. Mashiach ben Yosef, Shneimar, Lanu Rog Shubem Lomim Yagurit, B'chol Echad Menatek Mitzvaso, Behold it. We'll say when the Umos Olam here against HaKadosh Baruch Hu and against God, so what do? They take off the tefillin, they take down the mezuzah, they put the tzitzis and shemus, and they say, Shneimar, Menatzva es Moshe Sema, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yoshev in the second. And the Rosham sits and yes, he laughs. Shneimar, Yoshev Hashem Yisrael. The Rosham also sees the pure life between the Jews and the Old Torah. The Jews' resolve of Hosea is unshakable. The Jews' resolve is to make up and Torah is unbreakable. In times of good, in times of difficulty, we are aligned with the Rosham. The Umos Hosea unfortunately demonstrates over and over that even when the East is a fair weather. That at the end of the day, everybody likes to be part of the but the moment that there are challenges, the moment that there are difficulties, they no longer pass their rock with the God of Israel. So you might say the following. Rosham has schok, has laughter on that day, only on that day. That's true. It was exactly amazing. This is, how does the Ribono Shel Olam spend his day? But you ever wonder, how does God spend his day? Someone's going to say, how does God spend his day? There are 12 hours in the day. What's this is amazing. Shalosh Rishonos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yoshev Va'osek B'Torah. So the first 3 hours of the day, the Baruch Hu sits and learns Torah. This is an important lesson in and of itself. Because in the event that you think that your career is too demanding, to go ahead and be coherent teaching the Torah, to go ahead, you are not busier than God. Let's go on the record with that. No one is busier than God. So the Moshe has got 3 hours a day that he sits and he learns. Okay, so they get enough 3 hours, but the nice second, clearly, if the Moshe is setting aside time to learn, I have time for us, which is also dramatically amazing. And the Moshe Olam grows from Torah as well. Kiviyachol, that the Moshe Olam, some way, somehow, it grows is the right word, but derives something from Torah. Because Baruch Hu could derive something from Torah, but imagine what we're able to derive from Torah as well. So what happens? Shnios, we'll say after that, right? So the first 3 hours of the day, he goes in and says, I'm sorry. Shnios, second 3 hours, Yoshim Padanas Kava Olam Kulo. He judges the entire world. Kevan Sherosh Nischai Olam Kulo. I will say, here's the problem. Judgment pretty much always comes out the same way. Which is mankind deserves to be destroyed. So that's how judgment pretty much comes out. But yet, only we see second years like this the Lord stands up from the throne of justice and sits down on the throne of compassion. It also means he's probably realizes he can't judge the world through prison of strict justice because it won't work. Mankind won't survive. So instead he judges man through the prison of compassion. First line. Gemara says, no shade in the sun. Shlishos goes like the third set of hours. No shade in the sun. As Kala Olam Kulo, the Karne, the Inim Adkins. He sustains the entire world of Osai.
Yo, how are you?
The very large animals to the small.
What's up, Mayor?
So saying third set of hours, the 12 who takes care of sustaining the world. Videos, Yoshef and the second King of Yosef. Also, this is very interesting. The fourth set of 3 hours, he goes in and spends time.
Hey, you gotta be 18.
So we're going to see. Remember again, the Justin was a giant sea creature because
See you in like 10
one of them
years.
sold it from the meal of the Tzaddik by Mashiach, and the other one said it. So the ideal being, and we'll see this more, but tomorrow's not as well. The ideal being essentially is that Baruch Hu is involved in every aspect of creation. The parts of creation that are visible, the parts of creation that are not visible, the devotion is actively involved with all of this. You might say, I'm not Yitzchak. In the Yosef Masachet, the Al Yosef Elo Masachet, Elavon Sem Yovan. The Rav Nachman says the devotion laughs together with his creations, but he never laughs about his creations. With the exception of that one day. That one day was a day on which the claims of the Open Prophet are proven to be false. Under the back of the Rav Nachman Yitzchak, no Shikar is in the Dutch, in hope with Nachman's Baruch. In the days in English was the same. There is no more laughter by Hashem's Baruch. In the new days, English was described, the emotion stops laughing. Gemara says, we don't like the scope. The way we are, there's no scope back in the Baruch. Even when we can see by person, we can stop us when we can see. In this favorite Baruch, maybe it's because the Pasuk says, and we should, about the Christ, what we called out on that day. That would be the day that this was destroyed. For the mistake and Baruch, literally trying religion that was like Baruch means tears. Dilma, how we know was a slow. Maybe what it means on the day that its religion was destroyed. And Baruch says, probably should be the type of no laughter. But on other days you can laugh. Ever to see it in Ashkenaz, Yerushalayim, Ishkashim. Rather was learned from the passage that we get to Yerushalayim, I should forget my right hand. With God you show me with you. Let my tongue cling to my talent and will escalate you. If I do not remember you, Yerushalayim, which must also already must be yes, and here you see that because you must actually remember Yerushalayim, there's no laughter. So much difficult to let go about spoken on. And maybe what it means is it was like, I can't forget Yerushalayim, but I can still laugh. I can forget ultimately again that I can't forget that which has been lost, but that does not contribute to the element of it. And this is the Gemara we go down from the following passage. On the passage from Shailo. Hashishis Olam, Acharish as Apa. Rather, I was like the passage says, Hashishis Olam, Acharish as Apa, which literally means I will be quiet eternally. Acharish, I will silence myself as Apa. I will hold back. So here the Moshe says that Mahula was destroyed ultimately again. I am enslaved in my life. Was it even the Moshe warned every single day, even in the most dramatic injustice? We still laugh Baruch Hashem. We still rejoice Baruch Hashem. But by the Moshe there's no scope since the next time it's destroyed. I'm going to start this. Reveals my what happens what happens is broken up into 3 hour increments. So what happens in the fourth increment of Yoshi Mulani is not for some this is a dramatic he goes from 6 and Torah to young children. What's it, who are the young children? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi not going to say Shneimar, Esmi Yoredeya, Esmi Young Shua, to whom does he show wisdom? To whom can he make his teachings understood? Yemule Kalav at Timi Shaddai. Yemi Yoredeya, or Yemi Yavin Shua. What's it, whom does he follow and teach wisdom? To whom does he understand? Who does he make his statements understandable? Yemule Kalav, what is that? Literally, to those who are nursed, or to those who are weaned, I should say. That should say, Shemisim Tishimim Kitan. What's the incredible point to this story? You might say, what's it supposed to do with the last 2 hours of the day? It teaches full of children who died in their life. So this is we also have Yeshiva also. And it's Yeshiva of children who left this world when they were young. If the children whose parents don't have the opportunity to raise them to take care of them, then Yeshiva teaches them for each and every. In the last 2 hours of the day, Yeshiva and Yeshiva are the Geulah Chal. And it's no more shall they suffer who left this world when they're young, and literally have the best Rabbi of them. The Rabbi is not just the Rabbi. The Rabbi is a father. The Rabbi who loves them and nurtures them. 2 hours that is divine they teach every day. Such an incredible Gemara. Who made Kara, Man Havan Bigmanu, it says Gemara, ultimately against the what's the difference? So the Gemara understands over here that lack of time that was at first used ultimately again for the delivery of his rabbi was occupied by the Beis Hamikdash at first. So the idea is when the Beis Hamikdash stood, who educated these children? In other words, who gave that shield before the Muslim had this time? So the Gemara says, Ibai Seim Mekatro, could be that it was Yalach Mekatro, Ibai Seim Hava Ha'avi. They both did both. He looked in on the Beis Hamikdash and he also taught the children. But I know my office. Now we know the Bonush of Omer's day. So we just, we just have to do a ride along with the Ribono Shel Olam. Right now we see exactly how he spends his day and what he does each and every day. So I was like, look at the Gemara speak. So what do you do at night? So it says the Gemara, Iba Yisrael on the Eni Mama. So one possibility is that his nighttime schedule mirrors the daytime schedule. Iba Yisrael, Rokin ala Kruv Kal Shalom, Vishat Bishmona Asar Elef Olam. What the other possibility is, he also has a chariot, right? A fast chariot. Or Kruv is literally a malach. He has a malach who is his chariot. And the Moshe literally ventures into the 18,000 worlds. In other words, the Gemara many times discusses this concept that there are many worlds beyond our own. Many worlds beyond the historical created. These are historical created them and left, not historical created them and destroyed them. But there are worlds beyond our own. And at night, historical goes and checks in on those worlds. Rachav Elohim Yosai Ela Sharan Abdushan Ela Shemina Ibai Sema Yoshi Yishamea Shira Mikitayim. What's the other possibility is there at night? And the Shemaya will listen to the beautiful angelic song. Song from the Chai Shneimar Yoma Yitzavah Shekaz Keblayim Shira Nimo. Remember, lady, Kala Posik Midimei Torah, Ba'osik Midimei Simcha. We'll say, okay, now we're switching gears for just a moment. And the lady says, whoever stops learning Torah and engages in idle chatter Midimei Simcha, Ma'achilin Lord Yechali Yisrael. This is not, so this is pretty stark. So the person goes ahead and is learning Torah and he stops learning Torah. So literally again they feed him burning coals. It's like a little I'm using my mouth to learn Torah. And I interrupt that pursuit to do something idle and unnecessary. So my Korach HaDibur is impacted. Shneimar HaKot Fin. Maybe you want to call it here. the process of real. Hakotim Maluach Alisiach, the Shoresh Risoim, the Shoresh Risomim, Lachmon. Fine, let's see what it goes like. Amr Shlakish, Kala Ostik Patora Balayla, the Rabbi said, if a person learns Torah at night, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Allah Chut Shal Chesed Bayom. This is so beautiful. The person goes ahead and learns Torah at night, so the Moshe literally places upon him a Chut Shal Chesed, a thread of Chesed by day. Also, what that means is the person is endowed with a certain amount of angelic chesed, or I should say divine chesed, by day. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Chut Shal Chesed, no saying Cheno Be'eni Haviyos. Also, what this means is the person learns Torah at night, there's probably gives him a special thing. And he's able to find things, he's able to find favor in the eyes of others by day. Shne'emar, Yomam Yitzava Hashem Chazdo, Ubalayla Shira Imo. Matam Yomam Yitzava Hashem Chazdo. Why is it? It ultimately by day. It's probably Yitzava, that the person will find chesed in the eyes of others. In Shum, Ubalayla Shira Imo. Because at night, the song about the Torah was that the idea is, if a person takes nighttime, it's the time when a person only falls asleep. If a person takes a chase in nighttime, and this is the choir of Odas Hashem, and says what the Messiah, you know, some gives you an additional measure of divine favor, an additional measure of Margot like that. You must see the army, other passages, Amr Shlakish, Kala Osik Petola Ba'olam Hazeh, Hadomer L'Layla, or that the person is still in this world. In this world, which is often compared to night. Like you say, why is Torah compared to night? Ultimately, why is Torah compared to night? Because of the difficulties, and because of the suffering, and because of all the challenges we have, and it was powerful Moshe, Allah, Chut Shal Chesed Ba'olam Haba. The Moshe ultimately again goes ahead and it says that there's a Chut Shal Chesed, there was stranded Chesed, it's compared to the day Shne'emar, Yomam Yitzava Hashem Chesed. I'm not doing this for my sin. That the Asa Adam Yayam, the Lemes Moshe Moshe. Listen to this. So we'll start this, we'll have to stop in the middle. Do this in the Mishnah. What's the meaning of the verse that says that Katasa Adam Yayam, the man is made, also the first couple you were talking about, the person back, the man is made like the fish of the sea, the Lemes Moshe Bo. Lama means Shuluk, Adam Yayam, on the map. What position was that people compare to fish? Lama Lachah was the second of the widest lines. Just like they will say, fish of the sea, when they come onto the land, they die. Half many Adam, Kevan Sheparshim Torah in a mitzvahs miyadis. Was a certain people, so people, if the Jew doesn't have Torah, Jew doesn't have mitzvahs, will say it's as if he's without his very life force and he dies. Maybe not physically, but certainly spiritually. Was it just like the fish needs water to survive? The Jew needs his ruchnius, the Jew needs his Torah, the Jew needs his spirituality. That's just his anchor in order to go ahead and survive as well. Double anchor. My doggy shabayam, even shekadra and kamam yadis. Was the treasure fish of the sea, they are exposed to the sun. Without the protection of the water, they die. Half an adam, even shekadra and kamam yadis. Was a so too man is exposed to the sun. Ultimately, again, without the protection of Torah, he also dies. So we'll say, ultimately, again, what that means in Rashi's verses. If I say what son are we talking about? Some say it's the son of this world. Others say it's the son of the next world. But the idea over here is a fundamental focus ultimately again on how we understand the sun. So we'll stop with Rabbi, we'll pick up with this tomorrow, but the idea being the comparison between man and fish, just like the fish needs the water to survive, ultimately again, man needs Torah. He needs the water to survive, just like the fish, if the sun beats down on it without the protection of water, it'll die. So too, if the sun beats down on man without the protection of Torah, it'll also die. What's the sun? And that's just something we can do.
Would you still be interested in? Remember, he said either was it Jericho's or Logan that said their end plan was to fight each other. That was my show. Yeah. So would you still be interested in that? Yeah, because you were fighting. Hell yeah. Okay. Then there's this about the WNBA. They can have shoes. Guys have sex with them. They didn't have feet. Yeah, this is true. Would you date a short queen? How dare you? What? Short queen?
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Make sure to thank our annual time with all this was so to dedicate all the drushos this year as a zechus for the Soros Tavos for Adam Yisrael. Our Tam Torah sponsors for the month of Stephen Habo Alinu Latova, Stephen Terry Zin, loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin, Devorah Basra Yisrael Yozichron Drach, and our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Diane's mother, Pasha Bas Yamin Zichron Drach. We hope the merit of our Tam Torah. All of the Neshama Savin Aliyah, the families in it, all those who need a refuah, should have one together with Kol, B'Shalom, and B'Karav, and allow our holy soldiers and land and sea in the air, and Meretz Hashem to be successful against our enemies, and we should be Zochem Meretz Hashem to a decisive victory for Klal Yisrael, and Meretz Hashem, Bracha, Hatzlocha, and Shalom for our people and for our land. So with that, let us begin to our last daf in Seches Shavuos. So today's daf is Mem Tes. We are picking up. We've got a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Mem, and let's actually pick up the line before the lines get wide. Actually, 2 lines before the lines get wide. We actually read this yesterday, but we read it quickly. So let's just go back and revisit it again. So let's just remember again, just very quick. We are in the midst, embroiled, enmeshed, literally up to our necks in a machlokes in Rav and Shmuel. I should say Rav and Shmuel and Rav Elazar. What's the case? Very simple. Yaakov lends money to Zvulun, right? What occurs? So remember, the Mishnah said that if they die and their orphans want to collect from each other, and Yaakov's orphans want to collect from Zvulun's orphans, so the halacha is they need a shvua. What's the shvua that the Mishnah is referring to? It's what's called shvuas hayarshin. Shvuas hayarshin essentially says, we swear, the children of Yaakov say, we swear that as far as we know, our father never indicated to us that this loan has been repaid. And as a result, halacha l'maisa, we are here to collect the debt of our father. Good. So then Gemara explains. So we had an interesting machlokes over here in the following scenario. What occurs if? Rav and Shmuel say that is true when the malva predeceases the lova. But if the borrower predeceased the lender, then here's the issue. That means already when Yaakov the lender was alive, he was chai b'shua to Zvulun's heirs, because remember again, you can't collect from someone without a shvua. When Yaakov subsequently dies, Rav and Shmuel say that loan becomes uncollectible. Why? Because Yaakov was already chai b'shua, and the shvua cannot be passed down from a father to his children. Therefore, the loan remains uncollectible. Rabbi Elazar says, incorrect, I disagree. Although the children can't take the shvua of the father, that's true, but halacha l'maisa, they can take a shvua sayarshim. Let them take a shvua sayarshim, shalom so they can collect the debt. So we'll say that's our machlokes. So here we go. Ikur Rav Nachman Yisura. So Rav Nachman went to Yisura, so Rav Chisda Rav Baratuna came to visit him. Amulei, they said to Rav Nachman, okay, Rabbi, you're here, Rav Nachman, you're here. Can you finally uproot this ruling of Rav and Shmuel? So Amar Lahu, so Rav Nachman said, Chevra, you think I traveled all of this way to uproot the rulings of Rav and Shmuel? So Ella, Sif Allah. So Rav Nachman said, look, we're not going to be able to uproot the halachos, this psak of Rav and Shmuel. Why? Because it's already embedded. What we can do is create a non-proliferation of this particular halacha. So what we could say is, whatever the cases you've already applied it to, we'll apply it to. We're not going to extrapolate it and apply it to any other cases. Okay, the Gemara says, Kigon Mai. What's an example of an additional case that we wouldn't apply it to? So the Gemara says, Kigon Mai. So let's just remember again, Pogim Mishtaro, we've seen this case before. This is a person who claims partial payment of their debt, right? So Ruben owes me money. I claim that I already received, you owe me $1,000. I admit I received $100 for it. The problem is once you do that, that blunts the effectiveness of the shtar, because it's fully accurate, fully presently accurate. So Pogim Mishtaro, Omeis. So what happens? Yaakov admits that the $100 of the debt was paid, and then Yaakov died. Yarshin Nishba in Shvas Yarshiv and Oakley. ultimately, again, the children are able to go ahead and swear Shvuas Yarshim, and they're able to collect the rest of it. In other words, so we would apply that. So we wouldn't say that since there may have been a pre-existing Shvua that Allah mentioned the Yarshim can't collect. Rather, the Yarshim swear their own Shvuas Yarshim they can collect. Good. Hold the Shavat Arba. Was an interesting case over here. There was a guy who died, and he left behind a guarantor. He had a guarantor for his repayment. So Papa wanted to say, oh, here everyone agrees that we don't pass like Rabbi Shmuel, because this would be like adding on an additional case. To which the Gemara says, oh, so the Gemara says, well, I'm sorry. Good. So Papa remember, Hanami de lo sif Allah. So the Gemara says, who Amr Alei Rafu Papa, Altu Arba Lav Basar Yasmin Azil, not true. Because again, if the guarantor, who is the guarantor going after? At the end of the day, even if the guarantor repays the debt, who is he going to afterwards? Right? Halach Lamai says he's going to go ahead and says, so the Gemara says, who Amr Lei, I'm slow to Allah. Amr Lei Rav Rava, Mali Shalop Akani Abba, Mali Shalop Akani Achi. Not true. Because at the end of the day, a Yorish is a Yorish is a Yorish. What does it matter again if at the end of the day it's kids or at the end of the day it's a brother? Good. Amr al-Khanos. So we'll say, so therefore, bottom line. So we'll say, so what is the halacha? Okay, so remember again, this is a very specific case of where the borrower predeceases the lender, right? And then the lender dies. So now the children of the lender want to collect from the children of the borrower. Can that happens? So Rabbi Lazar says absolutely yes. It's not a problem. They could just take a regular shvua sayashim, just take a regular shvua of inheritors, right, or orphans, saying that as far as we know, Rabbi Shmuel, they can't collect. Why not? Because again, since Father Yaakov was already obligated to go ahead and take a shvua, and that shvua cannot be passed down from father to son, therefore the debt remains uncollectible. So who does the halacha follow? So listen to this. So the Gemara says, so Amar Rabach, Amar Chama, so therefore I will say, so Rav Chama says, look, the truth is, the Gemara doesn't really reach a decisive conclusion. Therefore, Haydaina the Ovid Kirabu Shmuel Ovid, the Ovid Kirabu Lazar Ovid. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says the halacha, however the Beis Din Paskin, they're good. They're good. Both legitimate approaches. Amar Papa, Haishtar Biyasmi, Lo Mikra Kainai, Lo Agui Magdinonde. So listen, it's very interesting. Papa says, therefore, if you have this type of shtar, now literally again, shtar v'yisomim, right? A shtar of orphans. Now again, remember, it's that good this case, because we both say, remember again, everyone is agreeing that if the malva predeceases the loba, right? If the lender predeceases the borrower, that's fine. That's fine, because then again, the children of the lender could collect from the children of the borrower with what we call a typical shvuas hayarshin. That's not a problem. So that could come in this case where the lova predeceases the malva. So therefore, again, Rapapa says this type of shtar where the lova predeceased the malva. So the Gemara says, "Lo mikra karid for collection either." Why? Agui lo magdinanbe dilma svira lo kirat ushmuel. Maybe all like Rabbi Shmuel. So therefore, again, you can't go and collect from it because Rabbi Shmuel will say it's uncollectible. Because at the end of the day, if a diamond passes like Rabbi Lazar, it works. And I will say, I just want to point out, this actually, let's see the Gemara. So I'll say there was a particular Beis Din and a Dayan who passed like Rabbi Lazar, and therefore, again, allowed this type of shtar where the Malva predeceased the Malva, and then the Malva died, allowed the Yarshim of the Malva of the lender to collect from the Yarshim of the borrower with what we call a typical Shavuos Hayarshim. An oath where the kids say, we swear that as far as we, our father never told us that this loan was repaid. So that's how Dayan did it. So there was a young Talmud, so he said to his Dayan, I'm going to bring a letter of Eretz Yisrael that Halakha does not follow Rabbi Lazar, that you ruled incorrectly. So again, so the Dayan said, all right, go for it. Obviously, if you bring me the letter, I'll change my ruling by bringing me the letter. So the Gemara says, so he came from Rabbi Chama said, look, we might not hold that Rabbi Lazar is the ideal approach, but if someone passes Rabbi Lazar, ultimately again, the psak halacha is binding. Incredible. So we'll say, and that is indeed how the Rambam himself passes. Rambam seems to indicate that ideally he passed like Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, in this kind of case, where we'll say, just remember the case where the lova, the borrower, predeceases the malva, and therefore, again, Yaakov, the lender, was already chayiv to the children of the borrower of Zvulun or Shvua. When Yaakov subsequently dies and his children want to collect the debt, ideally, pass like Rabbi Shmuel, this is an uncollectible debt. Why? Because since lender was already chayiv Shvua, the Shvua cannot be bequeathed to children, and therefore the debt remains uncollectible. If, however, the Beis Din ended up passing like Rabbi Lazar, and therefore had the children of the lender take a typical what we call Shvuas HaYarshin, a regular inheritor's oath, which is, I swear that our father never told us that the debt was collected, then halacha l'maisa, the debt is collectible. So ideally, like Rabbi Shmuel, the Eved like Rabbi Lazar, and that is indeed how the Rambam paskins. Quite amazing. Again, I will say, but to be clear, in the reverse case, right, where again the Malva dies first, right, Yaakov the lender dies first, and then ultimately again borrower dies, everyone agrees that is a collectible debt, right? Because then, now again, remember the Yarshim of the Malva have to take an oath to the Yarshim of the Lova, but that's a typical Shvuas Yarshim. Everyone agrees that case will work. That's our Mishnah. Beautiful. Let's go back there. Beilu Nishpan. Moses Merrigan, the Mishnah then launched into a discussion of a list of people who have to take a Shavua, ultimately again, in order now have to take a Shavua even without a claim. Right? So for example, sharecroppers, right? Who was on the whole list? I'm sorry. Was it? Good. You got Arisin, Shutfin, partners, Arisin, Apotropin, executors, Ishan, Asason, Sochabayis. Good. So it says the Gemara, I don't understand. What does this mean? Are we dealing with fools? What do you mean? Who's going to swear? Who's going to swear without a claim? Like, what does that mean? These people can be made to swear without a claim. To which the Gemara means, Bari, Shema. Rather, what it means is as follows. In general, in order to go ahead and be chayiv b'shua, what do you need? A tainus bari. What's the definition of a tainus bari? What's tainus bari? Tainus bari means a definitive claim. A definitive claim. So Allah again, I'm claiming you owe me $1,000. You're claiming you only owe me $500. Definitive claim. In these cases, remember, let's say Ruvain's my partner. I say, Ruvain, do me a favor. I want to make sure, let's keep this above board. You take a shua that you're not taking anything more that you're entitled to. I don't have a specific claim against Ruvain, but Allah I could trigger a shua. Incredible. So the Gemara says, fast Tana, then Bayis Shamru, and I will say, by the way, we'll see why that is in just a moment. Why can you impose such a shua like this on your partner, on your sharecropper? Why are you allowed to do this? So we'll see. Tana, Ben Bayis Shamru, this Moses says the idea of a Ben Bayis. Right? So again, remember in the Mishnah's case, it was Uben, right? Uben Habayis. So literally again, it says a son who is in my home, a son who runs my home. So who is this? It's not just simply a son who comes in and out of my house as he pleases. Ella, machnis lopolim umotzi lopolim. Machnis loperos umotzi loperos. This is really someone who is running the affairs of my household. Did I ask him to make a shvua? My shnahani. What's different about all of these people? They justify taking more than they are entitled to. Now, why do they justify taking more than they're entitled to? Rashi says, so now let's say we get to the core of this. The common denominator amongst all of these people, the shutz and the partners, the Avisim, the sharecroppers, the Ben Abayis, is all of these people who are working for the benefit of the household. In general, when people feel that they're working and they're benefiting someone else, 9 out of 10 times people feel that they're giving more than they're getting. And therefore, again, people justify taking a little more extra. I'm not stealing chas v'shalom. I'm not stealing. I'm really entitled to this. I guess I'm just going to self-reward. I'm going to self-reward a little bit. So because of that, the Gemara says it means kind of a partner in a business, right? That partner could feel, you know what, I'm giving more. I'm investing more. And I spend more time in the office. I'm out getting new clients. I'm doing more. My salary is only X. I feel entitled to a little bit more. So it is, and again, let's say it's fascinating because it seems to be like it's almost like human nature to feel that we're always getting the short end of the stick, right? It's human nature to feel that I'm always entitled to more, that maybe people don't appreciate the efforts that I'm putting in. And therefore, again, if I'm not going to be recognized by the people around me, I'm going to recognize myself, so to speak. And therefore, again, the shvua is there in order to keep everyone honest. Incredible. I'm not Yosef Rabbi. So that's what he says, but again, all of this presupposes that we've actually seen this before, that halacha l'maisa, there's a taina of at least shtei kasef. Look at Rashi this moment. Sheish taina b'neim shtei kasef. Shezeh tano shema kafta mishali shtei kasef. V'zeh modelo b'mitzas d'krovi l'shvur d'oraisa ela shetainas shemani. So Rabbi Yosef actually, he says what is very interesting. He claims there has to be some general ballpark of a financial claim over here. And he says it has to be a kind of at least shtei kasef. Kiman, who is this like? Kiman kishmur. But 1 second, remember again, we had this much focus before. In general, again, in the case of model and mikras. So again, does the claim have to be shtei kasef? Does the kfira, not negation, but denial have to be shtei kasef? So the Gemara says, so I, Baruchia, put this down as a support to Rav. Ema kfiras hainu karav. You're right, Rav. The Gemara says, say it's referring to the amount of the denial like Rav. Okay, so Rabbi Yosef comes along and says, Rabbi Yosef explains and modifies this a little bit and says, there does have to be some element to meet on the bones with the claim. It can't just be out of nowhere. In other words, there does have to be some basic framework, some basic ballpark for a claim that I feel that maybe Reuben is taking a little bit too much from the partnership, the sharecropping agreement, so on and so forth. Good. And so therefore, I must say, the takeaway from that is any case where people are working together in some level of partnership, and both parties have ease of access to money, to merchandise, Chazal instituted that either party could trigger a shvua. Now, you're not saying either party. That's in the case of shutfin. Right, that's in the case of partners. Let's say in the case of a sharecropper, if I'm the balabas, the sharecropper can't force me to take a shvua. In shutfin, in partners, so either partner could trigger a shvua on the part of the other. By all the other cases, I could cause my employee to have to take a shvua, which I will say is interesting because it's a fascinating bookend. Because remember, how did the Mishnah start? The Mishnah started on one hand by saying that an employee has tremendous power. How? That if he claims he didn't get paid, he can swear and get paid. Yet the end of the Mishnah highlights this idea of power of the employer. That the employer could go ahead and say, again, in specific cases, it's not any case of an employer. Like, in other words, it wouldn't work with an employer with a fixed wage, right? It's talking about employers who employ people who have percentage income, like sharecroppers, things like that. I can trigger a shvua. Ultimately, they are entitled to. Incredible. Okay, so the Gemara says, however, this idea that the employer could force the sharecropper or the executor of the estate to go ahead and take a shvua is only when the employment is intact. Let's say the employment has been dissolved, and after the fact, the employer cannot make the employee take a shvua. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Very little. So let's say, remember again, the Mishnah said like this. Let's just play this out. So Reuben is my sharecropper. So now the Mishnah told me that halacha said at any point during our sharecropping agreement, I can say, Reuben, I want you to take a shvua that you have not taken more than you are entitled to. Okay, fine. So fine. But once Reuben is no longer my sharecropper, I can't ask him to take a shvuah on when he was my sharecropper. However, if Reuben requires a shvuah from me from another area, so for example, let's say Reuben was my sharecropper. Sharecropping arrangement ended in Nisan, and then you know what happened in Sivan? In Sivan, I lent Reuben $1,000. The debt is due. I say, Reuben, you owe me $1,000. Reuben says, I only owe you $500. Oh, Model Mixas. Reuben's chayav shvuah. Once Reuben's chayav shvuah there, then what could I do? We could do Gilgul shvuah. Right? We could go ahead. Remember again, what's Gilgul shvuah? Gilgul shvuah says once you have to swear in one scenario, we could heap on other shvuahs that normally would have been untriggerable. So now the Gemara asks an interesting question. So the Gemara says, the Gemara say, does Gilgul shvuah apply only when the shvuah is d'oraisa? Right? When let's say again the person taking the shvuah is taking the shvuah d'oraisa, or does it apply even with the shvuah d'rabanan? Right? So for example, I want to say, let's say again, Reuben was my employee, separate from the sharecropping. I owed him $1,000, or he claimed I owed him $1,000. I said I paid him. He said no, I didn't. What halacha? He takes a shvuah. What type of shvuah was that? That's a shvuah's hesis, a d'rabanan shvuah. So do we say once he's already taking a d'rabanan shvuah, I could add on other shvuahs like from when he was my sharecropper? Or do we say Gilgul shvuah only works by the oraisa shvuah, but not by the rabbanon shvuah? Fascinating. So Tashma, here we go. So lova himenu erev shviyas ulamate shviyas nasalo shutov o aris. So let's say, listen to this. Let's say Reuben borrowed money from me erev shmita. Okay, and then after shmita, he became my partner or he became my sharecropper. Ein megalgalin. So the halacha is we cannot go ahead and now let's say again, I can't go ahead and make him swear on the debt from before Shemitah as well. Now there's a good reason for that. There's a good reason for that. Why? Because when did I lend the money? Erev Shemitah. What happens to debts over Shemitah? Ultimately, again, they're canceled. So because of that, there's nothing to swear about. However, again, what you can see from here is if he was taking, let's say, a shuas shutfin, right, or a shuas arisin, and it wasn't a shemitah canceled loan, I would be able to make him swear about the loan. Rabbi says, what do you see from here? That even when someone is taking a shvuah d'rabanan, you can still do Gilgul shvuah, which was a low tema hashashne shvuah megalgalin. So the Gemara says, low tema hashashne shvuah megalgalin. Ella ima not rather. The Gemara says we frame the case as follows: Naaselo shutaf o aris erev shvius. So let's reverse the case. Reuben became my partner, who became a sharecropper me, Megalgalin. So ultimately, again, we can do a Gilgul shvuah. So the Gemara says that's obvious. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah Gilgul shvuah works whether it is a shvuah d'oraisa. He's proving it from this case because over here Reuben is going to swear because he's my partner, because he is my sharecropper. And once he's swearing on that, I can make him swear regarding other outstanding loans. That oath of a partner or a sharecropper is a shvuah d'rabanan. So we'll say it's a very important piece of halacha. Therefore, we see the concept of Gilgul shvuah applies whether or not the shvuah you are currently taking is d'oraisa or d'rabanan. Incredible. Rafuna says as follows. Top of Memtes, last daf of Meseches Shvuah Sarosai. Wow, incredible. So Amrafuna, let call the Galgalin Chutz Mischir. So I said the halacha is very interesting. You could do Gilgul shvuah for anyone other than a hired worker. Rashi says over here, the Kol Megalgalin Tap Rashi Amentes. Al Yidei Kol Shvuah D'Rabanan Megalgalin. So as we just mentioned before, you can go ahead and do Gilgul shvuah for any type of shvuah, even a d'rabanan. Chutz me'al yad shvuah schir she'im megalgalin alav al yada shvuah achares lefi she atzma eina min hadin elo lahafiz daito shabal habayit. So what does this mean? What does this mean? This is the first shvuah on Mishnah. I write Reuben works for me. I write his wage is $1,000. So he comes to me and says, pay me. I say, Reuben, I paid you. Reuben says, no, you didn't. So what's the halacha? Reuben swears that he was not paid, and ultimately, again, I have to pay him. So the Gemara says something very interesting. You can do Gilgul Shvuah on any type of Shvuah, like even a Drabanan Shvuah, except for that Shvuah. Except for the Shvuah of payment of an employee. Why? Now Rashi points out over here, because since that Shvuah in and of itself is such a novelty, right, that the employee could swear and collect his payment, you can't start adding additional things onto that Shvuah. Rav Chisda says, "La kol im makilin, chutz mischir de makilin." So similarly again, Rav Chisda is not disagreeing Shvuah, so you can't be natal. In other words, that for all the Shvuahs, you have to do Gilgul Shvuah, except for Schir, where ultimately again we're Mako, and we don't do Gilgul. So the Gemara says, what's the difference between these two things? So most of this is interesting. So again, I want to point out, let's talk about everyone's agreeing. What do we have? What are our nuggets of information? Number one, you do Gilgul Shvuah, whether the Shvuah being taken is D'Oraisa or D'Rabbanan. That's number one. Number two, everyone's also agreeing that there is one case where you can't do Gilgul Shvuah, and that's Shvuah's Schir. That is the shvuah of an employee who claims that he did not get paid. So the halacha is he swears and then he gets paid. Once he's swearing, the employer cannot heap other shvuahs on that. A lot of people seem to believe that since that shvuah itself is such a novelty, you can't start adding additional stuff onto it. Fine. So both Rav Huna and Rav Chisda are agreeing on that. What's the focus? So this is very interesting. When someone comes to take a Shvuah, do we encourage Gilgul Shvuah or not? That seems to be the machlokes ultimately again between Rav Huna and Rav Chisda. Rav Huna, who says la kol megalgalin, according to Rav Huna, when these parties show up in Beis Din encourages Gilgul Shvuah. They say to the claimant, is there anything else you'd like to put on this Shvuah? And according to Rav Chisda, we don't encourage it. It's only if the claimant asks for it that ultimately we do it. Incredible. So Yomar says Ashiyas Mishametas, and ultimately again Shemitah goes ahead and negates a Shvuah or cancels a Shvuah. So the Yomar says, where do you know that? Right, this is fascinating. That Shemitah cancels any outstanding the Zet Devar HaShemitah. Shemitah cancels even divorce, even speech. Let's say let's go. Ultimately, the last parak of the Seches Shulas. Arba Shomin. There are 4 custodians. Here we go. Shomachinam, unpaid custodian. Shoel, borrower. No say paid custodian. Soka, renter. Good. We'll say that those are our 4. Shomer Chinam, Shoel, what we call Shomer Sachar, and Sochar. Incredible. Shomer Chinam. Now we'll say. Now, by the way, why is this here? We'll see again. Ultimately, it's not really here for this part. It's here for the second part. We're here to talk about the shvuah liabilities of these people. So where it says, here you go. Shomer Chinam will unpay custodian. What is he chayav for? For pshia, for negligence, which means that halakha l'meisa, he swears that he was not negligent. And with that oath, he exempts himself from all liability. Good. On the other hand, a borrower, right? So on the other end of the spectrum is a borrower, right? A borrower is liable for everything. Right? Remember again, the only exemption that a shoel has is by love emo, right? If ultimately, again, the owner is with him, right? The owner is with him. But otherwise, for our purposes today, the shoel has complete liability. No sischar ba'sochar. So again, a paid custodian, right? There's shomer sachar and a sochar and a renter. Yishbain ala shvuya, ba'ala shvuya, ba'ala nesa, u'mishamin es ha'aveda be'es ha'gneva. So a sochar and a shomer sachar, they're chayiv for gneva v'aveda, right? They're chayiv again if the object is lost or stolen. They are ultimately again for ones, for extenuating circumstances. Okay, so we'll say that's beautiful. That's all that I have introduction. Here's the meat of our sugya. Here we go. So the Gemara says as follows. Okay, so we'll say let's just give one little piece of introduction. Do you see Rashi no say schar b'hasocher? It's like the fourth Rashi in the Mishnah. So Rashi says over here, if you skip down a little bit, the Rashi says, "Mishnah zos k'bashni b'hasocher sapolim kol ki agavna." Now Rashi says over here. Now we already learned this Mishnah. Why is this here? So if you see that Rashi no say schar b'hasocher, go into it 2, 4, 6, 8 lines in. Here it is. Ulefi shekarban hashvua dechiyuvi upturi toloi bekach shenishpa al davar shumechuyav alav im holda ubishvuasa pata atzmo mishalid. I'm sorry, pata atzmo mishalid. Nimtza shekofer mamon dechayiv karban shvua sapikadon dechomesh va'asham. So let's say here we go. When it comes to these shomer, here's the way this works. If a shomer swears in order to exempt himself from liability, and when he swears, he is exempting himself. Well, let me say it differently. Had he admitted liability, he would have been chayiv. If he attempts to take a shvua to go ahead and exempt himself from liability, he is chayiv the following thing. Number 1, or a false shvua sapikadon. Number 2, chomesh, right? Principal plus penalty fifth. And number 3, a carbon asham, right? So shvua is chayiv for a false shvua sapikadon. Ultimately, again, a chomesh and asham. That's if you swear falsely. But again, I will say it's swearing falsely in a way where the oath would save you from paying. Now, the chiddush of the Mishnah is, if a shomer swears falsely, but the false oath doesn't do anything, there's no liability. Now, there's liability for a false oath, but there's no asham, there's no chomesh. Rashi goes on, he says, but if he swears falsely for no reason, meaning, for example, let's say had he admitted his liability, he would not have been chayiv. Kigon shim hoda sh'lohayim mishalim eno chayiv karban she'eno chayiv karban shvua shelo kaf from mamon. So also we're going to see examples of this. So if you lied, right, if you swore falsely, but even had you admitted, you would not have been liable. Halacha l'maisa, there's no carbonic liability in that case. Again, so halacha l'maisa, as a shomer, you have carbonic liability when your false oath saved you from paying money. Then you chayiv shvua sapikadon, asham, and chomesh. However, if you swore falsely, but had you admitted, there would have been no financial liability anyway, ultimately, again, you have no carbonic liability. Incredible. So we'll say, now let's see this in the Mishnah. Here we go. For example, I deposited my shar with Reuben. Reuben is an unpaid custodian. So we'll say, what is an unpaid custodian chayiv for? What is he chayiv for? Pshia, only negligence. Which is, in any other case, he's not liable. And what happens? Amar lo mace. So Reuben lies, and he says the animal died, but in reality it didn't die. Really, the animal again, it broke, so to speak, it broke, right? Or it was taken captive, or it was stolen, or it was lost, right? Or, for example, Reuben swears nishbar. He swears that it broke its leg, right? But in reality, see, he's lying. Or nishbar, the animal was really stolen, was taken captive. That's what he swore to. Or nignav, animal was really stolen, right? I'm sorry, he swore that it was stolen. Or avad, he swears that it was stolen. So again, I'm going to say, so essentially in all of these cases, something happened to the animal, but Reuben's lying. I said, just a simple case. I said, Reuben, where's my animal? Reuben says, I'm so sorry, it was stolen. But in reality, it died. Now it died. I'm going to say, so what happens? I say, Mashbiachani. I say, Reuben, do you swear that the animal was stolen? And Reuben says, yes. And then it turns out that what? Reuben was lying. The animal wasn't stolen, it died. What's the halacha? Pater. Now we'll say, when we say pater, why is Reuben pater? There's no carbonic liability. There's no asham, there's no chomesh, there's no shvua. Why not? Because again, in this case, Reuben's oath was inconsequential. Even had Reuben told the truth, he still would have been pater. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, ultimately, again, he's potter. Again, both like he still made his false oath, right? There's a shua shav over here, a shua shaker. But again, what it means is in terms of shua sapikadon, ultimately again he's going to be potter. So there's no shua sapikadon, there's no asham, and there's no chomesh. And we'll say, you say to yourself, why would someone lie in such a situation like this? This makes absolutely no sense. So let's say it's a good shaila, and I think it's one of those things that a lot of times in life we don't understand why people do the things that they do. To me, what I've seen this is that sometimes we are so desperate to just escape liability or to escape responsibility that we'll do whatever we can to kind of create an escape hatch for ourselves. It's kind of like, it's kind of like, what happens when, you bump into someone, and, or sometimes you see when people are involved in an accident, the first thing they say is, wasn't me, but maybe it was you, right? So it's like, it's human nature, the reflexive reaction is to absent one's self from responsibility. Whatever occurred, it was someone else. So again, which is really the antithesis of what it means to be a yid. It's often what it means to be, like we saw saying Shabbat Yisrael. What it means to be a yid ultimately is to take responsibility. It's to be about achrayus, but human nature is to escape achrayus. Okay. Hey, son, Shori. So I say to Ruben, Rabbi says, this is the second case. I say to Ruben, where's my ox? And he says, I don't know. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, and Ruben says, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So here Rabbi says, Ruben is saying, I don't even know what you're talking about. But who shames on nishpa. So again, in this case over here, Ruben's denying that he even deposited with him an ox. I say, Ruben, do you swear? Amen. And Ruben says, Amen. Potter. That was an interesting enough potter. Now, why is he potter? Because again, remember, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, Ruben, as long as there was no negligence involved, Ruben would have never been chayiv. See, even though he is swearing falsely, remember again, there was only liability for shvus hakikadon when the oath would have saved you from a financial obligation. But when you live in potter anyway, it makes no difference. Heichon shori, where is my ox? Amar lo avad. Ruben says it was lost. Mashbiacha ani. I say, Ruben, do you swear that it was lost? And he says, Amen. So sha'achlo. Oh. Now the witnesses come along and they say, oh no, well it is lost. It's lost in his stomach, right? It's lost in his stomach because he made a good barbecue, right? He made a good barbecue, invited all of his friends, he ate it. Oh, so what's it? So now that's pshira. Now that's negligence, right? So now we'll say, so now what's talacha? So now we'll say, now it turns out that Ruben has sworn falsely in a way that saved him from paying money. Okay, so therefore again, Mishalim is Hakaren. Ultimately, again, he'll go ahead and he'll pay principal. Hold the me'atzmo. And I will say now, if Ruben went ahead and admitted liability on his own, in that case, Mishalim Keren, Chomesh, V'asham. It's interestingly enough, so Allah might say, if you're made liable through witnesses, then you pay principal. If you admit on your own, that triggers then the full force of the shvus hakikadon, and ultimately again I'll have to pay principal, chomesh, and asham. Heichon shori, where is my ox? V'amar lo nignav. Ruben says it was stolen. Mashbiacha ani. I say, Ruben, swear to me. V'amar amen. Ruben says, yes, I swear it was stolen. V'idin also shegdango, and ultimately again, witnesses claim that Ruben stole it, right? So Mishalim Tashlumi Kefal. Ultimately, he has to pay Kefal because he's a ganav. He's a ganav. Not only did he swear falsely, but he's a ganav. Hold the lo mi'atzmo. What happens if Ruben admitted his own liability after swearing falsely? He admitted his own liability. Mishalim Keren v'chomesh v'asham. So what you see from here is that the whole effect of a false shvus hakikadon is ultimately unleashed after a case of ignition. So Ruben swears falsely, and after swearing falsely, he admits that he really misappropriated it. So then again, liability for shvus hakikadon, Karen, chomesh, asham. Amar la'achem b'shok, heichon shori sheganavta. So I call Omer lo ganavti. Ruben says, I never stole anything from you. Va'idem even also sheganvo, and in the case of ganav, right? And therefore again, he pays kefal. If it turns out that he slaughtered it and sold it, then it's 4 or 5 times penalty payment. Shemamash V'Shinubon. So this is very interesting. What happens if I confront Reuben and say, Reuben, where is my ox that you stole? Right? And Reuben says, I didn't steal anything. Then what happens? Reuben sees witnesses coming close. So what does he do? He quickly admits it. And he says, I stole it, but I did not go ahead and slaughter it and sell it. So I'll say, what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, he only pays principal. Now, both sides, that's because, remember, again, Mod of the Knas Potter, right? Mod of the Knas Potter. Now, the level two over here, you might have thought that since this is not really a pure admission, in other words, why is he admitting it? Why is he admitting it? Because you see, this is rapidly approaching. So perhaps we should not take such an admission into account. Again, he only pays Karen, which I will say, by the way, is a tremendous. If you look at Rashi, there's a novelty here. The afagat the machmas biususa the edin odi the chayiv atzma bekeren kishongenat tefilu hagi hadi oda b'nifta min hakefel. So we'll say the ideal here is as follows. Now I want to point out, let's say the witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. Let's say they right that's witnesses say he did, because remember, he's admitting already that he stole it. He's just saying I didn't slaughter and I didn't slaughter and sell it. Let's say witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. He's still parted from Arba Chamisha. Why? Listen to this. Why? Because since he admitted that he stole it, therefore what? He's exempt from kefel. What? Remember we saw this before? Once there's no kefel, there's no Arba v'Chamisha. Why not? Because Arba v'Chamisha is built on the back of kefel. So therefore, again, I want to say, halacha l'maisa, once he admitted his own, and even though witnesses come along and say he slaughtered it and sold it, he's still potter. The chiddush over here is that even though his admission comes because he sees the witnesses coming, that's not a pure admission. Nevertheless, halacha l'maisa works. So we'll say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? See from here that halacha l'maisa, even imperfect tshuva, right? Whatever we need to do to get a person on the right path, do it. Even though, again, Reuben's tshuva is less than sincere, his admission is only motivated because he realizes now he's choosing between the lesser of two evils. Either admit that you stole and label yourself a ganav, but exempt yourself from Arba v'Chamisha, or stand your ground that you're innocent and have to pay Arba v'Chamisha in just a few moments. So he chooses the better financial choice, which is admit that I stole, some ganav, I'm going to have to pay back the Karen, but now I'm potter from Kefel, because most of the Knas potter, and I'm also going to be potter from Arba v'Chamisha. Imperfect tshuva is still tshuva. Incredible. Amr l'shal, Heikan Shorei, go over, right? Reuben borrowed my ox. Hey, Reuben, where is my ox? Amr lo, so we'll say the last amid of Mesech Shavuos. Wow. So we'll say, so again, very hard to believe that the journey is coming to an end. Very hard to believe. It feels like just 4 years ago we began the Mesech Shavuos. So we'll say, so the Gemara says as follows. What? So Amr lo, so I go over to Reuben, Reuben borrowed my ox. I say, Reuben, where is my ox? So Amr lo, mace.
What?
Now listen, now Reuben says it died. Now remember again, let's say, what's the liability for a shoal? What's the liability for a shoal? Everything. Essentially, for our purpose, a shoal is everything. Now Reuben claims it died, but it didn't die. He lied. Or he claims nishbar. He claims right there that it broke a leg. Not really. Something else happened to it. Or nishbar. He claims right nishbar. We got the who. Shemes al nishbar. Or Nigna, he claims that it was stolen, but that's not true either. But who Shemes al Nishba al Avad? Al Avad, he claims that it was lost. But who Shemes al Nishba al Nigna? So what the point over here is Reuben's making a claim, and he's lying. I say, okay, so let's just go to simple things, right? So again, Reuben's claiming it was lost. It wasn't lost, but he did die. And I say, Mashbiachani, say, Reuben, do you swear that the animal was lost? But Amar, Amen, and ultimately again, he says, Amen, what's the halacha? Potter. Now again, what's happening? He's potter. Now what is he potter from? He's potter from Shvua Sapikadon, Chomesh, and Asham. Why? Because his Shvua didn't change the math. Remember, the only time that there is Shvua Sapikadon liability is when you swear in a way that is going to exempt you from payment. But if your oath didn't change your payment liability, so for example, in the case of a shoel, he's on the hook. he's on the hook regardless. So again, both say, why is he swearing falsely? I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he feels bad about saying what really happened, but Lamaisa, it doesn't matter. For our purposes, Halakha Lamaisa is going to be Pater. Why? Because the Shvua didn't actually change his level of liability. Fascinating. On the other hand, I say, Ruben, where is my shar? Now, in this case, Ruben says, shar, what shar? What shar? Right? I don't come on, you never deposited anything with me. But really, I did deposit it with Ruben. And something happened to the animal. And ultimately, again, I say to Ruben, I want to make you swear that Halakha L'Maisa again, that Halakha L'Maisa, you never had the animal. And he says yes, Chayiv. In that case, again, there's liability. Really liability in that case because you're going to both sides by swearing that he never had possession of the animal, he's looking to exempt himself from complete liability. That's an oath in order to exempt you to save you money. And Halakha L'Maisa again, then he's for a false shvua sapikadon, Karen, Chomesh, Asham. Good. So it says as follows. Amar Lenose Skar Basoker, Hekon Shovi. First, we're just going through the cases. I go over to a renter and to a Shomer Sakar, custodian. I say, Chabra, Ruben, where is my ox? Amar Le Mace. All someone says now we're going to go through all the cases today. So remember again, what is a Shomer Sakar and the Soker? What are they chayiv for? They're chayiv for Gnei. They're pater for ones. Right? Extenuating service. The animal died. Right? So there was no pshia. The animal died. The animal was taken captive. In those cases, Halakha L'Maisa, they're going to be pater. So Gemara says this house. I'm going to say Skara Sonahet on Shori. Where's my ox? I'm going to mace. So again, they claim the animal died. But in reality, the animal broke a leg, or again, it was taken captive. Which I will say, by the way, doesn't change the math. Either way, they'd be pater for that. Or Nishpa, Bahusha Mace on Nishpa, or Nishpa. Bahusha Mace on Nishpa. We'll say first wide line. Nignav, or it was stolen. Bahusha Abad, or it was lost. Abad, Bahusha Nignav, or it was right. They claim it was lost, but it was really stolen. Mashmiachani, in all these cases, I say, okay, Ruben, swear. The Omer Amen, Ruben says, he swears. That will say, he's swearing falsely, but what? The oath doesn't change the math, right? In these cases, he would have been pater anyway had he said the truth. So therefore, again, pater. You're going to say, now again, keep saying it. We say pater, he's pater for shvua sapikadon. So there is no liability for shvua sapikadon, and for chomesh, and for asham. Of course, he's still swearing falsely. So there will be liability for shvua shav. Or for shvua sheker. Mace, pater, mace, onishbar, bahusha nignav o abad. So what's that? So ultimately, again, if for example it died, or it broke a leg, broke a limb, right, or was taken captive, right, for bahusha, but in reality it was stolen or lost. Mashbi'ach I make you swear, ba'amar amen chayiv. Ultimately, again, in that case, it'll be chayiv. Abad o nignav, bahusha mace o nishbar. So again, Halakha L'Maisa, again, it was lost or stolen, but in reality, again, it died. Mashbi'achani ba'amra amen pater. Zaklau. We'll say here's the rule: Kol hamishana mechova l'chova, or miptur or l'ptur, or miptur l'chova pater. So we'll say here's the rule: anytime you take a shvua sapikadon, and either again, going from a state of where you were exempt where you're exempt, or from liability to liability, or from exempt to liability. In other words, we'll say here's the last image. If you go ahead and you swear in a way that had you made your real claim, you would have been pater. But now, as a result of your actual claim, all right, of your stated claim, you're going to be chayiv. So in other words, you're taking on a heightened level of liability. Okay, there's no chayiv for shvua sapikadon in that case because you've heightened your own liability. So in any case, again, where you would have been pater anyway, you would have been chayiv anyway, or you're upping your own personal level of liability from pater to chova. Ultimately, again, pater. Right, pater. Ultimately, again, you're going to be pater. Right? Why? Because again, you're chayiv for shvua sapikadon when the shvua saves you from payment. But if the shvua doesn't change the math, or the shvua enhances liability, then ultimately, again, there's no liability for the shvua. On the other hand, mechava lepatur chayiv. But Halakha L'Maisa, again, I will say if you in a way that exempts you from liability, that's when there is liability for the shvuah. Again, I will say, so a very simple klal. The only time you're chayav for shvuah sapikadon is when by taking the shvuah, you are seeking to exempt yourself ultimately again from liability. The Gemara says, "Zaklal, kalanishpa lahakel alatzmo chayiv, lahachmer alatzmo potter." So the Torah will say is anytime you're taking the shvuah, ultimately again to exempt yourself or to lessen the liability, you're going to be chayiv. If it's liability, you will be potter. Incredible. Right, we'll say, let's go. Man Tanavar Shomrim, who is the Tana who holds that there are 4 custodians? Right, Mayor. What does that mean? The Leslie Arba Shomrim, I understand. What does that mean? Who's the Tana who holds of 4 custodians? Everyone holds of that. Right? That's a concept in halacha. It's like who holds of Chamisha Chumshei Torah. Or is this 4 Shomrim? Man Taradam is Socher Kino say Sachar Dami. No, or it means if you notice, by the way, in the category of 4, 2 of them are lumped together, right? Shomer, Sachar, paid custodian, and Socher and renter are put together. Who is that? Who holds of that? So Rabbi Meir. That's Rabbi Meir that lumps them together. Rabbi Meir said just the opposite. It's not. Socher Kitzad Mishalim. How does a renter? What's the nature of a renter's liability? Rabbi Meir Omer Kishomer Chinam. Oh, Rabbi Meir says that a Shomer Sachar is like a Shomer Chinam. Rabbi Huda Omer Kino say Sachar. Rabbi Huda is the one who said that no, that ultimately again a Socher, a renter, is like a Shomer Sachar. Rabbi Barabua Ikchatani. So Rabbi Barabua ultimately again had the reverse. The Gemara says, therefore, if that's the case, so what we'll say, interestingly enough, so what we're saying is that if that's the case, it's not really 4 custodians, it's really 3 custodians, because really what you have is Shomer Sachar, Shomer Chinam, unpaid custodian, Shoel, a borrower, and then Shomer Sachar and Socher are really the same. Now what it means is there's 4 categories of custodians, but they really only have 3 different categories of liability. So you have Shomer Chinam, that is his category, Shoel, that has his category, and then you have Socher and Shomer Sachar, which have similar halachas of liability. Good. I'm on the Echad B'Shok. Sorry. Echad Shori. Amar l'Shomer Chinam, Echad Shori, Amar l'Echad B'Shok, Amar l'Sochar, Echad Shori, Amar l'Ein Yodea, Amar Rav, V'kulam Turim Mishvas Shomrim, V'chayavim Mishum Shvas B'Tui. It was interestingly enough, in all of these cases of the Mishnah, where we say that the individual is potter means ultimately again what? Potter means they're potter from Shvas HaShomrim, right? Shvas HaPikadon, but ultimately again they're chayiv in Shvas B'Tui. Look at Rashi. The Sha'avar, carbon Ola Biore, in Shagag, but carbon Kidin Shwol Sha'avar, the Omer Yodani Shishwas. So I'll say, therefore, again, what Rav is pointing out is interesting enough that in these cases of Ptur, you could be Potter ultimately again from Shvas HaShomrim, which means what we call Shvas HaPikadon. So there's no Asham, there's no Chomesh, there's no Karen, but it can be Chayiv ultimately again in Shvas B'Tui. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, no, Aptur Mishum Shvas B'Tui. You can even be Potter from Shvas B'Tui. Now, both say, what are they arguing about? Michael McCarthy, Shmuel Savar Lesser B'Lahav. So we'll say what they're arguing about is the fundamental machlokes that we had beforehand, which is what do you need in order to be chayav for Shvas B'Tui. So ultimately, again, I will say so what Shmuel holds that in order to be chayav for Shvas B'Tui must be able to be phrased both in future tense and past tense. In this case, over here, the Shvua can only be phrased in the past tense, not the future tense. Therefore, there's no Shvas B'Tui. Rav says you don't need a future past. Rather, what do you need? Positive and negative. And since the shura can be phrased both in positive and negative, therefore, again, there is liability. The Gemara says, but all right, we've already had this machlokes once before. If not, Shvosh is our Tony Sorel Yam, Shvosh Zarak. So we'll say, so again, if again, I take a shvua, right? I take a shvua. Shvua shazar 20 Yam. Shvua shlo zarak. I swear, I threw the stone into the sea. I swear that I didn't throw the stone into the sea. Rab Amar Chayiv. So Rab says you're Chayiv, which Shmuel Amar Pater, and Shmuel says that you're Pater. So we'll say, what's the nature of the Machlokes? Rab Amar Chayiv the Isiv Ala Behein. Rab says you're Chayiv. Why? Because there's liability for Shvuas Bito as long as what? It can be phrased in the positive and negative. This can be phrased in the positive and negative, right? Shua, I threw the stone. I didn't throw the stone. Shmuel says you're Pater. Why? Because you can't phrase this in the future. I swear I will throw the stone. That doesn't work. So the Gemara says, so why do you have to go ahead and mention this twice? So the Gemara says, no, we have to bring this machlokes twice. Why? If we would have just said in this case, in this case, I'm going to say, I am choosing to swear of my own volition. But again, in our case over here, Bezdin is adjuring the individual. Maybe Rabbi gives you Shmuel in that kind of case. Sorry. Because again, Rabbi Ami holds that anytime you're being adjured by a base, ultimately, again, there's no Shvuas Bitoy. Rabbi Ami holds there's only liability for a Shvuas Bitoy when Halacha L'Maisa, again, it is a self-proclaimed oath. V'yitmar Baha, and if we would just said our Mishnah's case, Baha Kama Shmuel, that's the case where Shmuel says it's Halacha, but Baha, Ema Modi Levirab, or therefore Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately, again, both cases are going to be needed. And I will say, so Halacha L'Maisa, I just want to point out, the way we pass this, what we mentioned before, in these cases, in Mishnah, although you are cutter from Shvuas HaPikadon or from Shvuas Shomin, you are chayiv for Shvuas Bitoy. You have made a false oath of utterance, right? You have made a false declarative oath, right? Or perhaps, depending on the circumstances, maybe Shvuas Sheker, or maybe Shvuas Shad, depending on the circumstances. So again, I just want to point out, even in all the Mishnah's cases, when the Mishnah says pater, you're pater from Shvuas HaPikadon, right? That's what you're pater from. So you're not going to be chayiv for Keren, Chomesh, and Asham, but there is other shvur liability for making a false oath. Incredible. Good fall. I'm going to be Ami Kol Shvur Shadel Mashmin also in Bam Shvur Shvas Bitoy. That was the Gemara just picks up on this last detail. Interestingly enough, if you are adjured in a court, ultimately again you can't be liable for Shvas Bitoy, declarative oath. Why not? Shneimar O Nefesh Kisi Shava Mevate Disfasayin. The pasuk says if a person will articulate an oath with his lips. What do you see from here? Me'atzmo. There's only liability for a shvuas bitoy if what? If you swear on your own. Ki mishtamish ba'arba l'shonos. The word ki ultimately again has 4 different definitions. One of the 4 different definitions, if Dilma perhaps Ella but the heart that. Okay, so therefore again I will say, so therefore the lashon of O nefesh, ki sishav levate sasai was between if halacha lines you utter it of your own volition. But if you're adjured, there's no liability. Now we don't pass in that way, and again all of these things are tied together. If you make a shvuas bitoy, whether you're adjured or you're not, doesn't make a difference. It's over here, even if you're not chayv for shvuas hapikadon, like your pasuk shvuas hapikadon, you will be chayv for shvuas bitoy. Incredible. Rabbi Loza says, "Kulam p'tur mishvuas shomim v'chayavin mishum shvuas bitoy chutz me'inu yodea ma'atasach b'shoel u'gneva ba'aveda denose schar b'sheva sochav." So as I say, interestingly enough, so remember in all of this, Mer just said before, in all of these cases, even if you're part from shvuas shomrim, you will be chayv for shvuas bitoy, except for chutz me'inu yodea ma'atasach b'shoel, except for the case of I don't know what you're talking about in the case of the Shoel, right? And ultimately, again, in the case of Gneva Va'aveda, by no say Schar and Socha. Why? Shuchayiv Shaykh from Mamon. Because we'll say in those cases, you will be Chayiv ultimately again for Shvuas HaPikadon. Now, what you must point out over here is if you're Chayiv for Shvuas HaPikadon, you're not Chayiv for Shvuas Bitoy, right? So again, you're not going to be chayiv for both of those things. So in those cases, you're going to be chayiv for shvuas hapikadon. Why? Shahari kaf from mamon. Because at the end of the day, in those cases, you did deny a monetary claim, and as you pointed out, when you deny a monetary claim, ultimately, again, you're chayiv for Shvuas HaBikadon. So what's the takeaway over here? It's really all this paracle, right? This last paracle over here called Shvuas HaBikadon or Shvuas HaShomrim, where halacha l'maisa, again, I've deposited an item with one of the four Shomrim. Who are the four Shomrim? Shomer Chinam, Shomer Sachar, Socher, Shoel. It's four, but it's really collapsed into three categories because we paskin that Socher and Shomer Sachar really have the same type of liability. There are distinctions, but that's not our Masechta right now. I come over to this Shomer and halacha l'maisa, I want my object back. He claims something happened to him. Now, obviously, if I trust him, there's no shvuah. We're talking about cases where what? I would like some verification of his claim. He swears something happened to it, and it turns out that what? He's lying. Is there liability? What does it depend on? It all comes down to one simple thing. Did his false oath save him from financial responsibility or not? If it did, then halacha l'maisa, again, he is chayiv. Chayiv for Shvuas HaShomrim, right? Or Shvuas HaBikadon. What is he chayiv for? Again, Keren, principal, Chomesh, additional fifth, and ultimately Karban Asham. Because that's his liability. If he made a false oath, but it turns out that the false oath didn't save him any money, it didn't do anything for him financially, then what? He is pater. But it turns out that ultimately, again, Shvuas Bitul. I will say that's the sugya in this indictment. I will say, as we come to the end, we did it. As it comes to the end of the section, so first of all, a tremendous shkoyach for us. You might say to yourself, well, maybe I don't feel so accomplished. I don't know. I hope no one ever asks me a question on the Seches Shvuos. Right? You ready? I heard you just finished the Seches. Shine on that of days, the answer. We'll say, okay, you're right. We're not getting smi from the Sechus, right? And perhaps I don't even feel like I'm mastered. I will say, but sometimes it's not about mastery. It's about having the courage, the resolve, and the commitment to make it through the journey. And I will say that is what we have done. We have navigated through a very complex sugya, To be honest, at times like today, not giving the proper amount of time. A daf like this really required, well, it was really not a daf, it was a daf and a half. I don't want to brag, it required 2 hours. 2 hours, okay, we're limited in time, I can't start at 4:30 in the morning. And I'll say, but we did it. And we did something that for many of us probably we never thought we would do at different points in this journey. But we did it. Shechiyanu, Vikimanu, Vigyaram Azmanazer. We got to the end of this particular Masechta, and I will say a tremendous and overwhelming and beautiful and magnificent accomplishment. The Ribono Shalom saw how many times we struggled, but we kept going through. That's the avoda of the Yid, that's the avoda of the Daf, and I will say a tremendous and beautiful and holy accomplishment for us all. We should see the struggle, the amount of effort that we put in, and should be a schos for Klal Yisrael, it should be a schus for ourselves, it should be a schus for our mishpachas. And I will say tomorrow morning, the Shah Tova U'Mutzlachas, we begin Meseches Avodah Zarah. The journey continues, the adventure continues, and halavai for many more years together. Hadron Allah, Hadron Shomim, Uslikal Meseches Shvuos. I will say, Mazel Tov. All right, Chevron Zoom, Mazel Tov, everyone, and Yetz Hashem. Should we zocha to many accomplishments together? Should we zocha to our Chaver in Eretz Yisrael? Dina, so nice to see you. Should we zocha in Eretz Hashem, our Chaver in Eretz Yisrael? Should we zocha in Eretz Hashem to Shmir Yisir, to Besoros Tovos, and Halavai, to Hermo Bracha for all of Klal Yisrael.
I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child. Then I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I didn't take my, listen, I was with my wife too.
All right, I will say good morning.
This episode is brought to you by Express.
Good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilsim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman Joshua this year in the Schus of the Surah Tovos for Ad Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Stephen Abalinu Latova, Stephen Tarizin, loving Mary of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Devora Bas Yisrael Yosef Bracha, on the occasion of her 5th yard site. We hope the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, families in Nechama, all those who need should happen together with Kol Cholei Yisrael Kodesh Baruch Hu should the Meretz Hashem bring our hostages home b'shalom, and the car of Shal, our holy soldiers, should be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedehem, and should shower Shmira Yisera, protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and maybe be Zochah Meretz Hashem to a week of Besoros Tovos and decisive victories. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. So today's daf is I was going to say Mem Zayin. It's not. It's Mem Ches. Today's daf is Mem Ches 48. We are picking up in Yeres Hashem on Mem Zayin Amud Beis. We're going to move today 47b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines down from the top. So remember again, we ended off yesterday with a beautiful allusion, beautiful, heartbreaking, and incredible allusion to Chit Meraglim, found in the Seas Parashat. Then again, the Gemara quotes another piece of Agadic interpretation by Shimon ben Tarfon. Ad Hanar Hagadol Nahar Pras. So ultimately, again, in the large river, the Euphrates. So interestingly enough, now what's bothering the Gemara in this statement is the Euphrates is out of the other. Well, let's see Rashi actually for just a moment. So before we get to Rashi, so Shimon ben Tarfon Omer Krav Legabi Dihina V'Yadon. When you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you yourself will become oily. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says Omer Krav Legabi Dihina V'Yadon. In Nagata b'Mashuach b'Shemen Heiga Mashuach b'Negiyaso. If you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you'll also become oily as a result of that contact. Kilomar Pras who kata mishalosh naros shehu manui etzlam. So as I say, interestingly enough, remember again, the Torah outlines over here 3 different rivers, right? And ultimately, again, the Pras is the smallest of the 3. The Hanar Hanavi, it's 4 rivers. And Pras is the 4th one, and Pras is considered to be the smallest one. So the Gemara said, yet the Hanar Harabi Pras, the Kanu Kori also Nahar Gadol. It's interesting enough, as much as Pras is one of the smaller rivers, but yet here it's called the Nahar Gadol. Here it's called a large river. So what's the pshat with that? The shil shu niskar kanal shem Eretz Yisrael shu chashuva niskar gam bechashivos. So as I say, interestingly enough, what the Gemara suggests over here is as follows: that since at the end of the day, the Euphrates is connected to some of the other bodies of water, which ultimately line up with Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, the Euphrates is called the Big River. The Euphrates is called the Big River. So again, why is it called the Big River? Since it's connected with bodies of water that get connected up with Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see from here? So again, the same way that if you touch someone that's oily, you become oily. If you touch something that's great, you also become great. So the Euphrates itself is not one. It's a big river. The Euphrates is actually a fairly large water source, right? But La Mesa, compared to the other ones, it's not as big. But since it touches the water sources with touch Eretz Yisrael, therefore it's called Nar HaGadol. It's called the large river. The Gemara says, "Devei Bishmal Tana Eved Melech Kenalech." It's like what people say: the servant of the king is like the king. Now, what does that mean? What that means is, since the servant of the king is ultimately in the employ of the king, he's part of the royal court, that endows him with a hashivos as well. So say a tremendous Musa Haskell, that sometimes the golden life is to connect yourself to other great things. Because when you embed yourself in an atmosphere of kedusha, of greatness, that rubs off on you. So whether that's making sure that you keep the right friends who are going to go ahead and have an impact on you, making sure that you actually spend time in spiritually enriching environments, attaching yourself to kedusha, by definition rubs off on you. It's an incredible idea. I would say it's also a beautiful yisod in Eretz Yisrael, right? Especially, there's an Indian on Dafkan Parshas Shlach. Again, the hatred in the Raglim is that they denigrated the land. So the tikkun for the hate is during the Parshas Shlach. Talk as much as you can about the greatness of Eretz Yisrael. So just to point out over here, what a beautiful Gemara. Because what is the Gemara saying? You know what makes you great? Attachment to the land makes you great. And here by the Euphrates is if you're attached to a water source that's attached to Eretz Yisrael, that makes you great. That makes you great. Although again, the Euphrates happens to bump up against the actual biblical borders of Eretz Yisrael itself. Now when we look at the map, so the Euphrates doesn't really come next to Eretz Yisrael. But biblical Eretz Yisrael, the Euphrates comes next to Eretz Yisrael. Not through Eretz Yisrael, but next to Eretz Yisrael. So amazingly enough, what do you see from here? The Kedusha of the land is such that just by touching the land, and this is what it means, the Gemara says, Avira da'ara d'Yisrael machki. The air of Eretz Yisrael makes you smart. Makes you smart. I will say, by the way, again, all right, we spoke about it already a lot, but still, I can't stop thinking, you look at what the Mossad and the army pulled off in Iran. It doesn't make sense. They're like smuggling drone pieces in like biscuit bags, whatever, like it doesn't, like, I don't know, hummus, whatever, like it doesn't, like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a country that is less than a century old. How does it have an apparatus like this? How does it have minds that work like this? How does this happen? So now, by the way, I understand. Avira da'ara d'Yisrael machki. The air of Eretz Yisrael gives you wisdom. See, our whole lives we thought that just meant Torah. It is definitely Torah, but it's not just Torah. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's the ability to think out of the box. It's the ability to think differently than the rest of the world thinks, because you have to think differently than the rest of humanity thinks, because your survival hinges on it. The land of Eretz Yisrael changes you. The air of Eretz Yisrael changes you. You know it because hopefully we've all experienced it. You step foot in the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, and how do you feel? How do you feel? You just feel different. You just so different. What is it? What is it? I don't know what it is, but it's the Kedusha of the land. And when you're attached to Kedusha, by definition, you become more Kaddish. When you're attached to the smartness of the air, you become so. Again, it looks like this is what it means. And again, anything else, attach yourself to great people because it will become holier. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So then the Mishnah spoke about the case. This was, I go over to Ruvain, the shopkeeper, and I say, Ruvain, I want you to go ahead and I want to pay my workers. So let my workers come in and take $100 of merchandise each. So the workers come in, right? Or what happens? So Ruvain says, okay, I paid your workers. So Ruvain says, give me my money. Ultimately, again, the workers say they haven't gotten paid. So I'm in the middle of this. So what's the halacha? So the halacha the Mishnah said is that both of them take shvuos and ultimately collect. Now, remember again, so they both collect. They both collect. But the Nana said, ultimately, again, so Banana says it doesn't make any sense because then someone's lying. Rather, Banana says both of them collect without a shvuos. It says the Gemara, Tanya, Amar Rabbi, Torah shvuah zu lamali. Rabbi says, why are you making them take the shvuah? Right, so Rebbe's arguing on the Tanakama, and Rebbe says, why would a shvuah be necessary here? So again, the Mishnah said that both the workers and the shopkeeper both swear to me, right? So the shopkeeper swears that he paid. The workers swear they don't get paid, and everyone collects from me. So the Gemara says, keep lamine, keep lamine. So I say, interestingly enough, so Rebbe said, I don't understand why you need a shvuah. Rabbi Chia responded with, well, that's the Mishnah. So the Rebbe accepted Rabbi Chia's statement. So Tashma, the Sani Rebbe Omer, Right? So again, Rabbi says that the workers swear to the shopkeeper. Now, this is very interesting. So this is now a second idea, that the workers swear to the shopkeeper that Allah said they didn't get paid. But why are they swearing to the shopkeeper? They should be swearing to me, to the employer. Amarava, Paulin Nishboin Balabayis, the Maimon Hedvini, Gehi the Chasfuni. So no, Rav means it like this. It's in reality, the workers and the shopkeeper are both going to swear, but we're going to make the workers swear in the presence of the shopkeeper. Why? Because the workers are claiming that they didn't get paid. We want to kind of put that claim to the test. We want to say, Halacha always assumes two things. Number one, people lie, right? Okay, that's a pretty safe assumption. Right? And then assumption number two is that people will not be so brazen to lie in the face of the person who they're chayav something to. So workers will lie about not getting paid. But what they're a little bit more reticent to lie about is what? Is that they didn't get paid in front of the person who really paid them. So therefore we make them swear to the balabayis in the presence of the chandani, this way hoping that if they halakha really did get paid, they'll back down from the shua. Just fascinating enough, the Gemara seems to indicate over here that halakha will pass like the kanakamo, and both of them will take a shua. So the workers will swear to the balabayis in the presence of the chandani that did not get paid, and the chandani will swear to the balabayis that he did pay them. All right, incredible. Itmar, was a very interesting case here. You have two sets of witnesses that contradict each other. So the Gemara says, so this is a very interesting case. So if you look at Rashi says over here, second of the intermediate one. A typical case. Two witnesses say, we saw Reuven kill Shimon. Two witnesses say, we saw Reuven and he didn't kill Shimon. Okay, so we'll say, so we'll say, what happens to their testimony in a scenario like this? What happens? It cancels each other out. That's all. In other words, so we'll say, but here's what we do know. What do we know? Someone's lying. So we'll say, so now there's an interesting shayla. Can both of those sets of witnesses go and testify in other cases? So obviously they both come to Beis Din. Again, there's nothing for us to do because they've canceled each other out. So okay, so everybody goes home. What about if they show up to testify in another case? What do we do with their testimony then? So the Gemara says, so Rafuna says, each of them come on their own and testify. In other words, they canceled each other out, and I know that someone's lying, but Lamaisa, again, they're both still absolutely fit for testimony, so each one could come on their own and testify. Rav Chisda says, "Bahadi sadi shakri lamali." Rav Chisda says, "What do I need with such liars?" Rav Chisda essentially says, interesting. Rav Chisda disqualifies them from all future testimony. Why? Because someone's lying, and I don't know who's lying. So in the absence of the ability to determine who is lying, I'm just going to go ahead and disqualify everyone. Incredibly. Simar says, and outlines a couple of interesting cases. So, for example, two different lenders, two different borrowers, and two different shtaros. And then obviously, again, and then you have each of these sets of witnesses are witnessing one of these transactions. So Gemara says, okay, that's exactly the case we're talking about. What do you do now with these transactions, knowing that one of these sets of witnesses is a liar? Or if you have one lender, one borrower, two different transactions, in that case, again, let's say, one is for a loan of a greater amount, one is for a loan of a lesser amount. In that case, the one who has the shtar, the lender, will only be able to collect the lesser of the two debts. Two lenders and one borrower, but yet, ultimately, again, in two different documents, that's again the same. That's the case of our Mishnah. Two borrowers and one lender. Obviously, again, and in two different documents, What do I do in that case? Teku. Ultimately, again, teku. So we'll say, so what we are left with over here, so we're just giving 4 cases in which you will see how that machlokes manifests itself. But bottom line, I will say, and this is really very interesting, I have 2 witnesses contradicting each other. Again, capital case, Reuben killed Shimon. One witness, one group said he did, one group said he didn't do it. They cancel each other out. So therefore, again, in that capital case, what happens to Reuben? What happens to Reuben? He goes home. He goes home. But now, again, I'm faced with the reality that someone here is lying. So what do I do? So machlokes. Rafuna says, they're still both fit. They cancel each other out. Pretty much it's as if it never happened. And therefore, Rafuna says they're both fit. But Chista, no, someone's a liar over here. And therefore, again, both will be disqualified. So Master Rafuna Bar Yehuda, so Rafuna Bar Yehuda, the Kasha, was a top of Memchas, Echad Omer Gavoa Gibbe. Shalosh. So we've actually seen this before in our Rosh Hashanah days. By Kiddush HaChodesh. Right, the halacha is, remember again, you're based on the testimony of 2 witnesses. They would have to come and they would have to describe how they saw the moon. One of the things that they would have to testify to was how high, so to speak, the moon was off the horizon. So the way it would often be measured would be like an ox goad. So right here is an ox goad. I guess that's helpful if you actually know what an ox goad is. Hey, so let's say again, one of them comes, I mean, obviously everyone knows what an ox goad is. It's something you use to goad a goat, right, or an ox. Good, so the Gemara says over here, so let's say one witness shows up and he says, I saw the moon and it was 2 ox goads up from the horizon. The other says 3, so I do some kayam. So what's remembering for Rosh Hashanah? Why? Because it's understandable that it's not going to be exact, right? No 2 people are going to see, especially remember again, this is all like ocular measurement, right? So in other words, so you're determining this based on what you're able to see. So obviously, again, it's not gonna be exact. So therefore, again, if one says 2, one says 3, their testimony is good. Hey, do some betela Oh, here's what's interesting. But let's say one witness says it was 3 ox goads, one witness says it was 5 ox goads. Ultimately, it isn't. Now, I will say that's not discrepancy is too much. But yet, interesting enough, what does the Brisa say? They can become part of another testimony. Now the Gemara says, what does that mean? My love la'edus mammon. Now what that sounds like is, okay, so for this testimony we're not going to accept them. But they can go on to give testimony in another case, right? In edus mammon, another unrelated monetary case. And we start from la'edus acheres shalosh chodesh. You know what it means is he or one of those witnesses and another could ultimately again be mitzarif for another edus. Like let's say, for example, let's say again, first witnesses 1 and 2 come and say that the moon was 3 ox goads above the horizon. Witnesses 3 and 4 come along and say that it was 5. So obviously, I'm going to say in that case over here. I'm sorry, so I'm going to say that differently. One says it was witness 1 says it was 3 ox goads. Witness 2 says it was 5 ox goads. So obviously, they're not mitzarif. But either one of those witnesses, let's say now witness number 3 comes along, and witness number 3 says, I saw it, and it was 3 ox goads above the horizon. So now both say follow this. Witness 1 and witness 3 can combine to form a testimonial unit for Kiddush HaChodesh. That's what it means. Why? Because now effectively 1 and 3 combine, and again, that's 2 against 1. Right? Because witness number 2 was the one who said that it was 5. And therefore, again, it turns out that there are 2 witnesses that say 3 ox goads, 1 witness that say 5 ox goads, and therefore they could combine. I will say the novelty over there, by the way, is that interestingly enough, witnesses 1 and 3 are able to combine, even though what? They didn't see it together. Remember again, this is a unique halacha about Eidos HaChodesh. Normally by testimony, in order to form a testimonial unit, witnesses usually have to be able to see an event together. Back to our Makos days, some good days. right? But now, by Kiddush HaChodesh, we allow them to combine. Good. So I'll say, how do we paskin? So the Rambam paskin is like Rav Huna, that when you have testimonial units which cancel each other out because of contradictory testimony in future cases, essentially, once they cancel each other out, we're done. Even though I know, what do I know? Someone is lying. Now, again, is there the possibility that someone's not lying, but someone's misno is actually lying? Right? But when they cancel each other out, ultimately that does not render them unfit to give testimony in other areas. So again, group 1 says Reuben killed Shimon, group 2 says Reuben didn't kill Shimon. Like Salach Lamai said, they cancel each other out, but both we paskin like Rav Huna, both are still kosher to give testimony in other areas. Incredible. Let's go. Says the Gemara. Sorry. So I say, remember again, this was the next case. I go over to the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, give me a dinar, ultimately again, of peros, of produce. And what happens? He gives it to me. I say that he says to me, okay, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money and you put it in your money pouch. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I paid him the money. So he says the Gemara, when do I have to swear? When do I have to pay? When, let's say, the produce is piled right in front of us, right? So again, shopkeeper piled the produce. I say, I'm about to take it. I haven't taken it yet. Shopkeeper says, hold up, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money, you put it in your money pouch. He says, you didn't pay me. Then I swear that I paid him the money and I could take the produce. However, but if halakha l'maisa, I already have the produce. I have the produce, right? I put it in my shopping bag, right? I put it in my what do you call it? That cart that you push, right? What? And my agala, right? I put it in my little cart, right? So l'maisa. So then in that case, it's a motzi mechaber lavaraya. In that case, since I already have possession of the fruit, again, then the reality is possession is 9/10, and therefore, again, if the shopkeeper wants to say that I didn't pay, ultimately the obligation is on him. So Moshe, it's a very important piece of halacha. So when do we say that I, the purchaser, am obligated to take a shvur that I swore? That's when I did not take possession of the produce. But if I already took possession of the produce, then the obligation of the burden of proof shifts to the chadnei, to the shopkeeper, and if he wants to claim that I did not pay him, the burden of proof is upon him. Excellent. Next, Amr l'shulchan itein. So then, remember again, we had virtually the same exact case with the money changer. Right? What was the money changer? The money changer was, I go with the money changer, I say, give me change for a dinar. He gives it to me. He says to me then, okay, now give me the dinar. I say, I gave it to you and you put it in your money pouch. Right? He says, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I paid him. So says the Gemara, I don't understand this. It's the same case. It's the same case. Right? Pretty much, again, the money changer case and the chandani case is the same case. Why do you need both? I'll tell you why. If you would have this in the first case of the produce, this is very interesting. If you would have told me the first case by the produce, I would have said like this. I could hear that there could be a case of produce where the shopkeeper would be willing to physically give it over before receiving payment. Why? This is fascinating. Because produce rots. When you're a chandler, when you're a shopkeeper, what do you want to do faster than anything? Cement the sale. How do you cement the sale? Right? Again, well, if you give over the produce, ultimately, again, to the purchaser, he does have ultimately, again, it's given. So you can see that. So therefore, I could see in the case of produce how you could have a case of where produce was given over even if payment wasn't yet tendered. I could see that. However, again, aval mo still omer kavi ema module is Rabbi Yehuda. Now again, about in the case of money, where I'm changing money, chances are the shulchani is not really going to give over the money until what? Until he receives the dinar, right? He's not giving over the change. So that would be a little less. And therefore, maybe it kind of comes well to Yehuda. If what we just said, the second case, in the first case, perhaps they would agree with the Rabban, and therefore both are necessary. Next, okay, I both say now we're going to come to a sugyus which will take us the rest of the morning, which is 11 minutes. Okay, let's say so again. That's all right. That's okay. So remember again. So the halacha is the Mishnah spoke about this idea that that Yisomim don't pay except without a shvua. Now we already saw this reference in yesterday's daf a little bit. This idea that Yisomim ultimately again don't pay without a shvua. So Gemara says, what are we talking about? Now again, let's say that Russian of Yisomim not pay. Like in other words, the concept that we've seen over and over is what? If you want to extract from Yisomim, you have absolutely require a shvua. But the Lashon here, Yisomim only pay. What does this mean? Gemara says, "Miman." Who are they collecting? Who are the Yisomim collecting payment from that they need to take a shvua? So if you want to say that, we'll say maybe the case is like this: that right, Father Yaakov died. He left behind sons, Reuben and Shimon. That Yaakov had lent money to Zvulun. So now again, when Yaakov Avun Shekablo Shvua, the Shvua, I understand. If Yaakov was alive, Yaakov could collect from Zvulun without a shvua. Why? Because what does Yaakov have? A star. So if Yaakov could collect without a shvua, so why should Reuben and Shimon, so many Lo Yifrael b'shvua? So it's like yesterday's that. Mar says, oh no, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about over here Yisomim who want to collect from Yisomim. So this is orphans collecting from orphans. So the halakha is you can only collect with a shvua. So what are we talking about here? So I'll say, so now this is a little bit of a repeat from what we saw in yesterday's daf. So Rabbi Shmuel Gami Tarbayi, it's very important. Lo Shanu Ella, when do we say that Yarshim required a shvua? Collect from other Yarshim. That's only when Lo Shanu Ella Shemes Malva V'chaye Lova. That's talking about again where we'll say a case of where the lender predeceased the borrower. Right? So Father Yaakov is the lender. Yaakov lent money to Zvulun. Yaakov died. Yaakov's kids now go ahead and Yaakov's kids now had the obligation, had the ability to collect the debt. After Yaakov died, Zvulun died. So now Yaakov's kids are coming to collect from Zvulun's kids. Okay, so what's the halacha? The halacha is that Yaakov's kids can only collect with the shvua from Zvulun's kids. And now the novelty over here is even though again, what do Yaakov's kids have? What do they have? They have the star. But remember, I will say this is all embedded in the idea or in the concern that Yisomim aren't necessarily well versed in the affairs of their father. So therefore the shvua is kind of like just like the fail-safe to ensure that this loan wasn't collected beforehand. Okay, so that's the halacha. So again, so the concept of essentially the Yisomim of the malva of the lender collecting from the Yisomim of the loan is very important. Is when the borrower is when the lender predeceased the borrower. Okay, watch this. Aval. Okay. Now, however, if the borrower predeceased the lender, then it was like so we'll say, so now watch this. Let's say Zvulun's the borrower. Zvulun died first. Okay, so we'll say, so now what happens? And Yaakov's right, alive and kicking. Yaakov's good. Now, if Yaakov wants to collect that debt from Zvulun's estate, what does Yaakov need? A shvua. Because remember, you can always only collect property from Yisomim with a shvua. So ultimately, again, if Yaakov wants to collect, he needs a shvua. Now watch this. And if Yaakov subsequently dies, get ready for this. Ein Adam Moresh Shvua Lebanav. A person a father can't bequeath a shvua to his son. Now, we'll say what this means, and this is fascinating. Right? So since already, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kid, he would need a shvua. When Yaakov dies, a shvua is not an inheritable right. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, because there was already a pre-existing obligation of shvua, or the collection of this debt, when Yaakov dies, ultimately, again, he can't pass down that obligation of shvua. In other words, his kids can't take that shvua. They can't take the shvua of their father, and therefore, effectively, the debt is uncollectible, which is quite fascinating. So we'll say, so again, just to highlight this idea as well. So this is Rabbi and Shmuel, right? So again, the Mishnah is teaching me, let's just get this straight. The Mishnah is teaching me that in general, when Yisomim want to collect from Yisomim we can only collect with a shvua from other Yisomim. Rabbi Shmuel says, what's that case? That's a case of where the lender predeceases the borrower. So now again, Reuven and Shimon, Yaakov, the lender's kids, are coming to right. So Yaakov dies, the debt is inherited by his sons. They have the shtar. Then Zvulun, the borrower, dies. So now ultimately again, Yaakov's kids want to collect from Zvulun's kids. They can. They have a shtar, but they also need a shua. Rabbi Shmuel say, if you have a case of where the Lovet, the borrower Zvulun, died before Yaakov, so that means when Yaakov is alive, going for Yaakov to collect for the Shavua. When Yaakov dies, that Shavua that Yaakov would have had to take is not transferable to his kids. So therefore, again, Ein Adam, that Lashon over here, Ein Adam Morish Shavua Lebanav. A father cannot bequeath a Shavua to his son, and therefore, Halacha L'maisa, the kids of Yaakov, of the lender, can't collect. We'll say, take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi says, so we'll say, so remember again, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kids, Yaakov would have to show up, and Yaakov would have to swear. What do you have to swear? I swear that I never received payment from your father. Now again, what's the novelty in that shvua? Because what is Yaakov holding on to? He has the shtar. Now again, remember, in a normal case of a loan, I go over to you, I lend you $1,000, I go to say, pay me back. You say, I paid you already. All they need to do is what? All you do is what? Whip out that shtar, and we're done. The conversation is done. Because again, whoever has that, but you sold in the halacha is Chazal legislated. If you want to collect from orphans, you have to take the shvua. So therefore, again, go back to Rashi. So therefore, when Yaakov showed up at the Yisum, we have to take a shvua. So shvua, the ein adam morish mamon shemechuyev alav shvua lebanon. We'll say here it is. A father does not bequeath money that is bound by a shvua to his sons. It's very simple. On both sides. What was the shvua? What was the shvua that Yaakov would have taken to the sons of Zvulun? What was the shvua? I swear that I never received any payment from your father. Okay. Now when Yaakov dies and his sons inherit that debt, the sons can't take that shvua. Why can't they take the shvua? Why not? They don't know. So because they can't take that shvua that their father was already obligated in, therefore effectively the debt becomes uncollectible. Incredible. We'll just point out something very beautiful. Rosh Hashanah of the Gemara over here, Ein Adam Morish Shvua Lebanav. A person cannot bequeath a shvua to his son. That is true, I will say, except for one major shvua. The shvua that he took at Har Sinai, ultimately again to be bound to. Why is it that when you take a shvua, right, to go ahead and uphold the mitzvah, I swear I'm going to put on tefillin today. Why is that shvua null and void? Why doesn't it work? Why? I'm mushva v'omed. Ultimately again, I'm already adjured. Neshama was there, but when I said again, I inherited that shvua from my father, who inherited that shvua from his father, who inherited that shvua from going all the way back to Har Sinai. So as much as Ein Adam Morish Shvua Lebanav, that's true except for the greatest shvua of all, and that's the shvua of Har Sinai, which we got from our fathers, and that's the shvua which we will be zochah to pass down to our children. Shachua Kamid Rabazar. Shvua Zu, not Tiva. What's the nature of this shvua? Right? What is the nature of this shvua? So the Gemara says, "Shalach ulu yarshin mishpan shvuas yarshin." Okay, so it's like, okay, this is where it gets really exciting over here, right? So essentially, Rabbi and Shmuel say like this: in any case where the borrower predeceased the lender, right, and then the lender dies, the debt is uncollectible. Why? Because since the only way to have already collected that debt was through a shvua, right? Yaakov turns out to a shvua, and the kids can't take that shvua of Yaakov, therefore the debt is uncollectible. Rabbi Lozer comes along and says, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. There is a shvua. Rabbi said there's what's called shvuas yarshin. What's shvuas yarshin? What's shvuas yarshin? Shvuas yarshin, what we saw, is a shvua where Yarshin said, to the best of our knowledge, our father told us that that this debt was not collected. So we'll say that's a shvua. Now, in general, by the way, whenever Yarshin are going ahead and collecting from other Yarshin, that's always the scope that they're taking. We'll say let's flip this over for just a second, right? Remember again. Let's say that Malva died first, right? Let's say ultimately again let's say that Lender died first, Yaakov died first, right? And then Reuven died. So what's the halacha? That's the Kisar Mishnah. What's the halacha? Yaakov's kids are going to go collect from Zvulun's kids. They're still going to need a shua. That's the Mishnah. What's the shua they're going to take? What's the shua? We swear that to the best of our knowledge, this loan was never repaid. And then they rate. So Rabbi says, I don't understand. So just because Yaakov became obligated in a shua, I understand his kids can't take that shua. Let them take a typical shua siyashin and let them collect the debt. So Rabbi says, we've seen Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Shmuel ultimately saying that in any case where the borrower predeceases the lender, since the lender was already chayiv the shua when he was alive, then he died, he can't pass down that shua to his kids, therefore the debt is uncollectible. Rabbi Lazar says, what are you talking about? Just let can't take his shua. But what? They can take their own shua and let them collect the debt. Shalchor b'mei Rabbi. Shalchor b'mei Rabbi Ami. So let's say, so ultimately again, so they sent this. Shalchor b'mei Rabbi Ami. Amar kuvei hai shalkilei. So let's say, so ultimately again, this is very interesting. So they sent this question to Rabbi Ami, right? So they're trying to get Rabbi Ami ultimately again to decide, and I was going to understand. This is big stuff because this is going to render some major portion of loans uncollectible in these cases where both lender and borrower die. So they sent Rabbi Ami, right? There's no Rabbi Ami, do you have any new developments? Rabbi Ami essentially says, Chevra, if I had something to share, I would share. And you can keep asking me the same question, but I don't have any new information to share with you. Amar Rabbi Ami, Holil va'asaladim, name of Rabbi also. Rabbi Ami said, listen, even though I don't necessarily have a halachic decision in this machlokes, Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Lazar, but let me share something with you. Amar b'din umeis, ultimately again. Now, interesting, if you look at Rashi, Amar b'din, Rashi says over here, Shehotzi shtar ze'al yasmi loven, va'amar lo beizin hishav v'tal. So let's say, now watch this. So now the case over here is as follows. Let's say Yaakov was still alive, right? Yaakov was alive, and Yaakov came, Zvulun had died, right? And Yaakov came to go ahead and Amar b'din, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. Amar b'din, right? So again, they started the din Torah. Rashi says, Shehotzi shtar ze'al yasmi loven, va'amar lo beizin hishav v'tal. So right, so again, they took out the shtar, and Basin already told the lender, go ahead and swear the mace, and then the lender dies. So the lender died before the oath was ever taken. So essentially, what I want to say, so in this case over here, Yaakov came to Basin to collect the debt from the sons of Zvulun. Right? It was Basin said, okay, Yaakov swear. Yaakov died before he had a chance to take an oath. So again, Yaakov's kids can't collect the money. Why? Because they can't take the oath of their father. Like Rabbi Shmuel, Lo Amar b'din umeis yarsh umeis. What happens, however, if Yaakov didn't try to collect the debt and then he died? Yarshim nishpan shvas yarshim enochim. Very interesting. So Rabbi Ami wants to posit that the only time that the shua gets passed down from Yaakov to his sons, or I should say, the only time that the sons of Yaakov are left the debt is when the obligation for Yaakov's shua was already triggered. But if Yaakov did not trigger that shua, then ultimately again Yaakov's kids can collect the debt with a typical shvuas yarshi. Fascinating. So Maskeh Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman raised the kasha. Atu beidina kamechayv l'shua me'imna. Sorry. Atu beidina kamechayv l'shua. Is it the bezdin that obligates Yaakov in the shua? No. Me'ibna d'shachav lo v'chayv l'maval ibnei lo l'shua. No. The shua obligation was triggered when? Immediately when Zvulun died. Rav Nachman said, first of all, right? Rav Nachman, he left Shmuel, or you're right, either you're with us or you're against us. Right? There's two options over here. There's Rav Shmuel. So you see from here that Rav Nachman wasn't sure who the halacha follows. Rav Yosef Rav Nachman Uvda Yachloku. But yet Rav Nachman himself paskin halacha, and Rav Nachman said Yachloku. Rashi says of Yachloku, Karishnim Chashubim B'Danu La'ashin Echanam Yachol Shava Amalesa Rav Shmuel. So we'll say now, interesting. enough, this is a different kind of case where both parties were chashuv, both parties ultimately again were suspect. No one was able to take a shua. Rav Nachman said yachloku. Now, what do you see from here? That in a case where neither party could swear, Rav Nachman says yachloku. That's not like Rav and Shmuel. So Rav Nachman sees things asking yes, Rav and Shmuel. Tushmar says no. Dvav Meir to Kamar Alei Alei Srele. Rav Nachman was commenting according to the position of Meir. But Rav Nachman himself does not hold that way. Master Rav Osher is a kasha. Mesa, you're supposed to say now this is a different case, right? So this is a case of an almana, a widow who did not collect her ksuva, right? So she died. Now she dies. What's that? Yershin maskir es ksuva said esrim lechamesh shani. Ultimately, again, her children, right? Her inheritors, could claim her ksuva up to 25 years. So we'll say Gemara in the Seches Ksuvas. Right, you remember this story? You know what's great about Dafyomi? Dafyomi is like you ever meet someone who you have such a warm feeling towards them, but you can't remember their name, right? Like when I see you, like it puts such a smile on it. Like it's so happy to see you. I can't ask you your name because I know that we know each other. So I know we know each other, but that's like that thing like that. Like miracles, Ksulas, like Ksulas. I don't remember a thing from Ksulas, right? But when I just say Ksulas, like when I say Ksulas, it's like I know you. I know you. I don't know your name, but we know each other well. So what talks about your case. So what happens? So the Amana dies. Her kids did not collect the ksuba. So what's the halacha? They have up to 25 years to go ahead and collect the ksuba. So how come I'm asking? So we'll say, what's the case over here? Ultimately, again, Rashi points out over here, skip down a little bit. Now remember again, who are they collecting it from? So the Pashtos, they can also be collecting it from the Yisomim of the husband. So what do you see from here? This is Yisomim collecting it from Yisomim. Now how are they collecting it? So the Panavase, this is a debt. Ksuba is a debt. So the Pashtos, remember again, so the woman is like the lender, right? She's the one who's owed the money. And the Yarshim of the husband ultimately again are the borrowers, so to speak. And therefore Allah Kalavaisa, they're collecting, which sounds like you could collect it just with a typical Shvuas HaYarshim, like Rabbi Lazar. How come I ask, Shenishpa Umeisa? No, the case is where, this is very interesting, she swore before she died that she didn't get anything. So that changes the whole math of this, right? So she swore before the end that she swore before she died that Allah Chalabai says she had not collected anything. Then Allah Chalabai says that changes the Tashma. Nasa Bishano Mesa, Nasa Shnia Mesa. Man who was married to two women, right? He married his first wife and she died. Married his second wife, right? Umesu, and then he died. Right? So again, wife one predeceased him, and then he predeceased wife number two. Shnia B'Yarsha, Komali Yarsha Arishon. Ultimately, again, the second wife and her inheritors, their claim comes before the first wife and her inheritors. So again, but once again, it's orphans collecting from orphans. So none of these cases over here is where she swore that she did not receive anything from her ksuva before she died. That changes the whole equation. Tashma. Aval Yorshin Mashpian Osa, that's your that's Haba in Bershut. So ultimately, what's an Iksuba case? The husband's heirs, right? The husband's Yarshim have the ability to adjure her and her heirs, and anyone who comes in her stead. Shmaya, Litztadin Katani. Oh, there are two different cases. Osa Ba'almana, the Yarshe Begrusha. The Osa case is talking about a widow case, and the Yarshim case is about a Grusha case. Master of Nasmarushia. Yes, so I'll say, so again, all it's pointing out over here is that Halot Lamaisa. These are not typical cases, ultimately, of Yarshim collecting from Yarshim. I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit fast. Master Nasmarushia. You have a koach, so sometimes, again, a son has greater koach, ultimately, again, than the father. I'm a base. Wow. Shahaben, Gova, Bein Bishwa, Ubein Shalo Bishwa. Ultimately, again, a son has the ability to collect. But a father ultimately, again, Shahaben, Gova, Bishtamini, Yesomim, Bishwas, Yarshim. A son has the ability to collect, ultimately, again, from other Yarshim with a Shvuas Yarshim. Right? But a father, on the other hand, doesn't have the ability to do that. Hey, Kigami, what's the case? The case is talking about a case where the borrower predeceased the lender. Or Rabbi say again, that's the case where the father would be chai b'shvua. V'katoni shaben gova bein b'shvua bein shelo b'shvua, and it says that a son has the ability to collect both with a shvua and without a shvua. B'shvua shvas yarshim, shelo b'shvua from Shimon Gamliel. Ultimately, again, but with the shvua both sides, what is it talking about? That's a shvas yarshim. That's a shvas yarshim. So what, like Rabbi Lazar, that Allah Kalamaisa, a son has the ability to collect. Ultimately, again, just with the typical shvua that says, I swear, my father never collected his debt. Or Rabbi Yosef Hamani, whose opinion is this? Shamahi the Amri, Shtar ha'omi legavos kigavod dami. Is a different business. That's Beis Shammai. Beis Shammai says that in general, that Allah Kalamaisa, any debt that is only to be collected is as if it is collected already. And therefore, Allah Kalamaisa, again, a simple shvuas hayarshin will do. Okay, if I'm not going to just do one more line, I apologize, I'm going fast, but just keep in mind, all of this is this fundamental machlokes we're talking about. Ikar Rav Nachman is surah. All the way in Chisda. Rav Nachman went to surah, and also again, Rav Chisda came to him, Barafuna, Amrulay, Leisimar, Naakr Lahad Rabu Shmuel. So this is incredible. They said, Rav Nachman, it is time for you to uproot the ruling of Rav and Shmuel. We'll say, okay, so again, just remember, all of this, and I apologize that we went quickly, but all of this is centered on one simple machlokes. The shaila is as follows. When lender dies, right? When the lender dies, and the lender, in order to collect, or himself would have been obligated to take a shvua. Now, when would that have happened? That would have happened when the borrower predeceased the lender. In that kind of case, Yaakov wants to collect the debt, he would require a shvua. Yaakov now dies, and therefore, again, that debt is inherited by his kids. Are his kids able to collect that debt? Rav and Shmuel say that only collectible already by a shvua. Therefore, Allah Kalamaisa ain't adamor shvua l'banav. A father can't bequeath a debt to his sons, and therefore Allah Kalamaisa, the debt itself is totally uncollectible. Totally uncollectible. Rabbi Lazar disagrees, says it's not true. Although the sons can't take the shvua of their father, the sons can't take another shvua. What is it called? That's called the shvua hayarshim. That's called the shvua of inheritors. And what does that shvua say? To the best of our knowledge, our father never received payment for his debt, and therefore Allah should be able to fend both sides. That's our machlokes. That's what we have not yet resolved in Eretz Hashem resolution. And last stop of Masechet Shavuos and Eretz Hashem Masechet tomorrow. Shkoyach. You know what? It'll be all right. All right, have a good day, everyone. All right, shall we so? Morning, good morning. I'm sure you can start. Yeah, you're good. Positive. Thank you. Amen.
So one night, the family I live with, Mike running, good last night. You still keep this. He's 58, I still like you. I put him on the top line of people and then wind him up just on. It's crazy.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning. Let us.
You're in a baseball game. I mean, that's it. You had a guy do that in the soccer and he got arrested on the
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to fame.
I didn't know that was an arrestable offense.
Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year as a zechus for B'Sorah Stolos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, Stephen Karizin, Bloody Mary of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Bihora Bas for Yisrael York, Zechron Bracha, on the occasion of her 50th yahrzeit. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Havna Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah Shev and give it Kol Chola Yisrael. Kodesh Baruch Hu Shem Yeretz Hashem, home our hostages to Shalom and B'Karov, should allow our holy soldiers in the air and land and sea in Eretz Hashem to be successful. should shower divine protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And Halavai, we should be zocha to a week of decisive victory and shalom for all of Klal Yisrael. So let's say with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today. Some really great Gemara ahead of us today. Even a sprinkling, a smidge of Agarata in Eretz Hashem. So let's begin. So today's daf is Mem Zayin 47. We are picking up on Mem Vav Amadeus 46b, and we left off with Amar Rava, Afilu Shomer Nishpa, Afilu Ishva. Thank you. Good. Okay. So remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that that halacha. So Mishnah spoke about a case of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his. And ultimately again the borrower claiming that no, it was mine, and you unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take a shvuas hasis and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. Rabbi just gives a little bit more of a qualification. It's Rabbi, afilu shomer nishpa. By the way, who else has the ability to swear over here? Even a shomer, even a custodian. What does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Afilu shomer nishpa. Amas nisim koin, bera'u shnaim shenichnas lesoch beit. It doesn't have to be the balavayis who swears, but even let's say, for example, I don't know, he has a butler. He has someone who watches the house. So the mice again, even that person could swear that the lender walked in and walked out with something belonging to the borrower. So the Gemara says, Afilu shomer nishpa, afilu ishto shall shomer nishpas. Even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. Skiro likitomai. Shavava is literally again the hard worker, the laborer, right, who works for the balavayis. Is such a person believed to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and walked off with a mashkon, to which the Gemara says, teku. That we're not sure, since he's a hired employee, is there some type of conflict of interest over there? But please ask teku. I want to give Gemara Rashi. Tano b'kasa b'kasba mount. Well, it's an interesting piece over here. So this is all the same case in Mishnah. So again, remember, let's say I'm claiming that Reuben walked into my home and took something of mine. Now again, I won't say all we have is circumstantial evidence in these cases, right? We have witnesses that say that we saw Reuben walk into my house and that he walked out with something. What he walked out with, we have no idea. And the circumstances as to why he walked out with it, we have no idea. Remember, Reuben's claiming that he's seizing his item. Say yes, he agrees he walked out with something, but it's his. I'm claiming he stole something from me. So the Gemara is like this: what happens if I claim a very expensive item? So, for example, I say Reuben came out of my house and he stole a bar of gold. I mean, literally over here it says kasa. The kasba means like a silver goblet. Right? He stole a very expensive silver goblet. So not only am I claiming that he stole something, but I'm making a fairly significant financial claim against Reuben as well. So this is mine. So do we believe about such an expensive claim? So it's very simple. Chazino. So we look at the circumstances. First of all, am I wealthy? So am I wealthy enough to be in possession of such an item? Or conversely, am I trustworthy enough that someone would deposit such an item like this with me? So this is very interesting. So essentially, we examine, is it really feasible that such an item, I said, like the example, so if I claim Reuben walked out of my house and he took my Rolex. So I have to see, okay, so first of all, could silver afford a Rolex? That's number one. And if not, you see the kind of person who would be trustworthy enough that a Rolex owner would deposit that watch with him to watch it. So again, based on that, So the Gemara says, Nechbal Kates. Let's go say. So remember again, the next case in the Mishnah was the following situation. I'm having a conversation with Ruvain. And then what ends up happening? What's happening? So let's say, I stay better. I go into Ruvain's home. And when I walk into Ruvain's home, Baruch Hashem, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all is good. Right? I walk out of Ruvain's home, and what happens? I'm bruised, battered, beaten up, all these different kinds of things. So I claim Ruvain beat me up. Ruvain hurt me. Right? Ultimately, again, Ruvain says, I didn't touch you. You slipped, you fell, whatever it was. So what's the halacha? I swear that Reuben assaulted me, and I'm allowed to collect damages. So says the Gemara, I'm Rabbi Shmuel, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Listen to this. When do we say that I'm obligated to take a shvuah? Only in a case where the injuries could have been self-inflicted. Right? So in other words, there's a concern over here that maybe the injury is self-inflicted, and I'm just trying to kind of land the payday over here. So in that case, that's where a shvuah is required. But if technically speaking, the injuries I sustained could not have been self-inflicted, then I could collect from Ruvain even without a shvuah. Fascinating. So one says, one second, maybe I just bumped into a wall. Or maybe I fell down a flight of stairs. In other words, that I understand that I got injured, and obviously they weren't self-inflicted, but how does that mean that Ruvain did it? To which the Gemara says, the Gemara gives an example over here of an injury that could not have been self-inflicted. For example, I have a bite on my back. Okay, no matter how talented you are, right? You can't pull that off yourself, right? Or on the back of one's torso. Right? So again, these are injuries that could not have been self-inflicted. So because of that, now again, I will say there's still another possible story. There's still a possible story that someone other than Ruvain, right, did this to me in Ruvain's house. Okay, but remember, while we have the circumstantial evidence, witness is claiming I went into Ruvain's house and I was fine. I came out of Ruvain's house and I'm injured. I'm claiming Ruvain did it to me. Ruvain's claiming, no, I didn't. So then the halacha is, I swear that Ruvain injured me and I'm able to collect. But again, I won't say, but the chap over here is, the chap over the Gemara says, the dilma of it, maybe someone else was in the house and did this to me. The leka acher. There was no one else around. So obviously, again, I will say, now this would not, even all of this together, would not be enough to make Ruvain chayiv. No one saw Ruvain do this. So there's circumstantial evidence, and the shvuah then creates ultimately, again, the liability. Okay. So I'll say, now again, the interesting caveat to this Shmuel is that this is only true if it's injuries that could have been self-inflicted, right? But if it's injuries that could not have been self-inflicted, and Shmuel says, I can collect even without a shvuah. Incredible. All right. So this is a situation where, let's say again, two parties are locked in a conflict, and one was supposed to swear. But let's say the person who was supposed to swear himself was suspect regarding a different shvuah. So in other words, his credibility has already been compromised because it's been proven that he's already violated a different shvuah. So in that case, we flip the shvuah onto the other party. So the examples that the Mishnah gave was echad shvuas ha'edos, echad shvuas ha'pikadon, ve'afilu shvuas shav. So let's say, for example, I'm in a legal dispute with Ruvain, and the normal mechanism of resolution for that legal dispute would have been that Ruvain would have taken a shvuah. But now Ruvain can't take a shvuah. Why not? Because he's already chashuv. He's already lied under oath for something different. And the Mishnah gives all the different examples. So Allah, the shvuah reverts back to me. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, "Maya filu shvuas shav." Why did it bring? What does it mean? Even a shvuas shav. So the Gemara says, Lomi by Kamar, Lomi by Hana, the Ispik Firas Mammon. So I'll say, so in all the other cases, perhaps, right, when the Shua that Reuven took was something that negated or that denied a financial claim. Ela Filo, Nami, the Firas Dvarim Ba'almahu, Lo Mehanim. The Chiddush of Rabbi is, even if Reuven only, quote unquote, only did a Shua Shav, that doesn't only in other words, we'll say, back a little bit earlier, what's Shua Shav? What's Shua Shav? Nishba l'shanos es hayadua. A person swears, right? I swear that this cup of coffee is in fact the car. I swear. So that's a Shvuas Shav. Now that does not include any denial of financial obligation. I might have thought that a Shvuah like that, even though if Reuven took that, it doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear a financial case. Malon that it does. Right? Once you've done something which indicates that you are not trustworthy by Shavuos, even if the Shavuot that you lied about has nothing to do with money, at the end of the day, Reuven's lost his ability to swear. So the Gemara says, "Listening, nami Shavuos bitui." So why not include Shavuos bitui as well? No, here's the difference. Then when it comes ultimately again to the Shvuah, so remember again, we're talking about a case where Reuven lied about the Shvuah. However, again, the Gemara says, "Shvuah bitui." The ikal lemimar bakush kamshtaba lo katani. I will say a Shvuah bitui. Maybe or maybe not, he's going to lie. Because remember, I will say, the paradigmatic case of Shvuah bitui is what? Is a future tense Shvuah, right? Sha'ochal shalom. When he makes the Shvuah, it's not clear whether or not he's going to lie. To which the Gemara says, Tina, ochal v'lo. What about a past tense Shvuah bitui, which also, I will say that's the Shtaim Shein Arba. First Mishnah and the Sata. What is there to say? Because again, I will say, at the time that he made the Shvuah, he was definitively lying or not. So the Gemara says, you're right, Tana Shvuah Shav, top of Mem Zayin, B'chol it means Shvuah Shav and anything resembling is Shvuas Shav. In other words, we're both saying, Sahalach Lamaisa, what the Gemara essentially says is like this. Any time Reuven has lied in a Shvuah, whether it's lying that had financial ramifications or implications, or it's just stam lying on a Shvuah, he made a false oath, or he made a false Shvuah bitui. Right? Reuven said, I swear I ate the loaf of bread yesterday, and he didn't. Either way, once you demonstrate a willingness and an ability to lie under oath, then what does that, or to lie with a shvuah, what does that do? That compromises your ability to make any future or subsequent shvuahs. Okay, incredible. Next. So we'll say the next case of the Mishnah was, for example, if one of them had compromised credibility. For example, again, one of the guys was one of the parties in one of the litigants was a gambler. So the Gemara says then he can't go ahead and swear. So Gemara says Hasulamali. Why did in this case also? I was going to say, if you know it's progression in the Mishnah said like this: if one of the parties had previously lied, right, with a shvuah, his integrity is compromised and he can't subsequently swear. Then it said, and if he's a gambler. So the Gemara essentially says, why do we need to go through this whole list? Like, we got it. In other words, if somebody's credibility has been compromised, we don't let him take a shvuah. Why do you have to give all of these examples? Hasul Amali, to which the Gemara says, Tana, Psula D'Oraisa, Vekatani Psula D'Rabbanan. To which the Gemara answers, you're right, we're giving a Psul D'Oraisa. So, for example, if Reuven had sworn falsely, that's an example of a Psul D'Oraisa. As opposed to Misaki Pekuvia, a gambler, that's a Psul D'Rabbanan. Interesting. And by the way, what's the Psul D'Rabbanan? Rashi says over here, Misaki Pekuvia, Gazlan D'Rabbanan. The gambler is a Gazlan D'Rabbanan. Tarminan Asmachta Lo Kanya, Aval D'Oraisa Lav Gazlan. We'll say, what is the problem with gambling? What's the problem with gambling? Now, the truth is, the Gemara Mesachas Avodah Zarah, Haba Alina L'Tova, right? The Gemara Mesachas Avodah Zarah discusses Eino Osek B'Yeshuvo Shal Olam. Such a person, he doesn't contribute to society. In other words, one said the whole avodah of life is whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society. in some way, and really every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead, his entire livelihood is made through gambling. There's absolutely no contribution to greater society involved in that. But the Gemara also says the other problem is, here's the issue. When people gamble on both sides, people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, when you lose, although you give away your money, you give away your money begrudgingly. So we'll say, therefore, the winner is a shtickle gospel. There's a little bit of theft involved in that. In other words, it's not reaching into someone's pocket, but it's taking someone's money against their will. That is why a gambler is pasul le'edos. That's why he can't take a shua, because he is a thief midrabanan. It's a rabbinic thief, although it doesn't sound right, a rabbinic thief. Right? There might be rabbinic thieves as well, right? But Lamaisa, he is a thief midrabanan. Okay, incredible. So it's a separate again. The Gemara says the Mishnah wants to give examples of people who are disqualified midaraisa and disqualified midrabanan. Next, hayu shnayim chashudin. So I want to say this is now an interesting case we're going to spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happens if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm locked in a legal dispute with Ruvain, and in reality, again, someone needs to take a shvuah. And now let's say both Ruvain and I'm a gambler, and Ruvain is a pigeon racer, right? Or Ruvain previously swore falsely about something else. So what do we do in that case? So this is an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra hashvuah b'mkomot Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says the shvuah goes back to its original place. We're going to see what that means. Rabbi Meir says we split it. Rabbi Meir says no, there's no shvuah, and we just split the claim. So says the Gemara, Amar li Rav Nachman, hey itnan. So Rabbi says to Rav Nachman, what is the proper attribution over here in Mishnah? Did Rabbi Yossi say split it, or did Rabbi Meir say split it? So Amar li lo yadano. So Rav Nachman said, I don't know. Rabbi said to Rav Nachman, what is the halacha? What do we do in a case like this? Amar li lo yadano. I don't know. Itmar Amar Rabbi Yossi Amar Rav Nachman. Rabbi Yossi Amar Yachloku. Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that we go ahead and we split. We split it. So the Gemara said, Rabbi Yossi Amar Yachloku. Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that in this case, where neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shvuah, we simply split the claim. So I'll say so again. So first of all, interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to settle on reversing the attribution as it is brought down in the Mishnah, right? Because in our Mishnah, the Mishnah ultimately says that Rabbi Yossi says the shvuah goes back to its original place, which you don't really understand what that means just yet. And Rabbi Meir says yachloku. Rabbi Meir says split it. Now the Gemara is really saying no. It's really Rabbi Yossi who says yachloku. And then the Gemara says, by the way, that's how he paskin. That in this case, where both parties are suspect, right, and neither could take a shvuah, we're not going to let anyone swear because that doesn't make any sense. It's rather what will we do? We'll split the claim. This will essentially just compromise. All right, so I'll say, so we're not finished yet. Chazar shrolim kamal. So I'll say, so remember, again, now it turns out Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir says that in this case where both parties are suspect, ultimately, again, the shvuah goes back, we put the shvuah back to its original place. So says the Gemara, what does that mean? That the shvuah goes back to its original place. Well, this is very interesting. So the rabbis in Babel, they said the shvuah goes back to Har Sinai. What does that mean? This is actually very beautiful. Rashi says the Sinai, 3 lines down from the top in Rashi, the shvuah Har Sinai, lo sigzol, lo yifra min ha'kofer mamon l'chadero, aval bezdin in niskakim lo l'shvuah lo l'tiro. So we'll say essentially like this. They say the shvuah goes back to Har Sinai, which is Baruch Hu. Goes back to Har Sinai. Hashem is the one who said, don't steal. Hashem is the one who said, don't be dishonest. And if you're dishonest, who's going to ultimately, again, right the wrongs? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the rabbis of Babel, the Babylonian rabbis of Babel, essentially said, look, in this case, where the case really demands a shvuah, and neither party has the ability to swear, essentially Beis Din says we're kicking this up the pocket to HaKadosh, but we don't really have a mechanism to be able to do something over here because neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shvuah. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, Beis Din is not going to have someone pay. Beis Din is not going to split anything because again, we don't have the ability to avail ourselves of the normative mechanism to resolve this particular case. So therefore, again, Rabbi Shabbat say Chaz means we kick it back to Har Sinai, we kick it back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hashlech Yahavcha Al Hashem B'Hu Yichal Teleka. Sometimes in life you just have to cast your burden on the Ribono Shel Olam and let Him take care of it. Rabbi Shabbat Shalom, the Eretz Yisrael Rabbanim said, no, this shvuah ultimately again goes back to the one who is chayiv. Now, what is his name? Look at Rashi. Let's listen to this. The Eretz Yisrael Rabbanim say like this. No, the shvuah goes back to the one who is obligated to take it, but what? He can't take it. They will say, what do you do in a case where you're obligated to take a shvuah in order to resolve the situation, but you can't? You know what that halacha shvuah, because your integrity is compromised, we have either biblically or rabbinically in order to extricate yourself from liability. If you've made poor life decisions and therefore can't avail yourself of that mechanism, then you have to pay. That's the way that it is. You try to say it's absolutely incredible. You sort of like personal responsibility. It's interesting over here. I don't know if there's some lesson in the distinction between godless and Eretz Yisrael about personal responsibility and all of this as well. But it's interesting that in Baba, right, in Chutzlar, it's like the Yisod was, okay, you can't do a shvuah, kick it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So, no, if you can't take a shvuah because you made poor life decisions, that's not the other party's problem. That's your problem. So you can't take a shvuah. So what's this? Just to illustrate, Ruben owes me $1,000, right? Ruben says, I only owe you $500. Classic case, Moed makes us partial admission. What happens with partial admission? What's the halacha? Shvuah. So therefore, Ruben should swear. Now, what's the problem? Ruben is a gambler. He can't swear. Okay, so no problem. So what do we do? Not a problem. What do we do in that case? Normally, we'd flip it to the other party. Only one issue is I can't swear either. Ultimately, again, I swore falsely in a different scenario. So again, the Babylon, right? The Rabbanim in Babel say, okay, what are you going to do? Neither party can swear. Kadosh Baruch Hu, you take care of it. But Beis Din essentially can't really do anything about this case. The Rabbanim Ruben can't swear, so because he can't swear, therefore what? He's got to pay. They will say he's got to pay. That's that. At the end of the day, the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael are saying it's all about personal responsibility. If I've made poor life decision, and as a result, they will say, do you know, we all know this because we all live this. The greatest fallout and ramification of bad decisions is I have more limited options. See, before I make poor decisions, Baruch Hashem, there's a whole smorgasbord of life options in front of me. As I make more bad decisions, my options become less and less and narrower and narrower. So at the end of the day, Chazal, the Rabbi say, okay, so now Ruben, you made some bad decisions. You can't swear. That's not Silver's problem. That's your problem, and therefore you have to go ahead and pay. It's incredible. Papa says, Rabbi Sheva Babel. It was never going to give attribution. Papa says, who are the Rabbanim of Babel? That's Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Sheva Eretz Yisrael, Rabbi Abba. Okay, so now let's show how each of them are. Rabbi Sheva Babel, Rabbi Shmuel. This nan. So what's the interesting is, Yisomim, orphans, can only collect with a shvuah. Where it says, what are you talking about? Like, what is that case? Who are, now let's say, now, what's intriguing about that statement? Generally, the halakha that we've always seen is what? If you want to collect from Yisomim, you can only collect from an estate from Yisomim, from orphans, with a shvua. This is the reverse. Yisomim themselves can only collect with a shvua. Somewhere says, okay, man, who are they collecting from? What are we talking about over here? If you want to say that now, we'll say, so what happened, right? Father died, and father was a lender. Right? So lender died, left this loan to his kids. The Yisomim now want to collect from the borrower. So what are you saying now? That the Yisomim need a shvua in order to collect from the borrower? I don't understand. Avu and shakabalo shvua, binu shvua. If the father was alive, right? If the father was alive, the father lender was alive, would he need a shvua to collect the debt? No. What did he have? He had a document. I presumably they have the same document. He had a document. He'd show up at the borrower's door, say, hey, I'm here to collect my debt, and that would be it. So why would the Yisomim need a shvua? Ella, this is what it means to say, b'chini Yisomim min ha-Yisomim lo yichlu ela l'shvua. Interesting. If this is orphan on orphan collection, from Yisomim, that halacha l'maisa, again, is, let's say, the children of the lender come to collect from the children of the borrower. Ultimately, again, the Yisomim of the lender need a shvua to collect. The Gemara says, when is this true? This is very interesting. That's true when the lender died before the borrower. Rashi says over here, Lo shanu I'm sorry. So when is this true? But again, if the borrower died during the lifetime of the lender, ultimately, again, in that case, already the lender, or as I say, interestingly enough, if the borrower predeceased the lender, right? That would mean again that already the lender would have been chayiv a shvua in order to collect, because the lender would be collecting from Yisomim, and you can't collect from Yisomim without a shvua. In that case, again, the lender would have already been obligated to collect with a shvua. And ultimately, again, it's very interesting. A person cannot bequeath a shvua to his sons, and therefore, again, in that particular case, they would have been unable to collect. Interesting. Now, if you look at Rashi, it's actually interesting. Rashi, so there being other morish lebanav mamo, right? Shehu mechuyev alav shvua. This is very interesting, and I don't know that we ever actually saw this concept before, that if father lender dies, and at the time that he died, the only way for him to have collected the debt was through a shvua, that shvua is not transferable. His kids now can't collect that debt with the shvua of their father. Horrible Muchayev Shua Shua is Kabbalti, Chovzer, Yisomim Yochel Shava, Ella Shelo Pakanu Abba, Ve'inzu Ashua Mutelas Alabiem. So what's the idea over here? In this particular case, Rabbi Shmuel is saying that because neither party could take the shvua, therefore what? The debt is not collectible. So therefore, again, we see from here that Rabbi Shmuel are the Rabboseinu Shebababel. They're the Babylonian rabbis who hold that when neither party could swear what's the halacha, essentially we kick it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay? Rabboseinu Sheberetz Yisrael, Rabbi Abba was a very famous case. The rabbis of Eretz Yisrael, who were they? Rabbi Abba, Ta'u Gaver, here we go, great case. Ta'u Gaver, the Chatav Naska Mechavre. There was a guy who stole a block of, who grabbed a block of silver from his friend. Also, Rabbi Ami. So what happened? They brought the case for Rabbi Ami. Yosef Rabbi Abba Kameh, and Rabbi Abba was sitting there as well. I see Chat Sahada, the Michtav Chat Famine. So what happened? So I go over to Reuben. I take a block of silver from Reuben. I took a block of silver from Reuben. So what happened? Reuben brought an Eidach on a singular witness that said silver took my block of silver. Amarle, I claim in. Chatvi, yeah, I took it. Do you know why I took it? Because it's mine. Right, so again, I will say, so just something what we have over here. I mean, right, there's an Eidach that I took the block of silver from Reuben. I'm admitting that I took it, but my claim is I took it because it belongs to me. Rabbi Ami said, so what do we do in this case? So how should the judges adjudicate in this case? So to order me to pay back Reuben, what's the problem? You can't do that. Why? There aren't two witnesses, only an Echad. To say, okay, well, if there's no testimony, then I have no liability. Can't do that either. Why not? There's still one witness. Okay. So in general, what does one witness do? Generates an obligation for a shvua. Okay, but I can't swear. Why can't I swear over here? You know what? I can't swear. Because I admitted that I took it. Right? I admitted that I took it. So let's say, therefore, because I admitted that I took it, I'm a shtickle gazlan. Because again, so let's say, now it's not actually calling me a thief, because remember, again, I'm claiming that I took my own, but it's possible that I'm not telling the truth. So because of that, I may be a gazlan. Because I may be a gazlan, I can't swear. So let's say, see, here's this fascinating case. So over here, we don't know what to do with me, right? Because the Meisigan can't order me to pay because there's not two witnesses. Can't let me off scot-free because there is one witness. Can't make me take a shvuah because, again, I'm admitting that I took it. So what do we do in this case? I'm going to the Abba, So what's it? So really, again, what should have been the mechanism for resolution over here? What should have been the mechanism for resolution? What should have happened? I, the person who took it, should have been obligated to swear. That would happen in a case like this, right? That again, let's take a more classic. This would be a classic case. Well, let's say there was an Eidach that says I took it, and I'm claiming no, I didn't, right? So Reuben's claiming silver took my silver, but my bar of silver. I was getting confusing with silver and silver, right? Sorry, right? So again, Reuben claims that silver took my silver. I claim no, I didn't. Eidach says I saw him do it. Beautiful classic case. Shvuah. What's the complicating factor over here? I'm claiming I took it. Now, by my admission that I took it, granted I'm saying I took it because it belonged to me, but we don't know if that's a true claim or not, so therefore I may be a God one. Because I may be a God one, we can't let me swear. Okay, so Alex, what do you do in this case? Really, I should have been the one who took an oath. I can't take an oath because of my statement. Rabbi Abba says, what do you do? It's very simple. When you were supposed to take a shua, but you can't take a shua because of what you've done. Because what's halacha? You pay. So Rabbi Abba would say, what will be the resolution in this case? What will be the resolution over here? I have to pay. I have to pay back the silver ultimately again to Reuben. So I will say, so we see that this is the famous case that's known as Naska the Rabbi Abba. Naska the Rabbi Abba. So if you want to look like really intelligent, by the way, did you hear about Naska the Rabbi Abba? Right? You could drop that one. Maybe, Rabbi, you have some former relatives. You want some street cred, with that. You could drop that one. Boys are home from yeshiva. Okay, so bottom line over here, what do you see? Rabbi Abba ultimately again is Rabbi Seinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Right, so he represents the view of the rabbis in Eretz Yisrael who say that halacha l'maisa, when there is a shvur to be taken, but the party who's obligated can't take it, you're obligated today. So as I said, just before we go on, so just to concretize this fascinating machlokes between the Rabbanim of Bavel, Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. So ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanim of Bavel, when there is a necessary shvua, but neither party could take it, essentially what Beis Din does is Beis Din absents themselves and kind of kicks up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Well, Shalom, you take care of this. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately, again, what do they say? When neither party can take a shvua, or the obligation, or the obligated party can't take a shvua. So let's say, what's the halacha? You have to pay. You have to also say, because the Eretz, right, so you just see over here, the Eretz Yisrael create this sort ultimately again of responsibility. If there's a problem, it needs to be taken care of. I was thinking about this last night a little bit. It was fascinating, even in the way that like problem or difficult, we'll call it conflict resolution. Right, one of the most overwhelming things that we see here, right, in Guinness, in America, and every Guinness, is rising anti-Semitism. You know, let's say, what's the most frustrating thing about anti-Semitism? The most frustrating thing about it? You can't really do anything, right? In other words, like, we like to think education, this, that. It's the oldest hatred in the world. If it hasn't been solved, chances are it's not going to be solved. And sometimes, like, it does us good to, we still have to put in the status. We have to figure out, and yes, education is, we have to figure out what we can do. But deep down, I think we know that, like, we're not really going to solve that problem. But yeah, I will say, you know, it's incredible that in Eretz Yisrael, when there's a problem, so what's done? We take care of business. And when you look at like what's happening here with Iran, and yes, you know, we'll say, so on one hand, we know the loss of life, and every life is a world unto itself, and the constant disruption that's happening with these missiles raining down. And I will say, you know, on the other side of this equation, you also have to see what's happening over here. And what's happening over here is the Jewish people are taking care of business. The Jewish people are bringing the Iranian regime to their knees. The Jewish people are taking care of the greatest global sponsor of terror. It's not the United States, it's not France, it's not Britain. Yes, we have a lot of wonderful allies. It is the Jewish people. It is the Jewish state. It is Eretz Yisrael that is doing this. And I was like, that's incredible. That is the most incredible thing that I think we may have seen in our entire lifetime. See, this is a fundamental distinction. Sometimes in Gullus, there are certain realities that we have to live with and have to contend with, and we may even be powerless to change. And sometimes in Gullus, you just have to say, I'm kicking it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's Rabbi Sinu Baba. In Eretz Yisrael, that's not the case. In Eretz Yisrael, destiny. We are masters of our fate. In Gullus, other people sometimes have a say in what goes on around us. Not in Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Sinu Eretz Yisrael say, you know what, someone's got to pay. Someone's going to pay. Someone's going to pay. There is responsibility, there is liability, and ultimately, again, justice will always be served. It's fascinating to see how sometimes the dynamic that comes out in the daf of Shavuos is the very dynamic that we see playing out right in front of our eyes. Diaspora powers against certain dynamics. In Eretz Yisrael, the Jew, partnering with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, has the ability to shape the future of Jewish destiny. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Amar Rabba, Kavasi Rabbi Abba Mustab. So Rabba says, ultimately, again, I think Rabbi Abba, now again, Rabbi Abba is Rabbi Sinu Eretz Yisrael. I think he's correct. The Tani Rabbi Ami, Shvuas Hashem Tiaben Shneim, V'lo B'nei Yarshim. So the pasuk says, literally, Shvuas Hashem Tiaben, that the Shvuas Hashem will be between them, which represents the parties, V'lo B'nei Yarshim, but not between orphans. That was what is that? If we're saying the cases like this, that one set of Yisomim say to the other set of Yisomim, you know, our father lent your father $1,000. He owes him $1,000. Ramalei Chamshin Islay, and the Chamshin less left. 500. Right? So 500. Yeah, 500 we have no knowledge about. So the Gemara says, well, that sounds like a Moed Mitzvah's case. Malihu umali avua. So I'll say, so ultimately, again, look, if the children of the borrower, Rashi says, they're making a tiny body, they're making a definitive claim, then why shouldn't that be a classic case of Moed to the Mixas, in which case there should be an obligation for Shvuah? To which he wants, the lender, go with the children of the borrower and they say like this, your father owed, well, now both fathers are deceased, but your father owed our father $1,000, and what happens? The children of the borrower say, and the children of the borrower say, listen, we know about 500, the other 500 we don't know about, right? In other words, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, just saying I don't know about it. On the base, so the Gemara says, what's the halacha? So if you would say, had the father's been alive, that the father would have been right, that the father borrower would have been chayiv in a shvuah in that case, then it makes sense ultimately again, it's the mifter gabi yorshin. And I require ultimately again, I would require a bazik to exempt the kids. But if you say that even the father, in other words, even the borrower himself, would have been exempt in a case like this from shvuah, ultimately again, why do I need a pasuk ultimately again by the yarshin? Okay, so we'll say, so again, remember, so this is just Rava coming along and trying to say that halacha l'maisa, just to halacha l'maisa, bringing a brisa ultimately to support Rabbi. I'll say, by the way, before we go on, how do we paskin in this case, right? So what do we do in this kind of case? Well, let's say right, I need a shvuah to resolve the case, but neither party can swear. So how do we paskin? The Rambam paskins like Rabosinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. That's how we paskin halacha l'maisa. Namely, that when neither party could swear, Chazra Shvuah l'mkoma, the shvuah goes back to its original place, which means the shvuah goes back to the party that is obligated to take the shvuah, and therefore what? Since that party can't take the shvuah, therefore what? He pays. So both halacha l'maisa and in Eretz Hashem hashkafa l'maisa. We paskin like Rabosinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. All right. So let's finish up. Now we're going to say a little of Shmuel. Hi, Shmuel Hashem, Micah Darshidei. What do Rabbi and Shmuel do with that pasuk of Shmuel Hashem Tiavenehem? We'll say beautiful Gemara. Shimon Tarfon Omer. Shimon Tarfon says, Shmuel Hashem Tiavein Shneim. What does it mean when it says that the shvuah shall be between both of them? Now, say, now again, this is talking about the parties, right? The litigants over here. So what does it mean that the shvuah will be between them? It means ultimately again that the shvuah devolves upon both of them. So since that's changed, the Maharsha comments on it and he says like this: when there is a false oath that is taken, liability for that oath rests upon both parties, which I must say is a tremendous idea. It's almost as if the Rabbi Shmuel is saying like this. There's a lot that goes into someone taking a false oath. And there's a lot of negativity and a lot of broken dynamic in that oath. So just understand, when that type of behavior happens and people are swearing falsely, there's usually enough blame to go around for both parties over here. So I would say, we know this through life, right? Again, I'm not a businessman, but heard enough to know that you do have to be careful about who you go into business with, right? And you do have to be careful about who you just in general, deal with day in and day out. Because if you do it with the wrong kind of people, then you get pulled into the wrong kind of things. And then you're responsible. Whereas if I knew full well that this person who I'm doing business with is not the right kind of person, and then I get pulled into these dynamics, I can't claim that I'm the victim afterwards. Because again, I allowed myself to get pulled into this negative. Therefore, again, Rabbi and Shmuel say that where there is a false oath that is taken, both parties have liability for that. And also, which is a tremendous haskell, because what it says is, I am responsible for the type of people I keep company with, and I am responsible, again, for the circumstances that I allow myself to be a part of, right? Sometimes things happen and we're like, oh, I'm the victim. Sometimes I'm the victim, but sometimes I'm not, because I allowed myself to be part of certain dynamics. Okay, I thought they were going to go a certain way and they kind of went sideways, but I'm responsible for embedding myself in certain life realities. And let's say, get ready for this. So the Gemara says, Shimon says, Ashar la'okit achar nois minayim. So let's say, this is very interesting. How do we know? Obviously, all of us know that it's prohibited to commit adultery. Right? Okay, good. Okay, right. Getting like a lot of blank stares over there. Made me a little bit nervous. It's one of the 10. Right? So now I commit adultery. The Gemara, listen to this. How do I know that I'm not allowed to be a facilitator of someone else's adultery? Now, I will say, literally, Rashi says over here, so literally, again, I arranged for someone else to have partners for adultery. In other words, I'm the facilitator. I'm like the shadchan. Right? So how do I know that this is wrong as well? In other words, here, I'm not committing the Aveira myself, but I'm enabling someone else to commit an Aveira. Tamalomar, lo sinaf. The pasuk says, literally, don't commit adultery. It can also be vocalized as lo sanif, which means don't be the facilitator of adultery. Which I will say, by the way, you'll say to yourself, I don't know, it sounds kind of obvious. Don't say what it's saying is like this. You can also apply this in the case of, I know that someone's doing something wrong. I keep a secret, right? I go ahead or I cover for them. The idea over here is not only can I not commit averos, but I can't be the facilitator or enabler of other people's averos as well. And if I do so, there's liability for that. Right? They will say, get ready for this. So again, the pasuk literally says over here, Moshe Rabbeinu giving Musar to Klal Yisrael. Right? They say Ragnu Ba'alechem. So you went ahead and literally again you gossiped or you denigrated in your tent. You spied out the land and then you denigrated ultimately again, literally means you denigrated in the tent of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say this week's parasha, the Meraglim. So Moshe Rabbeinu was giving Musar and Devarim to Klal Yisrael about the people. I will say, just how, I just want to point out how incredible is this. I will say, I just want to say, okay, we have these types of illusions all the time. So I want to point out, just understand, Shavuos, I've gotten a little bit of feedback about Shavuos, right? And shame on you, right? Shame on you. Shavuos is fantastic. Okay, it's not an easy Masechta. Again, it's not an easy Masechta, and it's really not an easy Masechta to learn Daf Yomi, and it's not an easy Masechta to learn at the pace in which we learn it. But it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful, translucent, succulent words of Torah that restore our soul with incredible beauty and vitality and holiness every single day. As long as, like, I struggle through it, and it's all the stuff that goes on. And everyone says, look what HaKadosh Baruch Hu does, right? As we come to, this is the last 3 days of the Masechta. That's it. We're at the finish line over here. And what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu put right here, pumped on Daf Mem Zayin Amud Beis, on Tuesday of Parshas Shlach, the Tuesday of Meraglim. So what did HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What's the Chet Meraglim? Chet Meraglim is, don't speak negatively about holy things, right? Because at the end of the day, sometimes you may not realize what holy things do for you, but holy things always lift you up, propel you higher, even if you don't understand them. So, HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells us, first of all, the beautiful kiss from Hashem, that we're on the right derech, we're on the right path, we're doing exactly what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to do. V'haraya, at a 7.5-year cycle, the Tuesday of Parshas Shlach, but also reminding us how careful we have to be about speaking about Eretz Yisrael, always about Eretz Yisrael, how careful we have to be about speaking about the Second Shavuos, right? How careful we have to be about everything. But I always say, this is the kiss. This is HaKadosh Baruch Hu telling us, I understand that the last 47 days have not been easy. They have not. But look what you've done. Look what you've accomplished. You've stayed the journey, and don't fall into the trap of ultimately focusing on the negative, like the Miraglim did, but instead ultimately again stay on the high road. See the beauty in the beautiful service, the beauty of Avodah that we're doing. I was about to step over here for today. Again, we still one more, so I got it 10 minutes from tomorrow. Do it the Miraglim. Shkayak, everyone. All right, Chevron's doing. Achim is Eretz Yisrael. Eretz Yisrael, Chevron. We love you. We're thinking about you. We're happening for you. And in here, it's Hashem Halavai Shizok, and it's Hashem the week of decisive victory. Hatzlacha and bracha for all of Klal Yisrael. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Beautiful Baruch Hashem to see such a vibrant day. It's been an early Monday morning. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this in Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. For dedicating Shurim and Rosh this Torah sponsor for the month of Sivan Abalim, we're told by Stephen Tarizin Yoel on the occasion of her 50-yard site. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chamach, Mishpar for the Meretz Hashem, bring our hostages home, allow our holy soldiers on the land, in the air, and in the sea, in Meretz Hashem to be successful, and shower incredible providence and protection upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. May we Zoche Meretz Hashem to see a week of continued nisim and flows, safety and security for our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, a decisive victory for Am Yisrael, and Meretz Hashem Shalom for Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. And so with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. A really beautiful daf as we head into these last few dafim of Maseches Shavuos. Hard to believe that the Shavuos journey is winding down. So today's daf is Memvav 46. We are picking up first wide line on Memhen, the days 45b. Amar Rabbi Chama said, now second wide line. How wonderful is this teaching? So remember again, about what teaching are we referring to? So remember again in yesterday's daf, Rav Nachman said in the name of Shmuel, a very interesting insight. That these cases that we're discussing over here, these cases of where halacha l'maisa, again, we have a dispute, right? To this idea that if a worker comes over to the employer and says, you didn't pay me, and the employer says, yes, I did pay you, then what's the halacha? The halacha is that the employee could take the shvuah and collect payment, which really was the drama of that, and the enormity of that teaching will actually become even a little bit more apparent in today's daf. But this incredible idea that whereas normally there would be on Halacha 101, the burden of proof is always upon the extractor. Here, nothing simple about a shvuah as we've seen, but a simple shvuah will allow the employee to go ahead and collect his payment. Now again, so if Nachman comes along and says in Shmuel, by the way, that's only if there's testimony that in fact the employer hired the employee. Because if there's no independent legal verify, please say what? He has an ego. What could he say? I don't know who you are. So because halacha l'maisa, again, you need those agents. So now the Rabbi is commenting, what a good statement. Amrali Rava Maimal Yusal. So ultimately, again, Rava said, what's so great about it? Thinking, because without this statement, then the whole idea of Shua Shomer. Let's remember again what we spoke. We did this a little bit yesterday. I just did it quickly again. You'll hear what's Shua Shomer. I deposit an object with a Shomer. And then what happens? I go ahead and I want it back. The Shomer says, whatever it is. Let's say it's a Shomer, he's an unpaid custodian. He claims it was stolen, which is a thing that when you normally go ahead and exempt him. So the Gemara says, how could there ever be right? Because again, remember that halacha l'maisa, we should say that a shomer should always be believed. Why should a shomer be believed? Because he has an ego. What's his ego? He could have always claimed, I don't know what you're talking about. You never deposited anything with me. The fact that he can't make such a ego like that indicates that what? There must be some independent legal verification of his shomer status. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Da'afkilei be'edim." It must be that halacha l'maisa the object was deposited with the shomer with edim. V'toch sheyachal lomer lo, chsartiv l'cha, yachal lomer lo ne'ensu. But still, nevertheless, there's some level of ego, because since the shomer could have said, I return the object to you, therefore he is believed to say it's an ones, which the Gemara says, oh, it must be a case, da'afkilei b'shtara, where they deposited it with a shtar. Now, what's interesting, I don't know if we ever necessarily came across this, but the da'afkilei b'shtara means that, let's say, I deposited an object with Ruvain, and I recorded that deposit in a shtar. So there's a document that highlights this relationship. So Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, Nechlad b'tarvayo sir levu hamapkin itzel chaveru be'edin ein tzarich lahachzir lo be'edin. So you see something very interesting over here, that if you deposit something with someone with witnesses, the object doesn't necessarily have to be returned with witnesses. Conversely, the shtar tzarich lahachzir lo be'edin. But interestingly enough, if you go ahead and you deposit an object with a shtar, then you are obligated to go ahead and return it with edim. Interesting. So Kari Rami Bar Chama Leid Rav Sheshes. So Rami Bar Chama said about Rav Sheshes. So Bayasem Daveres Hadvarim Ha'ela Belibo. So again, David took these things to heart. So he was complimenting Rav Sheshes that Rav Sheshes took this ruling and ultimately again applied it and found corroboration for it. The Ashkechei, Rav Sheshes to Rabbi Bar Shmuel, because ultimately again Rav Sheshes ran into Rabbi Bar Shmuel. Amalei, Tani Mar Midi B'Svir, have you been learning? Have you taught anything or learned anything when it comes to employee relationships? Amalei, yeah, I did learn something. Tanina, we learned Schir Bismano Nishba'ir, a hired worker. Bismano, in his time. Now let's remember again, this is one of the other qualifications that we saw in yesterday's daf. What's bismano? Bismano means like this. Remember that in order for the schir, in order for the employee to be able to collect his wages with a shvua, he has to be coming in the what we'll call window of payment, right? As we spoke about in yesterday's daf. Every laborer, depending on the nature of your of employment, has a window in which halachically he is supposed to get paid. What we saw yesterday's daf is this shvuas has this rabbinic innovation that an employee could come, swear that he has not been paid, and collect payment only applies if he's coming in that window in which he's supposed to get his during his window of payment. Nishba no doubt. He only example of this. So what's the case? This man shamalo sechartoni velonasatali schari. So what's the case? Someone says, here's the case, right? I go over to Ruben, and I say, Ruben, you hired me, I worked for you, and you did not pay me yet. Va'ala Omer, and the other one says, Secharticha v'nasati lecha scharcha. The other one says, what are you talking about? Right? Ruben says, yes, I did hire you. I agreed that the employment is a fact, but l'maisa, I paid you. So what's the halacha? So we'll say, so again, in that case, then that's the Mishnah. So therefore, again, I as the employee, assuming that I'm coming within the window of proper employee payment, could swear that I did not receive payment, get my money, go home. Good. Aval. Amar lo, shtaim katzatztali, va'alo omer lo katzatzti lecha ela achos, hamotzi mechaveira alav haraya. That is very interesting. What happens if I come to collect my money and I say, okay, Ruben, you hired me, and I say, Ruben, you owe me $200 because that's your payment for the day. And then he says, hold up, I only agreed to pay you $100. So I will say, so here, interestingly enough, what's happening over here is two things. Number one, complete agreement on the employment, okay, and complete agreement that Ruben didn't pay me. What's the point of contention? How much money he owes me. I claim 200, he claims 100. Then what's the case? The Gemara says, that's not the case. So again, I will say, so interestingly enough, this is the brisa. According to this brisa, in this case, the rabbinic enactment for Shua doesn't apply, this becomes a motzi mechaber alav haraya type of situation. Now the Gemara says, Hami the Sefer Baraya, Hami Reisha B'lo Raya. Now, interestingly enough, what we can infer from this is as follows. From the fact that the Mishnah says, now I will say, just want to point out, the phrase for this second case is called Ketzitza. This is what called Ketzitza. Ketzitza literally means, again, to fix. Yeah, to fix. Right, to fix. In other words, so the Gemara is over here making a distinction between when there is a dispute about payment versus when there is a dispute about the rate. So what the right is just this. So when there is a dispute about payment, in other words, I say I'm the employee, I haven't gotten paid. Reuben, the employer, says I have gotten paid. That's the Mishnah. They are assuming that I am coming in the window in which I'm supposed to receive my payment. I take a shvuah, get paid. But if the machlokes is about rate, it's about rate. In other words, I say I'm owed 200. Reuben says I only owe you 100. That's a motzi mechaber alav haraya. Sefer alav haraya after 100. Okay. So the Gemara says now how many the sefer baraya, how many reisha b'lo raya. Now what we can infer from here is the fact that the Gemara says that the Raisa said that what? That there's no raya. In other words, I just take a shvuah, and I take my payment. That's it. Or Rav Nachman Yitzchak says, bottom say 46a, Reisha v'Seifa b'Raya. No, in fact, both of the Reisha and the Seifa require ultimately again that I have to bring a Raya. Rashi says over here, Reisha v'Seifa b'Raya, Reisha nihi diktani nishpa v'notel, leise elashi yavi tchila eidin shesachra. So I say, no, it's not true. Even in the first case, there's a Raya, but a different Raya. They will say, what proof do you need in case number one? What proof do you need? What proof? Proof of employment. Proof of employment, as we saw already before, without furnishing proof of employment. So again, the neck is the employer is always going to be believed. Why? Because he has a migo. What's his migo? His migo is, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. So therefore we'll say, interesting enough, what's coming out over here is you're always going to need some level of raya. The shaila is what kind of raya do you need? So in case number one, where I'm claiming I did not get paid, Reuben claims he paid me. Okay, so you still need a raya. What do you need raya of? Proof of employment. In case number two, where the machlokes is about the rate of payment, I'm claiming I'm owed 200. Reuben is claiming I only owe you 100. Then we require proof. Then it's also mechaber alav haraya. Then again, the burden of proof is upon me to show that I'm owed that extra $100. The Gemara says, "Reisha v'seif raya del shalim katani, raya del shvuah lo katani." Ultimately, again, this sefer we're talking about again the proof of payment that ultimately is stated. Otherwise, when it comes to proof regarding shvuah, which is again without the proof of employment, you can't take the shvuah. The Brisa does not mention it. So we'll say, so this is very interesting. So again, both doing this idea that was really advanced in the name of Shmuel, that again, whereas the Mishnah made it sound so simple. I have an employment dispute, right? Reuben says, Reuben's my employer. I say, Reuben, you haven't paid me. Reuben says, you have paid. I have paid you. So the Mishnah makes it sound like all I need to do is take a Shmuel, collect payment. Shmuel comes along and says there's another critical piece of information that is not written in the Mishnah, but is an indispensable piece of information. In order for me to take as an employee that I am working for Reuben, because without that, Reuben is always going to be believed. He has a migo that he could claim. I don't know who you are. We have no legal working relationship. Incredible. I'm going to read about Abba. Shochul and we Rav Shmuel, we'll say third line down from the top, 46 Shochul and we Rav Shmuel. They sent from the house of Rav to Shmuel. Let me teach us. Uman Amar Stein Katzatztali. So watch this. So I'll say, so I claim I'm the worker, I'm the employee. I claim, Reuben, you owe me. You agreed to a rate of $200 for the day of work. And Reuben says, I only agreed to $100. So they asked the Gemara, who swears? Who swears in this case? Amar lahem. So Shmuel responded, Bazu Yishava Balabayis V'Yafsid Uman. So in this case over here, so in this case, what should happen? The Reuben, the employer, the Balabayis, he should swear, and ultimately, again, the Uman should lose out. In other words, the absolute Uman, in other words, that halach Balabayis. Ruvain, the employer, swears, and ultimately he says he owes me. So the Gemara says, why? Because Ketsitsa Vadai Minka the Kirian. We literally just talked about this, right? Because Ketsitsa, a rate, right? A rate, how much an employer is going to pay an employee, every employer remembers that. Ketsitsa Vadai Minka the Kirian. So again, this goes back to yesterday's daf. While the halacha acknowledges that an employer may at times get confused about who he's, that an employer, let's say we're used to an idea that if you employ people, everybody's kind of getting. The Gemara seems to understand from the perspective that it would not be uncommon for a person who is employing multiple people to pay those people in different ways. So that we can understand why there can be some confusion about. But the rate of payment, that an employer certainly knows. Is that so? Is that so? But Rabbi Shmuel said, Katzatz, I will say, but we learned before, the halacha l'maisa, where there is a machlokes about ketzitza, right? Where there is a machlokes about the rate of payment, right? How much was paid? We just said before that that's the case. Again, right now, we just said that halacha l'maisa, right? Shmuel just said that in the case where there's a dispute about the rate of payment, the balabayis, which essentially for our purposes, the employer swears, and we're done. Just beforehand, we said that when there's a machlokes about the rate of payment, which sounds like what? The burden of proof is upon the employee, and let him prove it. Then if he can't prove it, he's not to talk about. So what's going on over here? To which the most vila my siraya paka, and which means, by the way, that if the employee is not able to prove his point, but the entire case evaporates. So the Gemara says, "Amai, but why is that?" We just said before, you shall balabayis yasigumad. Let the balabayis swear. In other words, give the power to the balabayis and let this go away. Or Ramachmin, with student katari, because these are not contradictory statements. They're actually two sides of the same coin. All maybe raya v'yidol, all yishav. There are actually two mechanisms which can be used to resolve a machlokes about ketzitza. So where there is a machlokes about the rate of payment, one of two possibilities can be employed. Either the balabayis, the employer, can swear, bring a proof. So we'll say really, really fascinating. Says the most suggesting we'll say, so just to highlight, just a piece where employee shows up to employer, says pay me. Employer says, I paid you. Employee says, the employee swears, I did not get paid, he gets his money. Important halacha caveat, there must be independent legal verification of the employment before, in order for that shua to work. Okay, case for a day of work, employer says, no, I only owe you 100. That is called machlokes about ketzitza. That's lashon ketzitza, about the rate, about the set rate. What do you either? The burden of proof sits upon the employee to show that he's really owed $200, or the balabayis, the employer, could take a shvua and put this entire case to bed. Someone says, "Meisvei, where is the kasha?" I know Saint Talisa Lu'uman. Listen to this. I give my palace. I give my cloak to Ruvain. Right? Ruvain is Uman. Ruvain is craftsman. Thank you. Sorry, craftsman. You ever have a Monday that feels like a Thursday? That's good. So the rest of this good. Sorry, I know Saint Talisa Lu'uman. So someone goes ahead and gives their talis, gives their cloak to a craftsman. So I'm giving it to Ruvain. So Uman Omer Ketzatz Telishtayin. So Ruvain says, okay, that'll be $200. Right? What are you talking about? I only agreed to 100. That's all I agreed to. So what's the halacha? Now this case is interesting. Why? What's the wrinkle over here? The wrinkle is that there's an object involved. So watch this. Kozman shetalis biyad uman. So if Ruvain is in possession of the talus, al balabayis lahaviraya. Ultimately, again, so it's on me to bring a raya that I only agreed to $100. So we'll say. So this is also like a shtikah motzi chaver lavaraya, right? Because essentially, I want my talus back. The burden of proof is upon me to show that I only owe him $100. Masnalo, however, if Ruvain gave me back my talus, bismano, if ultimately again Ruvain is claiming his wages in the appropriate time, Mishpavanotel, he could swear that he's owed the 200 and he gets the money. But again, if it's after the normal window for wage collection, then once the Gemara says, what do you see from here? Bismano, mihu nishpavanotel. So again, just that highlight over here. We have over is machlokes about kitzitza, but this is machlokes about what is the set wage level. What is the set wage level? Right? Again, what's happening over here? Bismano, nishpavanotel. We see that ultimately again the employee is able to swear and extract it. Am I? But I don't say based on what we just said before. We just said before that whether it's a machlokes about kitzitza, what could happen about Balabayis? The employer could go ahead and take a shivua and go ahead and put this whole matter to bed. And Rabbi Yitzchak, Haman Rabbi Hudi, it's Rabbi Huda, Damar Kozman Sheshua Notas of the opinion that wherever Chazal, wherever you have a shvua that technically rests with the Balabayis, the employer, Chazal flipped it to that. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Hudi, Bahachanam Yeshua Eitza Balabayis Min HaTorah, Shaimod de Mixas. So it says, interesting enough, this is Rabbi Hudi. Now remember, this is about fixing my cloak. Ruben says, I owe him $200. I say I only owe him $100. So technically speaking, that's called the mixas. That's biblical shua. So apparently they want to suggest over that this is the position of Rabbi Yehuda. And Yehuda holds that what Chazal did is, when in an employment case, you have a shua by the employer, ultimately Chazal flipped it to the employee. So one second. Hey, Rabbi Yehuda, which Rabbi Yehuda are you referring to over here? So Rabbi Yehuda Demas Nisim, it is Rabbi Yehuda of our. Rabbi Yehuda Mishnah's Matthew. Rabbi Yehuda Mishnah was the one who said that even by an employee, the ability of an employee to go and swear and collect his money, actually sham mixas hodah. Right? Whereas Chazal allowed the employee to swear even when the employer denies the entire wage. Rabbi Yehuda said the employee is allowed to swear only when there's a partial mission on the part of the employer. So it is more machmir. Other than the brisa. What's the root of the brisa? What's the root of the brisa? The sanyo schir kozman shelo alva alavs mano haris and nishpa v'notam. The root of the brisa says that when it comes to an employee, as long as he is petitioning for his wages in the appropriate window of wage collection, he swears and collects. In love, but if he's after his window, ain't no nishpa v'notam. Ultimately, again, he cannot swear and collect. Bamar Yehuda in Masai, Bisman sha'amar lo teini schari 50 dinar sheyesh l'yadcha. And he says, when is this? That the schir has the ability to swear and collect. When is that? When again the employee comes along and says, give me my wage as his kabalta mehen dinar zav. All right, but the employer says, I've already paid you part of that wage. Oh, sha'amar lo, or the employer or the employee says you owe me $200, and the employer says I only owe you $100. But If the employer says, I never hired you at all, OSHA is ultimately, again, I paid you your entire wage, then I'm also Allah harayo. Then in that case over here, in that case, Rabbi says that Allah for myself, that's going to be a motzi mechaber Allah harayo. Fine. So Maski for Rashi brings Ravidi. So Shisha brings Ravidi brought up the following kasha. Ela katzitz Rabbi Hudi v'lo Rabbanan. So they're going to say then that according to this, that the Kitzitza case reflects the view of Rabbi Huda and not the Rabbanon. How does that make sense? Hashta, Hechi the Machni Rabbi Huda Makiri Rabbanon. Right? In a normal case, where Rabbi Huda is Machni, the Rabbanon are Mekel. That's the case of also in Mishnah. Because in the Mishnah, Rabbi Huda says the only time that a seer could take the shvua and collect his wage is only when what? Only when there's a partial omission on the part of the employer. Whereas the Tanakh said the Rabbanon said, even if there's a total denial. So in the case where Rabbi Huda is Machmir Rabbanon Mekel, Heichad Mekel Rabbi Huda Machmir Rabbanon. In the case Rabbi Huda is Mekel, right, which is the case of Ketzitza, the Rabbanon going to be Machmir. The Elamai Rabbanon, and we have to say the case of Ketzitza is also the Rabbanon. The Lahad the Tani Rabbi Shmuel, Katzatz Hamotzi Mechaber Allah Haraya. So when we said that there was a machlokes about the setting of the wage. Right, because it's that's the case again of where, right, an employee goes over to employer, pay me $20 for a day. Employer says I only agree to 100. So the Gemara says about I have money. Let me do the rabbi. The rabbi says in the Bryce says before that halacha myself. In the case listen, my focus about the tzitza. So again, employee says you owe me 200. Employer says you only agree to 100. That's the case of Amot. Whose opinion is that? Well, say first one down at the bottom. This is actually very interesting. Here's the source of their machlokes. The Huda Savar, the Daraisa, all of the Drabanon, Havi of the Drabanon, Havi Takanta, the Takanta and the Takanta law of the okay, so we'll say now watch this. What the Gemara suggesting is as follows. That we holds like this. In the case of a biblical shvua, that's where the rabbi stepped in and made it a bit more advantageous for the employee. So what does this mean? So for example, I will say in the case of Modra Mitzvahs. Now remember, when you have a case of Modra Mitzvahs, technically speaking, not technically, Modra Mitzvahs triggers a Shvua D'Oraisa. So what Chazal did in that case, in an employment situation, is employee to go in and take that shvua. So for example, let's say, like employee goes on, employer says, I only agreed to 100. So we'll say, what is that? That's modra mitzvahs. It's modra mitzvahs. What should happen, modra mitzvahs? What should happen? What should happen? It's the employer, right? Because he's the one who's making the whole, he's admitting part of a claim. Whenever you admit part of a claim, that triggers a shua. According to the Yudah, Chazal then made a takana. What was their takana? They flipped the shua, allowing the employee to take the shua. Because what that does is that gives the control to the employee to be able to collect his wages. But the only time, ultimately again, that Chazal made this takana is in a case of a biblical shvua. So in biblical shvua, they said that halach we're going to flip the shvua and allow the employee to take the shvua. But ultimately, again, right? In the case, ultimately, let's say shvua d'Rabbanan. What's an example of shvua d'Rabbanan? So let's say again, where employee shows up and says to the employer, "You only $100 for the day," and the employer says, "I paid you. Okay, I paid you already." So let's say, so in that kind of case, that at most triggers a d'Rabbanan. So the Gemara says, "D'Rabbanan havi takanta, the takanta lo adina." At most, that would already be a shvuas hasis, and to then take the shvuas hasis and who should take that shvuas hasis d'Rabbanan? Who should take it? Ultimately, again, the employer also. The employer should swear, "I paid," and that's it, and we're done. So now to say that we should make a takana on the takana and take that shvua from the balabayis and flip it on to the employee, that we don't do. It was a very interesting approach. So again, in Rabbi Huda's model, the rabbi stepped in and took a biblical shvua and switched it over to the employee, right? Because in that biblical shvua, Moses limits us, right? Employer says, I only owe you 100. Employee is claiming 200. That's a biblical shvua that now sits upon the employer. The rabbi switched that over to the employee and said, you swear and collect your money. But on a rabbinic shvua, for example, again, employer says, I paid you already. Employee says, no, you didn't. So the din d'Rabbanan is, employer swears and exempts himself. So now go ahead and say, we're going to take that rabbinic shvua and now do another takon d'Rabbanan and switch that over to the employee. That we don't do. That's Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbanan Savri, the Rabbanan say, the Rabbanan Nami Abdivan Takantu is here, Uketzitza, Midkar Dikiri. So ultimately, again, the Rabbanan say, but Halacha L'maisa, we will go ahead and make this takana even in the Rabbanan. Therefore, even in the Shuras Hasis case, where again the employer says, I paid you, the employee says, no, you didn't, we're still going to flip that shvua over to the employee, like the Mishnah says, allow him to swear, and thereby go ahead and collect his wages. And again, the Rabbanan operated from the perspective that Halacha L'maisa, an employer always remembers the rate. And therefore, again, when there is a dispute about the rate, that is going to be Hamotzi Mechavira Alav Haraya. So we'll say, so if you summarize this a little bit, so Halacha L'maisa, what comes out is as follows. We have two basic cases. Case number one, which is the classic case of the Mishnah. Employee goes over to employer and says, pay me I worked for you today, you owe me $100. Employer says, I paid you. Employee says, no, you didn't. What's ta'alacha? The mechanics over here are very important. What's ta'alacha? So again, this is a Shvuas Heses. Now, technically speaking, how should this Shvuas Heses work? How should it work? So the way it should work is, now I want to say, so again, remember, I want to point out, it's important to understand the evolution. Before we got to this sugya, if someone were to ask you this shayla, like say, employees claiming, employer didn't pay me, only $100. Employer saying, I paid you. What should be the halacha? Right? Again, so employees trying to extract money, right? So prove it. Remember again, the employer has the chazaka. We'll say, remember, what's the chazaka? What's the chazaka? Money in your pocket belongs to you, right? So therefore, again, if the employer has the money in his pocket and the employee wants to extract it, then listen, Chazal made a Shvuas Heses. Shvuas Heses says just to protect employees, right? So Balabayis, you should have to swear that Halacha L'maisa, you paid your work already. What Chazal then did is they flipped that shvua and allowed the employee to take that very part of the caveat, which is there has to be independent legal verification of the employment. Otherwise, again, the employer himself has a migo. I don't know who you are. Fine. Case number two, there's a machlokes about the wage, right? So here everyone's agreeing that the money is owed. Employee shows up to employer. You promised me $200 for the day. Employer says, I only promised you $100 for the day. So I'm going to say, so what can we do in this case? So remember, this case is much more complicated. This case is the part of Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan, and this really comes down to one basic idea, which is that, and I'll give you just the bottom line, Halacha L'maisa, we assume that an employer always remembers Ketzitza. He always remembers the amount that he agreed to pay his employee. Therefore, again, in this case, when there is a dispute about the rate to be paid, there are two mechanisms for resolution. Either Halacha L'maisa Motzi Mechaber Lavaraya, right? So let the employee prove that he is indeed owed 200, or the employer has a right to take a shvua and ultimately put this entire matter to bed. So I'm saying that is Halacha L'maisa. So two mechanisms for resolution. Either a employee has a right to legally prove his claim, or Balabayis, employer has a right to take a shvua, put it to bed. Incredible. All right, I'm going to say that's the end of that sugya. Next, Nigzal. Remember again, this was a very interesting case in the Mishnah. What was the case over here? The case over here was like this. Let me read it to you. Nigzal Ketzad. Right, so this is what happened. So I borrowed money from you, babe. Then what happens? There are witnesses that saw Reuben enter into my home without my rishus. And what happens? And he walked out with something. He walked out with an object. Now I'm sure the Mishnah. Who Omer? Kelai Natalti. So Reuben says, yeah, I walked out my object. But who Omer? Lo Natalti. I'm sorry. Who Omer? Kelai Natalti. I'm sorry. I claim Reuben walked out with something, and what? It's mine. Reuben says, Lo Natalti. I didn't take anything. So what's the halacha? Who Nishma Benota? I, in other words, the quote-unquote victim, right? I, the victim, have the ability to swear and to extract from Reuben what I claim he took from me. Okay, says the Gemara. So I understand, maybe at the end of the day, Reuben didn't take anything. I know that he took something. Whereas the Niva Aram Nachman, high man did not take anything. So again, what's interesting about this is, remember, Reuben's claiming he did all there are witnesses. Remember, what do the witnesses see? The witnesses in this case see that halacha l'maisa, Reuben came in with the intention to take something. Right? That's what happened over here, right? In other words, I borrowed money from you. Right? Really wanted a collateral. I didn't want to give him collateral. Reuben came into my house, right, claiming that he was going to take something. He comes out. No one sees him with anything, right? But I claim he took my watch. When he took my watch, Reuben says, I took something, but it took a shvuah that Reuben took my watch, and I can receive payment for that object. So let's hold up. How do you know that Reuben took anything? As much as Reuben maybe went in with the intent to take a collateral, how do you know that he actually took something? This is very interesting. Listen to this. After all, Nachman said the following case. Listen to this. Hayman, if a guy took an axe in his hands, let's listen to this. And he's right. So Reuben has an axe. Reuben is fuming mad at Shimon. He's like, I'm going to chop down Shimon's palm tree. I'm going to chop down his palm tree. Right? So the Gemara says, Vashtaka, the kato, Mishadi. And it turns out, it's like there's like different episodes happening over here, or different events. Right? I hear Reuben say, I'm angry at Shimon, I'm going to chop down his palm tree. Okay? The next thing I know, what do I find? Shimon's palm tree has been chopped down. So the Gemara says, you cannot necessarily assume that it's Reuben who did it, right? Why? The Gemara says, Lord, all I have over here is circumstantial evidence, right? What do I have? I have Reuben with an axe and angry. That's generally not a good combination, right? But I have Reuben with an axe and angry, threatening to do something. And then again, Shimon's palm tree is lying on the ground. Okay, so there's a lot of circumstances. But what am I lacking? What don't I have? I don't know that he does. That Reuben actually cut down the tree. So what I say, the halacha is you can't assume that Reuben cut down the tree. What do you see from here? It's incredible. Alma, Abit inish the gazim, below Abit. What do you see from here? People exaggerate and don't carry through. So I said, by the way, what a line. What a line. Abit inish the gazim, below Abit. People spend a lifetime talking about what they're going to do, but it doesn't mean they do it. Or they'll say, what a stings a little bit. Don't go on, stings a little bit. It'd be nice if he was talking about other people. Parts of the world is talking about me. Right? We all do this. We speak about that. Right? We speak about what we're going to do. We dream about what we're going to do. We have plans for what we're going to do. We have clarity of vision for what we're going to do. Only one little problem, which is we don't actually get around to doing it. And Gemara says this is human nature. Avid inish the gazim below Avid. People speak about, and again, speak about being the most beautiful and glowing, the flowery things are all the things they're going to accomplish. Sometimes it's just a failure to execute. Overwhelming. Hachanami, the gazim below Avid. So you'll be also, right, when Reuben walked into my house, right, Reuben left me $1,000, he walks into my house without my permission, claiming he's going to take a mashkon, then he walks out, maybe he didn't really take anything. Right? So in other words, we see people talk about what they're going to do, but they don't do it. To which the Gemara says, Ema umashkina. No. It must be the case of where none of the witnesses actually saw Reuben walking out with an object. They actually saw him walk out with something. All right, but let's say my mashkina. Okay, so let's have a comment on Oh, what happened over here? He walked out, so we see that he has an object, but it was under his cloak. So it's interesting. So in other words, there's a lot happening over here. So number one, right? Again, he's claiming he's going to do something. He actually did it. He walked out with an object, but the object was underneath his cloak. So okay, fine. So everyone say that's the case. And if our local now the case makes a little bit more sense. Right, so Reuben lent me $1,000. He says, I want a mashkon. I say, I'm not giving you a mashkon. He comes into my house, thinks he's going to take a mashkon. Witnesses see him walk in. He comes out of the house holding something. We don't know what he's holding. It's under his cloak. He claims he has his own object. It was an object owned by him. I claim he took my object. What's the halacha? I swear and can collect from Reuben. I'm ready to go. So now along the same lines. Reuben comes out of my house and he's hiding a utensil, he's hiding an object underneath his cloak. V'yatza on the base. And Reuben claims, yes, I purchased it. I purchased it from silver. Okay, I'm looking at it. It's under my cloak. I purchased it from him. So I want ain't on that one. No. Reuben's not believed to say that he purchased something from me. I will say that this is assuming that what? This is only assuming that I am the kind of person who does not sell my stuff. In other words, the Pashtos, right, when you come into my house, I'm not selling stuff. Let's say again, if I have I have a little store, I have a little shop at my house, or I'm the kind of person who sells my stuff, then the man said this could be a valid claim. So if Reuben's walking out with the utensil, he's claiming, yes, it was from silver's home, but I bought it from silver, and I'm the person who sells my stuff. He's believed. Furthermore, even in a case where I don't sell my stuff, so the only time he's not believed, the only time he's not believed is by items, ultimately again, where it wouldn't be the derech to hide it. Never say, look at Rashi. So we'll say furthermore again, when is he not believed? Even though a person doesn't sell stuff, when we're talking about items that a person normally wouldn't be embarrassed to go ahead and hold in public. So right, ultimately again, but ultimately again, if it's the type of object that a person would be embarrassed. I will say, by the way, when you're embarrassed, it must be an item that's very valuable. Right? So for example, a person doesn't want to walk around with a very valuable item in a showy way. Furthermore again, even with an object that you wouldn't normally hide, Nami lo Amran, Ela Inish Belotzina, a person who's not very modest. About Inish Betzina, but a very modest person, even with a non-flashy object, Hainu Arche, it would be common for him to put the object underneath his cloak. Furthermore, Furthermore, again, we're only talking about here where there's this point of contention, right? Where I'm claiming the object is borrowed, but ultimately, again, Reuben's claiming that he bought it from me. How about moving? But ultimately, again, if I think that it's stolen, I'm not necessarily believed to automatically say that Allah so Reuben is a Ganav. Furthermore, we're talking about items that would normally be rented or borrowed. But let's say when it comes to objects, ultimately, again, that are not normally borrowed or rented, ultimately, and that's what I'm ne'eman to take the shivua. Okay, so I'm using an example of this, just in case the shalach Rav if you normally have objects, right, items that are normally borrowed or rented out, and what happens? So let's imagine the following scenario, right? So Reuben has an object in mind, but it's a type of object that is normally rented out or borrowed. I don't know, whatever type of object it is. And Reuben has it, right? And again, Reuben admits that yes, these were mine. But Reuben's claim is what? I bought it from silver. And I'm claiming I didn't sell it to you, I lent it to you. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Reuben is not believed to say that he bought it. Since the chazaka that's used by type of objects, ultimately again, that are normally rented or borrowed, therefore the assumption is that this is a rental or borrowing case, not a sale case. The Rava, Apik Zuga de Sarbala, the Sifra da Agara Tamiyasmi. So there was a case that once came before Rabbi in the following case, that there was a man who died, we'll call him, Yaakov died. Yaakov left behind 3 sons, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, Yisroel, and in their estate, they had a pair of, scissors, but, tailor scissors, right? Tailor's scissors, and a sefer of Agadah. Literally, sefer of Agadah. Someone came to Rabbi, right? Someone came to Rabbi, and they said, Rabbi, that's mine. I deposited it, right? I lent it to Yaakov before he died, and now Yaakov got it to me. Estate, but it really belongs to me. So Rabbi went ahead and upheld that claim. Why? Because apparently, again, so tailor's scissors and the items that are lent out, so therefore, again, he verified, obviously they have to prove the claim a bit more than just making a statement, but he verified this claim because these are actually the type of objects that are normally lent out to others. So we're going to give Rashi just a moment. Rashi says over in Yasmi, Shehedi Akovea Eidim, Shein Shor. Wasn't obviously again the case over here is where the claimant, right, the person making the claim, brought Eidim that these scissors and this book of Agarata was his. That I was saying that normally just because you bring Eidim that something belongs to you doesn't automatically put it back in your possession. Right? Especially since it's possible maybe it did belong to you, but someone else bought it. Essentially, when we come to Yisomim, normally we would require a Shavua. The novelty in this case is what? That Rabbi didn't require a Shavua. Why didn't he require a Shavua? Because since the person making the claim had ethos that these objects belong to him, and these are the type of objects that are normally lent out, therefore what? Rabbi reestablished them in the possession of the claimant even without a shvur. Or even though you normally can't collect from Yisomim without a shvur. That's the Chabad Rashi. Niyasmi, Shehebi Atoveh Eidim Shein Shalom, Vamer Shesh'im Ma'aviyah Yisomim. The claimant said, these objects belong to me. He has witnesses that they belong to him, and he claims that he lent it out to the father of the Yisomim. The Askinu Rabbi Niyasmi, Shramina the Sfiraveh, so what do you see from here? You see from here that even had Yaakov still been alive, if Yaakov would have claimed that halacha l'maisa, again, I bought these objects, he would not be believed. Why? Because objects that are normally rented out or lent out, you don't have a chazaka to say that they're mine, that I bought them. Then Rashi goes on to say, by the way, it's interesting that why does it use the case of a book of Agarata? So Rashi points out there's something very interesting. People would not normally lend out Svarim. Right? Why? Because Svarim were commonly used. If you learned it out, they run the risk of getting ruined. Agarata, Rashi points out, was less commonly studied. It was less commonly studied. So because of that, it would only be used like episodically, and therefore Allah Chalamaysa person would go ahead and be more, and a very interesting principle, that Allah Chalamaysa objects that are normally lent out, a person doesn't have an ability to claim chazaka that since it's in my possession, ultimately I'm the owner, which is really fascinating because normally in halacha, remember again, possession normally establishes ownership. And once you have that, then in order for someone to claim it from you, it's halot mechadra lavaraya. The difference is that it's objects that are normally lent out, ultimately again, who remains in possession of it, ultimately again, the owner. Shabbos say, provides us with a tremendous Musar Haskim as well. What do you see from here? So objects that are normally only lent or borrowed really remain in the possession ultimately of the owner. Which tells you something amazing. Elokai, Yeshama Sherasata Li, we have neshama. It's very important to understand that neshama is not given to us. That neshama is lent. That neshama is a borrowed item. Elokai neshama shenasata b'tohori. Every single day I keep the neshama that you lent me, the neshama that you've given me. So I'll say something absolutely amazing. I am in possession of a borrowed item. which then means what's the halacha when you're in possession of a borrowed item? It's never yours. The chazaka is it always remains in the possession of the true owner. And what's an overwhelmingly sold? Having borrowed neshama. And the halacha is that when you have something that is borrowed, the halacha demands a heightened level of vigilance in order to ensure that nothing happens to that item. And that is the sacred responsibility that we have day in and day out. To make sure that that borrowed neshama, that beautiful borrowed mitzvahs elokah, that beautiful borrowed spark of the Rebbe always remains pure and pristine. However, you should be zocheh and Hashem to be successful in that daily privilege, in that daily obligation. So step over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone, pick up over here tomorrow. Great job. All right, shkoyach, everyone. Have a great day. Israel should be a day in Hashem. Safety, security, the solar struggles, and how about victory?
They told me that they weren't going to hire me back, blah, 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 blah. They gave me some type of severance. They said not to call there for a reference, that they would give a bad reference. And can't imagine you had any real good thing. They gave me like, I don't even know what they gave me, like $800, something. How long crazy? I worked there legitimately, like bullshitly, a year and a half. Legitimately, maybe.
All right, everyone say good morning, or good Shabbat. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Koshin Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for the Hashem dedicating all of the Shir and Joshua this year as a zechus for the Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan Haba Lino Tova, Stephen Tarizin, loving memory of Steve's mother Doris, Zin Devorah Bas from Yisrael Yoel Zichron Lebracha, on the occasion of our fifth yard site, and our day of learning. Sponsor Paul Polik in memory of Rabbi Aaron Walpinski, Rabbi Aaron Yehuda Ben Ruben, who taught me how to be about Kriya, who learned with me every Shabbos afternoon during my high school years. Beautiful. Nice Hashem. Neshama Shabbat Aliyah, Avosah Yosef, American Talmud Torah, all the Neshama Shabbat Aliyah, all the families in the Chamas, all those who need your food should have one together with Yisrael. Kadosh Baruch Hu should Hashem bring home our hostages, should allow our soldiers to Neretz Hashem be successful. We of course follow the news from Eretz Yisrael very intently. We saw that the direct hit in the apartment building in Bat Yam that has so far claimed a number of lives. Still people being recovered in the rubble. Again, overwhelming. It's been overwhelming times for our people, and the overwhelming nature of these times continues. It's what like yesterday, just on Shabbos, our obligation to recognize that we are all part of the army of Am Yisrael, that we should Neretz Hashem give us the continued koach, and the continued resolve, each of us to do our part, to make our contribution. And hallelujah, the week is just beginning. And let's hope that in Neretz Hashem, as it progresses, so Klal Yisrael's victory will be quick and decisive. And Neretz Hashem will usher in a period of shalom, simcha, and bracha, not just for Am Yisrael, and not just for Guinness Yisrael, but Neretz Hashem for all of humanity. Great shir yesterday. So our doctor's men here, we are picking up on the bottom of Mem Dalet on the days 44b, just literally the last line. So remember again, we're picking up mid-Mishnah. It's actually interestingly not Mishnah. So Neretz Hashem, we are picking up again, last line on Mem Dalet on the days. No, don't smile, don't grin, right? No, this is great. Remember, if there's a problem, always remember, the problem is with me, never with the Masech. Right? Just always understand, the Masech is perfect. The Gemara is perfect. The Torah is perfect. If something doesn't stem, something doesn't click, again, you could put it on me. You can always put it on the Maggid share, but never put it on the Gemara itself. It's always perfect. I just might have to tweak some inside of me. So let's go. Remember again, the Mishnah was talking about a variety of different cases. We're now focusing on rabbinic shulas, right? Up until now, we've been focusing on different types of biblical shulas. So now we're talking about rabbinic shulas. Right? Because rabbinic shulas operate in a little bit of a different way. So a shua. But let's say again, who technically should be the one who knows, for whatever the reason. And what we do is we flip the shua. So for example, top of menhei, akos shua saidos, yakos shua sakikadon, yakos shua shav. So let's say, for example, again, I have a court case with Ruvain. I have a legal dispute with Ruvain. And so we're supposed to deal with this matter through taking of the shua. And really it should be Ruvain who is taking the shua. But Ruvain can't take the shua. Why? Because he's been in violation. Rather, it's a shua sa'idos, a shua sa'pikadon, the shua shav. Or for example, so that in those cases, what we're talking about over here, is let's say, for example, Reuben is known to have taken a false oath of testimony, or a false oath of a pikadon, or he's taken a shulas shad, he's taken an oath in vain, or one of us was a gambler. In this case, we'll call Reuben was a gambler, right? Or Reuben lends with interest, or he races pigeons, which is also another part of gambling, or he goes ahead and he does business with Shemitah produce. So let's say, so all of these cases, the point that the Mishnah is making over here is, I'm in this legal dispute with Reuben. So Reuben really should be the one who can't. Why can't he? Because his integrity has been compromised, either because he has previously sworn falsely, right, or because he's engaged in other activities which generally compromise one's integrity and preclude them from taking a shvua. So what do you do in all these cases? Shekinegdo nishba v'notel. Ultimately, again, what Chazal said is we flip the shvua. So I'll swear, even though again I really shouldn't be the one swearing, I'll swear, and therefore again be able to extract my money in that way. Incredible. Okay, we'll see more about these cases in the Gemara as well. Here's interesting. Let's say both Reuben and I are both Pashut al Shua. I don't know, both of us are gamblers, right? Both of us are Misachik Kuvia, right? So it's hard to pass up on a good game of Kuvia, right? So let me say both of us are disqualified. So what do you do in that case? So the Gemara says, we put the Shua back where it belongs. So in other words, essentially, if we're both compromised, so pretty much like we cancel each other out, then halakha just applied as it would normally be applied. Rabbi Yossi, that's Rabbi Yossi. Amir says no. Amir says yachloki. Amir says no. What we do is we split the claim. Amir, because we'll see more of this in Gemara. But Amir says no. You can't allow either of us to swear. In other words, just because we're both compromised doesn't mean you restore the shua back to where it was, and one of us should swear because we're both compromised. So therefore, again, the Amir says Yachoku split it. Now, how exactly that plays out, so we'll see in the Gemara. The Chen Binal Pinkasa case, and that was a very interesting case. What's the case of Chen Binal Pinkasa? So remember again, little Chen Binal Pinkasa means the shopkeeper with his ledger. What's that case? Ketzad. So it's not a case. Well, let's say I'm the Chen Binal, right? I'm the again. I go to Reuben, the shopkeeper. It's not the pshat that I say to Reuben, do me a favor, write down your ledger that I owe you $200. Rather, what's the case? Ella, this is very interesting. Ella, Omer lo, Tain Lidmi Sasayin Pitin, Tain Apali Sela Mos. So what happens? I go into the shopkeeper, and I say to the shopkeeper, listen, I need to pay my workers. Do me a favor, pay my workers in merchandise, and give them a credit up to a Sela of Mos. All right, so I'm sending in my employees for their pay. They're going to come to your store, essentially give them credit or extend them credit of $100, right? And I'll pay you for that. Okay, then let's say what happens. It's interesting enough what occurs. The Chen Bini claims I paid the workers. In other words, I gave the workers the merchandise that you asked me to. Here's the problem. The workers said, we didn't take anything. So there's a double claim against me now, right? What's a double claim? The Chen Bini wants me to pay him because he says the Chen Bini claims I extended the credit, I gave the merchandise to the workers. The workers are claiming against it because the workers are saying we didn't get paid. So there's a double claim against me over here. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Who nishpavinotel?" The chenveni swears that he paid, and therefore he's able to extract money from me. And the workers are also able to swear. They also take the shivua, and halacha l'maisa are able to collect again from me. So the Gemara says, which is a fascinating solution to this. Comes along Banana and says, "What are you talking about? Banana says, how can you structure a halachic resolution like that?" The Bible said there's one guarantee in that solution, which is what? Someone's lying, right? Someone's lying. So Banana says, how can you realize the Shmuel is essentially what you're saying is we're going to allow for someone to definitively take a shvuas shav. Someone's lying. So Gemara says, "Ella, who knows shalom b'shvuah?" Rather, again, Banana is proposing the following idea. Banana says the chenveni is entitled to collect from me without a shvuah. Chenveni is able to collect with me without a shvuah. The hein notlin shalom b'shvuah, and ultimately, again, they also are able to collect without a shvuah. So this is fascinating. So essentially, Banana says everyone collects, but everyone without a shvuah. All right, fascinating. Again, I say, well, remember, it's just the Mishnah. It's a very detailed Mishnah, but they're obviously going to put the meat on the bones and the Gemara. Next, another case. I go to the chenveni. I say, "Chenveni, I'd like to purchase a dinar's worth of produce from you." So the chenveni gives me the produce. Amaro, pay me also dinar. So what happens? So the chenveni says, "Okay, now pay me. Amaro, nasativ lacha unasato bon pali." So what happens? I say to the chenveni, I paid you. I gave you the dinar, and you put it in your pouch. I paid him already. So I say, what's the halacha over here? So in this case over here, I swear, I'm the balabais, I swear that I paid the chenveni with the dinar. Okay, I swear that I paid him, and then I exempt myself with the shvuah. Amar lo, pay me es haperos. So we'll see what happens in the fifth case. Let's say again, produce. So again, in this case over here, I give him the dinar. Now I say, give me the produce. Amar lo, nasatem l'cha, v'holachtem l'sof beisecha. So the family says, I gave you the produce. Already. Like what's there to talk about? You already gave the produce. So once I say, interestingly enough, if you notice over here, the Tanakama has the same idea. In case number one, where ultimately again the chenveni is claiming the dinar. So ultimately again, the balabais goes ahead and swears that he paid me exempt, claims that he already gave the produce. So the chenveni swears that ultimately again he gave the produce. Rabbi Yehuda says no. Rabbi Yehuda says shaperos biyado al ha'ayon. Rabbi Yehuda says whoever is in possession of the produce has the upper hand. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi is in the short lines, about 5 lines in. Kol shaperos biyado al ha'ayona. Areisha haludikani yishava alabayis shenasal hasadira. So, in fact, Rashi understands that Rabbi Yehuda is really arguing on the first case, right? What was the first case? The first case over here was where the chenveni claims that I did not pay him. Right? That I did not pay him. So ultimately, again, so the Tanakama said that the balabas should swear that ultimately again he paid. So in this case over here, Rabbi Yehuda says not true. Rabbi Yehuda says that halacha l'maisa again. The only way that the chenveni would have given the produce is if he would have gotten paid. Generally, people don't give merchandise unless they have first received payment. So therefore, in this case over here, if the balabais has the produce already, chances are he paid, and therefore, halacha l'maisa again, he does not have to swear to the fact that he paid. Now, Rashi points out over here, this is all presupposing that we're talking about a chenveni who does not extend credit. Obviously, if you're extending credit, that changes the math on this. Again, we'll see all of this. We'll see all of this in the Gemara. Next, Amar l'shulchani. I go over to a money changer and I say to him, "Pay li the dinar maos." I say to the money changer, give me change. I'm asking for change, right? Go ahead and give me a dinar in smaller denominations of coins. And also, ultimately, again, says, okay, I gave you your change, now give me the dinar. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I think it's a dinar, Amalo, Nasati Lacha. But I say to the shulchan, I say to the money changer, I gave it to you. I gave it to you already. I gave you and I saw you put the dinar in your money pouch. What's the halacha? Yishava balabais. The balabais swears that he goes ahead, that he went ahead and he paid. But this is the same thing as the chem in the case. It's just using money changer instead of chem. Same idea. So the balabais swears that ultimately again he gave the money. So let's say, so now, so what happens again? Now, this is reverse case. I gave the dinar, and now I say to the shulchan, to the money changer, okay, give me my change. Amarlo, that's not what I'm talking about. I gave you the change, you put it in your money pouch. What's the halacha? You shove a shulchan. Ultimately, again, the shulchan has to swear that in fact he gave me the change. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says, any derech shulchan litin iser, actually told dinar. So we'll say Rabbi Yehuda's sheet is the same. Rabbi Yehuda says, everyone knows money changers do not give change unless, of course, what? They get the money first. So she begins with, this is Rabbi Yehuda L'Shitasa, which is Rabbi Yehuda says the same way that a chenveni, a shopkeeper, does not give merchandise unless he gets paid first. The shulchan ultimately again does not give change unless of course he gets the payment first. So therefore, the shita is whoever is in possession of the item, whether the item be the produce or the item is the change, ultimately has the upper hand in this discussion. Incredible. All right, so let's go back there. Kishin sha'amu hapogemes suvasa lo tifra ela b'shvua. So let's say, now remember again, this is an interesting case of pogemes ksuvasa. What's pogemes ksuvasa? So Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, Kishin sha'amu nishmihi b'meseches ksuvis b'motzia shtar ksuva u'moda shekibla miksasa v'nimtza shenismoch al shtar ksuvasa. In time, Bachin is Kapakula, or Tifa Elishua. So we'll say the case of polygamous subas like this. A woman admits, right, Reuben is married to Rachel. We actually haven't had Reuben and Rachel in a very, very, very long time. Right, so I guess they were doing fine up until now, right? And so I say, so what happens? So Reuben is married to Rachel, and Rachel admits that she received partial payment of her ksuba. Now that's a case of what's called Pogim ksubasa, which means like Pogim means like you diminish, or you no.
George couldn't go. This girl worked for.
Stop talking. Pogim means almost like furnishes a little bit, like a coast becomes pogum. When you drink from it, like you can't use it for kiddush again. So ultimately, again, you've undermined it. So the idea over here is now why? A ksuba is a document, right? And in that document, it says that Reuben owes his wife 200 zuz, or whatever the amount of the ksuba is. When she admits that she's received partial payment on that ksuba, what she's effectively done is she shows that document is no longer valid in the way that it's written. So she's undermined the effectiveness of that document. Now again, that she's doing that, right? Rachel's doing that because again, she's admitted that she's owed partial payment of that document. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, and I will say now in that case over here, what this means is if she wants to go ahead and collect any more of her ksuba, now remember at that point, once she's admitted that she's received partial payment, so really the document itself, it's not that it's void, but that it can't really be used for any further collection purposes. So how does Rachel collect the rest of her ksuba? Kishvua. She's got to swear. That's how she collects. Furthermore, if a single witness comes along and then 8 echad says Rachel received her ksuba, Right? So same way it says Rachel, what does an Eid do? Remember again, an Eid Echad, Halacha L'maisa again, is only valid to require a Shuvah now. So an Eid Echad comes along and says Rachel got paid for a Shuvah. Okay, so now if Rachel wants anything else, she's going to have to take a Shuvah. Minachasim Mishubadin, or Minachasim Mishom. In general, again, if a person will say this is true for Ksuba, but this is true for anything else as well. If you want to collect from encumbered property, or if you want to collect from the possessions of Yisomim, Lo Tifra Ela B'Shvuah. You can only collect with a shvuah. Similarly, again, if a woman is going to collect her ksuba, not in the presence of her husband, she requires a shvuah. Now, it actually points out that here, what's that case? Let's say the husband is overseas. He sends his wife a ksuba. He sends his wife a gift. So now she wants to collect her ksuba. She can collect her ksuba even if he's overseas, but she can only collect it with a shvuah. So to Yisomim, right? Orphans can only collect. Now, so we're going to see in the Gemara, what this is really referring to is if you have orphans, or again, we have whenever we think about orphans, we think about young children. In this case over here, it just means their father died. They're collecting the debt of their father, or they're collecting something owed to their father. They can only collect with the shvuah. And what's the shvuah? So again, we've seen this concept many times before. Remember, in halakha, there is this tension. What's the tension? Father dies, right? It's from Yaakov. Yaakov dies. Yaakov leaves behind sons, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi. Now, Reuben and Shimon and Levi want to collect the debts of their father. So what happens? But what's the issue? What's the tension? The tension is that we assume that children are often not versed in the affairs of the estate of their father. Right? So therefore, again, there's this little bit of concern that maybe they don't really know what's going on. So if I look at any time that the Yisomim want to collect the debt of their father, they have to do so with the Shvuah. But interestingly enough, what's the Shvuah? It's here the Mishnah, we've seen this before, but now the Mishnah adds on some very interesting details. The Mishnah says over here, Shvuah shelo pakadnu abba. We swear that our father never told us that this debt was paid. Below Amar Lana Abba, right? Our father never told us that the debt was paid. Below means our father never charged us. In other words, he never gave us instructions that this debt was paid. He wrote some Shal Abba Shishtar Zeh Parua. And we never found within our father's paperwork any indication that this outstanding debt was paid. So this is very interesting. So what they're swearing essentially is, to the best of our knowledge, Father never told us that this debt that is due to our estate was paid. And therefore, we are coming to collect on this. Rabbi Yochanan says, you might have thought that this only applies to sons who were alive at the time that their father was alive. But maybe let's say a son is born after the death of his father. Maybe he for sure should not be able to collect the debts of his estate. He takes a shvuah that to the best of his knowledge, again, these debts have never been paid, and therefore Allah he has the ability to go ahead and collect. Incredible. If there are witnesses who said that a father said on his deathbed, this debt has never been paid. So the father's saying, Yaakov saying, Yitzchak owes me money, and debt has not been paid, then ultimately, again, Shmuel says the children can collect on that even without. What's the role of the shvuah when it comes to the children collecting on the debts owed to their father? The shvuah is the mechanism that ensures that the children do their due diligence. Because since there's concern that children don't know the affairs of their father's estate, that they may or may not have clarity. The shvuah ensures that they will endeavor to have clarity. But Allah the father made it explicitly clear on his deathbed, right? That again, Yitzchak owes me this money, and this debt has never been paid. The children can collect on that debt even without a shvuah. Incredible. So we'll say the Elu Mishpon Shlomatana. And we'll say now this is riveting. So we'll say so now there's another category. So remember again. So this whole Mishnah has been speaking on it's called Shvuas Heses, right? Rabbinic Shvuas. Now in this last section of the Mishnah, there's another detail over here. Now we'll say now up until now, we've always been focusing on one basic idea, which is that a shvuah a shvuah is triggered by a claim. Like you have to be claiming something. You have to be claiming something. And sometimes, again, one of the mechanisms that we use to go ahead and resolve our dispute and claim is a shvuah. Now, there's another type of shvuah. This type of shvuah doesn't require a claim, but could just be ordered at the insistence of one of the parties. Watch this case. That's what it means. These are the people who could swear, or who could be ordered to swear, even without a timer, even without a claim. Who is this? Hashutfin. Either partner could always order the other partner to swear about matters of the business, even without a defined claim. Arisim, sharecroppers, apotropin, executors of an estate, Vaisha, anosas, vanosas, kusochabayis, or a woman who runs the household, right? She does business within the household. Uben habayis, and a son, ultimately, again, also helps run a household. So let's say, in all of these cases, what's the chap over here? All of these people have access to assets, and often unlimited access to assets. As a result, let's say, the cloud struggle in life is, we all need something to keep us honest, right? We all need something to keep us honest. Right? So it would be nice to think, like the mission of it says, Da mala mala mincha. No one is above you. Ayin roa, a seeing eye, ozen shomas, a listening ear. Everything I do is written down. What's the point of that Mishnah, Rosai? What's the point of it? The point of the Mishnah is, keeps me honest. Well, at least it tries to keep me honest. Right? That Lamai said, everything I say, everything I do is heard, is seen, is mamish written down. That's the work. Right? That's what accountability is out. And he needed that. And even that, if I honest ourselves, doesn't really work all of the time. All of us need some level of accountability. In all of these cases, these people have access to all of the assets. Right? So again, partners, sharecroppers, executors, a woman who's running the household, a son who's running the household, all of these people have unlimited access to all the assets. So I'm going to say, so that could be a recipe of disaster. A person can misappropriate, the person can move stuff around, the person can do things they're not supposed to be doing. So we'll say, so now what can happen? Amarlo, ma'atash. So again, let's say for example in a partnership. So I go over to Ruben, my partner goes to Ruben and say, Ruben, I want you to swear. Now again, what exactly am I going to ask? Swear that you have not misappropriated anything. So Ruben says, what are you claiming? So name me shit to shove at me. So I say, Ruben, I just want you to swear to me. So Chayef, what? Ultimately, Ruben's Chayef. So it sounds like an honesty oath, right? Swear to me that you have not misappropriated any assets. And if ultimately, again, I say that to Ruben, that triggers a shua that Ruben has to take care of, which is incredible. And I will say, by the way, so Ruben can say back, well, what do you think I did wrong? I say nothing. It's just a partnership shua. This is a partnership shua. So once it's halach l'maisa, Mishnah says he has to swear. Even though, again, in this case, there's no defined clear. And I will say now, the ability to trigger this claim is only so far as the partnership or the sharecropping or any of these relationships are currently intact. Once the relationships have been destroyed, so let's say Ruben and I dissolve our partnership, and then again 6 months later I'm trying to say, Ruben, I want you to swear to me that when we were partners, you did not misappropriate any money. I can't do it. The only ability to trigger this shvua is when we are actively engaged in the short place. However, an interesting exception, Allah Vesakol. So let's say this is very interesting. However, if let's say Ruben and I, so we dissolved our partnership. So obviously, once we dissolved our partnership, I cannot ask him to swear about our partnership. But let's say if Ruben claims that the object was stolen, I tell him to take a shvua sapikadon. Once he's taking a shvua sapikadon, then about say it's because of Gilgal shvua. What does Gilgal shvua say? Gilgal shvua says once I'm already swearing about something, essentially, we can pile on as many other claims as we want during that shvua as well. So let's say again now, I'm going to have Ruben take a shvua because again, he's claiming my pikadon was stolen. I want him to swear that he really did not misappropriate it. Once he does that, then I could also add on to that a shvua about the times that we were partners. Incredible. Also, the Mishnah ends off, V'ashiyas mishametes as hashvua. Shmita cancels oaths. Now, what exactly that means, we'll have to see in the Gemara, but quite intriguing. Okay, we'll say, Shkoyach, that's the Mishnah, says the Gemara, Kol Mishmar Shvua, Kol Mishmar V'lo Mishalmin. Let's remember again, how did the Mishnah start? The Mishnah started with the statement that any biblical oath, the way it works is you swear, and by swearing you exempt yourself from payment. Right? So how do we know that? So we must know on the Amar Krah, let's say first of the widest lines, the Amar Krah, because the pasuk says, "V'lakach ba'alav v'lo yishalim." So the one saying the pasuk says literally again, "V'lakach ba'alav," the person will swear, "V'lo yishalim," they won't pay. So from here you see, "Mishalav l'shalim lo shvua." He who would have paid takes the shvua, and by taking the shvua, he exempts himself from the obligation to pay. Incredible. These are the people ultimately again who swear and take. So remember again, one of the most interesting things over here is in what we call employee protections. Let's say that it's now really has these fantastic and incredible sensitivities to really go ahead and protect those who may be most vulnerable. It's fascinating. So again, for example, a great example of that is ksuva. Because certainly again, the whole yisod of ksuva was to protect the interests of a woman who would have been exceptionally vulnerable in a case of divorce or in a case of being widowed. And also these employee protection rights. What does the Mishnah say? Right? If the Mishnah says, what was the case of the employee? Let's remember again. I work for Ruben. You know Ruben, I say, Ruben, I want to get paid. Ruben says, I paid you. So let's say, I say, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, and I get paid. Now, let's say, now understand, before this Mishnah, how would you have tasked him? You be the posek, right? I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, you owe me my money. Ruben says, I paid you. What's the halacha? Simple, right? This is what are you talking about? You go to someone, you say they owe you money, okay? Shkoyach, prove it. So I said, this is incredible. So Chazal said, in this case, we don't say in this case, Chazal said to the employee, if you're willing to swear, all you need to do is swear you did not get paid, and you will get paid. That's tremendous. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So Maishnos here, so what's unique about an employee? In other words, I want to say, why did Chazal do this? Right? This really is a tremendous change. Just the basic way that the law. Why did Chazal do this? Halachos kigolos shanukan. So Shmuel said these are big halachos that we're passing over here. Zimmer says, 1 second. Halachos, honey. Zimmer says, I'm sorry. Halachos kashanukan. Halachos, honey, hilchasaninu. Zimmer says halachos, and most in general, halacha means biblical. Is this a biblical law? It says, Elaima takhanos kidolos shanukan. No. This is not a halacha. So again, terminology is very important. Halacha means biblical. So the Gemara says, kidolos, mechlad diika kitanos. So I understand what this big takhanos, this small takhanos, this takhanos I like, takhanos I don't like, takhanos I do, takhanos I don't do. Right? What does that mean? Again, it reached us. It's not a halacha. Amr Nachman, Amr Shmuel, takhanos kuvuos shanukan. No. Rather, what we mean to say over here is what's called takanos kivuos. Chazal are creating a lasting piece of legislation. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Akrua rabbanon mishuan balabayis v'shajua aschir mishum kedechayev. So what happened over here? Ultimately, again, really Chazal took the shua from the balabayis, right? Really, the balabayis should have been the one who swore that he already paid, right? And they gave the right to swear to the schir, to the employee. Why? Mishum kedechayev. Ultimately, for his livelihood. So they want the whole chapter, which is they wanted the employee to know that he always has a way to ensure that he gets paid. Right? In other words, the power is in his hands. If he's willing to take that shvuah, ultimately, again, he will get paid. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. The Gemara says, is that fair? Is that fair? I got it. We want to secure employees' rights. But because we want to secure employees' rights, we should put the employer, the balabayas, at a disadvantage. So the Gemara says, no. Balabayas, no. It's actually in the best interest of the employee also that if the employer, that if the employee wants to swear, then he get his wages. Why? So let's say, remember again, every employer, what does every employer need? What does every employer need? Employees, right? So now again, for the employer, it also works well that the employee is able to get paid. Why? Because that means people are going to be more willing to hire themselves out. So let's say, again, everyone knows, right? There is a shortage of good people. There's a shortage of good people. Oh, it's not really a shortage of good people. It's just a shortage of people who want to work, right? So nice again. So therefore, again, so in other words, just follow the progression over here. We want to legislate in favor of the employee. So the employee knows that if there's ever a salary dispute, the employee has the control. He swears and he gets paid. No second. No. Because since the employee knows that he gets paid, therefore what? He'll be more the employer. So therefore, everyone is happy. Adrabah, just the opposite. Might work better for the employee. Why? Because then if the employer has the ability to swear and therefore control payroll, he'll be more willing to hire employees, which means work will be more available, pay will be more available, to which the Gemara says, no. Balabayis bal karchei adir. No, we'll say the employer is always at a disadvantage. Why? Because he's going to need a workforce. Because regardless, he needs people. So the Gemara says, okay, we'll say, but the employee also is at a disadvantage. Why? Because he also needs a job. Ella, so we'll say, rather, what's going on over here? Here we go. Ella balabayis, tarut b'kalafu. So we'll say, here's the issue. Deep down, but really, what we feel is actually happening over here is sometimes there are confusions about payroll. Why does confusion about payroll happen over here? There's nothing actually, there's nothing illicit occurring. Rather, what happens? The employer employs a bunch of people. And remember what happens. So again, I employ Ruben, Shimon, and Levi, and just in the course of handing out the paychecks, I thought that I paid Ruben, but maybe I didn't. It's really just an honest mistake. Chazal were concerned about this. So because they were concerned about this, they gave the power to the employee to swear about whether or not he got paid. So again, we could attribute sometimes the confusion to just an honest mistake, and therefore we give the power to the employee to swear. So the Gemara says, so if that's the case, why not believe the employee without a shvuah? Right? In other words, if we're assuming over here, there's nothing, like no one's trying to pull any shenanigans, right? There's no shtick over here. But rather, again, just the employer gets a little bit, he gets just a little bit overwhelmed with running his business, and therefore, again, he thought he paid this one, he didn't pay this one. So if that's the case, then we'd be believing everybody in this case. Why not allow the employee to get paid without a shvuah? No, hold up there. That's not fair to the employer, right? Because again, the employer really thinks that he paid Ruben. Now again, if Ruben is willing to swear that he did not get paid, then fine, and the balabayas will take him at his word. We're not going to just pay him without a shvuah. So the Gemara says, it's not a better idea. Why not say that part of Hilchos payroll is that when you pay your employees, you should have to pay them with witnesses. Right? You save a lot of time. I save time and effort. So right, that's Hilchos payroll. Hilchos payroll, you pay your employees, pay them in front of witnesses. To which the Gemara says, no, Treicha B'Nasa. That's a tircha. That's a tircha. I was like, these people may be on different pay schedules. Every time he pays his employees, he's got to pay them for him to pay witnesses. That's too much. What's interesting? The Leisiv Leimei Kara. So I'll say this is fascinating. Why not prepay your employees? Right? Just pay them in the beginning of the day. That way there's no problem. I will say, by the way, I just want to tell you something amazing. What's fascinating about this statement is there must have been such a dramatically different work ethic in the times of the Gemara. Right? You hear this today, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? You're going to prepay employees? Oh, you know what? Here, take this, right? Here, you know what? Here's today's pay. Here's today's wages, right? So do a great job, right? It's just fascinating. But the fact that the Gemara is even floating this idea means that, like, someone thought that this is actually viable. It's actually viable. So it's incredible. Now, it would be beautiful to think that people would be so committed to their job and so committed to their task. But again, I'm pointing out the fact that it's a Havamina means that, again, in times of the Gemara, they actually entertain this possibility. So Gemara just says essentially, now remember, the idea is that why does confusion occur? Confusion occurs because maybe at the end of the day, or the end of whatever period is happening, there's a lot of stuff happening. So Gemara says, why don't you eliminate the confusion that when every employee goes in and shows up at the beginning of the day, the Balabayas pays them. Here's shekel, here's your money, right? Here's the wages. Hatzlacha, go out, make it a great day, right? So now why don't we just do that? So the Gemara says, no, this is interesting. Shnei anotzim ba'akafa. No one wants to prepay. No one wants to prepay. Now let's say a little bit, hakafa means credit. Now why does no one want to prepay? So Rashi points out to us something very interesting. So the Balabayas, the employer, doesn't want to prepay. Why? Because sometimes he doesn't have the money, right? Sometimes he doesn't have that money, won't have the money until the end of the day. And interestingly enough, the employee doesn't want that money either, right? Why? Because that means the whole day now, he's got to keep his pay, his wages in his pocket. He doesn't want to have to do that, right? He said he wants to come at the end of the day to be able to go ahead and get paid afterwards. So what's incredible? On the base, if that's the case, so let's say, so at the end of the day, so let's say, so now I just want to point that over here. So here's what's happening. The Mishnah told us halacha. I go over to Rabbi and say, Rabbi, I worked for you for the day. You owe me $100. Rabbi says, I paid you already. I say, no, you didn't. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, the employee swears that I did not get paid, and Rabbi is obligated to pay me. Why did Chazal institute this? Why? Because the assumption was that Reuben is very busy running his business. He thought he paid me. He didn't really pay me. And therefore Chazal gave the power to the employee to go ahead and extract his wages through a shvua. Gemara says, so if that's what this is about, that the employer is just, he's tolerant, right? He's fatomot. He's got a lot going on with running his business. And therefore, again, he's not trying to clarify that. Then that the halacha should be the same thing if there is a dispute about the amount of wages owed. So let's say in the Mishnah's case, I'm saying to Reuben, you owe me money for today's work. Reuben said, I paid you, right? Now, let's say, but if the logic that we just espoused is correct, then even if the dispute is not about whether or not I got paid, but the dispute is how much Reuben owes me, then we should also say that I should take the shvuah and ultimately go ahead and be able to extract my wages. Yet, Allah will tell you why did we learn about say, it's 45b. Second line. So what happens? I say, Reuben, so right, at the end of the day, Sunday, I worked for Reuben today. I say, Reuben, pay me. You agreed to pay me $200 for today's work. Reuben says, hold up there. I only agreed to pay you $100. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Hamotzi mechaver alavarayla. Why? So in that case, so here, what do we say? So again, now again, Reuben's going to pay me the $100 because that's what we both agreed to. But if I feel that Reuben owes me another $100, then Allah say again, the burden of proof is on me, the employee, to extract the money. But 1 second, why don't we say that an employer is often preoccupied with the details of running his business, and he messed up? I should be able to swear that Reuben contracted me for $200, and that's it. Yeah, over here, this is very interesting. Ketzitza vaday matkez gacherlei. They will say, an employer may get confused about whether or not he paid. The one thing he always knows is what? how much he agreed to pay to every single person. So the website, here's what's interesting. In other words, the assumption always is that an employer knows that I agreed to, or the amount that I agreed to pay you. What I may get confused is, did I pay you or not? Right? That case, the Mishnah. The case in the website is, right, Ruben's not disputing that I'm a contracted employee for $100 a day. That's not what he's disputing. What he's disputing is, he says, I paid you already. I say, you didn't pay me already. So then Chazal said, okay, take a shua that I didn't get paid, and I can extract the payment. But when it comes to the amount that's paid, that we assume the employer is crystal clear on. And if I want to claim that he owes me more money, you agreed to pay me $200, then halakha, so ultimately, again, that's on me, the employee, to extract. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, then even if the window, let's remember again, we saw this back in our Sanhedrin days. What's the halacha? The halacha is you have to pay wages in a timely fashion. Now again, the definition of timely depends on what? The nature of the employee, of the employment, right? Is it a day labor, is it a weekly labor, a yearly labor? So all that depends. So Allah Ta'ala, why did we learn? So what's it's very interesting. You want to say this whole idea of nishba b'notel, interestingly enough, only applies if I'm, let's say I'm a day laborer. So let's say I'm again asking for a day laborer. What's considered to be the window of payment is the next period of time, right? So let's say I work by day, he pays me that night. So when we say nishba b'notel, that's it. Let's say, so Sunday I work for Ruben, Sunday night I go to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. I can swear that I did not get paid, and ultimately I didn't collect wages right back. And however, interestingly enough, the Brisa says over here that if I wait till Monday, ultimately again, halakha l'maisa, I can't swear and extract money. That then reverts back to what? Why? Chazaka ein balabayis over the Baal Tali. Wow. Someone said there was a chazaka that an employer pays his workers. Fascinating. So said, so this is really riveting. Really riveting. So she just kind of like to put this together. So it says here like this. There's a general concern that an employer is going to be busy with the details of running his business, and therefore it's possible to think that he paid his worker when he didn't really pay his worker. That is possible. So therefore, Chazal said that if you're the employee and you're coming to claim your wages, right? Now the piece of being adult, you're coming to claim your wages when? In the window when they are collectible, and I say I didn't get paid, Ruben says I did pay you, I can swear that I didn't get paid, and I can get paid. But interestingly enough, that takana is only in the window of payment. If let's say I wait till Monday morning, and now I come to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. The halacha sides with Ruben, the employer. Why? Chazaka, that an employer, chazaka, that an employer pays his employees on time. That's the chazaka. And therefore, again, if I, the employee, want the claim, otherwise, do I have the ability to do so? Can I? Sure, I can make the claim, but it's a motzi mechavero alav haraya. So the Gemara said, listen to this. We just said before, but a balabayis, right, that the employer is often busy with the details of running his business. So why don't they say even here, maybe he just missed the window for paying? So I said, this is before this man, right, the time that he's obligated to pay comes about. And ultimately, again, when the time for payment actually comes, we assume that the balabayis is on top of this, and ultimately, again, pays his employees in a meaningful time. So let's say, so fascinating construct we have over here, right? So during the time when the actual employee is owed his money, Chazal made a takana, he can swear and get paid. After the window for proper payment, halakhic payment passes, the chazaka then is that the employer paid his workers, and if a worker wants the thing to the contrary, that is going to be a motzi mechadir alav haraya. Incredible. So one second. So you're telling me now, let's put me on bones over here. I said, I worked for Ruben on Sunday. Right, Ruben owes me $100. So now what happens? I show up. So if I show up Sunday night, I can swear and get paid. If I show up Monday morning, then what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Why? Because chazaka, that moving, my employer doesn't delay paying his employees. 1 second. But when I come on Monday morning and pay my wages, if he's sucking over the shubbat tigzol, don't, right, what do you think I'm doing? But don't I have a chazaka that I'm honest? Right? Isn't there a chazaka that I don't try to steal stuff from people? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. The Chisafra of the Shabbat Tigzol, Gali Balabais, so you must say, Gali Balabais, keep your check Chazak. So the Gemara saying like this. They say, I don't have a Chazaka. What's my Chazaka? That I'm honest. You're saying the Chazaka is that the Balabais doesn't violate the lane paying wages. Got it. I was a Chazaka that I don't steal stuff. Everybody has to at least some Chazaka, right? My Chazaka is I don't steal stuff. If that's the case, I should have a chazaka that vests me with believability to make the claim on my wages even Monday morning. Let's say, watch this. Balabais is a trade chazaki. The Balabais has 2 chazakas. Right, number 1, chazak de'in Balabais about talent. Right, so let's say ultimately again, chazaka number 1 is that the Balabais does not delay paying his wages. The chada is sakeh mashes chara. What's the second chazaka? The second chazaka is that people generally don't wait to collect their wages. Like I was saying, generally people don't say, you know what, I know that I'm supposed to get paid. I'll get around to collecting that when I have a chance. Right? In other words, so these 2 chazakas. Number 1, a balabais does not delay paying wages, and chazaka number 2 is employees do not delay collecting their wages. So therefore, because the balabais has those 2 chazakas, it's true that schir, right, the worker has 1 chazaka. What's his chazaka? That he doesn't steal. But the 2 chazakas of the balabais outweigh the 1 chazaka ultimately of the schir. Incredible. I'm not knocking. I'm a shmuel. So I say more qualifications to this rule. Lo shor ela shesafro be'edim. I will say furthermore, this whole thing over here, right? This whole thing, that going back to the say, so now let's go back to the mission. What's the original takana? The original takana is I work for Ruben on Sunday, right? I finish my day of work. I come now on this day, and I'm coming Sunday night. I say, Ruben, pay me the $100 you owe me. Ruben says, I'm sorry I paid you already. What's halacha? I swear and collect the payment. So if Nachman comes along and says, by the way, that's only true when Ruben hired me in front of witnesses. So there are witnesses that I was in the employ of Ruben. Let's listen to this. Let's say Ruben hired me without witnesses. Right? So which I will say means what? Which means what? There is no independent verification of my employment. Right? There's no legal proof that I was ever employed by Ruben. In that case, we talk Shiyachalomar lo skaticha me'olam, Yachalomar lo skaticha benasati lecha skarech. Shabbos say, this is incredible. Listen to this. There's a migo. What's the migo? So listen to this. All of this is right. So watch this. So I work for Ruben on Sunday, and I come Sunday night to go ahead and claim my wages. So now the Mishnah said there's a takana. Ruben says, I paid you. I say I didn't get paid. I swear that I didn't get paid. I collect my money. When is that? When there is independent legal verification of my employment. Right? Because then Ruben has to acknowledge that at least in some way he owes me money. He claims he paid it to me. I claim he didn't pay it to me. But if there's no independent verification of my employment, then Ruben has a migo. What's his migo? When I show up Sunday night and I say, Ruben, you owe me $100 for working for you today, Ruben could say to me, who are you? Right? Nice to meet you. Right? You work for me? I don't think we have any type of employment relationship. So because he has that migo, therefore what? He's believed to say that he paid me already. Incredible. So let's say, so again, it says shkoyach, right? Shkoyach, that is an excellent point. I think Rabbi Yochanan said this same idea as well, right? So Nachman said it's the name of Shmuel, and ultimately again, Rabbi Yochanan said this same idea. So the Gemara says, Mechlal, the Palagalei Reish They will say, interestingly enough, so Rabbi Yochanan said this as well. So now, in general, Rabbi Yochanan and Lakish were disputants, right? So are we to assume that because ultimately Rabbi Yitzchak is quoting the same Rabbi Yochanan, that Rish Lakish disagreed? So the Gemara listen to this. Igad the Amri Mishka Some say that, when this conversation was happening in the base medrash, so what happened? Reish Lakish heard it, right? But he was drinking. Right? So he was silent, not because he agreed or disagreed. He was just silent ultimately because he was having a drink. He was just drinking something. So you can't drink and speak at the same time. So by the way, just so incredible, right? Into people's reactions or the things that people do, we create narratives all the time about people's behaviors that may or may not see people to begin or not doing. So now, Reish Lakish doesn't say anything when they say that Rabbi Yochanan is, he didn't say anything because he agreed, disagreed. He was drinking a glass of water, right? The guy was drinking a glass of water. He just couldn't respond at the time that things could get down. The others say, Misha Avishai, specifically, others say no, that when Rabbi Yochanan was saying his piece, Reish Lakish was deferential as he was speaking and allowed him to finish up his thought before he went ahead and weighed in. Incredible. Okay, it's my name. I'm Nashim Amarav. Losha Lashasach Rabbi Avasakru Shalo Beidin, Nishon Shiyachal Loma Lo Sechaticha Me'olam, Yachal Loma Lo Sechaticha, Benasaki Lecha Schar. So let's say, so incredible. So let's say again, just another support to this idea that this whole Yisod, right? This whole Yisod ultimately again of the ability of the employee to take a shvuah and collect payment is only when there is independent legal verification of his employment status. But if there is no independent legal verification of his employment status, then when confronted by the claim that Reuben didn't pay me, Reuben could easily say, I don't know who you are. I don't owe you anything because I never employed you. Since he has that ego, therefore he is believed ultimately to say that I paid you already as well. Amrai Bachama, Kama Mal Yof. So the Gemara says, Kama Mal Yahash my son. Right? How beautiful is this statement? Amali Rava, my Mal Yusa. Ultimately again, so I said, what's the mile over here? So the Gemara says, in Cain, she was Shoman the Chayi Brahmana. Because without it, ultimately again, how do you ever have a case of Shvuah Shomer? So let's remember that Shvuah Shomer means I deposit something with someone to watch over it. And now again, let's say for example, it's a Shomer Chinam or Shomer, so whatever type of Shomer it is, there's different levels of liability. Now I come to collect my object. So let's take the case of a Shomer Chinam. Right? The Shomer Chinam claims that it was stolen. Now, technically speaking, an unpaid custodian shomer chinam is part of Gneva Va'aveda. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So how can you ever have a shlosh shomer? This is the actor. So let's say, listen to this. Again, the relationships must have been made with ethos. Right? I will say a typical case of a shomer. A typical case of shomer, again, I deposit something with Reuben. I say, Reuben, watch my lawnmower, right? So now Reuben's a shomer chino. He's an unpaid custodian. So now I come back to get my lawnmower. Reuben says, I'm so sorry. Reuben, it's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you, and therefore you didn't misappropriate it. So let's say, so what stops Reuben from saying to me, who are you? Or I don't even know who you are. It must be that what? All of these cases where there's an obligation of shua must be where these relationships were created and concretized in the presence of Aiden. Because without independent legal verification that the relationship ever existed, all of these people have a migo. What's the migo? You never gave me a lawnmower. So it must be that even just in a typical case of a shomer, the whole way that it's happening is only if I deposited the object with Reuben in front of witnesses. Fascinating. I never really thought about this before, but now this kind of sheds light on all these things. Right? So ultimately, again, because since Reuben could deny the whole thing, I never took a lawnmower, therefore he should be believed to say that ultimately what? It was an extenuating circumstance. The Abkimu Be'edin, when we talk Shiach Alomar Lo, Okay, we'll say no to them. We'll stop over for today because we'll pick up with this case of Shomim Mirat Hashem tomorrow because it goes on for a little bit. So we'll say, but again, what's fast is again, just so you're clear on the construct, right? So the Mishnah introduces us the Shvuas Hesis, or rabbinic Shvua, specifically created for the employee. What's the Shvua? I work for Ruvain Sunday. Ruvain owes me $100. I go to Ruvain Sunday night to collect my money. Ruvain says, I paid you. The halacha assumes that Ruvain is busy running a business, so maybe he forgot that he paid me. Therefore, what did Chazal say? I'm allowed to swear that I did not get paid, and I'm allowed to collect my payment. But now, halacha l'maisa, two caveats. Caveat number one, when am I showing up? Sunday night. If I wait until Monday to collect payment, then what? Then I can't collect. Why? Because Ruben has two chazakas working for him. Chazak number one, Salabai is an employer, does not delay paying his employees. And number two, employees do not wait to collect their wages. Furthermore, the only time this will work is when this employment was solidified in the presence of witnesses. But if it was not solidified in the presence of witnesses, then Ruvain does not have to pay. There is no shavua. Why? Because he has an ego. What the ego? He could claim, I never saw you before in my life. And because he has an ego to him that I never saw before in my life, therefore we wouldn't have to pay. So I will say, and now we're going to see how we apply this concept of edus to general cases of showman as well. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Chevron soon. Especially again, Chevron and Yisrael. Should be a week of Yisrael's troubles, Shishmir and Yisrael for all of you and for your families. And Halavai complete victory. Bracha for all of Klal Yisrael. All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Association of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year as a zechus for the son of Stavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan, Stephen Charizim, a loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zim Tivoda Bas Bishra Yoz Cholabracha Mekisha of our 50 yard site. And as we have learning sponsors for today, Alan and Sherry Steinmetz, commemorating the yard site of Alan's mother, Chaya Bas Rav Meir Zichronabracha. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Slav and Aliyah, the families and the Chama, all those who are fortunate to have one should have one together, and as Hashem is Kol Chomei Yisrael. Hashem make home all of our hostages b'shalom and b'karach. And of course, as we follow the events emerging out of Eretz Yisrael, we hope that the Baruch Hashem will give our holy and precious souls these incredible siyata d'shmaya as they execute their holy mission. And Hashem should shower His shmira yisera upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and how we should be zochem Hashem that this current phase of the war should bring incredible bracha, hatzmarachinu b'nei Yisrael, and for all of Am Yisrael. And we'll say that let us begin. So today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem at the Mishnah on the days 42b Mishnah. So so as you continue a little bit, we see as follows. So remember again, we're still focusing on the topic of Mod Mitzvahs. So these are the areas for which there is no shvua. Right, so these are the particular areas that if a dispute arises, so a shvua is not used as a mechanism of resolution. What are these areas? Ha'avadim, if there's a dispute regarding avadim and aved. Hashtaros, documents. Karkos, land, real estate. Hagdeshos, hagdish. What's the halacha? Furthermore, so again, if there were to be any type of conflict regarding these particular areas, halacha l'maisa, there would be no din of shvua. Furthermore, The common denominator in all of these particular areas is also Ein Bahem Tashlumi Ketel, V'lo Tashlumi Arba L'Chamisha. There's no din of ketel in any of these situations. Remember again, ketel is the halacha is a person steals something, they deny that they stole it, they're caught with the stolen item, they have to pay double. Arba L'Chamisha, the 4 and 5 time penalty payment, is halacha l'mayis again in the case of stealing and slaughtering sheep or cattle. There's the additional penalty payment you have to pay. Next, Shorachino. So again, therefore, this first line over here, Avodim Shtaras Karkaos Hekdeshos, ultimately no Shvua, no Ketel, no Arba L'Chamisha in all of those scenarios. Okay, next, Shorachino, Ein Mishpah. So the halacha is Shorachino cannot be made to swear a Shvuas Model Mitzvah. No say Sachar, a Shomer Sachar, Ein Shalim. Ultimately, again, doesn't pay. Again, we're gonna define a lot of these cases in the Gemara Mir session. The Rishon says, "Kachim shechai b'chuyuson nishpain alein, v'she'ino chai b'chuyuson ein nishpain alein." So this is very interesting. The Rishon comes along and says as follows: when it comes to kachim, remember again, because kachim were excluded, the Tanakama holds that when it comes to hagdish, there's no din of shua by hagdish. The Rishon says it depends on the need karbanos for which you are responsible for, then halacha l'maaseh you can take a shua. If you're not responsible for it, you don't have to take a shua. What does that mean? Karbanos I'm responsible for, karbanos I'm not responsible for. We'll say it's very interesting. If you go to Rashi, Rashi says it's remember Rashi on the left hand side, about 10 lines up on the bottom of Rashi. Kachim shechai b'chuyuson, you go on. Amar harei alai olah. Ve'hefish behema l'nidram, ve'kida l'zeh, nishpa aleh also shafi kalka liyadon, t're'eu karina be'edidav ra'agon non-rekot. We'll get to the best side. So again, here's the distinction. There's a difference between saying harei alai and harei zu. Like, let's say I want to offer up a particular animal as a nidava, as a gift offering. If I say harei alai karban, then what's happening over here? I'm taking upon myself responsibility to bring the carbon, which means, let's say I say harei alai, and I designate this animal, right? This is my olah. The animal dies. So because I said harei alai, the responsibility is upon me, therefore even if this animal dies, I have an obligation to replace it. As opposed to identifying an animal and saying what? Harei zu. This is a carbon. What's the halacha if the animal dies in that context? I no longer have any obligation to go and bring anything else. Because halacha l'maaseh again, the designation was on that devolved upon this animal, and this animal only. So harei alai versus harei zu. Because there's also tremendous musah skill that in general, when you take an obligation upon yourself, harei alai, what's the extent of your obligation? What's your obligation? Get it done. Get it done. When you commit yourself to something, right? There's a difference. Sometimes again, a person can be task-oriented or a person can be personal growth-oriented, right? Even though so often those lines seem to blur. It's the chiluk between being committed to personal growth versus being committed to a task. So if you're committed to a task, if the task gets done, it doesn't get done, okay, sometimes things get in your way. If it's about your own personal growth, that's harei alai. If it's harei alai, there are no excuses. If it's harei alai, the job has to get done. If it's harei alai, no matter what I have to do in order to go ahead and meet this goal, I will do it. Incredible. So therefore again, he says, touch him. If you're chayv mi'achrayis of it, ultimately again, there's a shua. You're not chayv mi'achrayis of it, no shua. Rabbi Meir says, so another interesting case. And again, obviously, we'll explain all of this in Gemara. Yish dvarim shehin kikarka, ve'ina kikarka. So this is interesting. He says, I should say, Yish dvarim shehin bikarka, ve'ina kikarka. Rabbi Meir says there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not treated like karka. Now, remember, again, I will say, the Mishnah is all connected. How did the Mishnah start out? The Mishnah started out by saying, amongst the things for which there is no shvua, karka, real estate is one of those things, right? Just to give you an example of this, right? I say to Ruben, I sold you an acre of land, right? And you owe me $10,000. And Ruben says, you only sold me half an acre of land, and I owe you $5,000. That's not a modin us, right? In other words, we deal with that. Normally, we would have thought partial admission means or triggers a shvua. There's no din of shvua by karka, no din of shvua real estate. So now, the Rabbi comes along and says, there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not considered karka. What's an example of this? Very interesting. So the Gemara says, the Chum dispute this. What is he talking about? Very interesting. Listen to this. I said, Reuben, I gave you 10 laden vines. In other words, vines that are filled with grapes. Vines that are filled with grapes. Right? And Reuben says, no, you only sold me 5. So we'll say, so Amir Mechayiv Shua. Amir says, Modin Mitzvahs. Modin Mitzvahs, partial omission, and therefore again you're going to be Chayiv Shua. The Chum on the other hand say, no, the Karka, Harehu Ki Karka. The Chum say, what are you talking about? This is a Karka case. This is a Karka case. Right? Because it's a Karka case, therefore what? Therefore no Modin Mitzvahs. So what the exact point of contention of that next? Furthermore, let's say when you swear about something, you can only be made to swear about something that literally again can be measured, right? Can be measured, can be weighed, or can be counted. In other words, what the Mishnah is saying is like this: in order to trigger a modin mitzvahs, there has to be a defined claim. What's the definition of defined? Something you can weigh, count, or measure. All right, for example, the Gemara says, Ketzad, very interesting. Bayis moli masarti l'cha, v'kis moli masarti l'cha. V'halo omer, eini yodea, alamashi nechta atanotel. So I'll say, for example, I say, Reuben, I gave you a house filled with produce, okay? Or I gave you a purse filled with coins, right? And now Reuben says, listen, whatever you gave me, I'm giving back to you. So the Gemara says in that case, the Mishnah says in that case, what's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, again, Reuben's pater. What do you mean Reuben's pater? Reuben's pater from Shuas Modin Mitzvahs. Why? Because Lamai said this is not a defined claim. Saying I gave you a house full of produce, I gave you a bag full of money, that is not a defined claim. Remember, the definition of defined is midah, mishkal, minyan. Weight, measure, number. Saying a pouch full, like a purse full, a house full, that's not enough. On the other hand, listen to this. On the other hand, if I say to Reuben, good. I'm sorry. On the other hand, I said, Reuben, I gave you a house full of produce. And the house, I gave you the produce full house up until the beam of the ceiling. And Reuben says, no, it only went up to the windowsill. Oh, that's Modin Mitzvahs. Why? Because that claim has a definition to it, right? That claim, again, has a measure associated with it. Okay, incredible. Let's go ahead. Says the Gemara. Now, let's remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that the items, namely again, avodim, shtaras, karkaos, hekdeshos. So slaves, documents, karka, real estate, hekdeshos, hekdesh, these items are not subject to a variety of halachas. Amongst them, kefal, double payment for a thief. So the Gemara says, Tashumi kefal minalan. From where do you know that? How of these objects are not subject to kefal? So the Gemara says, the Tanu Rabbanu we learned, I'll call davar pasha. So basically, the Gemara is putting over here the pasuk, just I'll call davar pasha, I'll shor, I'll chamor, I'll set, I'll salmo, I'll call aveda shayomar ki huzeh, Ada Elokim Yavod Varshneim, Asher Yashir Elokim Yishalim Shneim Re'ei. So most of the pasuk is talking about the din of kefal. That is, if I steal an object, and ultimately again I am caught with the object, I have to pay a double payment, right? The penalty payment. So the pasuk goes through a list of examples of items that you steal, right? So again, the example just shar, an ox, hamar, donkey, seh, sheep, salma, a garment, or any lost object. So now watch the Gemara dash into the pasuk. Here we go. I'll call davar pasha, like for anything with which you sin, klal. That specifies again an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a garment, prat. That's a specific statement. I'll call aveda, then it says a call aveda again. Chazav and kalal. So we'll say, what do we have over here klal, uprat, uklal. So whenever you have a klal, uprat, uklal, right, a general statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So remember again, in that case, the klal is expansive, the prat is limiting. How does this work? The prat defines the scope of the klal. How so? Mahaprat mufurash davar shemetaltal v'gufa mamun. So let's say in this case over here the prat. Right? What's the common denominator about the prat? Shar, chamar, ser, salmo. What's the common denominator? Davar metaltal. These are all movable objects, v'gufa mamun, and are inherently valuable. Metaltal, gufa mamun. Therefore, the prat sheds light on the cloud, and therefore, again, Rabbi said, what is included in the din of ketel? Anything which satisfies these two criteria. And Rabbi said, this halacha l'maisa. How do you know if you have to pay ketel? If you're involved in an object that number one is movable, and number two is inherently valuable. Therefore, the Gemara says, Yatsu avodim shukshu l'karkos. So first, Yatsu karko, sheni palkos. Number one, straight out, this excludes karka. Why does it exclude karka? Why? Karka is not movable. Next, Yatsu avodim shukshu l'karkos. It excludes avodim because in general we find that an evet is always compared to karka. Next, Yatsu shtaros. Shachavei sheni palkon in gufen mamon. It excludes shtaros. Why? Because even though shtaros are movable, a shtar is not inherently valuable. And lastly, it excludes hektish. Why? Re'ehu ksiv. Interesting enough, because the pasuk uses the lashon of re'ehu, your fellow. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, we exclude ultimately again hektish because hektish doesn't apply to re'ehu, to my fellow. So that's the first nugget of information over here. Why the din of kefa ultimately again does not apply to all of these items. It is learned out from the klal uprat to klal. The only thing, so let's say nugget number one for today. The only thing that kefa applies to has to satisfy two criteria. Number one, davar metalto, movable. Number two, gufa mamon, inherently valuable. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara, furthermore, again, there's no 4 or 5 time penalty payments on any of these items as well. Which the Gemara says, my time, I'm sorry, my time, what's the reason for this? But it's very simple. Tashlumi out of the Chamisha Amrachmana, below Tashlumi Shlosha Va'arba. Because the Torah said it's a 4 or 5 time penalty payment, not a 3 or 4 time penalty payment. What does that mean? So I'll say it's very simple. Arba Vechamisha, the model of Arba Vechamisha, the 4 or 5 time penalty payment, is built on the shoulders of Ketel. Therefore, once you take out Ketel, by definition, you never get to Arba Vechamisha. Right? What does 4 or 5 time penalty payment come? Well, what does it become without Ketel? What does it become without Ketel? 3 or 4 time penalty payment. But there is no din of 3 or 4 time penalty payment. Therefore, once you go ahead and essentially you pull out Ketel, you pull the rug out from under Arba B'Chamisha, and therefore by definition or by extension, it just doesn't apply. Incredible. Shomer Chino Eno Nishba. So an unpaid custodian, Shomer Chino, will not swear regarding these areas. Again, remember, same list. Avodim, Shtaros, Karkos, Ekdeshos. Minanim. From where do we know this? Right, where is this coming from? We'll say top of Mem Gimel, 43a. So very simple. The Gemara says, because we learned Kiyitin ish areehu cloud. So it's this very the pasuk the Gemara is talking about over here is the pasuk of Shomer Chino. Let me just read through the pasuk in its entirety. The pasuk reads like this: Kiyitin ish areehu kasef al kelim lishmar. The person will deposit with his fellow, literally again, kasef, money, kelim, utensils, lishmar, the guard. The gunav. So again, and then it's stolen from the house of the shomer. If they find the thief, once again the thief has to pay kefa. Here we go, top of Mem 43a. Cloud. So again, that statement, if a person will give to his fellow, that's a cloud. Kasef o kelim, money or utensils, prat, specific statement. Lishmar, to guard, chazav v'kalal. Klal again, what do we have over here? Klal, uprat, uklal. A general statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So once again, I say we are exegetical experts. So what do I know? How does a klal, uprat, uklal work? Very simple. The prat modifies the klal. Tadon elikeina prat. So remember again, the klal itself is modified by the prat. So what's unique about the items mentioned over here in the pasuk? Kesef Okelim, common denominator is Darin Taltal, the movable, and what? Gufamon, inherently valuable. Therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? I've called Abraham Taltal, the Gufamon. So therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? Then Halach so a Shomer can only be held liable for Shavua in the case of where he's watching something that is movable and inherently valuable. Therefore, this excludes karka, because karka is not movable. Yatsu avodim, it excludes avodim, because ultimately, again, they're compared to karka. Yatsu shtaris, it excludes shtaris, and ultimately, it excludes shtaris. Why? Because even though shtar is movable, a shtar ultimately, again, is not inherently valuable. And it excludes hektish. Why? Because the pasuk speaks about, again, something that's happening with your fellow, and hektish is not your fellow, which I will say is such a fascinating idea. Hektish is not your friend. Now listen, now what does this mean? Rabbi says, Rabbi often translate Yiras Hashem as fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Rebbe says, it can't be that Yiras Hashem is fear. Right? Why can't it be fear? So the Rebbe says, because when you fear something, what do? You distance yourself from it. The Rebbe gives examples. For example, a person fears fire. So because I fear fire, therefore by definition, I distance myself from fire. The Rebbe says the whole avodah of a yid is to come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Come close to the Ribono Shel Olam. So since we come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so ultimately again, so why would there be this distance? So the Rebbe says, you're right. It says, Yiras Hashem does not mean fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He says, Yira ultimately, as from a Lashon, ultimately again of like exaltation, of putting something on a pedestal. When you put something on a pedestal, so by definition, you want to be as close to it as possible, but you recognize that as close as you get, right? So, but I'm not distanced because of fear. I'm ultimately distanced because this thing, this entity is so great that no matter how close I get, by definition, I'm never going to be able to throw my arms around it. The Rebbe says this in the pasuk by Matan Torah. What does Baruch Hu tell Moshe Rabbeinu? It says, Klal Yisrael, v'shtachavisen me'rachok. You're going to bow, but you're going to bow at a distance. This incredible nature of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we're always coming closer and always getting closer, but there's always going to be this little bit of a gap between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not a gap that's caused by fear, right? But a gap because the Ribono Shel Olam is on this exalted pedestal. And again, I as a mortal, ultimately again can only get so close to that. I'm going to bow, but I'm going to bow at a distance. And it's just fascinating over here, right? How is hektish excluded from all of these things? Because also when it comes to all of these halachos, it's always notion of re'ehu, your fellow. Do you know who's not your buddy? Do you know who's not your buddy? You know who's not your fellow? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hektish. Right? Hektish is not my buddy. Right? There's a distance. There's a distance, and that distance is necessary for that proper reverence. It's like you go and meet the Gadol Hadar. Whoever everybody decides to we'll see the balance coming, you know? Right? Imagine you meet someone great. Let's say, it's fascinating. What don't you do with someone great? What don't you do with someone great? You don't throw your arms around us, right? As much as, okay, this is a place where a lot of hugging goes on, right? But my son, there are people you know that you're not. This applies to you, not to me. I'm saying, like, there are certain people you're going to meet them. You're not going to hug them. You're not going to hug them. Why? Because there's a certain reverence. That's there, and a certain distance that's there. And this is incredibly important, I say. Why is it incredibly important? Because the Ribono Shel Olam is not my buddy. Because he's not my buddy, Therefore, you have to be so careful in understanding that you don't understand what HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Now, a lot of times in life, we go through we have kindness. He did this, he did that, he did that. Those kindness presuppose that I can and I should understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. But at the end of it, that's not the way it works. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not your Re'ehu. He's not your friend. So, of course, is it normal to question? Of course, it's normal and reflexive to question. But right after that question, there has to be that understanding is Re'ehu below hektish. The Rebbe is not my friend. He's not my Re'ehu. He's not my buddy. He's not the entity that's on the same level as me that I throw my arms around. Yiras Hashem. And that understand that there are certain things we won't understand because I'm here and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is here. The relationship is beautiful, is passionate, is close. It's always that little bit of he's on the pedestal and I'm not. And because of that, there's a whole variety of things as I go through life that I'm not going to understand. So Shomer Sachar. Shomer Sachar doesn't pay. So you must see Minalan from where you know. It's the Tanabanan. So also we're going to go with our Klal again. Minalan, Tanabanan, Ki Yitin Ish Are'ehu Klal. Person will give to his fellow. So we'll say this is the pasuk over here now. Kitin ish areyu kamar or shor mishpar or mishpa in noah. So the pasuk by Shomer Sachar. So a person will give to his fellow an object to watch. So the Gemara says cloud. That's a limiting statement. Again, I give Ruben to watch again a donkey, a shor, so that's a part. The chol behema lishmar. And again, any animal to go ahead and watch. Chazav v'kala. That's the cloud again. So we'll say what's halacha? Klalu klatu cloud. So again, adek Yisrael. So again, essentially it's the same exact klalu klatu cloud. Namely what? What's the klalu klatu tell me? Tava on the talto, movable, the gufa malon, and inherently valuable. So we'll say, interesting enough for someone to point out, I don't know, you don't often see this, that it's the same klalu klatu cloud for all of these halachas in the Mishnah. So again, I'm only going to pay kefel. Again, if it's a davar metal of a gufa mamon, only if it's movable and inherently valuable. A shomer chinam is only going to pay if he's watching over something, or I should say, he's only going to swear if he's watching over something that is inherently movable and inherently valuable. A shomer sachar is only going to be chayiv to pay if he's watching over an object that is what? Movable and inherently valuable. So out of the gate, what does that exclude? Avodim, karkos, shtaros, and pectatios. Incredible. Next, you want to remember Omer Yishtar Shenki Karka. So remember again, Omer said there are things that are in the ground, but not like karka. So what is that? Now, I remember again, the Chacham disagreed. The Mishnah then said, like, give me an example. What are you talking about over here? Remember again, what was the case? I said, Ruvain, I gave you over 10 laden vines, and Ruvain says, no, you only gave me 5. So Meir says, oh, Moed Mitzvahs. Chacham say, no, it's not Moed Mitzvahs. So what's going on over here? So you notice in the cloud, the Rabbi Meir Sarva calling the full of the karka, and the karka. So what it sounds like over here is Rabbi Meir saying, even something attached to the ground doesn't have the din of karka, which the Gemara says, okay. So therefore, what it sounds like over here is Rabbi Meir looks at the vines as metaltalin. Okay. The Gemara says, so if that's the case, why do you have to set up the case as no. What's fascinating? You know, what's my focus over here? My focus over here is that the grapes on the vine are ready to be harvested. So what? So now what's my focus? Here we go. So we'll say what's from the vine? Are they considered to be harvested or not? We see this a lot of times in halacha. Something is ready to be removed. Is it considered to be removed or not? Rabbi Meir says yes. So because Rabbi Meir says if you have laden vines that are ready to be harvested, we view those grapes as harvested. And therefore what? This is not a din of karka. What is it a din of? Metaltalin. The Chum on the other hand say, as long as it is actually attached, even if it's ready to be harvested, it's considered to be attached, and therefore halacha l'maisa again, karka. Karka, incredible. So I'll say it happens to me, by the way, that I'm not passing like Rabbi Meir. that Anovim ha'omdim l'tzor kibtzuros tamim. When you have grapes that are ready to be harvested, they ultimately are what? Considered to be harvested. And therefore this would be a din of talkun, not a din of karka. Incredible. In Nishpan ala al davar shem midishem mishkal. So then the Mishnah ended up with a cloud. What's the cloud? That for most of the mitzvahs, there has to be a claim, a defined claim. What is the definition of the defined claim? Midah, mishkal, minyan. Something that can be weighed, measured, or counted. Okay, so now says like this. Amar Abaye, lo shana da amar lebayis stam, aval amar lebayis zeh malei midia tanos. Listen to this what I'll say. So when do we say, what's the example of, let's say, an undefined claim? Undefined claim, say, Ruvain, I gave you a house filled with produce. Okay, because that's undefined. But what Rabbi wants to suggest is if I said, Ruvain, I gave you this house, and I put this house filled with produce, that's a defined claim. Since I'm identifying the house, therefore what can we do? We can go measure it. That's a defined claim. Rabbi says, I don't think so. Because Rabbi, if you're right, the Tani Seifa, because the Rabbi said like this, let's look at the Mishnah. Like the Mishnah gave an example. What's an example of a defined case? I said, Ruvain, I gave you a house filled with produce, and the produce went up until the ceiling beams. And Ruvain says, no, it only went to the windowsill. So Rabbi says, Abaye, if you are right, then Liflog, first white line, Liflog from this name of the day. Then the Mishnah ultimately, again, doesn't have to go into a new case. Use the same case. When is this? So Abaye is Malek. Abaye is Zem Malek Chayim. Abaye, if you are right, the Mishnah should have said the case. Right? When do we say it's undefined? When I say to Ruvain, I gave you a house full of produce. But if I say to Ruvain, I gave you this house filled with produce, that's a defined claim, yet the Mishnah doesn't say that. Which therefore leads Rava to say to Abaye, you are wrong. Second white line, Ella Amar Rava. We'll say, here's the rule. The old Laman of Chayiv, Achi, Tanina, Bedavar, Shema Midah, Shema Mishkal, B'Shema Minyan, B'Shem Yodelo, Bedavar, Shema Midah, B'Shem Mishkal, B'Shem Minyan. Therefore, Rava rejects Abaye's idea. Rava says, even if you say, so if I say, Ruvain, I gave you this house filled with produce, that is not enough of a defined claim. In order to have a defined claim, I have to give an explicit weight, measure, or number, and Ruvain has to come back with a different weight, measure, or number to trigger more than the mitzvah. So thank God, I say to Ruvain, I deposited with you a core of wheat, and Ruvain says, no, I don't have anything. So we'll say, what is that? What do we call that? What do we call that? Don't make me right? Kov Bakol, right? Total negation of the claim. What's the left of Kov Bakol? He's Potter. Menorah, so menorah, you don't usually Yadecha. Right? I say, Ruvain, I deposited with you a large menorah. And Ruvain says back to me, Ruvain says, no, you didn't give me a menorah. You didn't give me a big menorah. You gave me a small menorah. What's the halacha? Potter. And we'll say, why is Ruvain Potter in that case? That's also called kind of Kov Bakol. Remember again, we saw this before. In order for there to be modern mitzvahs, the hoda'ah, the admission, has to be meaning hatayna, has to literally again be a derivative of the original claim. If Ruvain admits something different than what I'm claiming, so I'm claiming I deposited a large menorah. Ruvain says you deposited a small menorah. That's a different item. No different than saying, Ruvain, I deposited with you a Cadillac. And Ruvain says, no, you gave me a Toyota. That's not the same claim. Next. Azura Gidol Yeshli Biyadecha. So Ruvain, I deposited with you a large belt. Ein Lecha Biyadi Ela Azura Titana. Let alone give me a small belt. Once again, different claim. Therefore, Pasha. However, if I say to Ruvain, court for Yeshli Biyadecha, Ruvain, I gave you a core of wheat. Ruvain says, no, you only gave me a lesser, which is a different measure. Oh, that's what that makes us. That's what makes us chayiv. Or menorah bas eser litrin yeshli biyadecha. In the kabiyadi ela bas chamesh litrin chayiv. Or this actually, if you want to find this case, Ruvain, I gave you a menorah that was 10 pounds of gold. 10 pounds of gold. Ruvain says, no, it's only 8. Oh, that's more than makes us. Follow Shadavar. So let's say here is the cloud. We all love it. Chayiv achi anenu b'dar shebemidav shemishkal shebemidav v'yodelo So we'll say, here is the rule. Here is the rule. The rule is, in order to go ahead and make a proper claim, I must be claiming, my claim must be something that can be defined. What is the definition of defined? Something that can be weighed, measured, or counted. And therefore, again, the hodah, the admission, must also be in the form of something that could be weighed, measured, or counted. And by the way, there's one more piece over here, which is that the hodah, the admission, must be what we call mimin hatayna, must be a derivative of the claim. If the admission is not related to what is being claimed, that's not motive mitzvahs. The admission itself has to be an actual derivative of the claim. When we say klal shel davar, what is that coming to include? Lav la'asui bayis zeh moleh. It must be coming to include a bayis case. Right? And if I go ahead, even if I say to Reuven, I gave you this house filled with produce. And Reuven said, no, it wasn't filled, it was only half full. That is not a proper claim. Why is it not a proper claim? Because the statement of this house is not defined enough. Even though we could go into the house and what? Measure the amount of produce that the house could hold. The claim itself has to be measured, has to be defined either by weight or number, saying this house is not enough. So therefore, again, the cloud is coming to reject Abaye's idea. So I don't understand. So let's go back for a second. What about the menorah gedol, menorah ketana case, right? I go to Reuven and I say, Reuven, I deposited with you a gold menorah that was 10 pounds. Reuven says, no, it was only 8 pounds. So the Rabbi said, that's motiv mitzvahs. Why is that motiv mitzvahs? Right, those are two different menorahs. Right, on the other side, you're talking about two different objects. Right, I'm claiming a 10-pound menorah. Reuven is claiming it's an 8-pound menorah. Those are two different objects. Let's say, right, you give me the distinction between that case and let's say again, where I claim a core of wheat. I say, Reuven, the same language, but a 10-pound menorah and an 8-pound menorah are two different objects. So why is that called motiv mitzvahs? To which the Gemara says, Masha tano lo hodelo, umasha hodelo tano. I'm sorry. Masha menorah gedol, menorah ketana. Masha tano lo hodelo, masha hodelo lo tano. Ihaki bas esher bas chomesh. No, I'm sorry. I said that wrong. The case of big menorah, small menorah, that's a case of potter. Right? That's a case of potter. The Bryce has said why. Because again, what I'm claiming is not what's being admitted to, and what's being admitted to is not what's being claimed. Okay, so that makes sense. If that's the case, ihaki bas esher bas chomesh nami masha tano lo hodelo, masha hodelo lo tano. Should be the same case in the case of weights. In other words, if I claim, so what says, right? So in Brisa, we had a case of, I say, Reuven, I deposited a large menorah with you. Reuven said, no, it wasn't. It was a small one. What's that? Halacha? Kofer bakol is potter. There's no more than mitzvah. Why? Because again, what Reuven's admitting to is not what I'm claiming, and what I'm claiming is not what he's admitting to. But yet, interestingly enough, we're interested enough. If I claim Reuven, I deposited it was 8 pounds. The Bryce says that's motiv mitzvahs. Why? It's two different menorahs. So the Gemara says, I'm going to show a carpet that's made up of parts. It has parts. In other words, it has like a modular menorah, right? Right there. Again, so it has like there's sections, and therefore again, you could add on and you could take off. I must remember again when we talk about menorah, right? So again, I say menorah is a Hanukkah, right? So again, or Beis Hamikdash, that's what happens. See, so I'll show you. That's what Galus does, right? How could it be that we say menorah and a Yid doesn't automatically think Beis Hamikdash? How do we think Hanukkah? It's simple. 2,000 years of Galus. 2,000 years of Galus changes the neural pathways, right? We think differently. We think differently. Long before there was a Hanukkah, there was a Beis Hamikdash. Then that's what happens with Galus. So we'll say, so what happens? So if you think about a menorah like of the Beis Hamikdash or Hanukkah, but menorah just means a candelabra. So again, therefore, the Gemara says we're talking about again a menorah that's a modular or has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and Ruben says 8 pounds, we could actually be talking about the same menorah. What it comes down to is how many additional pieces are attached to it. The kamod if that's the case, Azura Nami Misty maybe like it. That's the case. Why don't you apply it to the belt case also? And maybe when I claim a big belt and Ruben only missed to a small belt, it's a modular belt. Modular belt. So sometimes after like a 3-day yontif, you can definitely use one of them. So the Gemara says, Ella, the light filo katani. No, it's not the kind of belt we're talking about because that's not a normal kind of belt. People don't normally have that kind of belt. How can I be shel filios lo katani? So therefore, again, I will say, let's not go with that case. Shiny menorah, we're not talking about a menorah made up of pieces. I would say, but rather you can understand that what happens is over here, a 10-pound menorah can become an 8-pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metal content wears away. Especially again, I will say, before treated metals like we have, ultimately the weight could be diminished. So therefore, when we say a 10-pound menorah versus an 8-pound menorah, we could actually still be talking the same exact language. So therefore, what comes out from this piece over here is as follows. In order to go ahead and trigger a shua, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, mida, mishkal, uminyan. Weighed, measured, or counted. Furthermore, again, in order for Mod Mitzvah's taina to be triggered, the taina, I should say, the hodah, has to be min hataina. Ultimately, again, the response has to mirror, ultimately, again, the claim. If the response is unrelated to the claim, then there is no shvua. Incredible. Mishnah. Hamavis Kaliyala Mashton, Va'avada Mashton. This was a very interesting case over here. I lend $1,000. And Ruben gives me collateral. What ends up happening over here? I lose the collateral. I lost it. What's the halacha? So let's say now you can understand where this is going to go. Now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral was. So ultimately, I said, Ruben, look, I lent you a seller, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. So I'm claiming, I'm the lender. I'm claiming that clearly, again, the collateral was not worth the value of the loan. So obviously, I lost the collateral. So obviously, we're going to deduct that value from Ruben's repayment. But Allah, Ruben's fault is money. On the other hand, on the other hand, Rabbi says, no, the collateral was worth the full amount of the loan. So you lost collateral. I'm sorry, silver, you can't collect anything more. So we'll say, what's the law over here? Potter. Now we'll say, what is this? So interestingly enough, this Mishnah is kind of like a case of modern Mishnahs as we're going to see. Right? So I'm claiming to Ruben, you still owe me money, because the value of the collateral did not match the value of the loan. Ruben's claiming I owe you nothing because the value of the collateral fully matched the value of the loan. Essentially, to assume what we call like a kol for bakol, right? He's not admitting to anything. Therefore, Allah separated from shua. Next case. I say to Ruben, I lent you a seller, and you gave me collateral. I lost the collateral, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. In this case over here, Ruben says it wasn't worth a shekel, it was worth 3 dinar. Now, remember again, normally what we say is a seller is equal to 6 dinar. So essentially, what Ruben's agreeing to over here is the collateral was worth half the value of the loan. So shtikal mod b'mixas over here. The Gemara says chayiv. Therefore, Ruben's going to be chayiv in the shul. We'll see who exactly is chayiv in the shul in just a moment. Next, seller will be sani alav ushtayim hayashada. Right? So once I say, interestingly enough, so in this case over here, now this is Ruben talking. Ruben says to me, silver, you lent me a seller. Ultimately, again, the collateral was actually worth twice as much as the loan. That's all Ruben had, was worth twice as much as the loan. I, the lender, say, lo, ki ala seller lo b'sicha lo b'seller hayashava. I claim, no. I agree that the collateral was worth as much as the loan, not twice as much. What's the halacha? Potter. There's no din of shua over here. Selling will be sunny Allah b'shtayim hayash. I was supposed to say these cases are the reverse, because now this is the borrower talking. Right? So here again, Ruben says, silver, you lent me a seller, and the collateral was worth 2 slime. The Gemara says, v'alo omer lo kela seller v'sicha Allah b'chamish dinarim hayashava. I say no. The I lent you a seller, and the collateral ultimately again was worth 5 dinars. Therefore, you still owe me 1 dinar. So what's the halacha chayiv? In that case, again, is a din of shvuah. So who swears? Who swears in all of these cases? Nishat b'kadon etzlav. So we'll say the person in possession, or who was in possession of the deposit, is the one who swears. Now, in most cases, who is that going to be? That's going to be the lender, right? Why? What are we concerned about? We're concerned that maybe I really do have the pikadon. What's going to happen? Reuben's going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull out the pikadon tara and show that again, Reuben is really lying, or Reuben's mistaken, and that will counsel him from being a witness in any future cases. Therefore, Allah myself, in order to avoid the possibility of somebody actually being in possession of the pikadon, lying that he doesn't have it, and taking it out after the other party takes the shula, the one who is in possession of the pikadon is the one ultimately who takes the shula. Incredible. On the base. Says the Gemara here. What's that last statement? That last statement, we'll say, right, the last statement of the Mishnah, which was, whoever is in possession of the pikadon is the one who takes the shvuah. The Mishnah, the Seifa play, the shvuah gabi mil malva. So we'll say, in that case over here, really, the shvuah really resides with the malva, right? Because remember, again, it's the malva, it's the lender who lost the shvuah, right? And now again, the borrower is claiming that the value of the collateral is actually worth more than the loan itself. Since it is the lender who had the pikadon, the lender who lost it, shouldn't it be the lender ultimately who's taking the shvuah already anyway? And we're Shmuel Areisha. Shmuel says, you're right. We're talking about ultimately the first case of the Mishnah. We'll see exactly what we just learned. Where it says, okay, I got it. My Areisha, which case, but again, there's a lot of cases in the Mishnah. Which case in the Mishnah you're referring to? Seifa Dereisha. There will be again the second case in the first part of the Mishnah. What's the case? Here we go. Sela Hilvisicha Alav, V'Shekel Haya Shava. Ultimately, here we go. Sela Hilvisicha Alav. So let's say here's the case. I'm the lender. I lent Reuben $1,000. Right? Reuben gave me collateral. He gave me collateral. So now I say to Reuben, I'm sorry, I lost the collateral. I lent you $1,000. Shekel Haya Shava. Just to keep things easy, I say ultimately again, the collateral was worth $500. So again, I'm agreeing that because I lost the collateral, therefore what? What have I forfeited? $500 of repayment. Okay, so I'm admitting to the fact that the collateral had a value and willing to forego that value. But here's the problem. Reuben says, ultimately, again, what's Reuben's claim? Reuben could know the collateral wasn't worth $500, it was worth $700. So therefore, again, so now Reuben's saying, you lost the collateral, therefore you lost $700. I agree I'm going to pay you $300, but Lamai said that's the value of your claim. So Shava Gemara says, what's the halacha? Chayiv shvuah. So I'm going to say, so what's the halacha? I'm sorry. You don't know Shava. Chayiv the shvuah gavi loving. Now we'll say, therefore, what's the halacha? Shvuah. Now, who takes a shvuah in this case? Who, right? Just playing this up, go on. Who should take the shvuah in this case? What would you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself from payment. So it makes sense, and he's also like a shtickle mode of the right? Because again, remember, he's admitting. Remember, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So what he's admitting already is, I only owe you $300. The lender is saying, no, you owe me $500. So it's a shtickle both of the mixos, and therefore, again, it makes sense to say that the borrower should be the. And now watch what happens. So we'll say that is the halacha. But watch, this is incredible. Oh, what happened over here? This is incredible. So they took it away from Reuben, the borrower, and who did they put it on? They put it on me, the lender. Now, why? What were they concerned about? They were concerned about over here that maybe there's some shenanigans happening over here, and maybe I still have the collateral. And what am I going to do? I'm going to wait till Reuben swears. I'm going to pull out the collateral. Ta-da! I have it. Reuben, look, you're a liar. And thereby invalidate Reuben for all future ables. Disqualify Reuben. Now, again, it's also possible that Reuben's not a liar. Reuben's mistaken. So Chazal didn't want any shenanigans happening over here. So what did they say? We want to make sure that the lender doesn't really have the collateral. So what are we going to do? Even though it's really the borrower who should be swearing, right? Because the borrower is claiming that the collateral is worth 700. Lender is saying the collateral is only worth 500. So really what should happen over here is the lender should swear about the value of the collateral and move on from there. But what Chazal did is they take the shua from the borrower and they put it on the lender. Mahashta da Amra Rashi, the Kaimalan, Zen Nishpa She'ena B'Shusa, Zen Nishpa Kama Shada. So I say now Rashi, interestingly enough, Rashi says actually this shua really morphs, this whole case really morphs into something different. There's really a lot of swearing going on all around over here, right? Because we will say why. The lender has to swear that he does not have the collateral in his possession. He has to make that oath, right? And the borrower has to swear how much the value of the actual collateral is. Shabbos say, so now it's not a question of who swears. What is it a question of? Who swears first? Mi nishba tchila. Who swears first? Misha pikadon etzlo. So say who swears first? He who is in possession of the collateral. Why? Shema yishbazah biyotzi hala sapikadon. Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that Allah that maybe the borrower is going to swear and tada, the lender is going to take out collateral. We'll say now the Gemara just threw that out at us, and we have not seen that before. I mean, we saw it above Mitzvah, but we have not seen that reference over here. In this case over here, I lent him $1,000. Really gave me collateral. I lost collateral. Now, what's the contention over here is what's the value of the collateral? I'm agreeing the collateral is worth $500. I agree. Reuben says no. It was worth $700. So what happens over here? So I'll say we've been focusing on who swears regarding the collateral. By the Gemara just want to tell you, there's actually two shvuas happening over here. I have to swear that I don't have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I lost it, so whatever it is. I have to make that shua because I am and then what happens? Then Reuben has to swear ultimately again about ultimately again the value of the collaterals. Now really what it comes down to, I will say, is both of us are swearing. So the real shayla is not who's swearing. The real shayla is who's swearing first. So it turns out that halacha l'maisa, here's the order. First order of business, first shua is me, the lender. I swear that what? Reuben swears about the value of the pikadon, and after he takes that shua, we settle up for the remainder of the outstanding money. So if Reuben is really willing to swear that the pikadon itself is worth $700, he swears about it, then what's the halacha? He takes his shua, pays me the outstanding $300, and shalom al Yisrael. Incredible. Amr Shmuel. Also, I just read another line. So Shmuel says as follows: Hayman the Ose Alpha Zuz and the Chabre. So it's an interesting case over here. Right? We'll at least start it, and we'll have to stop. So Reuben says like this: I lend $1,000 to Reuben, and what happens? And what happens over here? I'll just tell these stats and then we'll stop. So I will say we get into an interesting question about collateral. When we normally speak about collateral, we assume that collateral has an inherent value. What do we do in a case where the collateral itself seems to be valueless or certainly does not match the value of the loan? Is there the possibility to ascribe a heightened level of value to an otherwise valueless collateral? And Yas Hashem to be continued tomorrow. Bosai, Shkoya. What a daf, what a day, what a week. Shkoya, good night of Shabbos. All right, good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos. So our brothers and Eretz Yisrael and Eretz Hashem should be a peaceful Shabbos, a holy Shabbos, a Shabbos Hashgacha Pratis. Ashkacha for entire Klal Yisrael and B'Selos Tevos, Yeshua Mechanos and Shalom. Shabbos, you will say. Good Shabbos.
Somebody stole $200 from my room and I'm dying inside. Really? He goes, you see my hands? I worked in the plantation all day for that $200. If you know who did it, please give it back to me. I'm like, okay. I never seen that. I am fucking INR. I was just nuts, man. I was just fucking nuts. Oh, man.
School said ultimately that collateral represents a form of freedom
I'm sure. We left
collateral, novelty also is one. Is that even if the collateral is dramatically different in amount than the actual loan itself, nevertheless, it appears that when a lender accepts collateral, he accepts that collateral as being independent of the value of the actual loan itself. Lose the collateral, lose the ability to achieve any additional level of functionality in our good. Now, I tell you, this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, this one doesn't matter. Now, I tell you, אפילו קטע בנעשתה. Remember, again, we said the interest rate of the Nachman, we said that you see ultimately again, accidental silver in our gun safety, even if you see accidental silver of a Nasca of a title, was it 2 collateral views, half of the loan attached, half of the loan, 50% of loan attached to each of them. Therefore, again, of a Nasca of a title, if you lose the silver, you lose half of the loan. Of a title, of a tutor. If you lose the accidental, you lose the other half of the loan. Instead of us seeing 7 of the shekel higher shekel. Ruben, I lent you $1,000, but collateral itself is only worth $100. So they were selling it. He said, "I love higher shekel." And Ruben said, "No, sure, you lent me $1,000, but the collateral is worth $500." So what's called? So Ruben, the borrower, is I relay company said, for 1 second, why don't you say? Why doesn't the lender say to the borrower? Why doesn't the borrower say to the lender? You accept the collateral. You accepted that collateral.
January 1887. We continue next time.
And therefore, again, whether it's worth 100, 500, 300, or 1,000, this is what you accept ultimately as payment of the debt. Which the Gemara says, Masnisi the Parish, Shmuel the Devon Parish. This was the only again, just talking about a case of where one was that was the second last line the Parish. Pablo Alai, Ella Bahrai, Ella Bishaka. Was it a case where the lender makes the public declaration, I'm accepting this collateral for its value. Or it's down. So I am not accepting this collateral as a form of debt. That will discuss by the way exactly that. You will use the collateral to do something that you use as a form of debt. That's the borrower. Don't hold that to discuss the collateral advice to you every week. Something funny, I don't give a fuck. It's something outside the box. That's why I tried you. I am not. I'm accepting this collateral, but I'm not accepting ultimately as a form of rape. You got. Rather, my liability for this item is capped at its actual value, as opposed to the case of Shmuel. When the case of Shmuel, the lender does not relate to that. The lender is not related to that because he accepts it as only payment of the debt. You still have $5 you get more if you want to get more guys do $5 you get video, you get audio. It's a new thing with a free podcast for free. Is collateral bearer or is collateral bearer something else? Something else about the see what? Is collateral just there as a reminder of the debt? Right? That collateral is there as a tangible reminder of the fact that I lent you the money. And it was a reminder that I lent you the money. Why else would you watch my
stand-up's gone right now, so you have to figure out how to make some numbers. That's right.
Collateral is lost. Do we say when collateral is lost, the broker is lost as well? Or no, when collateral is lost, I as the lender, I'm on the hook for the value of the collateral. But I have not lost the agreement at all. First, let me get to know you. My mother's story on the Damascus was that somebody lent money, I lent you money on the Damascus, right, with collateral. For other Damascus, and now the collateral is lost. So what's the next halacha? Shava Ito Asma'os. So what's the ultimate again? Swears, right? You feel the
January
I
87,
swear,
Jimmy
that
Seafood.
Shabbat
Thank you,
Shalom,
Jen,
because
for
of
masks.
I swear ultimately
And
again
as
that I
always,
lost
Ryan
the collateral, and
Sickler.com,
I go
Ryan
ahead
Sickler
and I
on all
collect my
social
money.
media. I'll talk to y'all
People
next
got
week.
the Eliezer. Listen, these words of Rabbi Eliezer. It's okay. Once again, listen, Shita, I lose the collateral. I swear that I lost it, and I collect my debt. But you keep all that. Your if I use the mashko to borrow to borrow to say to me, listen, Silver, you lent me money with the mashko and the collateral. When you use the collateral, then what? You lose the ability to collect the debt. Aval, Hamal the Elef Zus, the Shtar, the Riach mashko, no. They all say, I lent you $1,000 Zus, $1,000. And there's a document. And but there's also a mashko, and Ruben also gave me collateral. Divrei HaKol, Avad HaMashkon, Avdu Ma'osa. Everyone will agree that if I lose the mashkon, then ultimately I lose the ability to collect the debt. So we'll say, so here's what we have so far. So again, in a regular case, where I go ahead, I let you make money, and there's a mashkon. I now go ahead and lose the mashkon. What's the halacha? Rabbi Eliezer says, I, the lender, take a shua that I lost the mashkon, and I collect my debt. Rabbi Akiva says, no, you lost the mashkon, you lost the ability to collect. The mashkon represents payment, and therefore again, you can't go ahead and claim any kind of thing. So we'll say, the fundamental my focus on the Rabbi Eliezer is what? It's the nature of mashkon. Is mashkon a form of repayment, or is it just some type of security? Rabbi Eliezer clearly holds it just a form of security. Therefore, if I lose it, I swear, then I also collect my debt. Rabbi Akiva says, no, once it's a form of repayment. Therefore, once you lose it, you lose the ability to repay. However, the Gemara then says everyone agrees that if I lend given $1,000, the loan is recorded in a document, but he also gives me mashkon. In that case, everyone agrees that if I lose the mashkon, I lose the money. Which is okay. If then what's the case? If the shavi shir zuzim, so if the value of the mashkon was the value of the debt, so I lent him $1,000 and he gave me $1,000 mashkon, then fine. Then the Gemara says, top of $9 almost like my time the Rabbi Eliezer. Then we'll say ultimately again, then what is the logic of Rabbi Eliezer? Meaning, why would Rabbi Eliezer hold that Lamaisa again? That why would Rabbi Eliezer hold that I have the ability to go ahead and collect my debt? Meaning, if at the end of the day the value of the mashkon is the mashkon, I should use the ability to collect it. What Rabbi Eliezer says, Elulav, it's a low shavi shir. Rather, it has to be ultimately again that the value of the mashkon is not the value, and therefore we'll say the point of the mashkon is here is the sheet of shur. Shur is what was said before that when you accept collateral as the value of the debt, and therefore according to Shmuel, if the lender loses the collateral, then what? You lose the ability to collect anything more on the debt. So maybe that's what they're arguing about. Bruce Lee says low. So says the Gemara, everyone agrees that what? When the value of the collateral does not mirror the actual value of the debt, less with the Shmuel. We'll say, so this which is says the Gemara, when the value of the collateral does not mirror the value of the debt, and no one holds like Shmuel. No one holds that if you use the collateral, you will lose the ability to collect. So what's the case here? The Hacha made the Shavi Shir. So we'll say over here, we're dealing with the case of where the mice in the collateral is the same value as the actual loan itself. And we'll say, in fact, the whole this on the Akiva, it's usually in the statement of Rabbi Yitzchak. What does Rabbi Yitzchak say? So Rabbi Yitzchak, Minayin L'Balchol, Shekhan Mashkon, was this thing Rabbi Yitzchak says, from where do you know that a Balchol, that a lender, goes ahead and acquires the actual Mashkon? So we'll say, again, that the Mashkon becomes his. Shene'emar, and we'll say, now we're going to see, there is going to be a fundamental focus as to the nature of the relationship between the Balchol, the creditor or lender, and the mashkon, and the actual collateral. Does the collateral belong to him? Does he acquire the mashkon? Or is he more like a shomer, like a custodian for the mashkon? So Yitzchak says, from where do we know that the Balchol, the actual lender, goes ahead and acquires
the mashkol that in this case, Shenema, because the pasuk says, "Ulchot yet tzedakah." And also the mashkol is something like the following: which is that I see an object as collateral. And let's say again the person is impoverished, the borrower is poor. So the collateral is something that he needs. For example, I take his challenge as collateral. So what does the Torah say? Hashem tashiv lo es ha'avot k'va shemesh, v'shachal b'samos v'recha ulchat yetzlachos. See what the Torah tells me. If I collateralize his pajamas, I should give him back his pajamas at night. And I should go ahead and take them back the next morning. Or I go ahead and I take his hammer, and he's a carpenter, so I can keep his hammer at night, but in the morning I should give him back his hammer. And the Torah says, "Ulchot yet tzedakah." It's actually my focus in the Farshim, as Tyler said his face. The Gemara is saying over here, "Ulchot yet tzedakah" means a lender, this will consider to be a tzedakah. It's an act of righteousness, of kindness that you are perpetrating. Says the Gemara, "In Eino Konem Mashron tzedakah." Now you know. So we'll say, so it's only the tzedakah part. So essentially, what Torah is telling me is, if I, the lender, go ahead and return the mashkol to the borrower whenever he needs it, that's the tzedakah that I'm performing. That's only the tzedakah that I will say what? It's only the tzedakah if I own it. If it's mine, if it's really mine, and yet I still go out of my way to go ahead and give it back to him, then that is the tzedakah. However, in the kone mashkol, that if I don't acquire the mashkol, then tzedakah is right. And I will say, what tzedakah is there? What do we learn from here? Time, the whole shekana mashkol. From here we learn that the yitzchak, but ultimately again the powerful creditor, the lender, actually acquires the mashkol. Which the Gemara says, "Lima that yitzchak kadon." Maybe the stick with yitzchak, and we'll say it's in fact in machlokes kadon. How so? She says, "Remember Tizra, Ema damer yitzchak, shemashkol or shalom b'shas haba." What's the system? So when does Rabbi Yitzchak say about saying Shita that a Balkon actually acquires ownership over the mashkol? That's only Shemashachno Shalom B'Shas Hava. That's what they will say when the mashkol is given, not at the time that the actual loan was given. However, Mashachno B'Shas Hava, the Rabbi Yitzchak said that the lender acquires the mashkol. The mashkol was given at the time of the debt. I will say, I look at that just a moment. When does Rabbi Yitzchak say that the Balkon acquires the mashkol? That's only when the mashkol was given later on. After the debt was made, why the Rashi? You go, are you being basic? Rashi says, that's Rashi on the page. The Bahaki Mishkaita, the Ksivla Elminei, Bahutz Tamo, Vaish, Ba'amar Zesh Yachbez. So the Gemara says, in the context of the pursuit, it sounds like over here what's happening in this case is that this is talking about a situation where Beis Din gave the lender this mashkol after the loan was made. Something after the loan was made, Beis Din for some reason awarded the lender the mashkol. So we'll say that's what Rabbi Yitzchak says, that the Balkon acquires the mashkol. But perhaps it's possible that what? That when the mashkol is given at the time of the loan itself, the Balkon does not acquire it. I will say. So obviously the underlying question over here is, if a Balkon doesn't acquire a mashkol, then ultimately again, what is the power of that mashkol? So we'll get to that in just a moment. But the Gemara is just suggesting over here, and this really just based in the context of the psukim, that the Lamaisa, since I was talking about the traditional, perhaps on how Rabbi Yitzchak says that the Balkon requires the mashkol, is that the mashkol is awarded to me. But if the mashkol is given at the time of the loan itself, maybe the Balkon doesn't acquire it, to which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Ella, Amar Dar Yitzchak, Shemashach Nishma B'Shas Hava. When does the Yitzchak say the best of the mashkol was given later, after the actual loan was made? However, B'Shach B'Shas Hava, the Amar, but again, at the time that was given, the time the loan was made, who says that the Yitzchak holds that the Balkon requires it? Ella, B'Shach Shalom B'Shas Hava also. Rather, I will say if the mashkol was given not at the time the loan was made. In other words, the mashkol was given after the loan was made. For the Amalok, everyone will agree that we hold on the shita of that mitzvah. Right? Everyone will agree
that Lamaisa again we subscribe to Yitzchak, namely that the Balfour was called the Mashkin. Hacha, the Rashachna B'Shas Hava Asol, will be Shomer Adi the Kalif. What's the watch this? This is really interesting. Here, what's the machlok? Yes, the machlok says about the following case. I lend Ruvain money. I lend him $1,000. At the time of the loan, there was no mashkon given. Right? Excuse me, I take that back. At the time of the loan, the mashkon was given. Because let's remember the other case, which is I lent him $1,000 and then a week later, a month later, whatever it is, I'm given a mashkon. At this point, you might assume everyone agrees with the Yitzchak, which we'll discuss. Everyone agrees with the Yitzchak that the lender will in fact acquire the actual mashkon itself. Now we're dealing with another case, which is where I lent him money. A mashkon was not given at the time of the loan, but a mashkon was given at the time of the loan, and therefore once the mashkon is over here, last time $1 will be shomer aveda different. I was saying mashkon is over here regarding shomer aveda. So let's say shomer aveda literally is someone who finds a lost object and is now watching that object. Shomer aveda, what's the status of a shomer aveda? Let's remember again, if I'm going and I'm watching an object that I found, a lost object that I found, what kind of shomer am I? You also watch this. Rabbi Amar shomer chino. So we'll say that's easy. Right? Rabbi says I'm an unpaid custodian. Right? Which I will say privately means I have relatively low liability. The only liability I have is what? Is Shia. Right? If I'm negligent. Right? If I'm negligent. Recklessly negligent. However, we'll say, watch this. But Yosef Amar is Shomer Sachar. Yosef says, I'm like a paid custodian. I must say, how can it possibly be recognized as a paid custodian for an object that I found that I don't even know the owner? Look at Rashi this moment. Shomer Sachar, Tereri, Schar Mitzvah. Schar Mitzvah. Schar Mitzvah. Umal ba'ala mashkon nami mitzvah. We'll say, watch this. It says the Gemara, when I watch a lost object, so we'll say, I am getting paid. What's the payment? The payment is in the form that I'm getting a mitzvah. So we'll say, what Rabbi Yosef is saying over here is a looser interpretation of the Shomer Sachar. Right? The Shomer Sachar is anyone who gets benefit from his agency, from his shira. So normally we interpret that as financial gain, and we are paid to do it. Now Rabbi Yosef comes along and says, I get a mitzvah. Ultimately, again, from fulfilling this agency, I am going to be, that's called the Shomer Sachar. So I go ahead and I get the mitzvah for watching over the Aveda. Therefore, again, and now Rashi adds in over here, Umal ba'ala mashkon nami mitzvah of it. And therefore, again, Yosef says that when one lends on collateral, he's also performing the mitzvah of lending money, and therefore, again, he's considered to be like the Shomer Sachar on the mashkon itself. Lema, to Rabbi Yosef, Tanai, so it's maybe this is Rabbi Yosef, it's not what it's Tanai, to which the Gemara says, no, the Shomer Aveda, Rabbi Yosef, it's not true. Also, when it comes to a lost object, everyone agrees with the position of Rabbi Yosef. So if I find a lost object, and I am now watching that object, everyone will agree that I am a Shomer Sachar. Why am I a Shomer Sachar? Because I'm getting the mitzvah ultimately again of guarding the lost object. So let's say the hacha, the milvet tzarich mashkon. Wow, we're seeing so many dramatic machlokes today. What's going on over here? Says the Gemara, the machlokes over here is regarding a case where the lender tzarich mashkon. It's the first, it's the last of the wide lines on top, 4 lines into the top of the page. Tzarich mashkon yishtamish bo. What's it ultimately? What's the case over here? The case is I go ahead and I lend Ruben $1,000. He gives me his garden shears, and what happens? I happen to need to do some landscaping, so I need shears. So what happens? So what's the arrangement? Look at Dashi. So what's the way this works, by the way, is, and this has to be stipulated, is I go ahead and I say, listen, here's the deal. So I'm lending you $1,000. You give me the shears as collateral. I'm going to use the shears. And obviously, every single time I use the shears, we're going to attribute some that act is worth something. We're going to subtract the value of the service, ultimately against from your debt. So let's say, remember again, every time you use shears, So you go ahead and maybe shears aren't the best company. Snow blower is a little bit better, something machinery. The idea being that every single time you use how we calculate the amount is irrelevant for our conversation today. The point is, they have this particular arrangement. I'm gonna use the shears, and I'll go ahead and subtract the value of that service from the total debt. So we'll say, so watch this. Mar Sava mitzvah kavod, Mar Sava lav mitzvah kavod. So we'll say back to the Rashi. Rashi says over here, V'havi kishom rachisham. I'm sorry. So Rashi says, look, I'm sorry. Lishtam begin the Rashi. Tzarch l'mashkon. Lishtam mishpo u'menakim minachov v'sivus hamashkon. Rabbi Eliezer Savar. Kevan d'tzarch l'mashkon ein kan mitzvah ulahana asal niskabin v'havi kishom rachisham. So we'll say, Rabbi Eliezer will say, in this case, I will say, I'm not a shomer suffer, right? I'm a shomer freedom. Why? Because I'm not getting a mitzvah. So why am I not getting a mitzvah? Because I'm benefiting from this arrangement. This arrangement is done ultimately to benefit me as well. Therefore, you can't call me a shomer suffer based on the fact that I'm getting a mitzvah. This is for my benefit, and therefore I'm a shomer freedom. But the kiva suffer, kiva the poches alav a holy mitzvah habi alav el kishomer suffer. What's what the kiva says? And even if I'm deriving benefit ultimately again from the collateral, at the end of the day, because I'm paying for that service, I am still called a shomer safer, or I still derive benefit from the fact that I fulfilled the mitzvah of lending money. Good. So say ultimately again that this is still subject to my concept. Hamaves chavera ala mashkon v'nichnes hashmita. Once I get ready for this, again, it's just one amazing case after the next. So it's like, so I lend Ruben money, right? I lend $1,000, but he gives me collateral. And he gives me his watch. His watch, and then I will say, what happens? Shemitah comes. Shemitah has a member. He says, what does Shemitah do? Shemitah cancels all debts. Even though again, collateral is not worth the full value of the loan, but rather it's worth only a part of the loan. Eino Mishami. We'll say, watch this. Shimon says, even though the collateral is worth only a fraction of the loan, nevertheless, that is enough to go ahead and prevent Shmita from canceling the debt. We'll say, Rashi says that there's something very interesting, just saying some mechanics in this. So Hamal Ba'alash Rashi is now why is that? Ye'im kan mishum lo yigos shahari ino no ksho. What's the listen to this? The pasuk by Shmita says lo yigos esra'el. You can't press your fellow for repayment, right? You can't press you do what? Do what? I don't have to press anyone for anything. Why not? Because I've got an object that represents the value or represents some type of a money. If I lend money to someone, I lend $1,000 to Ruben, and Ruben gives me his Rolex, does not cancel that debt. Because since because I already have collateral, it's as if that debt is in a state of quasi-collection, and therefore Shemitah does not cancel. Okay, so let's say the Shaila then comes up. So that's easy to understand in the case where what? Where the collateral is worth pretty much the value of the debt itself. What about where the collateral is not worth the value of the debt, right? I go ahead and I lend him $1,000. He gives me whatever. He gives me another object that's worth $500. So let's say the Shaila is now, does that collateral prevent Shemitah from still canceling the debt? So we'll say, watch this. Let's read the Gemara again. Some of us coming out of Mashkon, I let you get $1,000, he gives me a Mashkon, and Shemitah comes even though I lend him $1,000, and the Mashkon itself is worth only $500. Eino Mishamit. I will say Shemitah will not cancel the debt. Divrei Reb Shimon Gamliel. Ultimately, I will say this is ultimately the distinction of Shimon Gamliel. Yudah Nasi Omer. Yudah says in Haya Mashkon Kineged Chava Eino Mishamit. Ve'im Lav Mishamit. Yudah Nasi says no. If the mashkon is the value of the debt, it doesn't cancel. But if the mashkon is less than the value of the debt, then what? Shemitah cancels. So Yuma says, "My Inam Misham to Kamar Tanakam." We'll say, what is it? Again, the Tanakama said that if I lend the money on a mashkon, that Shemitah is not Mishani. What does that mean? It means that Shemitah doesn't cancel the amount of the debt that corresponds to the Mishani. Can I give it to you that us to hold? The Lord say that Shemitah ultimately again would go ahead and what? Would go ahead and Lemaisa cancel out even the part of the debt that corresponds to the value of the mashkon. Ella amai tafis mashkon. If that's the case, then what good is holding on to mashkon? Ella lav kineget kulo. Rather, you have to say that what? That there must be that lemaisa, the presence of the mashkon, prevents Shemitah from canceling the debt in its entirety. Even what they will say, even the amount of the mash, even the amount of the debt that not supersedes, that exceeds the value of the mashkon. Thank you. But we just welcome it for you, and ultimately again, the fundamental machlokas will say all comes back to what? To Shmuel. We'll say all roads lead back to Shmuel. What does that mean? Because remember, Shmuel was the one who said that what? Right? All roads lead back to Shmuel. So the idea over here is that what? The question over here in this situation is, what is the nature of the relationship between the mashkon, where the value of the mashkon does not match the value of the debt? At the end of the day, do we say that Lemaisa again, that the mashkon represents the debt in its entirety, even though the mashkon's actual value is less than the debt in its entirety, or not? Maybe that's at the root of this machlokas. And I will say again, one of the manifestations of Shmuel's statement is what collateral does vis-a-vis Shemitah. He says, "These are amazing." The Tanakama holds that I will say a mashkon only works in the amount of the mashkon which corresponds to the amount of the debt. Rabbi Yudah Nasi Savra Kenegdo Nami Mishani. Rabbi Yudah Nasi therefore will say that what? In particular, when Shemitah comes, so Shemitah will wipe out everything, even the amount ultimately of the mashkon which corresponds to the amount of the debt. Which is Ka'amar Lamai Tapas. So you see yourself for 1 second. If Shemitah has the ability ultimately again to wipe out the amount of the debt which corresponds to the mashkon, then what good does the mashkon do? To which the Gemara says, ultimately what the mashkon does is to remind you of the debt. But I will say again, the mashkon is a tangible, valuable reminder ultimately again of the fact that I went ahead and I lent you the money, but in no way does it represent some unit of collection. So therefore I will say this ultimately again is what we are left with. So first of all, in the case of, so let's go back. So how do we pass this? In general, when it comes to mashkon, so what is the role of mashkon when it comes to collection of the debt? So let's listen to this. So the Shulchan Aruch Paskins, this is in Kosher Mishpat, Sinim Ayin Beis Sif Beis, the Ramah. So look at listen to what the Ramah says. Di Pirish, Farm B'Shas Hava, Shemekava Hamashkon B'Cholachov, Afivim Kiba Kata de Magla Ba'alfe Zuzei, Avad Mashkon, Avad Akov. So we'll say, we accept Shmuel's position, but with a modification. Or with a, we'll call it a modification, right? So we'll say, remember again, Shmuel makes a blanket statement. Shmuel says that when I, the lender, receive the mashkon, then what? I accept that mashkon as the full value of the debt. Even if it's clear that the mashkon is worth much less than the debt. The Ramah says, no, that's not how it works. The way it works is as follows. If I go ahead and I lend $1,000 to Reuben, gives me a mashkon. If I say, Reuben, I hereby accept this mashkon as potential repayment of the debt, then what? Then the mashkon ultimately again stands in lieu of repayment. So what it means as follows. It means number one, that in the event that Reuben defaults on the loan, obviously I have the mashkon. What else does it mean? If I lose the mashkon, then what? I've lost the ability to collect. But I will say that is only true if I explicitly articulate that. If I do not explicitly articulate that, and then what? He gives me a mashkon, then I will say, how do we do that mashkon? That mashkon ultimately has value, but it does not represent the payment of the debt. Therefore, I will say, if I, the lender, lose the mashkon, what's the halacha? I have to pay back. What do I have to pay back? The value of the mashkon itself, or I could deduct the value of that mashkon from the amount that Reuben owes me. So we'll say, so bottom line is, we accept the fact that a mashkon that is valued at less then the actual debt itself can serve as repayment of the debt, but only in a situation where that was explicitly articulated ultimately by the lender. But in the event that it was not explicitly articulated by the lender, then the most that the lender is on the hook for, I will say, is what? Is the actual value of the mashka. I will say that's number one. Number two, how do we paskin by shmita? So we'll say you paskin by shmita that if you have a collateralized loan, even if the collateral is worth only a fraction of the debt, the presence of collateral ultimately again allows, or I should say prevents shmita from going ahead and redeeming, or prevents shmita from wiping out the debt. We'll say the idea behind that is because once I have collateral represents that the debt is in a state of quasi-collection. Once it's in a state of quasi-collection, even though again the mashkun itself is much less valuable than the actual debt itself, once it's in a state of quasi-collection, shmita is not mishani, shmita will not like that. Hajj Allah, shvuas hayyana, we'll say mazel tov. We'll say new parent. We'll say now this is a dramatically limiting sugya of shvuas dirabbanon. Then I will say we're gonna blow the top off of shvuas right now. Mamish, like, right now we've been dealing with shvuas one by one. Now we're about to deal with all of them together. I will say, and now specifically, but we're going to be dealing with a grouping of shvuas, namely shvuas dirabbanon, rabbinic shvuas. So it says in the Mishnah, "Kol mishpan shorter." Listen to this. When it comes to biblical shvuas, right? Mishpain v'lo mishtamim. I will say. So if you notice again, the pattern over here by shvut deros, I will say, is the point over here is to do what? Is to exempt yourself from liability. So biblical shvua says, I'm chayiv something. I'm going to take a shvua to free myself from responsibility. So essentially, on a biblical level, I swear in order not to pay. So we'll say. So again, so we were just on my motor and I say, Ruben, I have $1,000. Ruben says, you only left me 500. What does he do? Right? He takes the shvua in order to what? Not pay. Right? Ruben, will say, what's the halacha? He takes the shvua. Why? In order not to pay. Biblical shvuas, I will say, are there to exempt people from liability. Watch this. However, the Elu Mishpan V'no. Now we're introducing a new category, a new concept of shvuas, which I will say this rabbinic category, this rabbinic rubric. So what happens? You swear in order to go ahead and take money. So we'll say here, I'm swearing in order to get paid. I'm swearing in order to collect money. What are the examples of this? So first of all, we just want to listen, we're just going to break them down. Hasachir, Hanigzal, Hanechbal, Shekinegdo ala Shua, Vechen Bani al Pinkasa. Fine. So we'll say. So what are all these cases? So I want to point out. If you look at Rashi, 4 lines down in the new Mishnah, the Hebrew Mishpat and Open, Shekinegdo Cham L'Shavalivo. We'll say these are all rabbinic shvuos, but the rabbis instituted that these people will swear in order to collect payment. We'll say, so watch this. Watch these cases. Hasachir Kinta. We'll say, what's the case of the sucker? We'll say, sucker means a hired worker. We'll say, this is an incredible case. Arlo, Temis Charishi, Yadecha. Well, I work for Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, I'm a day, because this case works best with like a day labor. I'm a day laborer. So what happens? I say, Ruvain, please go ahead and pay me my wage. Right? I work today, pay me my wage. Who Omer? Nasati, Ruvain says, I paid you already. And I say, I don't know what you're talking about because I didn't get paid. I say, again, in this case, Ruben, my employer is saying you paid me. I'm saying I never got paid. So I say, what's the halacha? Who nishpa v'lo? I say, the halacha is I, the laborer, I, the worker, take a shvuah that I never got paid, and what? And I collect my salary. So I swear that I never got paid, and I collect my salary. And you this is amazing. And Ruben says no, it has to be some type of partial recognition. For example, Ruben says essentially I already paid you 30. So also you don't hold that these shvuas are only shvuas that you kind of making them like Modev and Mitzvah's cases. And in Modev and Mitzvah's cases, I'm paying you only today's wages. Ruben says I paid you part of the wage. I swear regarding the remainder and taking. important part now. We'll discuss this machlokes in Gemara. But the point of the Rabbi side is, remember, this is a rabbinic shvuah that instructs that I swear in order to collect. I swear because I want to get money. Migzal, what's the case of a stolen object? How you meet it also, this is the case. Shenichnas Labei. So Lamashkin Shlabishus. So say, watch this. I lent Ruben money. Now I decided I'm getting a little bit nervous if he's arthritis or whatever it is. I decide to go into his house. I'm not breaking it, I'm letting myself. Right, so what happens? I go ahead. So I have people themselves in. So what happens? So I go ahead and I walk into his house. I walk in to go ahead and take something with him. Listen, you took my object. But who Omer? Lona Talti. And I say, listen, I didn't take anything. I don't know what you're talking about. So Ruben, who is the supposed aggrieved party, right? He says that I claim Russian. He takes a shvuah in order to go ahead and what? Take back the agreement. Says it has to be a partial ignition. For example, Amar Lo Shnei Kelim Natalta. So I go to Ruben's home. I take two objects. I take stuff as collateral. Ruben claims that what silver? You took two kelim. I say, Boomer, Lo Natalti Ela Echad. And I claim that we'll say, no, I only took one object. Okay, so fine, so we'll do this. So again, we're going to see that Rabbi is going to argue on each of these cases. And Yehuda requires that there be some type of hold with us. We'll say, watch this, very for this case. Nechba Ketzak, this is amazing. What's the case of damages or injury? So, Hayu Me'itin also, Shenichnas Tachas Yadon Shalim, Yotza Chavo. We'll say, watch this. So I went to meet with Ruben. And witnesses testified that before Ruben met with me, he was perfectly healthy and fine. But then when he came out of the meeting, what happened? He has two black eyes and a broken arm. So Amar Lo Chabal to be, and Ruben says that's what slippery beat me up. But Amar Lo Chabal to, I say to him, you tripped, right? You walked into the doorknob, whatever it is, I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. So I said, what's the halacha? Ruben can take a shura side and what? He can take a shua and ultimately again collect damages. Ruben says, again I will say the same thing. Ad shetei sham mitzas hodah. We'll say that Yehuda requires that there be some type of partial admission. We'll say, what's the case of partial admission? Ketzad Amar Lo Chabal to be shtayim. We'll say, listen to this. So Ruben will say, you broke both my arms, right? You gave me two injuries. V'halo Omer Lo Chabalti L'cha Ela Achas. And I will say, what do I say? I say, I only went ahead and damaged you in one way. So we'll say, so let's. You know what? We stop over here. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with Shemegdal Hashua in Meretz Hashem tomorrow. I'm an easy sell. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share, to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tolzim Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shumer Drushos this year as a zchus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. And our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan, Haba Alim Latoba, Stephen Terizin, in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Devora Bas Rabbi Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yahrzeit. And additional sponsorship. What's going on over there? All right, we'll wait. I'm gonna wait on the last sponsorship till he gets here. Okay, and another sponsorship to be named later. And it's Hashem. Okay, well, so let's begin. Thank you to Rabbi Richter for giving shur over the last 2 days. It's Baruch Shem, a great zuchos to be back here with all of
you, and let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Beis 42, and because I was not the one giving shir, we are beginning on Mem Beis in Meretz Hashem 42a, 6 lines down from the top. The Gemara says, those are some very interesting cases over here. So, there was a guy who said to his fellow, it sounds like a pretty straightforward case, right? So Reuben goes over to Shimon. Reuben says, Shimon, I lent you $100, I lent you $1,000. Pay up. And again, of course, Reuben is coming forward with a shtar as well to back up that particular claim. Amrali praticha. So ultimately, again, so Shimon says, what are you talking about? I paid you back already. Amrali, so no. So interestingly enough, so watch what happens over here. Reuben says, yes, I received money from you, that is true, but Hano Citroen, that was money for a separate transaction. Right? In other words, I'm coming to you to collect on the loan as identified in this document. I admit, you paid me money, but the money that you paid me was for another side transaction. Rashi says over here, Citroen, and I will say, just remember this phrase, because remember again, this is going to come up a couple of times. It says, Citroen, mitzad achar hayisa chayivli. You were obligated to me for another transaction. Okay, so interestingly enough, so what's fascinating over here is, again, Reuben is going over to Shimon. Shimon owed me $1,000. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuben says, yes, you gave me $1,000 for another transaction. I'm coming to you now with this document to collect on this one. So fascinating case over here where the lender is admitting that he received money, but just claiming that that money was for a separate transaction. Now, before we even go on, so remember again, on one hand, Reuben is eroding his claim because he is admitting that he received money. On the other hand, what does Reuben have? What does he have? The document. Now, remember again, generally the way we work in loan transactions is if you're the lender, right, and now the borrower is paying you back. If you're the borrower, the one thing you're walking away with is the shtar, right? Because he who holds the shtar holds the ability to collect. So how do we understand this case? So first thing, Machlokes, Rav Nachman says, Isra Shtara. In this case over here, the shtar has been compromised. Now, Gerbo said Isra Shtara means, again, Isra from Lashon of Ra. The shtar has been compromised. Rashi says, Isra Shtara, Hoil Umoda Shekibleim, Valav Kol Kamini Lomar Sitrainu. So Rav Nachman says, essentially, Reuben can't collect. Why? Because since Reuben admits that he has been paid money, therefore, Halacha L'maisa, again, the shtar itself is compromised and he can't collect. Even though, interestingly enough, even though Reuben is holding the document, and that is out of character for a loan that has been repaid, but since Reuben is admitting that he has been paid, we have no other documentation of a secondary transaction, right? Remember, again, it's not like there's any second shot that's being produced. Sefer Rav Nachman says, we take it that the loan has been paid. Why Reuben still has the shtar, I don't know. But once he's admitted that he has been paid, halacha l'maisa, is the end of the story. Rav Papa says, lo isra shtara. Rav Papa says, no, not true. Not true, the shtar is not compromised. The shtar is fully intact. And again, what's Rav Papa's logic? At the end of the day, Reuben's holding the shtar. If the loan was really repaid, then what should be the halacha? Reuben should not have the shtar. Shimon should have taken back the shtar. So the Gemara says, Rav Papa, my shna me'ahu. So the Gemara asks Rav Papa, why is this different than the following case? Listen to this. Same case. Reuben goes over to Shimon. He says, Shimon, give me the $1,000 you owe me, b'hashtara. And ultimately again, and he says, and Reuben says, here's the shtar. Amarle, lava turi yahavasli, va'asis ve'esiris amasakta. So again, so we'll say, so similar case over here, where Shimon says, right? Shimon says, I paid you, right? And Reuben again says, you did, but remember that was for a different transaction. I bought meat from you. Right, you paid me money. You paid me money, and again that was for meat. You bought meat from me. And essentially you got your meat. It's a long way of saying it. In other words, yes, you gave me money, but that money was for the purchase of meat, and you came with me to the butcher, and I gave you the meat. You gave me the meat. So in other words, same case. Reuben is admitting that he received money from Shimon, but he's saying the money that you gave me was for the purchase of meat, and I delivered on that. That transaction is closed, but you still owe me money for this loan. So what's the halacha? The Gemara says, "Va'amarle hano sitrayninu." No, that was a different transaction. That's not the transaction in this document. A different transaction. Rav Papa. Interestingly enough, in that case, Rav Papa says Isra Shtara. Rav Papa agrees in that case that halacha l'maisa, the document is compromised, because again we could say that although payment was given, halacha l'maisa, it was for a different transaction. The Gemara says, "Hasam kevan dika'amar aturi yahavasli u'meturi shaklis Isra Shtara." Interestingly enough, the reason Rav Papa feels that that case is different is because there is a secondary material claim. In other words, if you notice the difference between the two cases, right? In our case, right, the way the Gemara started is Reuven is admitting, yes, I received $1,000, that was for a different transaction. What transaction? Like, in other words, but it's serious. You have documentation, you have something, you can't just claim a secondary transaction. In this case, interestingly enough, this will be saying over here, you purchased meat, you came with meat to the butcher, there's a narrative. And Rav Papa will say, in that kind of case where there's a narrative, then halacha l'maisa Isra Shtara. Halacha imar sitrayninu. Good. So my have yallah. So I'll say, so bottom line, what is the halach? So we'll say, so let's go back now to our original case, right? So again, Reuben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuben says, yes, you did pay me $1,000. That was a secondary transaction. What is the halacha? Rav Nachman Isra Shtara. Once Reuven admits that he received money, he can no longer collect again with this shtar. Again, I say, even though, again, the glaring question is, if you really were repaid for this debt, why are you still holding a document? It doesn't matter. Once you admit that you received money, halacha l'maisa, again, we're done. Rav Papa, no, not Isra Shtara. As long as the lender is holding the shtar, he has the ability to collect it. So my haviyah, what's that halacha? Rav Papi Amar Lo Isra Shtara. Rav Papi says the shtar has not been compromised. Rav Idi Amar Isra Shtara. No, the shtar has been compromised. There is a Mosai Isra Shtara. The halacha is ultimately, again, in a case like this, the shtar has in fact been compromised. So when you have a case where the lender admits that he has received money from the borrower, even though he's claiming that that money was for a separate transaction, halacha l'maisa, he cannot collect with this shtar any longer. Isra Shtara. So and by the way, the Gemara just qualifies this. The party ba'api sahadi below ibkar le'shtara. Now this is assuming that halacha l'maisa, again, payment occurred in front of witnesses, and there was just simply no mention of the shtar. In other words, that if payment happened in front of witnesses and there was no mention of the shtar, then we assume that halacha l'maisa again, that halacha l'maisa, this is payment for the debt. In other words, the fact that the shtar wasn't taken back, it is a strange thing. It is, but l'maisa, payment happened in front of witnesses, then that's when Isra Shtara. Aval, well, so here's an interesting qualification. Pari being didei. Here's what's interesting. If payment happened between Reuven and Shimon and there were no witnesses, Shabbos says it's a very interesting qualification. So when do we say Isra Shtara? We say Isra Shtara when payment happened in the presence of witnesses. But if payment just happened between Reuven and Shimon, then Reuven has a migo. What's Reuven's migo? Right? Remember again, when Reuven goes over to Shimon and Shimon says, you owe me $1,000, and Shimon says, I paid you, if halacha l'may lo hayud dvar me'olo. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And by the way, the law would, and who would the law side with in that case? Reuven. Why? Because Reuven has the shtar. So Reuven has a migo that he could have claimed you never paid me at all. So because he has that migo, therefore he's believed to say that no, you did pay me, but this was for a different transaction, so owe me this money. So therefore both say, and again, the Gemara points out this actually happened in a case with Avimi Rabbi Avo. Rashi just points out that we are a case in Ksubis where this actually occurred. So halacha l'maisa, first piece of halacha l'maisa for today. Reuven goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Here's the document. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuven agrees, you did pay me, but you paid me for a different transaction. What is the halacha? The halacha is Isra Shtara. Reuven cannot collect again with this document. Why? Because since he admitted that he was repaid, he compromised the effectiveness of the shtar. Done. But that is presupposing that payment took place in the presence of witnesses. But if payment did not take place in the presence of witnesses, Reuben can collect with the shtar. Why? Because he has a migo. What's his migo? He could have said what? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. I never received anything from you. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, he would be believed to say that payment was for a different transaction. Incredible. Okay, we'll say that's part one. So this is a very interesting case over here. So right, same case, Reuben lent Shimon $1,000, and what happened? So Reuben, so right. So Reuben lends Shimon $1,000. Shimon says to Reuben something very interesting. Shimon says to Reuben that I'm giving you complete credibility. That if you claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed. So let's see what's happening over here. So Shimon the borrower, is vesting Reuben, the lender, with complete credibility regarding this transaction. So even if I, Shimon, claim that I paid you back, if you, Reuben, the lender, claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed. You are believed. The Gemara says, so we'll say now, by the way, why would someone do that? So this happens all of the time when friends transact business with each other, right? It's wonderful to think that friendship could transcend anything. We all learn in life that is unequivocally false, right? Friendship can't really transcend anything, right? In other words, money, difficult, whatever it might be. So again, you have two people who are very close, very trusting to each other. It could also be a good way for Shimon to be able to secure the loan from Reuven, right? Essentially invests in with complete believability. All right, in any event, so he goes on and says, also pray the Ape Sahadi. So interestingly enough, what ends up happening over here, Shimon pays back Reuven, and he pays him back in the presence of witnesses. All right, so we'll say, so now what happens? So the Gemara says, so now let's play this out. So Shimon goes back, pays back Reuven in the presence of witnesses. 2 days later, Reuven comes and he says, Shimon, you owe me money. Shimon says, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of witnesses. To which Reuven claims, Shimon, you remember our deal? You vested me with complete credibility, right, to determine whether or not you paid me back. So I'm saying, you haven't paid me back. Shimon's like, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of witnesses. So what do we do in this case? Fascinating. So the Gemara says, Abai Rabbi Tavayu, Rabbi says, look, a deal is a deal. At the end of the day, Shimon agreed that Reuven has the complete credibility to say whether or not he's paid back. If Reuven shows up and says, Shimon, you did not pay me back, and as I say, in al maladaber, there's nothing else to discuss. There's witnesses, and who cares? That's not the nature of this transaction. So the Gemara says, Maskif or Papa. So Papa says, 1 second, that doesn't make any sense. No, come on, let's understand what's happening over here. When Shimon says to Reuven, you have complete credibility, what does Shimon say? You have complete credibility over me. In other words, that if it's my word against your word, I'm telling you, your word is witness. But witnesses are witnesses, right? Shimon would never in a million years agree to say that Reuven's word should trump witnesses. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, if it's lender's word against borrower's word, so again, the nature of the transaction is lender is going to win. Lender's going to win. But if it's witnesses create independent verification of what occurred. Incredible. Next case. We'll say another case like this. So again, Reuven lent Shimon $1,000, and Shimon says, Reuven, your word is as credible to me as 2 witnesses. Which is, again, now, interestingly enough, these cases are building on each other. So in this case, over here, Shimon is almost like he's what's the right word? He's concretizing this in a bit more of a legal framework. So he's saying, Shimon says, Reuven lender, your word is as credible to me as 2 witnesses. Okay, now watch this. The Gemara says, Azal pari ba'ape tlasa. Okay, so what happens now? So Shimon goes and he pays back Reuven in the presence of 3 witnesses. Good. So I'll say, now obviously the unwritten part of the case is what happened. He pays back in the presence of 3 witnesses, and then Reuven, the lender, shows up the next day and says, you owe me money. Shimon says, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of 3 witnesses. So again, Reuven doesn't have a claim. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, Shimon's a smart guy. Shimon says, I rest you with the credibility of 2 witnesses, but I paid you back in the presence of 3 witnesses. So therefore, again, Reuven's credibility fades in the face of the 3 witnesses in front of whom he's been paid back. If everybody's on the show, we'll say second white line in the base of Daleth doesn't make sense. Emer de Amri Rabbanan de Azlinan Basar of Deos, Hanim Yidei Le'inyan Umdina, the Kamadin Afishe Beki Tfei, Aval Le'inyan Eidos, Mea Kitrei, Utrei Kimea. So here's what's interesting. What's interesting in this case is, Papa comes along and says that doesn't really make much sense. In other words, in the world of testimony, 2 witnesses are the same as 3 witnesses, are the same as 23 witnesses. It doesn't make a difference. The only time where numbers matter, interestingly enough, is in a case of umdina. What's umdina? Umdina are cases of assessments or valuations. In other words, where we're relying on opinions for something. And again, I will say, you could have umdina in a variety of different cases. Umdina where again, we could be doing valuations of something, or opinion cases. So in opinion cases, where we're not basing it per se on testimony or on halacha, that's where numbers make a difference. But in pure testimony, numbers don't make a difference. Therefore, Rabbi says something very interesting. When Shimon the borrower says to Reuven that halacha l'maisa, you are believed to me, you are believed in my eyes like 2 witnesses, and then Shimon pays back Reuven in the presence of 3 witnesses. Essentially, what we have over here is what? Halachically, 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses. That's really what we have over here. And the fact that he paid it back in the presence of 3 witnesses does not lend any more credence to Shimon's claim. So I'll say, therefore, what we do in this case, so for halacha l'maisa, Reuven would be able to collect again. Why? Because essentially it's 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses, which means they effectively cancel each other out. And what does Reuven still have? He's got the shtar. Therefore, Papa posits that in this case, although Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing by paying back in the presence of 3 witnesses, it turns out that it didn't actually do anything, because this is not a numbers game. Witnesses are witnesses, and therefore halacha l'maisa, Shimon would still have to pay back. So the Gemara says, another version of this. So let's listen to the same case, right? So Reuven lent Shimon $1,000. Shimon said, okay, Reuven, thank you. And Reuven, you are believed like 2 witnesses to say that I did not pay back. So sure enough, what ended up happening? Shimon paid back, and Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing. He paid back Reuven in the presence of 3 witnesses. So Papa says, Papa makes a statement that again, Shimon did a smart thing. Why? Because Shimon believed Reuven like 2 witnesses, but not like 3 witnesses. Therefore, because he paid back in the presence of 3 witnesses, Reuven's subsequent claim that he has not been paid back has no veracity. Rav Kana says, what are you talking about? It's not the way testimony works, right? Witnesses, 2 is like 100, 100 is like 2. There's no value to greater numbers of witnesses. The Amarle, however, listen to this. The Amarle kebeit tlasa va'azal va'apari ba'ape be'arba. So I'll say, so now watch what the Gemara just did. The Gemara essentially said like this. In a case, before we get to the punchline, in a case where Reuven lent Shimon $1,000, Shimon says to Reuven, your word in this transaction is as much weight as 2 witnesses. Which essentially means if you say that I did not pay you back, that's as if 2 witnesses claim that I did not pay you back. Fine. Shimon wants to pay back Reuven, but obviously Shimon wants to make sure that Reuven can't claim against him anymore. So for some reason he doesn't get back the document. What does he do? He pays it back in the presence of 3 witnesses. It turns out that halacha l'maisa, that doesn't do anything. Why? Because in the realm of Eidos, 2, 3, 100, it doesn't make a difference. They're all the same. And therefore, even though Shimon is paying back Reuven in the presence of 3 witnesses, Reuven is still vested with the credibility of a testimonial unit as well. And therefore, when he claims, Shimon, you did not pay me back, coupled with the fact that Reuven is still holding the shtar, gives Reuven the ability to collect from Shimon. Now, there is one notable exception to this case. Watch this. Same case. Reuven lent Shimon $1,000. Shimon says, Reuven, you are believable to me. You are believed to me like 3 witnesses. he Dafka says 3 witnesses. Okay? Then what happens? Shimon pays back Reuven in the presence of 4 witnesses. The Gemara says, in this case, Shimon's chak will work. Why? The Gemara says, look how the Gemara ends. The Gemara says, Kevan did noches ledeus, noches ledeus. Once you go to 3, right? In other words, you go above 2. 2 represents testimonial unit. So when you say 2, 2 is 2, 2 is 22, 2 is 42. It doesn't make a difference. Once you say 3, you got to agree to say 3. Then what is Shimon doing? Shimon is saying, this is a numbers game. This is a number. So not all units are the same. So since Hidaka pointed out 3, he was saying, Reuven, you are believed to be like a group of 3. But if I pay you back in front of a group of 4, that is a stronger testimonial unit. And then for halacha l'maisa, your subsequent claim that I owe you money is not believed. So again, it's just an interesting chap over here, where Shimon goes out of his way to point out 3, then it does become a numbers issue. And again, if you pay it back in front of a group of 4, Shimon would be believed, but Reuven would not. Incredible. All right, let's go back to really interesting cases. So we'll say, 3 nuggets of halacha l'maisa. Good. Let's go. We'll say so back to the Mishnah. The Mishnah said that again with Shvos Hadayanim, so you can't go ahead and be forced to swear based on the claim of a Chirish, Shota, and Katan. Chirish, let's remember again, deaf mute. Shota, someone who lacks mental capacity. Katan, a minor. Vein Mashpina Sakatan. And furthermore, we don't adjure the Katan. It says in my time, what's the reason? What's the reason? In other words, we'll say, why is it that the kind of a katan, like the kind of a katan, does not trigger a shvuah? Very simple. My time, I'll call Kiyitin Ish Are'elu Kesef Okelim Mishmar. Ve'im Mesinas Katan Klum. As well said, the pasuk by Moed Mitzvah talks about the idea that if halacha might say again, a person will give to his fellow an item. So again, this has to be someone who is capable of a legal act of conveyance. A katan does not have the ability to legally convey anything, and therefore he's not in the parasha of Shvos Hadayanim. Incredible. Alam Bishba in the katan ula hakish. 1 second, but the Mishnah said, but we swear, right? We'll take a shvuah to a katan or takish. 1 second. It doesn't make any sense. But you just said before that we do swear based on a claim of a chirish of the katan. So what's going on over here? Amarav. The kindness of it. Very interesting. They'll say this is talking about a case of a katan who is not coming with his own claim, but rather again a katan who's coming with the claim of his father. Very interesting over here. So if you look at Rashi says it's at the end, second to last line in Rashi. About the kindness of it. How the kindness of benesinas ish kamer shakatan tono avi mosro liyadecha. So ultimately, again, the key. So interestingly enough, if a katan is coming along and advancing his own claim, so that claim can never trigger a shvuah. But if a katan is coming and claiming on behalf of his father, my father deposited something with you, my father gave something to you, my father lent you money. So now he's not coming of his own claim; he's coming what we call the kindness of it. Ultimately, again, that could trigger a shvuah. The sign. I was saying, sometimes a person ultimately again could swear based on his own taina. What is that case? The Gemara says, "Kezad Amarlo Manala Abi Chabiyadi V'Chaltiv Pras." So we'll say, for example, right? I go over to Reuven. I say, Reuven, right? Manala Abi Chabiyadi, your father deposited $1,000 to me, right? $1,000 to me, and I gave him back $500. So what's the halacha? Harizen Nishba. So we'll say, so here, so again, I have to swear. What do I have to swear? The remaining 500. What do we call that? Moed Mitzvah, right? Partial emission. Interestingly enough, what's fascinating about that case? What's triggering the shvuah? My own statement, right? In other words, there's no claimant over here, right? No one's coming and hanging on me. I'm admitting, I'm saying, Reuven, your father deposited $1,000 with me. I gave him back $500 of it, I'm creating the din of shvua. That's what's called nishba tainus atzmo. Good. So the Gemara says, the Chum say no, eino elo kimeshiv aveda upater. The Chum say not true. There's no shvua in that case. Why is no shvua in that? So we'll say, now here is very interesting. The Gemara works with a general assumption that children do not know the affairs of their parents. Right? That we spoke about this last week, actually, at the beginning of this week. Right? Generally, children don't understand. So because of that, remember, there's no claimant over here. I'm making a statement, Ruvain, your father went ahead and deposited this money with me. The Chum say, I can also just keep my mouth closed and not say anything, and no one would know the difference. No one would know the difference. So let's say, again, for the Chum say, this is what's called Meishiv Aveda. And what's in Meishiv Aveda is the expression, literally returning a lost object. What happens when you find a lost object? No one knows if you found it or not, right? Therefore, again, when you return it, so obviously there's a mitzvah to return it, but the expression over here is you're returning something that no one even knows about. So because that the Chum say that can't trigger a shvua. Okay, whereas Rabbi ben Yaakov, less than Mishav Aveda Pater, Rabbi ben Yaakov doesn't hold with this idea that returning a lost object, which also says the expression that's used when you're giving something back to someone that they don't even know about. So Rabbi ben Yaakov doesn't hold with this idea that Mishav Aveda doesn't trigger a shvua. Amarav b'shetano katan. No. So that's what's the case? The case is not simply Mishav Aveda. The case over here is where halacha l'maisa, a katan is petitioning me, right? So in other words, really what's happening over here is the katan is coming over to me and says, hey, my father deposited $1,000 with you. I'm sad, and I claim, you're right, I gave back 500, I gave back, right? I gave back already part of it. So that's the case, Tana Katan. Katan, Baha, English, what is Katan? One second. We just said in the Mishnah that the time of the claim of a Cheir Shot can't trigger a Shua. So what's going on over here? Torah says, you're right. The Olam Gadol. Right, you're right. It doesn't mean a Katan. What does Katan mean? It means a Gadol. Only Jews could do this, right? It means that Katan doesn't mean a Katan. Katan means a Gadol. Why calling him a Katan? But my currently Katan. The Lagabe Mili Da'avua Katanu. Shiva says what we said before. He's a Katan, but rather what? Regarding his father's affairs, he's a Katan. He's a Katan. Ihachi, Tainus Atzmo, Tainus Achirimi. If that, I'm sorry, Ihachi, Tainus Atzmo, Tainus Achirimi. Timur says, Tainus Achirimi. To which Timur says, if that's the case, then why are you calling this a case of admission? This isn't a case of admission. What's happening over here is there is an adult child that's the claimant, right? The adult claimant, and halacha l'maisa again, and I'm admitting part of the claimant. This is a motive of Mitzvah's case. Tainus atzmo, tainus achirim. To which the says, you're right. It's tainus achirim v'odas atzmo. You're right, but it's a case of where what? It's a case of where someone's claiming. In this case, again, it's the adult child. It's the adult child that's claiming against me. My father deposited $1,000 with you, and I am making a partial admission. That's why I call you Odas Atzmo. So the Gemara says, hello, base 42b. Yeah, that's called Modeh Mixas. Every case of Modeh Mixas is like that. Someone's making a claim against me, and I am making a partial admission. To which the Gemara says, Kulunami, all cases are like that. Tainas Acherim, Odas Atzmoninu, Ella, with the Rabbi connected. The Gemara says, you're right. Rather, what's going on over here? This is a machlokes in the statement of Rabbi. The Amar Rabbi, Nitnema Amrata. So we'll say it's actually very interesting. We should have actually had this a lot earlier, right? But again, it's coming up now. The Amar Rabbi, Nitnema Amrata, Modeh Mitzvah Satani Yeshava. So we'll say, listen to this. Why is it? Again, I will say, this whole parak, we didn't Modeh Mitzvahs. So we know what's halacha Modeh Mitzvahs, right? I go over to Ruvain, so you owe me $1,000. Ruvain says, I only owe you $500. Boom, you admit it $500. Great, give me the $500. You swear on the rest. Why? What are the mechanics of that? Here we go. So why is it that halacha l'maisa? We say Modeh Mitzvahs Satani Yeshava. That ultimately, again, that if the partial admission that you have to swear, why is that? That's fact. Chazaka, ein adam meiz panav b'pnei ba'al chova. So don't say this is fascinating. It's a chazaka. What's the chazaka? The chazaka is, no one has the chutzpah to deny a loan in the face of their creditor. Right? No one has that chutzpah. So right, if I lend Reuben $1,000, there's no way that Reuben is ever going to have the chutzpah to look me in the eyes and to say, I owe you nothing. Impossible. The Gemara says, but really, what was now? That's really what Reuben wants to do, right? Really, what Reuben wants to do is Reuben wants to deny this loan. Now, again, I will say there's a lot of psychology that's happening over here, right? So, psychological nugget number one is that people will never have the chutzpah to deny the total good that someone else has done to them. Right? So if I've lent Reuben $1,000, there's no way that he in good faith. Again, he was working under certain assumptions of human behavior. Reuben is not going to look me in the eye and say, I owe you nothing. But he really wants to say he owes me nothing. Now, why does he want to claim he owes me nothing? Why? Because he doesn't have the money to repay me, not because he doesn't want to repay me. I will say, there are certain truths that the Gemara is operating over here, right? So psychological truth number one is that people will never have the chutzpah to fully deny the good that someone else has done for them and to them, right? That's truth number one. Psychological truth number two is people are often too proud to admit that they need help. So what's unfolding over here is as follows. Reuben owes me $1,000. It's time to pay up. Reuben doesn't have the money. So what's going to happen over here is, but yet Reuben doesn't want to say, I need a little bit more help. Right? So what Reuben really wants to do is he wants to claim he doesn't owe anything. But he's not going to say that because that's a level of unprecedented chutzpah that he's not going to have. So but he wants to say he doesn't have it, but he's not going to say it. So really he wants to admit that he owes the whole thing. So he wants to say, see, so this is so fascinating over here, right? So watch what's happening. I lent Reuben $1,000. Time to pay up. Reuben doesn't have the money. So what does Reuben want to do? What's his instinct? Because he doesn't have it. What's his instinct? What's the instinct? I don't owe you anything. But he's not going to do that because a person would not have that level of unprecedented chutzpah. Right, to lie to the face of the person who lent. He's not going to lie to my face. But he really wants to lie to my face because he doesn't have the money. But yet, he really wants to admit to me that he owes the whole amount, but he doesn't have it. But he's too, parentheses, but he's too proud to do that. See, it figures like this. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm not going to admit the whole amount, because this way I'll buy myself a little bit more time to be able to go ahead and come up with the money. Ultimately, again, I'll buy myself a little bit of time, admitting only half of the debt, buy myself a bit more time. Of course, I'm going to pay back silver. Reuben is saying, of course, I'm going to pay him back. I'm going to pay him back, but I need to buy myself a little bit more time. So I just want to point out, Rahman Amrat Torah therefore says, Rani Shvua Iluyeh. So ultimately, again, the Torah understands this psychology. Baruch understands this better than we understand ourselves, and therefore it says, impose the shvua upon Reuven. What does the shvua do? The shvua, by definition, pushes the truth to the surface, because we assume what's going to end up happening over here. But what's going to be the end of the story? Is Reuven going to take the shvua? No. Why? Because he knows he owes all of the money. So he's not going to take a false oath. So I just want to point out how profound this is. That the Torah creates an entire construct over here because it recognizes that people are not truthful when they need help. So what people will do is they will go ahead and construct all types of alternate realities to do anything and everything but admit, I am in distress, I cannot handle this on my own, and I need help. What the shvua does is, the shvua forces the borrower out of his alternate universe, right, out of his alternative reality, and forces him to acknowledge the reality which is. What's the reality? I the borrower, don't have the money, but I owe it. Notice that is absolutely fascinating. And it's fascinating on multiple levels. It's fascinating the length that we go to avoid acknowledging that we're in over our head, that we need help, that we can't handle it ourselves. Because I will say, after all, You have to understand, why are people so reticent to admit that they need help? Again, in the image of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if there is one thing that the Ribono Shel Olam never needs, it is help. The Ribono Shel Olam never needs help. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is totally self-sufficient. He does not need us. He does not need anything. So there's a piece of me, right? I have this need to Tzelakim. I have a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu inside of me. And there is this piece of me that is divine, and sometimes that message of internal divinity gets a little bit corrupted to think that I don't need help either. I got this all figured out. And I was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have it figured out. All of us have stuff in our lives that we don't have figured out, and that we need other people to be able to help us work it through. But yet we go through life pretending that we have it all figured out, often projecting anger, disappointment, frustration on other people because it's not figured out. And it's everyone else's fault that it's not figured out. No, it's no one else's fault. It's just, I haven't reached out for help. I haven't gotten the right guidance. And again, we go through this whole thing because Baruch Hu says here, Reuven, just admit you don't have, no, if you don't have it, you don't have it. What is it? Listen, you can't get water out of a stone, blood out of a stone, water out of a stone. Which one is it? Blood out of a stone, right? If you don't have it, you don't have it. And by the way, so instead, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. But instead, Reuven concocts this whole thing. I can't say I don't have it. I can't. I want to say I don't owe it to you, but I don't have that chutzpah. So I'm just going to have by myself a little bit of time. HaKadosh Baruch Hu essentially says, "Stop it." Steve, you can send it around now. Stop it, right? Stop it, right? Stop it. Just be honest. Just be honest. And the Shavua, interestingly enough, we know that Reuven is not going to swear, because Reuven is not going to swear falsely. That's the chazaka. People aren't going to swear falsely. Just be honest. The Shavua forces honesty to rise to the surface. Rabbi say, what a tremendous Musar Haskell. Although we are in the image of God, we are not God-like in this realm. HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs no help in any type of internal resolution. We need plenty of help to overcome the variety of different life circumstances and challenges. Incredible. So that's the whole psychology. The whole psychology of Modin Mixas. Jerusalem Yaakov Savar, Rosh Nabo, Rosh Nabo, no. Einomeis. So Yaakov says that this is true whether the person making the claim is the borrower himself or the person making the claim is the son of the borrower. Because remember, again, that's how we're framing this case. Someone is not going to go ahead and, right, the person is not going to go ahead and the person is not going to be brazen and deny the claims. Whether the borrower, so again, the idea of here is whether the borrower himself is talking to the actual lender or to the son of the lender, a person is not going to be brazen enough to deny a claim. Therefore, again, we do not view him as the returner of a lost object. Rabbanan said, we know the fun of the Enomei is about the Tnei B'Nomei. Rabbanan say, no, it's not true. It's not true. A person, a borrower won't deny a claim when? To the actual lender himself, but to the son of the lender, who we assume is not as well versed in the affairs of his father. So ultimately, again, a borrower would absolutely be willing to deny that claim, and therefore, when he admits it, ultimately he's like maybe Shavavei, like returning a lost object, and therefore, again, there's no Shvuas mode of a mixas in that case. So Mars says, 1 second. Me months is mukmas like Rabbi Lazar and Yaakov. So if you use it, some of them Yaakov. Hakatan Elisha, look at the Elisha. So ultimately, again, if I aim the Chabiyadi, sorry. Reuven comes over to me. Reuven says, Silver, you have my father deposited or lent you $1,000. And I say back, and I say, no, he only owes me my possession, $500. What's that? There's no shemot of the mitzvahs. Why? If they can make shavaved, because the Moshe says pretty explicitly, so what do you see from here? That the whole idea of the mitzvahs is only to the lender himself. But to the son of the lender, we do assume that halacha l'maaseh, again, people deny claims all the time, and therefore any level of admission is called mishavaveda. To which the Gemara says, Hasam delo amar barili. Hachad the amar barili. Oh, that's right. It's interestingly enough, in the cases of where the child of the lender petitions the borrower, there are different kinds of cases. there's a case where ultimately, again, the son comes along and says, "Barili, I know for sure." It's coming with a definitive claim, versus a case where he comes with a possible claim. So in a case of a definitive claim, that may trigger a mode of a mixus. In a case of a possible claim, ultimately, again, that's going to be like Mishiva Veda. Shmuel says, no. When it says L'katan, Katan doesn't mean that a Katan is the one petitioning the borrower. That's not the case. Rather, what does it mean? The para menichse Katan. It's referring to collecting from the property of a Katan. Same idea, lahekdish means the para menichse hekdish. The same idea that from hekdish means to go ahead and collect payment from the property of hekdish. So the Gemara says, Rashi goes for just a moment. Bipar menichse Katan is in the short lines, about 6 lines in. Bipar menichse Katan, menichse yosum, tafilu hotzi shtar alav tzarech shvuah, so it's kabachol zemi avid. So what I say, the case over here is where it's actually a reverse case, where I am the lender, and come to collect by his son. So I'm coming to collect ultimately again from the estate. So most of we've seen this already before, like in the Babos. What's the halacha? Whenever you're coming to go ahead and collect from the yasam, what do you need? Shvuah. Same idea with hekdish. Ultimately, again, I'm going to say halacha l'maisa. I was makdish my property, and I had outstanding liens on that property. I defaulted now on certain obligations. My creditors could come and collect property from hekdish, but in order to collect property from hekdish, what do you need? A shvuah. So we'll say, so a different interpretation of the case of the Mishnah. We're talking about when we say that you need a shvuah, when you're collecting from the property, i.e. the estate of a katan, or you're a creditor and you're collecting from hekdish, you need a shvuah in order to collect. The says, shvuah l'katan l'parnes the hekdish l'parnes says, the katan l'parnes say katan tanina. Nichse so no yipayal b'shvuah. But that is we already learned this before. Right? So whenever you want to collect from the whenever you collect from the estate of orphans, you can only collect with a shvuah. Tarti Lamos, why do I need this halacha expressed in 2 ways in 2 places? It's coming to teach us that we're passing like Abai Kishisha. Say, the Tanya Abai Kishisha, you saw him Sha'amru Gidolin, Beitzarech Lomar Ketanim, Bein L'Shvuah, Bein L'Ziburas. Because Moses is going to highlight a very important idea. Whenever we speak about Ketanim, right in this context, Ketanim can mean actual Ketanim or can mean Gidolin. So why does he use the lashon of Ketanim? Because we always assume that a child, in relation to the affairs of his father, is a katan, doesn't know all the ins and outs. And therefore, Allah we're just coming to reinforce this idea that whenever you are coming to collect a debt from the estate, right, from the son, for the debts of his father, so there's 2 halachas that always apply. Number 1, you always need a shvuah. Even if you have a document, right, you always need a shvuah. That's number 1. And number 2, when collecting from the estate, you only get to collect ziburis, which is inferior property and satisfaction of the debt. Incredible. The hekdish, the apartment excentric, same idea. So the Mishnah teaches you that if you want to collect, if you're a creditor and you have pre-existing lien and you want to collect property from hekdish, you have the ability to do so, but only with a shvuah. So we learned that already. Again, in general, if you're a creditor and you want to collect from encumbered property, the only collect from encumbered property is how with the shvuah. And again, what does it matter if it's encumbered to other people or it's encumbered to hekdish? It's the halacha. So again, the Gemara is asking, why do we need to restate this concept over here? So we'll say, so again, if I have property, I have encumbered property, I'm makdish my property, I default on my loans. My creditors can go to hekdish and seize the encumbered property, because remember, again, their lien preceded the hekdish lien, so to speak. So now that Gemara is telling me, but they could only collect with a shvuah. We already learned that. Why do we need to say that again? If I would have thought, I would say first wide lines, so let's say, so again, I might have thought, no. When do you need to take a shvuah when collecting encumbered property? That's when let's say it's encumbered and sold to another person, because people play games with each other. But hagdish, no one's going to collect property, the satisfaction of a debt from hagdish, unless, of course, what? They're actually owed that property. Kamash Malon, the Gemara says, not true. People play games with everything, and therefore, the auction of a debt, whether you're trying to extract it from a person or you're trying to extract it and take a shvuah. I Vamar Afuna, Shchimira, Shegdish Konachasa. What about the following case? Shchimira, right? The person on his deathbed who is makdish all of his property. Right? So Ruben's a Shchimira who is makdish all of his property. But Amar, one of the Pony Biyadi, and ultimately again, then he says, by the way, I know that I was makdish all my property, but I owe $1,000 to Shimon. What's the halacha? Naaman, ultimately he's believed. Why? Chazaka ein adam oseh kinunya ala hagdish. Ultimately, you will say, what's the chazaka? The chazaka ultimately is that a person doesn't play games with hagdish, even though he was makdish all of his money, right? But yeah, when he says that $1,000 belongs to Shimon, we take him at his word, because again, there's an assumption people don't mess around with hagdish. So also you see from here that again, people don't mess around with hagdish. If that's the case, then halacha l'maisa, we should say that the creditor should be able to collect from hagdish even without a shvuah. So the Gemara says, no, Amri, hani mishchid mira, ve'in adam chote v'lo lo. Avagabi bori v'adechashu. That's also a very interesting statement. The Gemara says, no. When do we say when people don't mess around with hektish? That's a shchimira. Why? Because in general, when do people sin? Or right, when do people sin? Or why do people sin? Because there's a benefit for it, right? Means people, I only sin because there's a benefit to me, right? Because if moving to shchimira, there is no vested interest for him to sin. He's going to die. So therefore, we assume that whatever we say is honest. So again, that's when we say a person is about to die, that we assume that his statements regarding hektish not playing games. But in general, if a person is alive and well, we assume that they do sin, they do play games, and therefore even by hektish, halacha l'maisa, you have to take a shvuah before extracting. So the only case where there would be no obligation of shvuah, when extracting something from hektish would be a shchid because he has complete credibility, because there's no reason for him to lie. But Allah Kamaisa is coming out of there, will say, is whether you are collecting. So again, the Gemara is just interpreting that last case in Mishnah as katan and hektish, as not dealing with the case of katan and hektish that are making a claim, but rather, again, I'm trying to extract from a katan and hektish. And what is the Mishnah reinforcing? It's actually reinforcing a law that we already learned beforehand. What was the law we already learned beforehand? That if you want to extract money from a katan, what's the case of extracting money from a katan? I lent Ruvain $1,000. Ruvain died. His estate was now inherited by his son. I want to collect from his estate. Even though I'm holding the document. What do I need in order to collect? What do I need? A shvuah. Same thing with hektish. I went ahead and I lent Ruvain $1,000. Ruvain decided to become all from on me. And he was makdish his entire estate. Now I'm going to hektish. I'm saying, shkoyach, Hanabi, don't be from on my shoulders. It's a good, by the way, good rule in life in general. Don't be from on other people's shoulders. Right? But the nice again, I want to collect from hektish. Hektish says, no problem. So here's my document. It doesn't work that way. You want to collect from hektish. Ultimately, again, you require a shvuah. Now, let's say there was one late breaking sponsorship that I did not do at the beginning. Let's say a very special sponsorship by David and Roberta Schwartz and all of the friends of Sammy Esterson. In honor, I listened to the beautiful dedication after multiple generations of healing patients with his gifted physical therapy hands, mind, and heart. Sammy Esterson retires today. Current patients, their children, and their children's children have been healed by Sammy. Sammy is an icon in the physical therapy industry. Wait, we're not finished. Next week, he takes his extraordinary physical therapy talents to Eretz Yisrael to tend to people who need a refuah shalema. Sammy, we wish you nothing but wonderful health and nachas. Thank you for all you have done for our community and beyond. Shkoyach. All right, that's all I got. We're done for today. Mishnah. It's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah. Shabbos, I think, is short. All right, okay.
I say, there is no games being played, buddy. Yeah, it was cool to see. I really want to see DDP's camp. I'd love to get it. Because, again, DDP, he's not like this mysterious character in the stage, right? Like, we all know DDP now. And he's so goddamn good. I went to Hamzat's camp, right? And I flew out to Newport, got into Hamzat's camp, and I was like, holy fuck, he's good. Unreal, dude. Who's he? I'm going to give names, man. championships, gold medalists, wrestlers, but toy. Where the coach was like, hey,
Good morning.
because I've seen him go.
Good morning.
Right, he's on his own as coach.
Today's daf is
Church goes, hey, pick it up. Let's get going.
Shavuos daf Mem Aleph. We begin our daf this morning by thanking our sponsors. We thank the annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson family of ROTHSCHILD. We thank them for sponsoring all the shiurim of this year as is a chutz for Mesiras Torah for Klal Yisrael, for Am Yisrael. We also thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month. We thank Dr. Steve and Dr. Terry Zinn sponsoring all the shiurim of this month. In memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zinn Devorah Bas Yisrael, on her 5th yard site. We also thank our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Azariah Say, Ilu Nishma, Alta Mordechai Tzvi, and Yitzchak Isaac, whose yard site is today, and Neshama should have an Aliyah, and the family should have a Nachala. So today's daf is daf Mem Aleph. We're going to pick up with daf Mem Amud Beis at the word Amar of Anan. It's about 2/3 of the way down the page. Amar of Anan, Amar Shmuel. Tuanu Chitim, the Kadam, the Hodalo B'Seorim, Ipmikim Aram Chayiv Im B'Miskavin Pater. So the Gemara says the following. Rana makes the following statement. What happens if you have a very clever person who knows the halachos of yesterday's shir? He recognizes that there's a halacha called Moed B'Miktas, which means that if someone comes to me and he claims that I owe him money, and I admit to part of that loan, and whether it's money or it's items, we said it's still the same halacha. If I admit to part of an obligation, the halacha is going to be, I'm going to have to take a shavua. But this person also knows that if I admit to something which is not min hataina, it's not exactly the same thing. In other words, if you claim that I owe you wheat, and I say it's not true, I owe you barley, so then that's not considered to be a hodah b'miktas. That's not considered to be a part. The person also knows the halacha that if you claim two things, even though they're not the same thing, you claim chitin, wheat, and se'or, so barley, so wheat and barley. The person admits to wheat and barley, so he's going to have to make a shvua, like you said yesterday, even though there are two different types of claims here, there's wheat and barley. If you're going to admit to one of them, that's considered to be hodah min hataina, you're going to have to make a shvua. Now they have this person, he's very smart. He recognizes that if the claimant comes here and says that I owe wheat and barley, and I admit to the barley and have to take a shvua. So what happens? The guy brings him into Beis Din, and he says to him, "Sir, you owe me wheat." Before the guy has a chance to say anything else, the guy says, "I owe you barley." That's it. He shouts out, "I owe you barley." So now, what Rambam is saying is, if the Beis Din picks up on this, and they think this guy's just trying to get ahead of himself, because he knows if he allows the guy to finish a sentence, he's going to say, "You owe me barley as well." Now, once he admits that he owes barley, now he has to make a shvua on the wheat as well. So therefore, he gets ahead. He says, "I owe you barley." Now, what is the Beis Din here? The Beis Din here is a guy saying, "You owe me wheat." Mission. That's considered a mission which is not in the time. You'll be off the hook. So Rabbi says the Beis Din has to be able to be very sharp about what's going on over here, and therefore Tuanu Chitin, the Kadam, the Hodalo B'Seorim, he got ahead of himself, and he admitted that he owes barley in Kima'ar, and it looks like he's just trying to trick everybody. Chayiv will slap to make the shvua. In the miskave, if that's actually what he really meant, he just was trying to be honest. He wanted to be very upfront. Potter is going to be exempt from a shvua because it's hodah, which is not min hatayna. Rabbanan continued. Amar Shmuel, he said, Tanu shtei machtin. The person says, "You owe me 2 needles." I guess 2 tailors. They work together. Maybe his needles broke in his sewing machine. So he said to the guy next to him, "Can I borrow 2 needles?" And he admits that I borrowed 1 needle. What's the halacha? He's got to make a shvua. Why? This is the classic case. The mitzvahs. The claim is you owe 2. He admits to 1. He has to go ahead and make a shvua. The figure says the Gemara, Yotzu, it comes out. Kalim l'mash. Needles are again. It could be some needles be very expensive. But we're talking about needles as an example of something which is very low value. And since the Gemara is proving over here that even though yesterday we said when it comes to money, there's a requirement that it has to be two kesef, we have this machlokes between Rav and Shmuel. If the denial has to be 2 kesef, or if the entire claim has to be 2 kesef. When it comes to needles, when it comes to items could be even as simple as a needle, even if it's worth very little. You have the concept of the mitzvahs. If you admit to a partial obligation, you have to take a shvua. Papa has the following case. Tanu Kalim Upruta. Say you have a hybrid. Person says you owe me objects and 1 pruta, so a minimal amount of money. The Hoda B'Kalim, he admits that he owes the actual Kalim, the Kafar Pruta. He denies that he owes a Pruta. What's the halacha? Potter. He's exempt from taking a shvua. This is similar to what Rav said, which is the denial has to be 2 kesef, 2 coins. Just denying 1 pruta is not sufficient, and therefore you do not have to take a shvua. However, Hoda Pruta, what if he admits that he owes the Pruta, the Kafar B'Kalim, he denies the Kalim. So then Chayiv, he's going to be obligated to take a shvua. Gemara explains Chada Karav Chada B'Shvua. Gemara went through these cases to show us. In one case, the halacha was like Rav. You want to bring out Rav's halacha that the kfira has to be a minimum of 2 coins. The Chada K'Shmuel was saying the case of Shmuel, which is when you claim 2 things and admit to one of them, it's considered to be a hodah minina kaina. It's an admission which is similar to the claim, and therefore you have to make a shvua. Gemara explains that. The first one is like Rav, who says when you have a denial, it has to be 2 coins. The other one's like Shmuel, you claim 2 different things. You admit to one of them is considered to be a hodah, which is similar to the claim, and Chayiv is going to have to take a shvua. Next case, the Mishnah says, Manali biyadcha. Person claims, Ruby goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, Manali biyadcha. You owe me money. And Shimon responds and says, Ein lecha biyadi klem. I owe you nothing. In other words, you have nothing in my hands, you have nothing on me, I owe you nothing. He denies the entire thing. Halacha is potter, he's not obligated to take his shvua. Amar of Nachman. Nachman now advances what we mentioned yesterday. Mashpin also shvuas has. We require the person who denied it to take a shvuas hesses. Shvuas hesses is a shvua midrabanan rabbinic oath that he has to take. Hesses, the term hesses, Rashi over here explains, it means something you place upon him. In other words, this is an oath that he has to take. My time, but what's the reason why Rabbanan decided that this person has to take a shvua? In other words, Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me money. Shimon turns around and says, what? No idea what you're talking about. Reuben goes to Shimon and claims he owes him money. Shimon denies it. All of a sudden, Shimon has to take a shvua. The Gemara says, I'll tell you what, chazaka. We've established that it is a chazaka, it's clear, ein adam tovea elon kein yeshlo. It's not normal. People don't just walk over to another person and say, you owe me money if you don't owe money. So if he's claiming that Shimon owes him money, he probably does owe him money. He doesn't have enough on him to obligate him to pay for it. But therefore, Rabbanan said, that since it's very uncommon for Reuben to walk over to Shimon and claim that he's owed money, so the fact that he did means there's something going on here. We therefore are going to impose a shavua on Shimon. The Gemara says, the opposite is true. We have a chazaka that a person is not going to just have the audacity to deny a loan. Again, it takes a certain amount of chutzpah. If you borrowed money from somebody, to just deny it. Crazy. A person lends you money, he wants to get the money back, and you can just deny it. So the fact that Shimon is entirely denying this should actually mean he didn't borrow the money, because normal people don't do that. Normal people don't borrow money from people and then just deny the whole thing. So therefore, why are we obligating him to swear? Gemara says, no. You're right. It's true that people generally will not deny a loan that they actually owe. However, there is a concept called ishtamute hu dekamashtamet. Sometimes people want to push off the payment of the loan. In other words, the Gemara is saying is the following. When a person borrows money, why did he borrow the money? Because he needed to spend it. That's the point. People borrow money because they need to spend money on something. Therefore, what happens is, in many cases, a person borrows the money, he doesn't have enough of his own money, so he borrows money from somebody else, so he can spend it. What happens if he happened not to have yet recovered his money yet? So instead of going through the whole thing and saying, you know what, I'm sorry, I have 30 more days, sometimes people will be a little bit dishonest and say, what? The loan? Not sure what you're talking about. His intention really is to postpone the loan until he gets the money back. So someone say, you're right. We understand that maybe you do owe the money, but we're going to add some pressure to you and say, you're denying it? You deny the whole loan? You claim you didn't borrow it? Take a shua that you didn't borrow it. The Chachamim are hoping that in that process, the guys can say, you know what? I don't want to make a shua that I didn't borrow the money. Actually, I'll own up to it. I'll say, you know what? I did borrow the money, but I'm not ready to pay you back. Give me a week. Give me 2 weeks. And that's the point of the shua, is that generally people will not deny the loan entirely, but here what he means is he just wants to push it off. Now, Savar, the Gemara explains, Adahavalit. In other words, the Gemara proves that this ideal person postpones it. A person who denies a monetary loan, Kashal Eidus. Obviously, as Rashi points out, this means where he denied it but did not take a full shvua. The person took a full shvua, then he's Pasal Eidus. He's disqualified from testifying because he's a liar. Now, however, the Bikadon, if it's with a deposited item, then the person denies that he is Pasal Eidus. You know why? Because when I give you something to watch, you know what you're supposed to do with it? Keep it exactly where it's supposed to be. You put it in your drawer, you put it in your safe, you put it away in a place where it's going to be safe. There's absolutely no reason why you postpone giving back my item, unless you used it. If you used it, then you already violated your commitment to me. So therefore, when it comes to monetary things, people borrow money because they want to spend it. Sometimes when you spend money, you expect to have a return on your investment, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer than you expect. So instead of going to say, I never borrowed it, the intention is to say that I'll pay you back next week. However, when it comes to an item that you're watching, it means it's not there, and then you're already in violation of your commitment. He learns the concept of a Shavua D'Rabbanan. So this mana li biyadcha, Reuben goes to Shimon and says, you have a mana of mine. Amar lo, Shimon says, hey, that's true. I do owe you a mana. L'machar, the next day, Amar lo, he says to him, you owe me the money. Can you please pay up? L'machar Amar lo, he says to him, give it to me. The guy says, I paid you back. What's now lacha? Papa. Yes, Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me $100. Shimon says, that's true, I do owe you $100. The next day, Reuben goes to Shimon and says, remember yesterday you owe me $100? He says, yes, I remember that. So can you please pay me? Says Reuben. Shimon says, no, I actually paid you yesterday. What's the halacha? You potter. Because he admitted that he owes the money, he also claims that he paid the money. Amr Nachman Mashkilas Shvuas Hesses, requirement to take the Shvuah. And then the Gemara says, Man the Mafsnia Reisha, the one who says that you have to make a shua when you deny the whole thing, Kol Shekena Seifa. Certainly in the case where you admit that you owe the money, just that you claim, everyone's going to agree you have to take this rabbinic oath. However, Man the Mafsnia Seifa, the one who says that in the Seifa, you have to take a shua top of the Aleph, Amad Aleph. One who says that in the case where you admitted that you owe the money, just that you paid it back the next day, you'd say, in this case, since there is already something, it's called raglayim whatever. In other words, we already know we have something that smells over here a little bit like there's a loan. So we already have a suspicion that there's a loan. In that case, you're claiming that you paid it back. So we impose a shua midrabanan. However, in the first case, Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me $1,000. And Shimon says, I don't know what you're talking about in that case. Perhaps a little hospital, like there's no indication that anybody owes any money. In such a case, perhaps he would not agree that he has to take a shua midrabanan. And just on the cat's term comes up in Shas a few times. Typically, Rashi usually says it means there's a loss of money. So typically, whenever there's a monetary discussion going on, whether Reuben owes Shimon money, that's a drug in Ramona. However, when it comes to a mitzvah, to a lost and found article, that's a case where no one's really losing. It's just the loss of gain. In that case, it's not a drug Ramona. Tosfos generally says drug Ramona means that if you take away anyone's verbal claim, you'll recognize that there's a suffix over here. You see two people holding on to something, you could observe that, and if no one says anything, you figure out that there's a shiloh, there's a suffix. Over here, neither Rashi nor Tosfos say it. It seems that everybody agrees that drug or over here means that there's something fishy, something stinks. In other words, it smells like there's a loan over here. In that case, we're going to require this to be a shvua and drabanan. Mention this concept of shvuas hasis, which is a shvua drabanan and a rabbinic oath. What is the halachic difference between a rabbinic oath and a biblical oath? So the Gemara says, shvua deraisa, the shvua drabanan. What is the shvua and the shvua drabanan, which is rabbinically opposed shvua? The Gemara says, the following is the difference. Mepech shvua. Or you can flip the shvua. This means is, let's say you're going to go to Shimon and says, you owe me $1,000. Shimon denies it, and we say, okay, Shimon, you have to take a shvua drabanan. What if Shimon says, I'm not interested in taking a shvua drabanan, but I owe you money, you make the shvua. So now the Gemara says, Midaraisa lo mafchinan. When it comes to shvua midaraisa, we had a motive in Mixas case, but where a person has to take a shvua, because the Torah says shvua Hashem to his name. In such a case, if Shimon's the one who has to take the shvua, he cannot flip it onto Reuben. However, the drabanan, when it comes to rabbinically imposed shvua, mafchinan, Shimon can go ahead and put it back on Reuben. In other words, the logic is as follows. Midoraisa, when Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money, and Shimon says, I don't owe you anything, there's no monetary loan. There's no monetary obligation. And therefore, what's Shimon's obligation over here? Nothing. There's a takana. The Chazal said, you know what? Let's try to settle this well so everyone is confident in the halacha. So you know what? Or maybe want to put a little pressure on him, like you said, is Gates tried to push it off. So we'll pose a shvua. So therefore, there's no monetary obligation. Therefore, Shimon could say, I'm not interested in making a shvua. You make it. However, but when it comes to a raisa, really, once you admit that there is a monetary obligation over here, so then the shvua is really when you're exempting yourself. You don't want to take the shvua. You don't get the exemption. You can't flip it on the other person. That's what the Gemara says the difference is. The Gemara says, hold on. The Gemara of Ashi. According to the Gemara of Ashi, the Amr B'Daraisa, not about Kinan. Even when it comes to a biblically imposed shvua, Shimon can force Reuben to make it. Now, what's not about Kinan shvua, what is the difference? The Gemara says, Ikibenayu meichas l'nefsei. If the mitzvah, in our case Shimon, refuses to swear, are we going to force him by taking some of his possessions away from him? B'Daraisa, when it comes to Daraisa, a biblically imposed shvua, in other words, a motive of mitzvah, it's like we're talking about partial admission. Let's say we're going to go into his possessions and take his stuff and force him to pay back. The drabanan, if he refuses to swear, let's say we're not going to actually go into his personal possessions and force him to pay back. That's something very interesting happens over here. Just think of this for a second. You have Reuben and Shimon. Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me money. Now, Shimon says, I don't. The Rabbanan say, Shimon, take a shvua. Now, Shimon says, I don't want to take a shvua. I'd rather Reuben take the shvua. So now, let's say we're talking about shvua, a shvua midaraisa. Now, and that's the case we will take away your possessions. Imagine the following case. Shimon says, I refuse to swear. So now it's a shvuah midaraisa. According to Rabbi Rashi, will take away some of his possessions. How can he get out of that? He just says Reuven should swear. Now Reuven doesn't want to swear. Reuven doesn't get it, and he's off the hook. In other words, it's possible to circumvent this whole thing, and you won't have to swear or pay up, and those basically can't force you, but you have to take a risk. Because Shimon, if he allows Reuven to take the shvuah, so then if Reuven takes the shvuah, he gets to take the money. There's nothing you can do about it. If he refuses to pay, Beis Din will go ahead and seize his property. In other words, technically, if he knows that Reuven is not going to want to swear, he has a way of circumventing the whole thing, which seems to be an interesting point. He can get out of it. They can stop with Lachtina Lenitze by refusing to swear and asking Reuven to swear. But again, there's a risk that if Reuven swears, he has nothing to do about it at that point. In other words, he can no longer at that point. Beis is no longer going to allow him to swear to get out of it. Beis is never going to set up a situation where we know that there is a false oath being taken. In other words, you can't have Reuven swear that you owe me and Shimon swear that you don't owe me. Beis is not going to do it. Now the Gemara says, okay, that can't be the only difference, because when Rabbi Yossi doesn't put up on an alley, let's say, according to Rabbi Yossi, you do actually go ahead and take things away from people, even by the Rabbanan. How do we know this? It's not a random case. Mitzias charash shota bekata. If a charash shota bekata, basically, charash is someone who's a deaf mute. So again, limited in his capacity. Shota is a person who's limited in his intellectual capacity. Katan, a child who just doesn't really know things yet. The halakha is all these people don't have the halakhic ability to accomplish a kinyan. However, if they find something, if you take it from them, we're going to impose all the halachas of gezel. We can't have a society where people just start taking things away from people because there's no halachic kinyan. Rabbi Yossi says, gezel gama. It's actually real theft. If a child finds a lost article on the street, he picks it up and you say, oh, he's a child, he can't accomplish a kinyan, he doesn't know how to acquire things. You grab it out of his hand, gezel gamor, says Rabbi Yossi. What does that mean? It means gezel gamor b'divrei. In other words, it's not really a biblical gezel, because midoraisa, the kinyan didn't happen, but midrabanan considered to be gezel, real gezel, and will treat this guy who takes it away from him as a real thief. What's the difference? Halachis don't see the other, take it away from him. What do you see? We see even when it comes to a rabbinic type of kinyan, still we're going to impose all the halachas of gezel, of monetary ownership over here, and we'll take it away. So in other words, even when it comes to the rabbinic type of shvuah, it seems we would say we would take it away from him to the court system. The more says This is similar to the first case, but this is not where the mitzvah, who is being claimed of, is actually asking to switch it. Rather, what happens is the person who has to make the shvuah is a person who has already gotten himself into hot water shvuah on you, because we don't trust your shvuah. You've made false shvuahs in the past. In such a case, what's the halacha? When it comes to a biblical obligation, if the person who has the shvuah imposed upon him is suspected of lying, the Beis Din is going to voluntarily say, you know what, you have to take a shvuah, Shimon, but we don't trust you, so therefore we'll ask you to do it. And when the Rabbanan, the whole shvuah is an imposed solution. But we don't make a double solution to say, listen, we're going to impose a shvuah on Shimon, but Shimon is not trustworthy, therefore we're going to say Reuven should do it. It's a double level of atakana. We don't do that. Now the Gemara says, in other words, the Gemara is wondering what happens according to Rabbanan. If there's a shvuah, we don't force the guy to pay up. What do you do? How do we enforce our system? The Gemara says, "Misham tinole," excommunicate it. You put him into chayrim. In other words, this guy becomes isolated completely. We quarantine him. No one can talk to him. No one can do business with him until he pays up. The Gemara says, "Ravina Lavashi, I nakte bekuse did not." the Neshavki L'Klive. This is, the literal translation is, you are literally grabbing on to a cluster, the Nafki L'Klive, so you should take off his clothing. In other words, the point over here is, you're not going to take away his possessions. So what are you going to do? You're going to put the guy into a corner and close the door forever and say you can never come out. Now Rashi explains that this is a Lashon Nakiya, part of the Lashon Nakiya. The more saying is, you're grabbing onto a person on his private place, and therefore the person's going to have no choice other than to acquiesce what you're demanding of him. In other words, the point is, you're telling me when it comes to a rabbinic obligation, you don't force the guy to pay. Is there any meaning in telling a person he's excommunicated forever? He can never do business again until he pays up? Of course, that's forcing him to pay. It's like, you put him into cherem for 30 days until the time of lashes come. Once the time of lashes come, after 30 days of being excommunicated, you give him the lashes and say, you know what, you're excommunicated for 30 days, you got your lashes to pay, you make his life uncomfortable for 30 days, but ultimately we're not going to force him to pay. You have a person who pulled out a document on his friend, which says he owes him money. The person says, yes, I did actually borrow money from you with that document, but I paid you back. Say to me, not believed. In other words, it's the star here, you're not believed. Zil shlit, go pay. The Im Amar, what if he says, Lishtavali, listen, I'm confident I paid you back. I know you still have the document that says I owe you the money. Listen, I would like you to swear that I still owe you the money, I didn't pay you back. I'm in the way, Lishtavali, yes, go ahead. You should make a shmua that he didn't pay you back. Some of us operate the Rabbi Lavashi. What's the difference between this and a pogrom star? What does pogrom star mean? Pogrom star means admits that a loan document has some type of flaw in it. The typical example Rashi actually quotes over here is that when it comes to a ksuba, when a woman's owed the money for a ksuba, when she admits that her husband paid back part of it. In other words, the halacha is, if I have a document that says Ruben owes me money, and now I go to Ruben and I say, listen, Ruben, you owe me money, but I'm admitting some parts of this document are not accurate. Now, Ramar says something very interesting here. If Ruben goes to Shimon and says, not true, I paid you back, then the halacha is Shimon could require Reuben to swear. Now, why should Reuben have to swear? There's nothing wrong with that document. The only time we find that the one who is claiming that, in other words, the lender has to take a shmua is if he admits that the loan document has a flaw in it. In that case, he has to swear. But here you're telling me, if the loan document has no flaw in it, which ultimately imposes a flaw in it. So what's the difference between a document that has a flaw in it and a document that doesn't have a flaw in it? In both cases, you're requiring him to make a shvua. Or it says, not only Hasav Afghan will tie in, but in that case where the guy ultimately admits that the loan document has a flaw in it, we as based in are going to say, you know what? Take a shvua. Ta'ina le'anad. Hacha, in our case, when the loan document is perfectly signed, I'm Zil Shlim, go pay, the Amar, Stabili. If the one who borrowed the money says, you know what, I really feel uncomfortable if you took a shvua because I'm quite comfortable with stuff. Or you want to say something interesting. He's a Talmud Chacham, lo mashpinale. We're not going to make him swear. In other words, a Talmud Chacham looks at the base and holding on to a document that says, Reuben owes him $1,000 or Shimon owes him $1,000. And Shimon says, I paid you back, then Shimon's going to say, you know what, I want him to swear. We're not going to make the Talmud Chacham swear. It's degrading. A guy walks into a basin, holding onto a document, it says someone owes him money. We're actually start imposing a shvu on him because it makes it sound like we don't believe the Talmud Chacham. Amar V'yem Rashi, Sorver Avodah, Mishlas Bima T'inchi. We're used to allow to take people's shirts off their back. In other words, why is he different than anybody else? Gemara says, no, that's not what it is. He gets a free pass. Elam Lumiz Nakina Leilatine. But we'll tell the Talmud Chacham is listen. This case is about to get a little bit ugly. You walk into basically holding onto a document that says that someone owes you money. He claims he paid back. We want you to know that if you're going to proceed with this in Torah, what's going to happen is we can essentially make you make a shvuah. We're going to have to ask you to make a shvuah because it's going to be degrading for you. So therefore, we're suggesting if you want to proceed with this, you might have to make a shvuah. But if you don't want to, we'll just drop the whole case. You won't get your money, but we won't put you through the shvuah. That's what it is. Getting back to our Mishnah, Manali B'Yalka, so the Mishnah gave a number of cases where if he claims it was paid back, whether he believes or not, and the Mishnah said if he made this claim in front of agent, if he borrowed in front of agent, he has to pay back in front of agent. So he wants to do as follows. Amar Rabbi Yehuda Marav, Hamal Ves Kaver B'Agent, a person lends money to his friend with agent. In other words, there are witnesses there at the time of the loan. So if the father of the agent, he has to pay him back in front of agent. When this halacha was said by asking in front of Shmuel, Shmuel said, in other words, this halacha is never going to be relevant. Why? Because, let's just play out the case. Reuben lends money to Shimon in front of 2 agents. What's the halacha? Shimon has to pay back to Reuben in front of 2 agents. Shmuel says, Shimon could simply just say, I did pay you back in front of 2 agents. Now, where are those agents? I paid you in front of Levi and Yehuda. They went away, they're gone, they traveled, they moved away. Therefore, they're not here anymore. In other words, the fact that he could always claim that is always going to undermine the whole idea that he paid in front of agent. So therefore, since he could just claim that he paid in front of agent, identify 2 random people and say they now live in China, we can't get a hold of them. So therefore, the whole thing falls apart. He says, Shimon, you owe me a mana. Arlo, he says to me, hey, yes, I do owe you that money. Look, Machar, Amar Lo, we learned this earlier today. He says to me, give it to me. He responds, he says, I did give it to you. What's halacha? Potter. He potter. Now, more says, halacha. He was a tave, the Adim, since he claimed in front of Adim that he owes him the money, command the owes the Adim. It's as if he lent him money in front of Adim. And it's the what's halacha, the katani, potter. And we learned halacha is that he's potter. So what do you see? So even though he claimed in front of Adim that he owes him the money, still he could claim that he paid back even though there weren't Adim, and he's off the hook. So you see that the Rabbi is wrong, which is top of the mouth or base. Shiv to the Rabbi. This seems to be refutation of the Rabbi, and therefore. For must be the Allah is you don't have to correct formation. He wants to will ask you back and explain. Ana ki amri sheikhatini kara oz ve'edim. I even was talking about when actually the low the day hamne. He's clearly saying I don't trust you. In other words, Reuben goes to Shimon and the other way around. Shimon goes to Reuben and says, "Lend me $100." Now, if Reuben responds and says, no problem, but hold on a second. Let me just call Lady Yehuda over to watch this because I want to make sure I trust you. And therefore, he's saying, I don't trust you. I want you to borrow in front of Adim, and I expect you to pay back in front of Adim because I know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow you're going to say you paid me back. In another case, what happened? He lent him the money in private. Clearly, he trusted the guy. So the fact that there was a conversation that took place in front of Adim does not indicate that he's makpid, that he's actually going to require him to pay back in front of Adim. It just happened to have been that way, but it's not an indication that he has this specificity that he wants to be paid back in front of Adim. Rabbi Yosef Masli Hachi. Rabbi Yosef was the following. Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Arasi, Hamadas Chaver Be'edim, Eino Tzarach L'Faro Be'edim. The opposite. If you lend someone money in front of two witnesses, you do not have to pay back in front of two witnesses. However, if if he says, Alta for any Ela Be'edim, don't pay me back unless they're Edim, or Tzalach, in such a case where he says, he stipulates this condition, don't pay me back unless they're Edim. And such a case, Tzarach L'Faro Be'edim, he has to pay back in front of Edim. Now, Kiamrisa Kamei Shmuel. When he said this in front of Shmuel, Shmuel responded the same way. Amarli, you said, even if you said, don't pay me back unless they're Edim, still, he could say, you're right, I had to pay back in front of Edim, and guess what? I did. Where are they? Siyam to travel to Medina Siyam to a faraway city, therefore we don't have that. It's not the Gemara, now brings the mission. Monali Biyaka, you owe me, it's our mission. You owe me a money. Amalo Hain, he says, yes, I do. Amalo, I'll pay all the don't pay me back unless there are witnesses there. Lamachar Amalo Neoli. The next day he says, pay me back. What did you say? I did give it to you. It's Allah. He's obligated to still pay. Why? Because the nation he has to pay in front of agent. What does it see? What does it seem like from here? The Shmuel. Shmuel is correct. But the Shmuel seems to say that you can never require a guy to pay in front of agent because if you only send their Adim who travel to another country, it seems to be that our Mishnah says that you are required to pay in front of agent. If you don't have those Adim, you're not believed. Amalok Shmuel, Tanai, no, it's Machlokas Tanai. The Tanai, if you learn the Brisa, the person claims the Adim will be Sicha. I lent you money in front of two witnesses. The Adim Parali, I want you to pay me back. It's Parali, pay me back in front of Adim. Oh, Yitain, oh, Yaviraya, Shanasa. Oh, you have to go ahead and bring a right that you pay back. What's Allah? If you do the Sarah Omar, he could respond and say, even though you required me to have Adim, you could still say, I paid you back in front of the following two people. Both of them just traveled away. In other words, you can get out of this problem by saying, I did pay back in front of Adim, they're just not here anymore. So, where it says, Parach Rav Acha Mimat. How do you know that that's talking about a case where he said at the time that he lent it, to be a cut? Maybe that's much of the case we had earlier, where later on he's claiming the money. He said, you know what? I don't want you to pay me back unless sorry. Again, that's not the same thing as our Mishnah, where a person said it, he could claim the agent just traveled away. However, who said that even though the Sarah is going to say that, even when he said it at the time of the loan, and if didn't I lend you the money in front of agent? And therefore, the agent, you should pay me back in front of agent. It's possible that everybody agrees at the time of the loan. In other words, at the time that I'm lending money, as we illustrated before, we clearly demonstrated you don't trust this person. It could be that everybody's going to agree. You have to actually identify the witnesses, and Shmuel would be incorrect. All right. Amar Papi Mishpei de Rabba. Papa says the name of Rabba. What's the halacha? Hamal bas chaver be'edim. You do lend. If you go ahead and lend someone money in front of witnesses, tzarach the far of edim, you have to pay back in front of edim. Now, if you think it was so clear, the Gemara says, don't worry about it. We have not focused about that too. The Papa says, no, what's the halacha? The Papa is paid the Rabba Amar. Now, again, clearly we have machlokes what the halacha is. Then Amar al teferi al be'edin. If he actually stipulated, clearly said, I'm lending you money, but please don't pay me back unless there are edin. Or the Amar, Neman. But the halacha, he is going to be Neman, he will be believed if he says he paid in front of the edin. So again, clearly two different opinions as to what the bottom line halacha is. The Gemara gives a simon for following cases that are going to come up. We'll start with them, see how far we get. Simon, moving to Shimon. Titano Hilchasa, Yaz V'Yupara, Ploni Uploni, Af Tzisitroi, Behamnusa Kebeitrei. It's a bunch of very interesting cases. The person says to his friend, Keep pratin, parali, ba'api Reuven Mishim. You owe me money. You owe me $100. When you pay me back, I would like you to pay me back in front of these two specific people, Reuven and Shimon. If Reuven and Shimon, in other words, it seems like you're saying, if Reuven and Shimon are there, pay me back. If Reuven and Shimon are not there, don't pay me back. You pay me back, not in front of Reuven and Shimon. I don't know, you saw Karen Zebulun, two random people. No, Rabbi, Trey Amarle, Bapi Trey Pare. He told him to pay back in front of two people. You're right, he specified Reuven and Shimon. But the bottom line is that he borrowed money, he paid back the money, and it was in front of Aiden. Who cares if it's Reuven and Shimon? Amalei Rabbi argument says no. He actually wanted Reuven and Shimon to be there because he knows Reuven and Shimon are. He doesn't to get a hold of Reuven and Shimon. So therefore, if he doesn't do it in front of Reuven and Shimon, we can assume it was not paid back. Next, a person says to his friend, when you pay me back, I'd like you to pay back this loan in front of two people who are Torah scholars. Don't just choose two random people off the street. I would like the two witnesses to be approved Torah scholars. Now, Azal, Pare, being delay, the delay. He just paid him privately. He did not pay him in front of Isnisu Hanak Zuze. That money that was returned, some type of unpreventable circumstance came up, and that money got lost. So let's play out the case. Reuven lends money to Shimon. I said, Shimon, when you pay me back in front of a Torah scholar. Shimon shows up and goes to Reuven and says, remember, last week I borrowed $100 from you? Here's the $100. There's no Torah scholars in sight. He gives him the $100. And he walks away. Now Reuven goes away with that money, and as he's walking away, some type of onus happens and he gets held up. The guy takes his money away from him, and he holds him up. He steals the money. Now what happens? Also, with the major of Nachman, Reuven comes in front of Nachman. Amalei, in Kibule Kibatinu, it's true that I did get the money. I, Reuven, did receive the money from Shimon. However, Kibatinu Mine, just because I was just holding on to the money for Shimon. The Amina, I said to him, the Amina, I said, Lahavi Gabai it will be something that I'm holding on to for Shimon. Until we come across two Torah scholars who became tonight. At that point in time, the stipulation will have been fulfilled, the tonight will be fulfilled. At that point in time, the loan will be paid back. In other words, the following: the guy was a clever guy. He says, if he paid the money back to me, and then I got held up, I got mugged on the street, my money that I lost my money. But if I'm holding on to the money for Shimon, so that I'm a shomer chinam, I'm watching his money for free. If someone goes ahead and holds me up and takes his money, go back to Shimon and say, listen, Shimon, I did my best to watch your money. What can I do? I got held up on the street, someone took it away. I'm sorry your money's lost. And by the way, you also owe me $100 that you never paid back. This was his claim. So the Gemara says, Amarle, they said to him, you admit, you got the money from Shimon, he paid you back. Now, you're going to tell me, can you make tonight, what's the problem? Your condition wasn't fulfilled. Come here. Both me and Rav Sheshis are here, and you want to know about our Torah scholar qualifications. The Tanina, we actually know halachos, Vitzifra, Vitzifri, Vitosefta, V'kula Tamuta. We're actually quite knowledgeable Torah scholars, so here your condition is fulfilled. In other words, they're saying to him, go jump it up. The person said to his friend, probably Meir Zuze, the Ozistef, give me the following amount of money. What is it, 100 zuz that I lent you? Amarle, never happened. I don't owe you any money. Although I see Sadi the Ozvei who pare. It's something very interesting. He found witnesses that were actually there at the time of the loan. The only problem was that these witnesses said we were there at the time of the loan, we were also there when he paid you back. So we're not going to be helpful to you. So what's the halacha? Rabbi, I know, you. Sorry, my novel. What should we do? Inu Amri Osei, these two witnesses are here to actually substantiate the loan, and they say he borrowed it. But Inu Amri Pari, the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that he paid back, so we can't really help you. There's nothing we can do. Rava disagrees. And he says, Kol Lola BC. Embedded in the claim of I never borrowed from you is Komala Paratita. The money, you are admitting you didn't pay back the money because nobody pays back money that they didn't borrow. That's the concept called Hodas Baldin. So Rabbi says we will believe the Eidim on one of their statements. We'll believe the Eidim that you borrowed the money. However, when it comes to the fact that they're saying you paid back the money, you're contradicting those Eidim because you claim you never borrowed it. So the fact that you claim you never borrowed it means you never paid back. So so we'll dismiss that half what the Eidim say. What's left? The Eidim say you borrowed the money, sir. You're going to have to pay it. Give me $100 money. Didn't I pay you back in front of Reuben and Shimon? So they went out, they got these two identified witnesses, and they said, us? We were the witnesses that watched them pay back? Nope, never happened. This guy has now been officially established as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back the loan in front of Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon say the whole thing is a baba nice. It never happened. We didn't watch this guy pay back the loan. So I'm really Rabbi. No, I am going to disagree with you. Sometimes you have an obligation to know things. Sometimes you don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back in front of Eidim. You're required to pay back. You're claiming you paid back. Now it happens to be you think Reuben and Shimon are there, but it's not an halachic obligation that you should know that Reuben and Shimon are there, and therefore it's possible that you mix up the identities of Reuben and Shimon, and it could be that's a mistake, but that's not going to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. A person says to his friend, give me 600 zuz. It's important to remember 600 zuz. That you owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. Amar Le, he said to him, Vlav Particha Mea Kavi Afzi Dekaima Beshita Shita. Have I not paid you back 100 kav of Afzi? Afzi is, I'm not exactly sure what it is, some type of nut that grows on a tree that they used to use for working hides. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure. What? It's okay. I still know what it is. All right, he says, did I pay you back these aftzis they're worth 6? I gave you 100 of them. So in other words, 6 times 100 is 600. So I paid you back proper value. So I'm like, no, incorrect. Lav, it's the arba become it was only worth 4. In other words, you did give me these aftzi only $400 worth. Also, the 2 witnesses came. The one said, in the arba become these were only worth 4 at the time. So therefore, according to your calculation, that it was 100. So it turns out you only paid back 400. Amar Rava hooks a kafir. Rava says he's a liar. Why? Because he claimed it was worth 6, it was really worth 4. Amar Rabbi Bar Chama, no. Rava, why don't you go back to what you said before? Amr, you told us, didn't you tell us when people don't have to know something that they could make a mistake? In other words, this guy is not a nut dealer, so he doesn't know exactly how much they're worth. So therefore, he thought they were worth 6, and therefore that's why he claimed it. But again, his claim is I paid you $600 worth. He's sticking to the fact that he paid $600 worth. He happened not to have known the value of the nuts, and therefore he said the wrong amount. But he still claims he paid you back to 600. How did they get to 600 from these nutmegs? I gave you $400 worth of nuts and $200 in cash, and maybe I gave you more nuts, whatever it is, I know I paid you back. Rabbi responds and says no. And Rabbi Katsosa the Tira Mikra the Kirishi. People know how much these cost. And therefore, even though it's maybe not a halachic obligation for him to know about it, he knew about it, and the fact that he lied about it means that he's a liar. So stop here for today. Have a wonderful day.
DC's crime wave is lowest.
Right.
You dummies, it was the murder capital of the world. Okay? So, I will tell you this. When you go to DC, they lock up the toothpaste in the Walgreens. Hey, bro. I'm listening. I guess you got breaking news. What? Keep going. I got breaking news. The toothpaste in DC, dude. Breaking news. I'm the mayor from DC.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, bro. I'm sorry, man. It's a late pod. I get shipped.
Today's stop is Shavuos Daf Mem. We begin today's daf by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Torah sponsor, the Tilson family, for sponsoring all the shiurim of the year at this club for Am Yisrael. We also thank Dr. Stephen Dr. Zinn for sponsoring all the shiurim of the month and loving memories to his brother Doris Kizdin Dvora Basu Yisrael Yol and the Yosef and Shalom and Leah and Film and Fama. We also thank our daily sponsors for today, Ilan and Elisa Ross, for sponsoring the family today in memory of Ayla Rivka Basmeyer. And we have a late-breaking sponsorship here. We thank Michael for sponsoring the family this morning. This is a course for the trailer for Yehuda Mordechai Ben Chana Rivka. It should be to have a refuah shalom. Today's daf is daf mem, but let that not fool you. We are starting on daf lamed tes and beis, about a third of the way down the amud.
He's an attorney for the Department of Justice. Yeah, so just
We left off by the two dots in Kumashbian also. Yes, the Gemara said for Mashbian also, when they make him take the Shavua, they say to him, Lavi Yodea, Shlo Altaichi. So just know that it really doesn't make a difference what you mean when you make the Shavua. That's not the relevant point over here. The point is what we have in mind. In other words, we the based are going to tell you what we want you to swear about, and when you take this Shvua, that is what your Shvua is referring to. The Gemara asks, why do you have to tell this guy this? Why do you have to have this thing based on as one thing in mind? You're telling him you're swearing upon our mind. The Gemara says, because of the story that happened with the stick of Rabbi. This is the story that came up previously in the Gemara, which was where this individual was brought to Beis Din because he denied a loan, and he was there, and he was adamant he had not gotten the loan back. And what happened? Beis Din told him, go ahead, take a shvua that you paid him back. He handed the balcon, he handed him his walking stick, and while the balcon was holding up his walking stick, he took a shvua that he had paid him back, and the balcon was so upset. He knew clarity, 100% clarity, that this guy had not paid him back. He could not believe the guy had such an audacity to go ahead and take a false shvua in base. And what happened? All the money came out of the walking stick. He found out that this guy had hollowed out the walking stick. He put the money in, and he pulled this shtick where he had technically paid the guy back by handing him the walking stick. So at the time that he took the shvua, he wasn't lying, but ultimately he had this shtick to keep the money. And Chazal said, you know what? We can't have people having these little shtick up their sleeve when they make the shvua. We're going to make this swear based on what we say, and no shtick allowed. Now the Gemara goes on to a discussion about shvuas mother and mitzvahs. A couple of things we have to keep in mind over here as we go on to this Gemara. We just want to get ourselves a little familiar with the terminology, like this will all go very smoothly and very easily. We have something called a taina. A taina is the claim. basically, that includes the entire claim. So if Reuben goes to Shimon and claims that Shimon owes him money, whatever he specifies that Shimon owes him, that's called the taina. Then we have something called the kfira. The kfira is whatever's going to be denied. So Reuben goes to Shimon and says, "Do you owe me $100?" Shimon denies that he owes 100. He denies that he owes 50, and he has the hodah, the admission that he owes 50. So the taina is 100, the kfira is 50, and the hodah is 50. It's a very simple, straight-up case. That's the typical case of under the miktas. Person claims 100. The person responds and says they owe you 50. So he admits that he owes 50. That's going to be the hodah, and there's a kfira, there's a denial on 50. That's one set of terms to get in order. The kfira, the taina, and the hodah. We're also going to have to remember the following. That when we talk about money in the Mishnah, there are two different ways of describing money. There's dafka. Dafka means that I am claiming that I specifically am owed the following type of money from you. So if I say you owe me 50 dimes, so I'm asking you for dimes specifically. If I say a certain amount of gold, I'm asking you for gold. If I ask you for copper, I'm asking you for copper. I'm asking you for silver, I'm asking you for silver. That's dafka, where I'm essentially saying that it's not an amount of money, it's not a worth that I'm asking you for. So in other words, a person says to somebody, you owe me $100 bills. So technically, generally, you don't view that as dafka, that I want dollar bills. What you're saying is $100. So now, if the person denies it in quarters, nickels, singles, $2 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, it all makes no difference because what we're talking about is shava. Shava means it's just the worth. It's the worth of what I'm claiming. So again, dafka means a specific denomination, specific type of coin. Shava means a value of a coin. And the last thing you have to remember is the concept of hodah mimina taina. That means that if I go to somebody and I claim that he owes me, I make my taina. My taina is the claim that you owe me a certain amount of money. Now, the person denies my claim, but he admits something else. Now, generally speaking, when a person denies part of the claim, but admits to part of the claim, that's the concept of a modem and mitzvahs, where he's obligated to take a biblical oath. He has to take an oath on whatever he denies. However, there is a caveat. According to most opinions, like we're going to say, like we're going to see, we saw in the Mishnah already, the hodah has to be mina taina. So therefore, if a person claims that I owe him $100, and I say I owe you a hot dog, so then the hodah is not a mina taina. There's